enchanting of the autumn countryside.
Come on, let's go.
Trees. Trees are one of the loveliest features of this lovely little town. Shimmering poplars, stately elms, giant maples lining their quiet streets. And as they turn from crimson to gold, the leaves come drifting down. And as the leaves come drifting, in each front yard we find a small boy drinking. Ah, the simple joys of youth, the rich reward of living close to nature. For as he reaps the golden harvest, breaking the leaves into orderly piles, ever and anon comes the playful wind and scatters them.
Old Father Time checks, so there be no doubt. Called on the morning to come around, then cupped his hand so proudly to shout, la-di-da, la-di-da, it's autumn. The trees say they're tired, they've borne too much fruit, charmed all the wayside, there's no dispute. Now shedding leaves, they don't give up. La-di-da, then the birds got together to chirp about the weather. La-da-dee-da-da-dee. After making their decision in birdie-like precision, turned about and made a beeline to the south. My holding you close really is no crime. Ask the birds, ask the trees, and old Father Time. It's just to help the mercury climb. La-di-da, la-di-da. 'Tis autumn.
So, all this face chopping, putting on other people, misrepresenting images, you got some deep fake accusing other people, but look at this. Snapchat, TikTok, and YouTube executives testify at Senate hearing. I like it. I mean, not because I like it, but because it's Halloween week. Oh, remember? You better not say that. Refer to it as All Hallows Eve. Kind of like Halloweeny. And, you know, bunch of code, right? I don't think it's fair they pull it on you and you don't know what's happening. Oh, fair. They all cried, it's not fair, it's not fair. But they're punching everywhere they can on our globe.
people that are struggling with eating disorders or other weight loss issues come to TikTok to express themselves in a positive way. So it has been a more of a positive source. And lastly, we don't allow ads and target people based on weight loss, and that kind of thing.
What about Eugenia Clooney?
Thank you, Senator Baldwin. I want to make clear that the
Oh,
content
and
that you
Baldwin.
describe,
So you're slamming Baldwin.
content that glorifies eating disorders or self-harm is a complete violation of our community guidelines. Also, as I described,
Well,
we
everybody's
don't allow
overweight and everybody's anorexic and you don't allow it.
surfaced up to our users. Discover,
What about
which is
worms
our
and parasites?
a platform which we partner on
I've
with
said
people
enough.
and publishing companies like the Wall Street Journal or NBC News. All of that content is vetted and moderated ahead of time. But specifically, yes.
Can I interrupt and ask, is that done
That's not what they
AI
mean.
or-
They mean it's
No, these
pre-recorded.
are hand-picked partners that
It's
management
AI.
has selected to say in this closed garden of content, which is Discover, we will allow
You guys are
certain
muck
publishers
mouths,
and media
not
companies
mukbangs.
to provide news, entertainment content, ESPN or CMT or the Washington Post, in fact. So users can come look at that content. It's all pre-moderated and curated. So it's not an unlimited source of user-generated content where you could go down a rabbit hole perhaps and access that kind of hurtful, damaging content on body image. But I think you raised a very interesting question. What are the products that you're surfacing? How are we helping users find positive resources? And as a result, we did conduct research about the mental health effects of body image and self-harm, and we created a product called Here For You. This was created in 2020, in the height of the pandemic. When users are in Snapchat and they search anorexia or eating disorder, instead of perhaps being led to content that could be harmful, that content which is against our guidelines, we now surface expert resources that show content that can help that user, maybe help them, maybe help their friends. So this is a redirection of that kind of search for potentially hurtful and harmful content that then steers the user to resources that may help them or a member of their circle of friends.
Ms. Miller.
Senator, we take a comprehensive and really holistic approach on topics like these. We prohibit content that promotes or glorifies things such as eating disorders. It has no place on our platform. But we also realize that users come to share their stories about these experiences or find a community, let alone to find authoritative sources, which is what we raise up on the searches like this. In addition, we also roll out programs and initiatives such as the With Me campaign, whereby we are encouraging users to spend their time, particularly during COVID, in pursuing healthy habits. So we look at this in a very holistic way to make sure that YouTube is a platform where people come and they have a healthy experience, and we again prohibit the type of content that glorifies or promotes these issues such as eating disorders.
Just if I can follow up, you move content. How are you filtering that out? Are you using artificial intelligence? Or are you using a team of humans who are a team of people who are looking at that content and deciding whether to submit it or not?
It's a mix, Senator. So it's a mix of when we develop content policies, we rely on experts to inform the development of these policies. And then we have machine learning to help us capture this type of content at scale. You'll see in our quarterly transparency report that more than 90% of content that violates our community guidelines are flagged originally by machines. And then there's a mix of human reviewers.
I want to thank the Senator Blumenthal and Senator Blackburn for holding this subcommittee hearing, and as witnesses can see, our colleagues are well informed and very anxious to get legislative fixes to things that they think are crucial to protecting individuals, protecting people's privacy. So I want to thank them for that. Yesterday, Motherboard Vice had an article that basically the headline was location data from GPS data from apps are given even when people have opted out. So basically, I'm going to enter this for the record unless there's objection, but quote, the news highlights a stark problem that smartphone users that they can't actually be sure if some apps are respecting their explicit preferences around data sharing. Data transfer presents an issue for the location data companies themselves. So basically, these companies are reporting information about location, even when people explicitly opted out. And so they're continuing to collect this information. That is what the report of researchers found. So I have a question. Do you believe that location data is sensitive data and should be collected only with consumers' consent? All the witnesses, please.
Yes, Senator. We agree.
Yes, Senator.
Yes, Senator. And for users, they have access to their account under My Activity in My Account and can modify their settings, delete their history, and things of that nature. It's all just one click away.
So any federal privacy law should make sure that that's adhered to. See a nod. Is that?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, Senator.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do any of you share location data with the company that's in this article? It's how Puck, I think, H-U-K. They're a major data.
Senator, I've never heard of that company. I'm not aware.
Okay.
Senator, I'm not aware of the company, but we also don't collect GPS.
Well, we would be affiliated with them in some way. I mean, they're getting this information anyway. So I'm sorry, the last witness. Do you know?
Senator, I'm also not aware of the
Okay,
company.
maybe you can help us for the record on this, so that we know. But this is exactly what the public is frustrated about and concerned about, particularly when harm can be done. They go to a website, they say to the website, I don't want my sensitive information to be shared. And then there's this conglomerate of data gathering on top of that that's not honoring those wishes as it relates to the interface with those apps. So this is, I think, exactly why we need a strong privacy law and why we should protect consumers on this. In the Facebook hearing we had this discussion about advertising and the issue of whether advertisers knew exactly what the content was they were being advertised. Now, I get that, we're also seeing migration of major companies like Procter & Gamble and others who are moving off of the internet because they're like, I'm done with it. I don't want my ad because it's now run by a system. I don't want my ad just appearing next to certain kinds of content. And so, but what was more startling is that there may be actual deceptive practices here where people are saying, well, this content is this, but in reality, it is something else. In some of these cases, we just discussed with Facebook, objectionable hate speech and content that we don't even think should be online, and yet that's how the advertisers do. So on your websites, do advertisers know what content they're being placed?
So, Senator, I can respond to your question. Yes, our advertisers do know where their advertisements show up. And as I had mentioned, Discover, which is that closed, curated garden, those advertisements appear next to publishers and verified users that we have hand-selected to allow to appear. So on a platform like Snapchat, there is no broadcast disinformation or hate speech. And that's why I think Snapchat is, in fact, a very appealing place for advertisers because they know their advertisements will be placed next to safe content.
Mr. Beckerman?
Yes, Senator. Advertisers come to TikTok particularly because our content is known for being so authentic and uplifting and fun, and we see ads that are very much like TikTok videos, which are the same things.
Ms. Miller?
Senator, we have worked with our advertising partners over the years to make sure that they have trust in the fact that advertising on YouTube is safe for their brands in the same way that we have worked significantly to make sure that users themselves have a safe experience on the platform. And the advertising associations have recognized the work that we have done in the space so that their brands are safe on the platform.
Thank you. I don't have a follow-up on this, but Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Miller, I'd like to start with you, if that's all right. I want to ask you a particular question regarding YouTube's app age rating. Now, Google Play has the app rating set at teen, meaning 13 and up, while the Apple Store has it rated as 17 and up. You tell me why this disparity exists. Apple determined that the age rating for YouTube ought to be 17 and up. Why did Google determine that its own app should be rated as teen, meaning 13 and up?
Senator, I'm unfamiliar with the differences that you've just outlined, but I would be happy to follow up with you and your staff once I get more details on this.
I'd love to know about that. It is a simple question. I understand you may not be able to answer it right now if as it sounds, you don't have the information. But I would just like to know why that difference exists and whether you agree or disagree with the fact that Google is rated to 13 and Apple is rated to 17. But I'm happy to follow up on that in writing or otherwise. Ms. Stout, I want to address a similar issue with regard to Snapchat. Now, Snapchat is rated 12 and up on Apple, and it's rated teen on the Google Play Store. Any idea why there's that disparity there?
Senator, that's a very good question, and I for some reason I've heard somewhere the reason why Apple lists at 12 and up. It's an app that's intended for a teen audience.
Right. Why is there a disparity between age rating and the content that's available on that platform?
Senator, the content that appears on Snapchat is appropriate for an age group of 13 and above.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a minute, because I beg to differ. In anticipation of this discussion and this hearing, I had my staff create a Snapchat account for a 13-year-old, for a 15-year-old child. Now, they didn't select any content preferences for the account. They simply entered a name, a birth year, and an email address. And then when they opened the Discover page on Snapchat with its default settings, they were immediately bombarded with content that I can most politely describe as wildly inappropriate for a child, including recommendations for, among other things, an invite to play an online sexualized video game that's marketed itself to people who are 18 and up. Tips on, quote, why you shouldn't go to bars alone. Notices for video games that are rated for ages 17 and up, and articles about porn stuff. Now, let me remind you that this inappropriate content that has by default been recommended for a 15-year-old child is something that was sent to them by an app, just using the default settings. So I respectfully but very strongly beg to differ on your characterization that the content is in fact suitable for children 13 and up, as you say. Now, according to your own website, the Discover is a list of recommended stories. So how and why does Snapchat choose these inappropriate stories to recommend to children? How does that happen? How would that happen?
So, Senator, allow me to explain a little bit about Discover. Discover really is a closed content platform, and yes, indeed, we do select and hand select partners that we work with. And that kind of content is designed to appear on Discover and resonate with an audience that is 13 and above. I am unfamiliar, and I've taken notes about what you have said that your account surfaced. I want to make clear that what content and community guidelines suggest that any online sexual video game should be age gated to 18 and above. So I am unclear why that content would have shown up in an account that was for a 14-year-old. But these community guidelines and publisher guidelines that are on top of those guidelines are intended to be an age-appropriate experience for a 13-year-old.
Right. I understand that. You have these community guidelines that are there. That they note that advertisers and media partners in Discover agree to additional guidelines. What are these additional guidelines? And I can guess only that they permit these age-inappropriate articles to be shared with children.
Senator,
How would that not be the case?
So these additional guidelines on top of community guidelines are things that suggest that they may not glorify violence, that any news articles must be accurate and fact-checked, that there is no...
Well, I'm sure the articles about the porn stars were accurate and fact-checked. And I'm sure that the tips on why you shouldn't go to bars alone are accurate and fact-checked, but that's not my question. This is about whether it's appropriate for children ages 13 and up, as you certify.
Absolutely. And Senator, I think this is an area where we're constantly evolving. And if there are any instances where these publishers are surfacing content to an age cohort that is inappropriate, then they will be removed from our platform.
Okay, so you review them? What kind of oversight do you conduct on this? And what?
We use a variety of human review as well as automated review, and so I would very much be interested in talking to you and your staff about what kind of content this was, because if it violates our guidelines, that kind of content would come down. And just, Senator, one last thing. While I would agree with you, tastes vary when it comes to the kind of content that is promoted on Discover. There is no content there that is illegal. There is no content there that is hurtful. I mean, it really is intended to be a closed ecosystem where we have better control over the type of content that surfaces.
Madam Chair, I just have one follow-up question. I just realized.
Yes.
Go ahead. Be brief.
Our colleagues in
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So Snapchat has assured its users that it doesn't collect identifying data on them for advertising. How does Snapchat then decide what content is pushed to the top of their Discover page?
So, Senator, if you go into your Snapchat account, you have the ability to select preferences, interest categories. And there are several interest categories that a user can select or unselect if they wish. That could be they like, to watch movies, or they enjoy sports, or they are fans of country music. At any point, it is completely transparent, and a user has the ability to go in and select what they like, and that determines the kind of content that is surfaced to them. If there is any content that they don't like, they can uncheck or check, and that really generates the kind of content that a user in Discover would see.
My time's expired. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I really do think we got to get to the bottom of this. These app ratings are inappropriate. We all know that there's content on Snapchat and on YouTube and among many other places. It's not appropriate for children ages 12 or 13.
Well, I thank you, Senator Lee, and I would say to my line of questioning, and it's not appropriate to tell advertisers that it's not located next to content, and then it is next to content that is inappropriate. Senator Lujan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ms. Stout, in your testimony, you mentioned that all content on Snapchat on the Spotlight page is human reviewed before it can be viewed by more than 25 people. Ms. Stout, yes or no, does human review help Snapchat reduce the spread of potentially harmful content?
Yes, Senator, we believe it does.
And I appreciate Snapchat's approach to this problem. More platforms should work to stop harmful content from going viral. However, far too often we find companies say one thing to Congress, and then once attention is diverted and the public is distracted, they go around and do the very thing they were warning us against. Can I hold you to that? Will Snapchat continue to keep a human in the loop before content is algorithmically promoted to large audiences?
Senator, this is the first time I've testified here before Congress, so please hold me to it. But at Snapchat, we have taken a very human moderation first approach. not just on Spotlight, but across our platform. So yes, indeed, human moderation will continue to play a huge part of how we moderate content on our platform and how we keep our users safe.
Glad to see the importance of platforms taking responsibility before they amplify content and especially publish it to a mass audience. And it's something that many of us share. That's why I introduced the Protecting Americans from Dangerous Algorithms Act as well. Online platforms must be responsible when they're actively promoting hateful and dangerous content. Ms. Miller, I'm grateful that YouTube is making an effort to be more transparent regarding the number of users that view content in violation of your community guidelines. However, I'm concerned with one trend. Earlier this year, I wrote a letter to YouTube with 25 of my colleagues on the crisis of non-English misinformation on the platform. We need to make sure all communities, no matter the language they use at home, have the same access to good, reliable information. Ms. Miller, will YouTube publish its violative view rates broken down by language?
Senator, thank you for your question, and what you're referring to is this latest data point that we shared earlier this year, in which for every 10,000 views on YouTube, 19 to 21 of those views are of content that is violative. And we apply our content policies at a global scale across languages. We do not preference any one language over another. And this includes for the violative view rate.
And Ms. Miller, I don't believe that's good enough. When we don't break algorithms down by their performances across different groups of people, we end up making existing gaps, existing biases worse. We've seen this with facial recognition technology that unfairly targeted communities of color, and according to reports, we're seeing this happen right now on YouTube. So I'll ask again, will YouTube publish its violative view rate broken down by language?
Senator, I would be happy to follow up with you to talk through these details. As I said, for all of our content policies and the enforcement there within and the transparency we provide, it is global in scope and it is across languages.
I definitely look forward to following up and working with you in that space. Mr. Beckerman, before launching TikTok for younger users, did TikTok do any internal research to understand the impact it would have on young children?
Thank you, Senator. I'm not aware that for TikTok for younger users that the content is curated with Common Sense Networks and it's an age-appropriate experience. I'm not aware of any specific research.
I'd like to follow up on that as well. Products like TikTok can lead to addictive behavior and body image issues in young children. It's critical that platforms work to understand these problems before they take place. This is a very serious issue, and it's one that's finally getting the attention that it deserves with revelations and whistleblowers that have come forward. I urge you to take this opportunity to begin a transparent public evaluation of the impact your product is having on young children. And in the end, I just want to follow up on something that many of us have commented on leading up to these important hearings. And I appreciate the chair's attention to this, the ranking member. Both of them have authored legislation. Our chair and ranking member of the subcommittee have also partnered on legislative initiatives. It's critically important that we continue moving forward and that we market legislation and get something adopted. And I'm certainly hopeful that here in the United States, we're paying attention to what's happening in other parts of the world. Again, Europe is outpacing the United States and being responsible with legislative initiatives surrounding protecting their consumers. No reason we can't do that here as well. And I just want to thank Chair Campbell for the work that she has been doing in this particular space. And I definitely look forward to working with everyone to make sure that we're able to get this done in the United States. Thank you so much.
Senator Lujan, so you've reintroduced that bill in the Senate, is that right? So I much appreciate that. Appreciate your leadership. So the witnesses, we're waiting the return of Senator Blumenthal, so I can vote. If he doesn't come the next minute or so, we'll just take a short recess because we'll way past time to get over there. But I want to thank all the members who participated thus far because we had a very robust discussion today. You can see that this is a topic that members of this committee feel very, very passionately about. And obviously believe that there's much more that we need to be doing in this particular area. So I appreciate everybody's attendance and focus. And again, want to thank Senator Blumenthal and Senator Blackburn for their leadership in having both of these hearings. And for the larger full committee, we had planned to move forward on many of these agenda items anyway, but we're very appreciative of the subcommittee being some of this work and having members have a chance to have very detailed interactions on these policies that we need to have. So very much appreciate that. So I see Senator Blumenthal has returned. Thank you so much, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chairman Campbell, and thanks for your excellent work on this issue. I'd like to ask some additional questions on legislative proposals. One of the suggestions responsible measures like the Earn It Act, impose some legal responsibility. But the days grow short, pay back on the community debt. When you reach September,
Where we agree, Snapchat, that there should be an update to the intermediary platform liability law, CDA 230. And in fact, the last time this body addressed reform, which was Snapchat was a company that actively participated in that and helped draft legislation. So we would welcome another opportunity, Senator, to work with you on that.
Thank you.
And the days dwindle down to a precious few. September, November.
Of course, Senator, we completely prohibit that kind of activity, that illegal activity, and we actively look for it. When we find it, we remove it. If you would allow me to get back to, it's been a while since I've looked at the Earn It Act. I do recall when you and Senator Graham introduced it, but I believe it was spirit of the legislation, so I very much support it.
Well, you had the opportunity
I'll
before
spend with you.
or you haven't. You commit to support it.
Senator, my memory is failing me a little bit, but I do believe that the provisions in the Earn It Act, many of the provisions that we supported, so I'd be happy to come back with more specific.
Thank you, Senator. We do agree that there needs to be a higher degree of accountability and responsibility for platforms, particularly with content moderation. It needs to be done in a way that allows platforms to moderate in an appropriate, aggressive way to make sure that the kinds of content that none of us want to see on the internet or on any of our platforms is able to be removed.
We support changes in Section 230 to impose
There absolutely can and should be changes, but again, in a way that would allow companies like ours, that are good actors, that are aggressively moderating our platform in a way that is responsible to be able to continue to do so.
we support the Earn It Act.
We'd be happy, again, we agree with the spirit of it. We'd be happy to work with you and your staff on that bill.
Well, the bill again was reported
You're listening to the
unanimously
music of
by
our show, King of the Crown, where you mix dance history in the blue room
hasn't
of the
changed
Lakers Hotel
significantly.
in New York City.
Supported then.
I'm sure that
I think the concern would be unintended consequences that would lead to hampering companies' ability to remove and police violative content on their platforms.
Yes or no?
Maybe.
So far we have two neighbors.
Senator, I'm aware of a number of proposals regarding potential updates to 230, and me and my team, as well as the other teams across Google, have been involved in the conversations regarding these various proposals. I would just like to say, though, that we see 230 as the backbone of the internet, and it is what allows us to moderate content, to make sure that we are taking down content that leads to potentially eating disorders, for example, what we've been talking about here earlier, or self-harm. So we want to make sure that we continue to have protections in place so we can moderate our platforms so that they are safe and healthy for users. I am aware of the Earn It Act, and I know again that our staffs have been speaking, but I understand I think there's still ongoing discussions regarding some portions of the proposal, but we also very much appreciate and understand the rationale as to why this was introduced, particularly around the area of child safety.
Yeah, is that a yes or a no?
We support the goals of the Earn It Act, but there are some details that I think are still being discussed.
Well, as Senator Markey has said, this is the talk that we've seen again and again and again and again. We support the goals, but that's meaningless unless you support the legislation. And it took a fight, literally, bare knuckle fight, to get through legislation that made an exception intercessors for liability on human trafficking. One small piece. And I joined in the frustration felt by many of my colleagues that good intentions, support for goals, endorsement of purposes is no substitute for actual enforcement by hands each and every one of you. Support the Earn It Act, but also other specific measures that will provide for legal responsibility. And I think I know what is known by the claim that Section 30 provides the backbone, but it's a backbone without any real spine right now, because all it does is afford immunity to the internet and the companies that are here trying to interrupt my second round of
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Beckerman, thank you for being here today. I understand this is the first time that TikTok is testifying before Congress. I appreciate you making the company available to answer some questions. In your testimony, you talked about all the things you say TikTok is doing to protect kids online. That's great. I want to discuss the broader issue, which is the control the Chinese Communist Party has of TikTok. Its parent company, ByteDance, and its sister companies like Beijing ByteDance Technology. Now, TikTok has stated repeatedly that it doesn't share the data it collects from Americans with the Chinese Communist Party, and that it wouldn't do so if it has also stated that, with regards to data collected on and from Americans, that data is stored in Virginia with a backup in Singapore. But these denials may in fact be misleading. A quick look at TikTok's privacy policy just last night shows there's a lot more than meets the eyes. For example, in the quote, "How we share your information" section, one blurb reads, quote, "We may share all of the information we collect with a parent, subsidiary, or other affiliate of our corporate group." Interestingly, in June of this year, the privacy policy was updated to state that TikTok, quote, "may collect biometric identifiers and biometric information as defined under U.S. laws, such as face prints and voice prints." Mr. Beckerman, does TikTok consider ByteDance, parent company of TikTok, which is headquartered in Beijing, to be a part of TikTok's, quote, "corporate group," as that term is used in your privacy policy?
Thank you, Senator. As It's an important question. I'd just like to take an opportunity first to clear up misconceptions around some of the accusations that have been leveled against the company. I would like to point to independent research. I understand that trust is the purpose.
Mr. Beckerman, I get you make that broader point you want to make. My question is simple and straightforward. Does TikTok consider ByteDance, parent company headquartered in Beijing, to be part of TikTok's corporate group? That's a yes or no.
Senator, access controls for our data is done by our U.S. teams. And as independent researchers, independent experts have pointed out, the data that TikTok has on the app is not of national security importance. It is of low sensitivity. But again, we do hold that to a high standard and have access to it.
Mr. Beckman, we'll try a third time, because the words that came out of your mouth have no relation to the question you were asked. Your privacy policy says you will share information with your corporate group. I'm asking a very simple question. Is ByteDance, your parent company, headquartered in Beijing, part of your corporate group? Yes or no, if you use the term in your privacy policy?
Senator, I think it's important that I address the broader point in your statement.
So are you willing to answer the question, yes or no? It is a yes or no question. Are they part of your corporate group or not? Yes, it is. Okay, so under your privacy policy, you're explicitly stating that you may be sharing data with them, including biometric identifiers, including face prints, including voice prints. Is that correct?
No, Senator. In the privacy policy, it says that if we are to collect biometric information, we do not collect biometric data to identify Americans. We would provide consent, opportunity for consent first.
But you also say we may share all of the information we collect with a parent, subsidiary, or other affiliate of our corporate group, which means with ByteDance headquartered in Beijing, correct?
Under U.S. access.
All right, secondly, what about Beijing ByteDance technology? Media reports from earlier this year showed Beijing took a minority stake in through a state-backed internet investment Chinese entity, and on the board of which now sits Wu Shenggan, a CCP official who spent most of his career in Chinese propaganda, including with a stint at the Online Opinion Bureau under the Cyberspace Administration of China, China's internet regulator. Would you consider Beijing ByteDance technology to be a part of TikTok's corporate group with whom TikTok could share all of the information it collects?
Senator, I want to be clear that that entity has no affiliation with TikTok. It's based for domestic licenses of a business in China that is not affiliated or connected to TikTok.
So, are you saying no, or yes or no, as to whether Beijing ByteDance technology is part of your corporate group? As the privacy policy defines it, it says we may share all of the information we collect with a parent, subsidiary, or other affiliate. Assuming that's where it would fall. Other affiliate of our corporate group. Is Beijing ByteDance technology a, quote, other affiliate of your corporate group?
Senator, I'm saying that entity deals with domestic businesses within China.
Okay, you're having a hard time. You're answering questions I'm not asking. Again, it's a yes, no. Is Beijing ByteDance technology a, quote, other affiliate of your corporate group as your own privacy policy defines it?
Senator, I'm just trying to be clear to answer your question. That entity is based in China for the Chinese business that is not affiliated.
Let's try it again. Again, it's a yes, no.
The answer is the same, Senator.
Which is?
What I just said, that entity is...
Okay. What you just said did not answer the question, so let me just repeat the question again. Is Beijing ByteDance technology a, quote, other affiliate of our corporate group as your privacy policy defines it? Yes or no?
Senator, as I stated, that entity does not have any relation to the TikTok entity.
So I'll point out it took 3 questions to get you to answer about your parent. You finally answered yes, that you can share all your information with your parent company based in Beijing. I've asked you 3 times about this sister company that is obviously another affiliate. You've refused 3 times. That may be revealing, often as Sherlock Holmes observed about the dogs that do not bark. It may be revealing that the Chinese propaganda minister that is serving on your sister company and who's been in the business of online propaganda You're refusing to answer whether they fall under your privacy policy. That reveals, I think, a great deal.
Senator, with all due respect, I'm just trying to be accurate here. There's a lot of accusations that are just not true, and I want to make sure that it's
Okay, I'm going to give you one more chance. My time is over. But look, in baseball, 3 strikes, you're out. Tonight, the Astros are going to begin winning the World Series. Let's see if the 4th strike, you can actually answer the question. It's a simple yes/no. Is Beijing ByteDance Technology a quote other affiliate of our corporate as your privacy policy defines that term?
Senator, as I pointed out before, my answer is the same.
Yes or no? You didn't answer.
Senator, I appreciate you're trying with gotcha questions.
It's not a gotcha question. I'm asking about your policy.
and accurate about.
Are you willing to answer this question, yes or no?
Senator, I answered the question.
You have not answered the question. Is it another affiliate, yes or no?
Senator, I stated a number of times that entity is a domestic entity within China for licenses there.
And apples are red. You stated something that is not the question I asked. Is it another affiliate as defined under your privacy policy, yes or no?
Senator,
You're here under oath. Are you going to answer the question?
I answered the question.
Or were you instructed not to answer this question?
No, Senator.
So you're just not refusing to answer because you don't want to?
Senator, it is not affiliated with TikTok. That's your question. That is the answer.
So your answer, I want to be clear because you're under oath. Your answer is that Beijing ByteDance Technology is not a quote other affiliate of our corporate group as your privacy policy uses that term. This is a legal question with consequence.
Senator, I understand the question. As I pointed out, TikTok is not available in China. That is an entity that is for purposes of a license of business in China that is not affiliated with TikTok.
So for the record, you're refusing to answer the question.
I believe I answered your questions.
Yes or no? Tell me which one it is. Just give me one word, yes or no.
Senator, I answered the question.
You're not willing to say yes or no.
It was not a yes or no question. I want to be precise. I want to be.
Is this company another affiliate as defined in your privacy policy? That is binary. There's not a maybe. It's yes or no.
Senator, the way I answered, I'm not aware that is the answer to the question.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer the question. That does not give this committee any confidence that TikTok is doing anything other than participating in Chinese propaganda and espionage on America.
That's not accurate. And again, I would point you to.
If it were not accurate, you would answer the questions, and you have dodged the questions more than any witness I have seen in my 9 years serving in the Senate. That is saying something, because witnesses often try to dodge questions, but you answer non sequiturs and refuse to answer very simple questions. That, in my experience, when a witness does that, it is because they are hiding something.
Senator Moran.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Let me turn to Ms. Stout and ask a question about data privacy. So Senator Blumenthal and many others have been working on a consumer data privacy bill now for the last several years. I have introduced a bill that includes an appropriately scaled right for consumers to correct and to erase data that is collected or processed by covered entities, including social media companies. Ms. Stout, I understand that Snap currently allows users the right to correct or delete their user data. Would you please explain Snap's decision to proactively provide this service?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I just want to say we applaud the committee and your leadership on this issue, and we fully support a federal comprehensive privacy bill, and look forward to continuing to work with you and your staff on that. To address your question, yes, Senator, Snap has been designed with a very privacy-centric focus from the very outset. We don't collect a lot of data. We believe in data minimization, short data retention periods, and to the effect that you just made, as you pointed out, we don't store content forever, and we believe in giving users transparency and control, which includes giving them the ability to delete their data if they wish, or the ability to download their data. We have a tool within the app. Users are able to download their data, which gives them essentially portability of any kind of information that they may have agreed to share or post or put on their Snapchat account.
And other platforms who may not take the same position that Snap has, tell me what it is that you give up. Your ability to earn revenue. What is it that you lose by doing that thing?
So, Senator, we make trade-offs every day that sometimes disadvantage our bottom line. And there are no rules or regulations that require companies like Snap to have short retention periods. That is why federal privacy legislation is so critical, or why we choose to voluntarily have a data minimization practice. So oftentimes that means that advertisers find other platforms perhaps more enticing because those platforms keep a history of anything that's ever been searched or ever been shared or location data that's ever been provided. And that is not the case on Snapchat. So that's a trade-off, Senator, that we make because we believe in being more private and more
Because
safe.
if you did it otherwise, what would you gain by doing so?
We just believe we have a moral responsibility to limit the data that we collect on people. And
You're answering it fine, but I'm curious to know, are you giving up, can you generate money, or do you generate by keeping that data in some other way using it?
yes, I think we limit ourselves in our ability to optimize for those advertisers to make more money. We are a company that has not yet returned a profit. We've invested every dollar back into our company, and we're here for the long game. And our real ultimate desire is to make a platform that is safe for our community.
Thank you. And Mr. Beckerman, what responsibility do platforms have to prevent harmful social media trends from spreading? And how can TikTok improve its algorithm to better align with TikTok's own terms of service that prohibit content that promotes or enables criminal activity?
Thank you, Senator. We do have a responsibility to moderate our platform along with our community guidelines and do that in a transparent way.
Where does that responsibility come from?
It comes from doing the right thing. For us, we want to be a trusted platform. We want to be a platform where people have a joyful experience and like coming to the app, and that's what we're seeing. And that starts with our community guidelines. Certain content, like you mentioned, illegal activities, misinformation, other categories that we wouldn't allow on the platform, work really hard. I think our content moderation teams and our safety teams are often the unsung heroes of the companies that are working every day 24/7 to ensure that community guidelines are met and the platforms stay positive, joyful.
The nature of my second question, the add-on question, was leading because it suggests that you're not complying with your own terms of service that prohibit content that promotes or enables criminal activity. And my question was, how can you improve your algorithm to better accomplish that? Maybe you want to discount the premise of the question.
No, Senator. I mean, it's an important area where we always want to get to 100%. We release regular transparency reports, and 94% of our removals of violative content are done proactively. Much of it is done within 24 hours before there's any views. We always want to strive to get 100%, and that's something that we fight and work on every single day.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member Blackburn. I think this series of hearings in this subcommittee is hugely important to the nature of our country and its future. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Miller, I would like to come to you. You talk about moderation as a combination of machine learning and human reading, and it seems that YouTube has no problem pulling down videos that question abortion, global warming, vaccine mandates, but child abuse videos remain on your site. So I am interested to know more about the specific inputs that you use in these reviews. Who establishes these inputs? And who oversees them to make sure that you get them right?
Senator, thank you for your question. So we heavily invest in making sure that all of our users, but particularly kids on the platform, have a safe experience. And the way that we do this is with a number of levers. For example, we have content policies as it relates to child safety on the platform. So not putting minors into risky situations in videos on the platform.
We have policy jump in and ask. Okay. If you're saying you don't want to put children into risky videos. There is a world of self-harm content on your site, and a few searches come up with videos such as, and I'm quoting from searches that we've done, songs to slit your wrists by vertical slit wrist, how to slit your wrist, and painless ways to commit suicide. Now, that last video, Painless Ways, was age-gating, and but do the self-harm and suicide videos violate YouTube's content guidelines if you're saying you have these guidelines?
Senator, I would certainly welcome following up with you on that video that you may be referencing, because we absolutely prohibit content regarding suicide or self-harm.
I have to tell you, having sat in my office, our team has worked on this because they think it's imperative that we take the steps that are necessary to prevent children and teens from seeing this content. And I just can't imagine that you all are continuing to allow children to figure out how to do this on your site, how to carry out self-harm. So yes, why don't you follow up with me for more detail, and I would like that response in writing. And I also talked to a film producer friend this morning, and the film trailer for I'm Not Ashamed, which was based on the story of Rachel Scott. She was the first victim of the Columbine attacks, and the film focused on her faith and how it helped in her life. So why would you remove this film trailer and block its distributor from being on your site? You did this for 11 months. You did not have the trailer back up until Hollywood Reporter called and said, why have you done this? Got an answer on that one?
Senator, I'm sorry, but I'm not familiar with that specific removal. Yeah.
And we can submit the documentation. I had it sent back over to me. Miss Stout, I want to come to you. We had an issue in Memphis with a 48-year-old man who was on your site. He raped a 16-year-old Memphis teen, and he claimed to be a music producer. He lured her into this relationship. And one of the news articles recently on Snapchat, the app of choice for sexual predators. This is something that is of tremendous concern. And much of it, from what I understand from talking to moms and talking to grandmoms, is they use the Snap Map location service. And I know you're probably going to say only your friends can follow you, but somehow people are getting around that. And these sexual predators who are following young people are using this map to get to their location. So we had this in Memphis with the rape. We have another child that was in the middle part of the state that the predator followed her. And she tried to commit suicide because she knew the family was going to find out. So, are you taking steps? Do you want to give me your answer? Take steps that you want to take. How are you going to have the blankets and this is a danger. Sing the old harvest moon. Senator, just like I want to have to give you a day. Ready, Senator. We'll use by the just past and appreciate the glowing blotches and the exploitation of minors. It's absolutely deplorable. It is our highest priority to prevent this type of behavior from happening on our platform. And with respect to yes, indeed, location. Bear in mind, it is off by default for everyone. Only for everyone. So in order to hear the setting of that application of your location, you must be by dimensional facts. I will say, with respect to your this is an area where there's a tremendous amount of time and resources that are trying to Snapchat makes it intentionally difficult for strangers to find people that they don't know. We do not have open profiles. We do not have browsable pictures. The people need to understand who people's friends are and where they go to school.
So Senator, I'd be more than happy to follow up with you in writing and provide you
Yeah,
more details.
let's do that so we get some more detail. One question for all three of you, and you can answer this in writing if you choose. You've all talked about the research work that you do. Do you get parental consent when you are doing research on children? And can you provide us a copy of the parental consent form? We asked Facebook for this and they punted the question repeatedly. And Ms. Miller, I think you need to provide the committee clarity. You said that you all had never spoken out against online privacy. I think the chairman and I may question that a little bit. So my question to you, and you can come back to us with a little bit more depth on this. Did you fight it as a part of the Internet Association as they were fighting privacy on your behalf? And just one thing to wrap, Mr. Chairman, going back to Mr. Beckerman, with the confusion there seems to be around the ownership of TikTok, which their parent company is ByteDance, and the CCP does have a seat on the board. They have a financial stake in ByteDance. Their doyen is a affiliated entity, and we know there's a relationship with the Chinese Communist Party through all of this. And then I checked, and I know that TikTok user data is stored in the US and Singapore, and until quite recently, Singapore data services were run by Alibaba, which is another Chinese company. So what we need to have from you, Mr. Beckerman, is some clarity on the chain of ownership, the transmission and the sharing processes that are around U.S. consumer data, especially the data and information of our children. And with that, I will yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator Blackburn. We're going to go to Senator Sullivan. Finish the first round. Senator Sullivan, Senator Lummis. I'm going to go vote. I should be back by the time that Lummis finishes. I'm Senator Blackburn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Beckerman, I know there's been a lot of questions, which I certainly have concerned about sharing data with Chinese Communist Party, given the ownership or at least board influence. Senator Blackburn was just talking about that. I know Senator Cruz raised issues. I want to raise a related issue. It's what I refer to as kowtow capitalism. Kowtow capitalism. And I think that you guys are Exhibit A of kowtow capitalism. What is kowtow capitalism? It's American executives, American companies censoring Americans' First Amendment rights in America so as not to offend the Chinese Communist Party and or to gain access to the Chinese market. So we see it on Wall Street. We see it in the movie studios. We see it with the NBA. So let me ask a couple questions related to that. Could a TikTok user could put up a video that criticizes the chairman of this committee, the ranking member, any senator, President Biden, former President Trump, couldn't they? Not like some horrible, violent suggestion thing, but just a criticism of an elected official.
Yes,
Is that common?
Is it actually TikTok really isn't the place for politics. We don't allow political ads, and so political content is not typically what
You don't ever have like funny.
It wouldn't be a violation. Yeah, it wouldn't be a violation of our community guidelines as long as it's not mis or disinformation or something hateful. Then that would be allowed.
Good. That's good. That's free speech.
Yeah.
I would hope you would. Could a TikTok user put up a video criticizing Xi Jinping? I know he's sensitive, for example, of being compared to Winnie the Pooh. Could a TikTok user put up videos that kind of make fun of him, maybe with references to Winnie the Pooh? I don't know why he doesn't like Winnie the Pooh, but for some reason you can't put Winnie the Pooh up anywhere in China. Can a TikTok user do that?
Yes, Senator.
Really?
Senator, yeah, our community guidelines are done for the United States market by our team in California, and our moderators are done here, and that wouldn't be a violation of our community guidelines.
Okay, so what about in 2019, you admitted to censoring videos mentioning Tibetan independence. Can a TikTok user mention Tibetan independence?
Yes, Senator.
What happened in 2019 when you guys admitted to censoring a video related to that?
I'm not familiar with that incident, but I can assure you that that would not be a violation of our community guidelines. It would be allowed on our platform.
Okay, what about, I think there was a TikTok public policy director in 2020 admitted that TikTok had previously censored content that was critical of the CCP in regard to forced labor with regard to Uyghur Muslims. Is that true?
That's incorrect. I mean, that would not be a violation of our community guidelines. That content would be permitted.
Okay, so you're saying that your videos have never been censored by the Chinese Communist Party on any matter? These are, I'm just reading from this, maybe these are all wrong.
No, I can assure you that our content moderation teams are led by Americans. Our moderation guidelines are public and transparent, and content that's critical of any government, frankly, as long as it meets our community guidelines, not mis and disinformation or hateful speech or something like that would be allowed. And I would encourage you to search for a number of the examples that you mentioned today on TikTok, and I'm sure you can find.
So the Tibetan independence and the Uyghur Muslim forced labor issues were not censored? I have wrong information on that.
They're not currently censored.
Were they previously censored by anyone at TikTok? I thought, I'm reading here 2019, 2020, you admitted, somebody in TikTok admitted doing that. So that didn't happen?
I'm not aware of that. I can say that's not a violation of our guidelines now, and that's not how we moderate content.
Okay. Well, listen, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member, I do think this issue of kowtow capitalism, where American companies are censoring Americans, seeing it all the time, is an issue that this committee should be looking at, because Chinese Communist Party, of course, can crush freedom of speech in their own country, but they shouldn't be able to crush it in this country. And Mr. Beckerman, I'm glad that you're denying any of this. I look forward to seeing videos somewhere, somehow on TikTok that are critical of the Chinese.
Actually collects less in many categories than many of our peers. And some of these things, as you mentioned, keystroke, that's not collecting actually what people are typing. That's actually an anti-fraud, anti-spam measure that measures the cadence of typing, because a bot, for example, would behave very differently than a human. So it's not actually collecting what people are typing. It's an anti-fraud measure.
Which of your competitors or other companies that you're aware of collect more information?
Probably would point to Facebook and Instagram, for example.
Well, I'll ask the same questions of them. This for all our witnesses. Are your platforms specifically designed to keep users engaged as long as possible? I'll start with Mr. Bailey.
Senator, we want to make sure that people are having an entertaining experience, like TV or movies. TikTok is meant to be entertaining, but we do think we have a responsibility, along with parents, to make sure that it's being used in a responsible way. We have to take great videos, we have time management tools, and family parenting is another tool where parents can help limit the time that their teenagers are spending.
But is the length of engagement a metric that your company uses in order to define success?
There's multiple definitions of success, Senator. It's not just based on how much time somebody spends.
But is that one of them? Is length of engagement one of the metrics?
The overall engagement is more important than the amount of time it's spent.
But is it one of the metrics?
It's a metric that I think many platforms check on how much time people are spending on the app.
Thank you. Ms. Stout, same question. Are your platforms designed to keep users engaged as long as possible?
So Senator, when you open up Snapchat, you don't open up Snapchat to a feed of other people's content designed to keep you consuming more and more content. You open up Snapchat to a blank camera, which is a blank canvas It's a place where users come to talk to their friends and videos. And
So, but is it a metric that the company incorporates into your definitions of success?
I believe we see success as the platform is facilitating real live conversations and connections with friends. Snapchat is a place where friends come to talk to each other.
But is it a metric? My question is, do you measure success in any way, shape, or form by how long people stay on your site? Is that one of multiple driving measures of success?
I think the way I can answer that question is it is one of many metrics.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Miller, same question. Platforms designed to keep users engaged as long as possible.
Senator, our platforms are designed to allow users to search and discover all types of content. It is intended for them to have an enjoyable experience.
Get it, but I'm asking, is this one of the metrics by which you define success?
Senator, we have a number of digital well-being tools designed
But is this
directly
one of the
into.
metrics? Is it one of them? I mean, there could be numerous metrics, but is this one of them?
Yeah, to the specific question that you're asking, we do look at, for example, if a video was watched through its entirety. That helps us determine whether or not that was a quality video relative to the search that the user had. So we do look at those types of data points to inform us as it relates to the experience that the user has had on the platform.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, do I have time to enter an opening statement? Thank you, Madam Chairman. This generation of children will grow up under a level of surveillance well beyond any previous one. And although the recent Wall Street Journal reports focused on the problematic harms of Facebook, we know that the problem is endemic among our youth and bigger than Facebook alone. Children are impressionable. They are easily manipulated by targeting advertising to them, and they are readily influenced by the highly sophisticated algorithms that often serve age-inappropriate content to its youth users. These invisible algorithms continuously nudge our children in different directions, which can impact their development without their knowledge and without their parents' knowledge. These algorithms on these platforms were designed with adults in mind, not children. Only a tiny fraction of children understand the harm that can come from sharing sensitive information, pictures, or opinions that become part of their digital permanent record. But what is most alarming is that none of them can fully understand how the content fed to them by algorithms will shape their worldview during these formative years. So more must be done to promote responsible social media use. We must educate parents on how to teach their children to avoid the pitfalls of using these platforms. And more importantly, we must hold these platforms accountable for the effects that their design decisions have on our children. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to add that opening statement to the record. And thank you for your indulgence. I yield back.
Thank you. And thank you for your leadership on these issues and your very insightful questions. We do have to protect the kids in our country. Just put your finger on it. So let me ask this, just going to Senator Lummis, Senator, we'll call everyone here today. These kids are constantly posting content and their data is being tracked, stored, and monetized. But we know that young users lack the cognitive ability to grasp that their posts are going to live online forever. To each of our witnesses, do you agree that Congress should give children and teens, but more importantly, their parents, their ability, the right to erase their online data? Mr. Becker.
Yes, Senator.
Mr.
Yes, we do, Senator, but I would say that content on Snapchat does not appear permanently.
Again, I appreciate that. And to you, Ms. Miller.
Yes, Senator, and users have the ability to delete their information as well as having auto delete tools.
So they should have the right to delete
Yes, Senator.
Today, apps collect troves of information about kids that have nothing to do with the app service. For example, one gaming app that allows children to race cartoon cars with animal drivers has reportedly amassed huge amounts of kids' data unrelated to the app's game, including location and browsing history. Why do apps gobble up as much information as they can about kids? Well, to make money. Congress collection of data. Ms. Miller, you agree that platforms should stop data collection that has nothing to do with fulfilling the app's service?
Senator, we do limit the data that we collect. And this is
No, it's the adults that are acting like children online that are over 18. I've been exposing that.
Here we go. Now we got the Vatos Locos here. So what does it have to do with these people?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
What does this mean? Why does this man feel like it's his fight?
Then Jerry Shahoo.
Last time I saw it was Mexican. So what about the white people that are there? How stupid do they look? Why the fuck are white people there? Yeah, that's it. Get over it. We're not, they're acting like these motherfuckers are paying cop right now. They're acting like they're still paying cop. That's what they're acting like.
I got the answer for you, G. You know what we need to do?
I always like to hear.
We need to pay them reparations. Because here's how it works. Give them the money, and it's going to be like the Chappelle Show. They're going to take that money, they're going to turn around, they'll dump it right back into the economy. They're just going to spend it right away. See the economy for a little bit. The money is just going to do a big circle and come right back to us because they spent it all, and now they have nothing to complain about it.
Oh, crucifying Jesus as the power director?
It'll be something for them to bitch about because they don't have money. It'll be something for them to bitch about because it's never enough. They always want more.
Yeah.
You guys stole mine.
We need reparations 2.0, right? Yeah.
You give them an inch and they want a mile. That's how these motherfuckers are, man. They already got sprayed. They already got fucking shot with their pepper spray. They fucking.
Oh, where you're out poisoning people.
They're animals. They're animals. So treat them like a bunch of fucking animals, I said. Treat them like a bunch of fucking animals. That's what they are.
So, did you hear tonight that one of the protesters got shot?
Yeah, because they had a gun in their hand, I heard.
No, he got shot by two protesters. Got into a fight, and one protester shot another protester.
Oh, really? There you go. Black on black, right? Two white on white.
No idea. I don't know. Maybe the person shot them.
95% of them, from what I'm seeing, are all black. 95% of the people are black. So again, if they want to go shoot each other, fuck them. Let them go shoot each other.
That is inversion. And then the people pretending to be government are doing the same thing. Now this says G Mangoes passes away. I said he's connected to Jerry Chihuahua, and he had a heart attack when Randy Moggins passed away. And then what about that Lily Kosovo? The blonde? No. Let's see what we can find out. Her. So Corona. Where's the stupid volume? Oh. Well, if it's a bot, there won't be any. I've seen others Richard Vermees, aka Biggie Bolo, did from Australia. D Mangos, thoughts on Mexicans?
I don't give a fuck how big the Hispanic population is or how big
They need to go.
Fuck them.
They need to go.
Fucking kick it off.
I told you it's why I don't
They
like
won't do it. Dude, they won't do it. They did a Mexican flag rally out.
They didn't report tortilla wrap.
Bro,
they need to go.
They did a Mexican flag rally out here, and they had to hide all the details. They started it out as a public event, and there was so much backlash for them doing a fucking Mexican flag rally that they took it down, and it was only within a circle of people that wasn't letting no info out, so they could ride down the strip, take pictures, all this and that. But you make that shit go public in my fucking town, you make that shit go public in my state, you're gonna have fucking problems. We ain't putting up with that shit out here. And we're right next to Cali, so I don't want to hear people's bullshit. You know, there's no excuses. There's no excuses at all. We're right next to the fucking goddamn Berlin Wall. Right next to the fucking commie fucks, you know, and commie cucks. And we ain't putting it up. Dude, we ain't putting up with it out here.
June 14th, 2021. Educational purposes. You gotta be stupid.
CNN projects Joseph R. Biden Jr.
So, the SARS mangoes never hit George. Five days ago. That's rich life of road trips.
Well, Jakey knows how to be evil. Jakey knows how to be evil. Hello, this is Sarah. I was just wondering if it's true that you used to beat up George, because he claims on YouTube that you used to beat him up. I was just wondering if it's true.
No.
Well, that's what he's running around on YouTube saying. He's running around saying that you beat him up. That's why you divorced him. My name's Jake. He's been running around on his live streams for the past few months saying that you beat him up and that's why he's getting divorced. Like, you can go listen to his streams. It's all on there. He's talked so much shit on you. Were you aware of that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know. And don't worry, I'm not ringing to annoy you. I just wondered if it was true or not because he's been saying it for so long. He's been doing the big sympathy pity party thing saying that you beat him up.
No.
Okay. Like I say, I'm not here to harass you. I'm not here to, butt into your private life other than this phone call. I just wondered if it was true because he's been crying it for forever that you used to assault him and beat him up.
No.
Okay. Well, I hope you have a great night. Please do not feel threatened by this phone call if it has disturbed you, because I do not mean to cause you any ill will. I just wanted to ask that particular question because that's what he's been saying. So I wish you all the best in life and have a great night.
How did you get my number?
Oh, I'm sorry. I blame George. Blame George. He wants to play these sick games with people and stuff online. I'm sorry, but well, well, he does a lot of shit. He does a lot of sick shit.
Like what?
He does a
Can you
lot.
explain? Because I don't understand
Well, maybe I should talk to you another time. I'll give you a call back if you wish, because I'm actually live streaming at the moment. So, and I don't really want to go into in full detail to respect to you. So I might give you a call back at another time, and if that's cool with you. Okay. So thank you. Have a good night. You see, Abe, you want to play with my fucking friends? You want to play with my friends, Abe? You want to play?
Here's the App Store.
You want to play with my friends, Abe? You want to play with my friends, Abe? I just run Sarah Mangoes, and you all just heard she denies that fucking she used to beat G up. You want to play with my friends and attack my friends, Abe? You want to attack my friends? I told you, Abe, good versus evil, I will win every motherfucking time.
I would support looking at any details.
And I did that for $1. For $1. For $1. You went live last night and collected $110 in the name of fucking whether you would harass Kami Joe. I'm sorry for those who may not approve of what I just did, but he wants to fucking attack Kami Joe like that and profit to bully her. It was disgusting. That was disgusting. What he did last night. You want to fuck with my friends, Abe? That's day one. This is the start, mate. This is the start. You attacked Kami Joe racially. You're making digs at her being Asian. Your comment last night, Abe, that you're not racial, you're not racist to Kami. You let the Japanese clips do that for you. That is a racial act, Abe. That is being racist. You purposely went out, and I'm no better, Abe. I'm no better. I happily play clips of Boss Brain, but I don't sit here and say, give me $100 or $115 to not do it. That's what you did last night, Abe. You sat there and you said, I will play this fucking clip unless you give me $150. That was your words last night, Abe. You can delete it. I've recorded it. That is blackmail. That is actually blackmail, Abe. Stewie, clip that up. G Mango's wife said that she did not beat up G. I just phoned her. Abe wants to fuck with my best friend. I will fuck with his. And like I say, for people who may not approve of what I just did, you want to go listen to what Abe did to fucking my best friend last night. So I'm fucking with his best friend. Am I triggered? No. I enjoyed it. Hey Zinni, hey Ufta, hey Stewie. Everyone, if I've missed anyone in the chat, Sammy the Bee. I'm sorry you left, Sam. You don't have to be part of this. Abe took money in a live stream to harass Kami live. That's taking bullying to a new extreme. You can fuck off, Hub. Can someone ban Hub?
TikTok is a private company, so we don't have public documents on your advertising revenue per user. What is your best estimate of advertising revenue per user for the last quarter?
You're not welcome here, Hub. You took part of that stream last night. You were the moderator for Abe in the chat. Well, he did it all. He can fuck off.
Okay, and again, I'm trying to figure out the percentage under the age of 18 for us to get how much of this is how much of this.
I think Abe should give Kami Joe the $150, $110 that he collected from that stream with a massive fucking apology. Because Abe, this is just an example of Jakey's pay-per-views.
internally. My son would also be happy to follow up with you. But I would like to know that.
Oh, I listed everyone who was having fun in that fucking chat last night,
These are
Chubby.
adults.
And I've done fucking background checks on all of them. All of them. Why do you think I've been quiet all fucking
My
day?
work with the antitrust subcommittee takes me in.
He wants to play fucking good versus evil. Evil Jakey will always be better than evil A.
Bipartisan legislation, the American Innovation and Choice Online Act, which with Senator Grassley, and there's several people, including Senator Blumenthal, who are co-sponsors of that legislation. And it's focused on a gnarly problem, which is that you have platforms that are self-preferencing their own stuff at the top. They are taking, in some cases, data that they uniquely have on other products and then making knockoff products and then underpricing the competitors. Ms. Miller, Roku says YouTube has made unfair demands in negotiations for carrying the YouTube TV app on Roku, including demanding Roku give preference to YouTube over other content providers in its search results, which is exactly what this legislation gets to, and give YouTube access to non-public data from Roku's users. Did YouTube make these demands for non-public data and preferencing in search results in negotiations with Roku?
Senator, I am not involved in the negotiations with Roku. I know we've been having discussions with them for several months, and we're trying to come to a resolution that's good for users as well as both companies. But I'm not involved in the negotiations.
Okay, I'll put this on the record for others in the company, because also I'd like to know more generally if YouTube has ever demanded non-public data or preferencing in search results in negotiations with other providers. It just gives you a sense of a dominant platform by far in the area of search, being able to use that power over people who are simply trying to be on that platform. So I think that gets really to the core of what we're trying to do. I also just had a follow up on your YouTube banning all vaccine misinformation, which I commended you for at the time. How much content have you removed related to this policy change since you banned all anti-vaccine misinformation? And have you seen a change in the
No, before that.
Senator, I feel bad. I think this is a question I would absolutely love to answer with as detailed of the, but I know that we've removed some of the video as it relates to COVID.
Pretty sure we're talking about people that always have
My
to
last question, Ms.
worry
Stout,
about what I
Mr.
say,
Beckman,
what
I
I
just
do.
mentioned this
People pulling
bill
up clips that are
that
fucking
Senator Grassley and I
3
have
years old.
introduced with 10 other
Yada, yada, yada.
co-sponsors aimed at
Trying to make me
ensuring
look
that
bad.
dominant digital platforms don't use their
If
market
you feel that way, why don't you take
competition.
to come talk to me?
Do you support
But they
some of the
can't do that.
competition reforms in the bill? And have you faced any challenges when it comes to competing
Just saying.
with the largest digital
Just saying.
platforms? So that'll be my last question.
But do you realize
Yes, I am.
also, like, people that
Senator,
sit there and
we're aware of the
worry
bill
about
that you
that,
introduced
like,
with Senator Grassley, and
they
as
don't have
a
anything else
non-dominant
too.
I give receipts, Mama Loves. I just let them
very
know
much
that
appreciate
even motherfuckers
your
sleeping.
legislation
I know what's
and-
going on.
and the work that
I
you're
hear
doing
the
in
fuck
this
drops
space. And
talking.
yes, as a smaller platform, it is an
And they're fucking
incredibly
irrelevant.
competitive arena for
And
us.
they're just like
Every
little
day
fucking
with
jakey
companies
too.
that collect
Little
more
fucker
information
that sits there
on
riding on a
users
fucking
and
donkey.
store that information
He's a
to
donkey
monetize.
rider.
So any efforts that this body, and especially the
He's another
legislation
one.
that you've undertaken to create an equal playing field so that it
He's
is
another
indeed a
one.
competitive atmosphere for platforms like Snapchat, we would very much welcome.
It's fucking Father's
Okay,
Day,
thanks, Mr. Beckman.
and you're worried about me.
Yeah, likewise, we.
That's what I
appreciate
love. That's what I fucking think is so funny. It's Father's Day or any other motherfucking day. You worrying about me?
As it
Am
relates
I
to
that fucking
specific
important
challenges
in
we
your
face,
life that you're
having
worried
issues,
about?
your chief
You're worried about what I say, what I do, what I piss, what I
Thank you very
shit.
much. Thank you, everybody.
You want to know what time I eat? You want to know what time I wake up in the morning? You want to know what time I go to bed? You want my social? You want my blood
Over a
type?
million videos
What
since we
else do
started
you
rolling out COVID
motherfuckers want?
misinfo, and over 130,000 videos as it relates
Oh, I'm
to COVID vaccine misinfo. So it's an area we've put a lot of resources behind to make sure our platform isn't
Ain't no
promoting or
motherfucker
allowing.
can sit on the fucking stool
Thank you.
Okay,
and
thank
just
you.
chill.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Senator Blumenthal and Blackburn.
Thank you.
And that's how I carry my shit. Like we're all in the bar, shooting the shit. That's my jobs are about. That's what they've been about. And I'll never change that.
The stout.
Now, for all those other motherfuckers that need me,
Over 10 million.
keep on riding, bitch. We'll see who fucking sticks around longer, you or me. How about that? I've been doing this shit. I've been fucking streaming and been doing this shit since 2008. I ain't going nowhere.
It's morphia described.
We'll see how long you can last.
Other issues associated.
Because I'll definitely outlast it. Believe that.
It's used.
And after that, I move on.
And
that's it.
Create.
I'm not going to sit here night after night after night after night and run people down. If you know that they're a piece of shit, then fuck it. Why continue to talk about it? Because they're shit. I'd rather talk about other things.
Health. I assume you study the impact of this.
I'm not going to continue to run someone down every goddamn night. That shit gets old. Gets old.
Senator, the
showing enough for
technology that you're referring to is what we call
Even worry,
lenses.
even
These lenses are
give your-
augmented
your-
reality
your
filters
energy
that
off
we allow
to that thought.
users who choose to use them to apply them over top of selfies. And
It's
for
not
those that
worth
are familiar, they are the opportunity
Oh
to
my
run
God, take your kids out for crying out loud. Go see your fam. Go
I've
do
seen them,
something.
but they also
Go outside.
Get some fucking hobbies.
potentially to make one.
Don't sit there and try to fucking run me down.
Different colors
And bring up old
skin
shit.
tones.
So these filters,
Just like the baby
Senator,
shit the
are
fucking fog. She had to go make a
created
fucking
both,
video
both by
about it.
Snapchat and
But she wouldn't take a
there are
fucking
over
link and
5
clean it up
million
and say, yo,
of
G,
these augmented
you pissed
reality
me off.
filters.
Okay, what did I
A
do?
very,
What did I
very
say?
small percentage of those filters
Tell me where I'm
are
wrong.
what you would call
Communicate,
beautification
man.
filters. Most of them are silly,
Nobody wants to step up.
entertaining
and confront.
filters that people use
Nobody
to lower
wants
the
to
barrier
confront
of
anyone.
conversation.
They just want to
Because
sit back
again,
in their
you're
box
using
and talk a
Snapchat,
bunch
you're
of
not posting
bullshit.
anything permanently
A
for
bunch
likes
of
or
loony
comments.
things, if you
You're
ask
using
me.
those filters in a private way to exchange a text
Tricks
or
are
to
for
exchange a
kids.
video message with a
Leave
friend.
the fuck off.
So it really kind of creates this fun, authentic ability to communicate with your friends in a fun way.
Everybody
Those
wants to
filters
hate.
are one of the many
Because they
ways
say
in which
all the cool
friends
kids and everyone's over there at home base.
You study the impact.
I'm sorry, but you can't draw more than 20 fucking people on your shit.
So we do
I can't control
considerable
where people
amount
go.
of research on our products.
And that's
in
why
fact,
they get
one of,
mad.
I think it was
And
one of
that's
the
why they get
repetitive pieces
fucking
of research that was revealed.
That's why they
in
get
your
dick
earlier
hurt.
hearing showed
Because
that
when they do
filters
talk
or
about
lenses
people,
on
you'll
Snapchat
get
are
about
intended to
60
be
people
fun
in
and
their
silly.
cut.
It's not about
Well,
Then they'll have
audience.
like 200-300 people that watch at the end of their shit.
intended to be fun.
Well, yeah, but if they're
But when they
really,
go to my, I'm not tooting my horn.
Easily become
I'm not tooting my horn. But I don't control where people go. They go where they want to go.
is there
And I
a
welcome all
lot of
here.
good
Let me
people?
finish, Mama. Let me finish, Mama.
Majority of that. Some
So when they see Mama Loves, let me finish.
I'd like you to provide the
So when
research
they, sometimes,
ask for other research. But
sometimes a chat
gathering
creator might have had 100 people on their show.
don't do the research before
And
you.
now they only got 20, 30 people.
No, Senator, that's
And I'm
not what I'm
telling you,
saying.
baby,
In fact, I
I
particularly,
never used to
with
have this
respect to
many
this
people. I
question,
never
I'm not
had
able to answer the kind of research we've done simply
Yeah.
because I'm not.
the numbers I have
But
now. I never
I
had.
will go back and
You
look
can go back and check.
and try to get you an answer.
We
to
get
answer
3,000 to
your question.
4,000
You
people
know,
that
for
watch
8
our show
years, Snapchat had it.
within 24 hours. Some people, it takes a
Allowed
month to
users
get
to add
4,000.
feed video.
Some people that have, chats and hangouts or stream, they get a couple of hundred people watching through the whole night.
Reckless speeds. There were several fatal.
They'll have like 10, 15 people in there.
associated with.
They say, oh shit, look at home base. That's where everyone's at. I can't control
for
that.
safety advocates.
And believe it or not, that's why I get hate. I get a lot of hate just from that. And I'm serious.
Silly.
I know it for a fact. It's all about the views. It's all about the subs. Nobody wants to see anybody. They don't like seeing the popular kids. They want that motherfucker down. Why everyone loves G? Why do people love G? Fuck G. Fuck G. Fuck G. You're just mad, bitch, because you got 10 people watching.
desperately to stop me.
I can't fucking control that shit.
Unanswered pleas for help. He took his own life.
It is what it is. And people like drama.
Wait, Ron, how can
If we had drama up here,
protect kids from relentless bullying that follows kids home from school, as Ms. Algan said so movingly, no longer stops at school.
Biden's weakness on the world stage continues. The Chinese state media is slamming the Biden administration, saying the current U.S. government is the most incapable and degenerate in the country's history. The U.S. national strength has greatly lost its relative advantage. So the cards of trade and human rights Washington plays to counter China have almost no effect at all. All right, here to talk about it more is former Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, my former colleague. John, thank you for joining me on Cudlow.
You bet. Good to see you.
So, John, I just want to get your take on that statement from China, as bold and bullish as it is, what they must think of America.
Front of this issue and do everything we can.
Yeah, well, Sean, I know you agree with me that we're all for seeing more of a Joe Biden who will stand and fight as opposed to one that will run, retreat, and surrender as he did in Afghanistan. But in this particular case, by torpedoing our policy of strategic ambiguity, he ultimately gave China exactly what they wanted. Because when he came out and said, we absolutely will defend Taiwan, and the White House, in response to what you said, China saying that the administration is incompetent and degenerate, I believe, the White House walked that back and showed ultimately it gave China exactly what they wanted. If the policy was we will fight and defend Taiwan, why would you need to walk that policy back? So ultimately, even when Joe Biden tries to talk tough, it comes across as weakness and gives our adversaries exactly what they want, which really gets to the even larger issue for me, Sean, which is this is the 20th or 30th time where we've seen the White House do exactly that. Whether we're talking about what Joe Biden knows about intelligence in Afghanistan, or what he knows about nuclear sub deals with Australia, or in this case, about Taiwan and China policy, it leaves everyone with the real honest question, who's making these policies? Because one thing's clear, that Joe Biden's foreign policies ultimately aren't being decided by Joe Biden. And that's dangerous because our adversaries, not just China, but Russia and Iran, will make calculations or maybe miscalculations based on that lack of clarity. And those types of situations might long outlast Joe Biden as president.
Well, to your point, I wish I knew who was actually making those decisions, John. But listen, when I read the statement from China, my blood boils. I'm an American first. You're an American first. I want my American president to be successful. I disagree with Joe Biden on policy, but they're talking to America as a whole. But should we be surprised with Joe Biden? I think it was Robert Gates, the former Secretary of Defense, who said that Joe Biden has been wrong on every single foreign policy issue. And here again, he's blundering across the global stage. And I think we're losing credibility.
Well, we have lost credibility, and that's why you're seeing these things. What you're seeing is a more aggressive and more provocative China and Russia and Iran, and you're going to continue to see that because honestly, Sean, if you set out to make foreign policy mistakes over the last 7 or 8 months, starting from undoing the Remain in Mexico policy at our border, which created a crisis, to undoing the Abraham Accords in the Middle East and dealing with Iran that led to a crisis there, to giving Russia Nord Stream 2 pipeline to leverage energy into Eastern Europe, to all of these things related to China and Taiwan. I mean, you couldn't construct a more.
My name is David Baldo, and I am the one responsible for sending police to Michelle Marie Delane's house.
So, unfortunately, we've lost credibility.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
And our allies question our commitment.
Boyfriend raped somebody.
So, these are real dangerous foreign policies.
There and let Lolly see that I spread pictures of somebody. You put out a fucking fake obituary of me and said I did it because I wanted the views and donations. Everybody saw it. Get the fuck out of here.
So, John, though,
right, you did all there.
Not respecting America, not respecting our
When did I
president.
do that?
Is your point that it becomes a far
it's
more
all there,
dangerous
dude.
world
Look at
in
your
which we
video.
live because There's no.
On my videos or
See, how this is gonna go anywhere if he doesn't admit this shit.
On my videos or
Now, let me just give you a hypothetical with
Sit
respect
there
to
and let Lolly say that I spread pictures of somebody. You put out a fucking fake obituary of me and said I did it because I wanted the views and donations.
Now they've got a.
Everybody saw it. Get the fuck out of here. Right, you did all that. I didn't say shit to you.
What's to
When did I
prevent
do
Iran
that?
from saying, you know what, let's just go to
It's
breakout.
all there, dude. Look at your videos.
I don't think the Biden administration.
On my videos or
See, how
botters?
this is gonna go anywhere if he doesn't admit this
And no
shit.
one will be able to do
On my
anything.
videos or botters?
Then we really will be dealing with problems long after
Does it make a
Joe Biden,
difference?
is.
Yeah, because I'm a botter.
Okay, so you didn't sit up there and call me a cunt, and say that I'm a
Yeah,
lying.
you are.
For what? What'd I do to
You're
you?
lying about that I tried to
About
extort
an
you.
obituary that I can make? I don't have Facebook.
All right, listen, the reason why I came here, cunt, is because I want the receipts. I want the receipts.
Let's just make this straight.
Yeah, I just want the receipts that you supposedly have. If you don't want to send them to me, send them to the Bergen County Prosecutor's Office or the Washington Township Police Department.
Of what?
The detective's name is Jason.
What did I, what receipts did I
Hold on, let him finish.
Yeah.
Holly, let him finish.
I want you to do this. I want you to give me the names of the people who are accusing me of doing this, either the extortion or harassing you on the phone. I want all this information given to my police department.
We had
And
Hunter
I
Biden.
don't want to hear any more of this.
Be impacting Joe Biden's willingness to be tough on China, because this is an absolute 100% weakness. Is it
You
because of
said
the
you
deal
told
that
people
his
that I
son
was
is
What did I
telling
tell
you
people?
that I was texting you. I was
I said
threatening
you,
you.
I said Google numbers were texting you, texting me.
Well, I
And
want those
told them-
numbers. I want those
and they were
numbers because I was getting the same thing. I was getting the same thing.
Everybody knows
You know what?
the thing to the homesteading community.
You know what, Holly? You know what, Holly? Your name was in those text messages saying that they were
They
going to
were,
kill me.
that's how you guys operate.
The director of national intelligence. And I
You know, I'm being honest with you.
Everybody who knows me knows I don't even return texts to them.
I'm not saying it was you, Holly. Holly,
things that were on
Holly, I'm not saying it was you. I'm just saying they put your name.
I don't
Put
care.
my name in there, Holly.
I don't
And
care.
if they're threatening you, I want those texts. I want those receipts. If not, if you cannot provide them, I do not want to
But
hear
not
anything
provide
here
them.
now.
I don't, I'm not gonna put the effort into it except for you ever.
I've turned over
If you're a cunt, that's right. You're a cunt. Listen, I have all the documents right here that I did everything on my
Shove them up your ass, dude. I don't give a
Yeah, I
shit.
know.
You know, John, it makes
Why don't you
wonder
just leave me
if,
alone? How hard is that?
I'm not bothering you.
he's looking out
I'm
for
here right now asking you for those receipts that you've been
What?
accusing me.
Receipts that I accuse
Thank you
you
for
of
joining me. Thank you for your
specifically.
insights. And
You said that I was calling you, that I was
You look good in
texting
Larry's
you,
chair.
that I was harassing you. I went on a
No,
live
I
stream.
said the
I went
Butters.
on a live stream where someone put
If you not sit on Butters' channel yesterday where he said I'm gonna call Holly.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's your buddy, right? You know who he is, but it's okay to call me.
No, I don't. I don't know
Did you not
who
sit on his channel when they swatted me?
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, you did,
No, I
motherfucker.
didn't.
You did.
Maria,
No, I
And
didn't.
I'm the friend. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not sitting up on streams with people that are coming to your house, calling you, fucking with you. You're doing that, not me.
And the people who live
See, I'm doing that. So you provide me with that evidence.
I
I'll
don't
bring it
even
to my
fight
police
you,
department.
kick court headed small
Okay, then you don't have it. Then you don't have it.
motherfucker.
I have everything right here, Holly. I have everything right here. She just saw it. You just saw it.
The American people deserve answers to these
Where's your
questions.
proof?
How many
Holly?
immigrants are
Proof of
crossing the
what?
border illegally?
That you
Where are
even
they
went to the
going?
police department?
And
That you did any of
I
this?
think that's the biggest questions we had. And
Okay, so I didn't go. What, you worried? Is that why you want to see proof? Because you're
No,
worried
I
about
want
it?
to see proof. I
You're
want
worried?
you to stop accusing me. I see
We're
proof
just frankly
right
out
now.
of time. And this
I
is
accused you of
continues to get
shit
worse
you
every
did
single
on
day.
live streams. You sat on a live stream where they called me police on
I'll be
me.
right back. No,
You sat on a live stream where they called me yesterday.
You
You and Butter called me yesterday on a live stream. You sat on the live stream. Everybody saw it. How much proof do I need to show that you're involved? I just see you say, hey, Butter, don't do that. That's not cool. You didn't do that, dude.
1.7 million.
Fuck out of here. I didn't even know I'm here. This is fucking stupid I don't give two shits if people don't think I went to the police.
Getting in getaway cars with American teenagers.
I showed people
We showed
proof.
pictures of this truck
And
that went in
it doesn't matter to me, man. It's gonna take some time. I can't make shit miracles happen,
He
okay?
doesn't have a driver's license going 70 miles an hour. He's got 13 migrants jammed in the back of the truck.
It'll
They all
happen
went
when
to
it
the
happens.
hospital because they all needed stitches. And now over 90 banks and others are saying,
This
do
fucking
something
guy is
about
making
it.
my life
What's your take in
miserable.
terms of Alejandra
And I've never done
Mayorkas
anything
giving us
to
some
him.
honesty and stop telling
Fact.
us the border was
He
closed?
sat on Badr's
Well, I
live
think it's
stream
very clear,
yesterday
Maria,
where
that the
Badr
American
said,
people
let's
are
call him.
onto this
He has a
sham
video
situation
up
at the
called
border with
I
what we've
Agree
seen
with
the immigration
Swatting. The
policies
day
of
after
this
they
administration. In
swatted me
Iowa, President
live.
Biden is at a 31%
I don't know
approval
what
rating.
proof
It's
I
because
need to
Iowans
show
understand
more
that
than
safety and
what you
security
show
for this
yourself.
country, whether it's
You
at
want
the
me to
border or in
send
our
you?
neighborhoods
I'm
in
gonna go out
Iowa
of my
is
way
paramount.
to make
If we
sure
don't
that
have safety
you're
and security,
comfortable.
what else do we have
The
in this
fuck
country?
out of
So
here, dude.
Iowans are waking up to this, and Americans are waking
Fucking
up to
weird
this.
ass
But
motherfucker,
you're right,
stalker.
absolutely, Maria. The cartels are winning.
Kicked
They're
out of another
exploiting the
community.
situation at the border. They're doing
I'm
brisk
fucking
business
real,
at the
man.
border.
I'm gonna
We
go.
have
I don't even know
an
why I
administration
fucking
that's more
I
intent
didn't want
on
to be here to begin with. I'm
lack of
done.
funding for our customs and border patrol agents. Meanwhile, they want to supercharge the IRS to be able to target Americans. So completely backwards priorities, and they just have blinders on to the situation at the border. So that's why we are continuing to spotlight this issue. And I thank you, Maria, for what you're doing to continue to spotlight this issue as well, because I think it is high time that we call them for some serious answers here.
I don't even know what's happening here.
Yeah, this is a totalitarian
Is it live
government.
stream?
You've
Like,
got
should I
plans for
leave?
bank surveillance. You've got
I don't even
mandates
want
on
to be here to
vaccines. You've got
begin with.
censorship of free speech.
It
I
took
mean,
3 people
this
to
is not
convince me.
America. I want to talk about this IRS
Um,
situation. Over 90
yeah,
banks and
I
other
mean,
groups
drink
calling
the
on the president
Kool-Aid.
to drop this controversial proposal
Waffles
to
put
allow
up
the
the video.
IRS to
He put
surveil
up.
our
He
bank
read
accounts.
his comments where he
Last
says
week,
none of
the
this
Senate
shit ever
Democrats
happened
approved
until
the
these
proposal,
this
now they're raising
community
the threshold to
until these people got
$10,000
here. And
rather than the initial
coincidentally, if y'all
$600.
believe in
It still
coincidences,
captures most
it happened
Americans
in the
who
last
are to watch
community
every
that they were
transaction
fucking
between our bank
like
accounts. I want to get your take on how
excised
you're going to
from.
stop this,
Okay,
Congresswoman, but let me bring in Steve Forbes, because Steve, you're also
I need to
outraged by
show
this idea,
Noodles
and you
proof
know
that he's
this
doing
is
what
all
his whole life
surveillance and
is
a
trying
way
to not be
weaponize the
accountable for what
IRS.
he does. Hence his
No,
alter
that's right.
ego,
It's
the
not just
Badr
about
account,
raising money, Maria. It's also about
which is also
control.
making Jesse, which is
We
also
are
like a
watching
fourth
you. This
person.
complex
But go
code,
look
if
at
we
it last
want to
night. I
get
could have
you,
played
we
Jeopardy
can.
music.
You're not going to have the resources to fight us, unlike the so-called
Where Badr
billionaires.
doesn't
They
fucking
do have
talk.
the resources
And
to
fucking
fight
Noodles
us.
is like
I'm
Badr.
wondering,
Badr.
Congresswoman,
And he
what
was
can be done
relying.
on this new
Well, Nick was on the thing.
capital gains
He was
tax,
relying on
taxing
Jesse, but guess what?
taxing
Maybe
on
the kids
realized
needed a
gains
fucking
is
snack,
also a
right?
form of control
Because
because
somebody
they get
decided to be a
dip
parent
pull
for once in
through
their
everything
goddamn
you
life
have.
instead of
So
fucking
one, how do we make
black-faced
sure the
racists.
Remain in
The
Mexico
fuck out of here.
border is
These
actually
people.
adhered to? And two,
Ugh.
can we stop these intrusions by the
I
IRS,
don't
either
know
through
why
a
I'm here.
so-called wealth tax or weaponizing the
bullshit.
IRS in this big spending bill?
Well, the spying scheme by the IRS is a
Right.
lose-lose for
No.
the taxpayers of this country. Number
Most
one, it's
certainly not
unprecedented
providing
access, as you mentioned, on that granular
anything
level, and it's unprecedented power for the
to
IRS
this
as well
fuck
to really
sin.
target working Americans. As you mentioned, that threshold, that $10,000 threshold, $200 a week is all that takes. A family of four can easily spend that on toilet paper, snacks, and food in 1 week. Does the government need to know that? Absolutely not. So we need to make sure we're putting a stop to this. So I've introduced legislation
Oh, look,
called the
there's a chat
Protecting
here.
Financial
Oh my
Privacy
God.
Act that would
Hi.
actually tell the
Hey, guys.
IRS, no, you can't do this.
I didn't know this
But
was live.
we are working
I
together
didn't know
with the
this
Ways
was
and Means
live.
Committee in the House. We've actually got, I think we have one Democrat who signed
Yeah.
on to our
Okay, Scarlett.
legislation
Always
that
affect
we're working on
Guess
together
what?
with
They took my
Congress
dorm.
and
It's not a live
so
stream. They called
I
the
think
police
for us,
department,
it
dropped my
continues to be about
address.
telling the
It
story
was
to the
not a
American
live
people that the
stream.
government under the Biden
That's
administration
playing the victim
they
card.
just believe big government
Fuck
is the
outta
answer,
here.
and it's fundamentally a different vision for this country, which I can
Damn.
tell you, Iowans value freedom and opportunity. Americans
Oh,
value freedom and
opportunity, and so it's about continuing to spotlight the fact that this administration wants access to everything, and they want to be able to target Americans.
I'm like,
Yeah, and we'll see if the
listen, I
Democrats
didn't
have
want
got their
to
arms twisted
to
or
confront
okay
you.
if Nancy Pelosi
He's
doesn't
up
come
here
around.
asking me
They
to
were
show
really
him
strong
receipts
in Washington that she
Dude,
was
they
planning
use
on leaving
Google
early.
numbers. I
Before,
said that
you
a
know, once she
million
gets the spending bill
times.
done, her office told me she's not going to leave
Not my
early,
job.
but she's now increasingly getting the questions.
I know,
what her
Magda.
plans
She's
are.
had a stick up her
After
ass
twisting
for me
everybody's
since
arm
like
to vote
1979.
on this package, we're following that angle as
Fucking
well.
stupid.
Yeah, well, and I think the Democrats have been in complete disarray here because you have obviously the extremes on either side, and
Interesting, I know.
socialist
Absolutely, I don't think that's special because I'm the target.
American taxpayer, but
I don't think
we've
that.
seen that disarray. It's been
So,
wild.
yeah.
It seems like we're living in Groundhog Day on the floor.
The wellness track that you did on the live stream, everybody's telling me why is linking to
Is this come done? Is this come done? All right, here we go. Here you go. 100 Eisenhower Drive, Paris, New Jersey, 07652 21 226 5500.
About the state of the energy industry next.
Now, here's the case number. Right? Here's the detective. Here's my name, and here's the item. The item was my cell phone, which I got these terrible text messages. The same text messages that you.
Everybody knows it's not me.
Same one, except listen to me.
You guys put my number out over and over. I don't know your number.
Shut your mouth.
I don't want it.
Shut your filthy fucking cancer-ridden mouth, you pig.
Lectures everyone on climate. When I come up to
Well,
this
that's
stage,
all right. Come on, Holly. You got your chance to review for it. Shut up. Here's the deal. Listen, I'm showing proof right here. Right? Show proof that you went to the police. Show proof that you even got a swab. I don't even know if those cops are real. You're fucking full of shit, and you're blaming me for everything.
She did, yes. That is real. No, that was real. That was real. No, it was on my channel.
Do I have a Facebook, Jay? With an obituary that I put up?
I don't have Facebook, so.
I don't either, and you know that.
With
Yes.
one stroke of a pen, he destroyed 11,000.
No, it was real.
I never put that up. I didn't put that up. It's not my
Hold
channel.
on,
Did a whole
Bob.
stream about it, and those laugh and they think I said it's pollution.
When nobody blocked my police.
It was on bond. Okay, that's you.
No, it's not proven. Anyway, listen, we just did a live stream last night. We just did a live stream last night where it was me on video, Nick and Jess on video, Britt one on video, and Mark Terry on video while Botter was talking. And while
Yeah,
Botter
and he
was
didn't talk,
talking,
he was trying to talk to us, and you were inviting somebody in there, and I was like,
so now it's someone else, right? Right, okay, exactly. You're on it.
I don't give two shits. Just leave me alone. You just leave me alone, and I can talk about you every day. Can you not sit on a stream and call me? Can you not do that, please? You did it yesterday. Can you not do that?
If you're asking me not to call you on the stream, then
That's what I'm asking. You did it yesterday. You admitted it.
I will tell everyone, if anyone calls Holly while I'm on a live stream, I'm
Joe
out.
Biden and Kamala Harris.
I did not call you.
You sat there and laughed about it.
645-003. Call me.
I don't want to call you. I don't like you. I don't want to know you. I want you to leave me alone.
You're accusing me of some very serious things.
I'm accusing you of being on live.
I want those receipts and I want the names of the people who are accusing me of doing this. You cannot provide it.
Yes,
You cannot provide it because there's no receipts. There are no receipts. You do not have any. You are lying.
You can lie, and people can believe it. You called me yesterday on the live stream with Botters.
By the human trafficking.
Right.
And I left you a message. You know what? Tell them what the message said.
You did leave me a message. Stop calling me. Stop.
They're fine with the fact that
I don't call you. Leave me alone.
Holly, if you're serious about this, send me
Serious about anything but you getting off my ass.
like I did, Holly. Like I did.
I decided to take them at their word, and they say,
There's the case number. Go check it out, Holly.
I introduced legislation
I
called
don't
the
care.
Stop
I don't do that.
If
So I don't
you
worry.
don't care, if you don't care, then shut your mouth.
Ports of entry
Keep your mouth shut.
and all the
I was
fancy
asked to come up here. I want to talk to you.
They're cocktail
Yeah,
parties.
right.
So, for
Listen,
example,
listen.
You say you were gonna burn my
events
house
in
down
Martha's
and
Vineyard,
sue
a
me
new
for my
point
house?
of entry
Well, after I own your house, yeah, I'll burn it down because I don't want it.
Right, there you go. And why don't you pour your true self
Abandoned me now for 2 years.
Well, you guys tried to burn my house down back in 2014, tag November at the Little Caesars and on Church Street.
Further, I will. Give me the information. I want the receipts, and I want to know publicly right now that you were accusing me of doing this. That you were accusing me of having you swatted and calling you and
You were
texting
on
you.
a live stream where I was swatted. You were on a live stream where the police were called. You just admitted you called me yesterday and you left me a message.
I
But
did
you
not call
wanted to
you.
call.
I did not call you.
Right? That's what you did.
I did
You
not
accused
call
me of
you.
preaching an obituary
I
to a
did not
family
call
I didn't
you.
pay.
I was on a phone call.
Get the
That
fuck out of
someone,
here.
that
You're
someone.
weird.
Online, they say one Susanna B. Pratt is who died. So this is a confusion of identity manipulated on purpose, just like up in the alleged government.
Stream and Bonner called you.
Right, and how'd you leave me a message then? If you were gonna leave any stream now,
You were on a live
people
stream.
calling
It's
me,
Bonner
why
calling
did you leave me a message?
How do you not understand what? You can go back and watch the live stream.
I don't wanna watch it.
Yeah, I know, because you don't want to know the truth. You don't want to know the truth. You just want to
No,
know.
you want me to watch
You know what? This is gonna listen. This is gonna come back to you. It's gonna bite you in the ass. I'm telling you.
How? Why? You've done your best, man. You can't do any more.
So are you accusing me right now of doing that to you?
I'm not doing anything, dude. I'm
You're
asking
accusing
you
me of
to
swatting
step
you right
below.
now in public. Say it. Say it.
They
I dare
just
you.
admitted that
I
you
dare
left me a
you.
message.
I dare you.
Call me. That you said on the stream where I was swatted.
Are
Yeah,
you
I'm accusing you of that.
David
But the
Bullock
proof
swatting?
is on the channel.
Are you accusing me, David Bullock, swatting?
Subsidiary or other affiliate of our corporate group.
Yes, you show.
Do I think you're involved? Sure, I do. Yep.
Are you accusing me?
TikTok
Dude,
or
what are you gonna do?
collect
It's a lawyer.
You
You're
know
trying to intimidate me like you're smarter than me.
Who did I say?
You're the worst fucking.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. This is all bullshit. This is all for your channel. This is all
My
your
channel, I've been through 5 channels. I don't care.
What happened to all the receipts about the extortion? I was supposedly extorting Burns for money.
Yeah, we showed when Melanza said that you told her to ask Burns for money. We showed it. It's still up on my channel.
I said that.
Pretty sure it's still up on my channel.
I said this. I want those. I want
Roll
those
the form. I'm not
receipts.
gonna do the work
I
for
want
you.
them sent to the Bergen County Prosecutor's Office as soon as possible.
Hairdressers suck.
I understand the trust needs
Or what?
We're here to fix this. We're here to make this better. And
Listen,
I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this for you too.
He just said he left me a message yesterday when Botter called me. Do you think I want Botter calling me?
What was the message?
Access controls for our data is done by our US teams.
What was the message, Ollie?
You just, why don't you tell everybody? You're the one that just admitted 3 times you left it.
You're the one that heard it, right?
It's not a national security importance.
Tell me what the message was.
You know,
You can't even do that. You can't even do that.
Try a third time.
I haven't opened.
You're gonna make it out like I was
No,
threatening.
I have an open investigation.
Yeah, all right. Let's see.
Yeah.
Prove it. Prove
I
it.
don't have to.
Because I do. I do. Right here.
Well, it's not against me,
Right
dude.
here. Right here. There's the detective's name. Contact him. Contact him. There's the case
And
number.
that's all I said, Holly, my dude, was I want you to do what he did so we can make this, so we can end this shit. That's
And
all
so
it is.
if I don't show up with this report number right
So
now,
are you
Gene,
willing to answer the question?
then
yes or no? It is a
if he
yes or no
wins,
question.
is that what you're saying? Take his
No,
side,
listen,
stand for
listen,
it.
if you have
You're not
it,
listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening. You're
I'm
not
not a
listening.
dumbass, dude. I'm not gonna put up fucking personal shit like that.
Here,
What I'm trying to tell you,
here's exactly what I handed in.
Is that correct?
what I'm trying to say, my dude, is that all I wanted you to do was to go to your local authorities and let
And I
them.
did.
Okay.
How do we
I
know
said,
that?
go look in your email. There's a video of
How do we
me
know
listening
that?
to them swat me. And
I
we
knew that.
call
I
it
saw it.
911, and they're telling me, we're gonna send the police to your house or you have to show up here. And so I show up there. Don't
Under
tell me
US
which
access.
question if I want
How
there.
do we know that?
I don't care what you know. You give two shits what you think, you weird ass
Media reports
motherfucker.
from earlier this
Yeah,
year.
you do. Yeah, you do. Because you're here.
No, I really
You
don't.
are here right now talking to me. You honestly care.
Well, and I didn't want to be here. I care
Or you
because
wouldn't
my
have showed
OG
up.
friends asked me to come here. But I
Wu
sure
Shenggen,
fucking come here and
the
look for
CCP official who spent most
I
of his
swear to
career in
God,
Chinese
I hope enough
propaganda,
people are
including
smart
with a
enough to
stint
see through this
at
bullshit.
the
And I think they are, and that's why
Opinion
they're
Bureau.
panicking, man.
Okay.
That's why.
Listen. I showed you proof.
China's
She
internet
can't do it.
But Hush,
She can't do it once again.
Beijing
Once again, man.
technology.
I'm trying, dude.
Part
I'm
of
trying.
TikTok's
I really am.
group
That's not your
with whom
fault.
TikTok
It's not your
I'm
fault.
trying to make this better.
Senator,
Listen, G, I
wanna be
appreciate
clear
you
that
for
that
doing
entity
this.
No
has
problem.
no affiliation
You know,
with TikTok.
I'm sorry. I just want this to go away.
Domestic licenses
You
of
know,
business.
guys, I talked to Jay before all this.
So,
I get it.
Now you understand? I'm not in it. Now do you understand, dude? I'm not involved in this shit,
as to
bro.
whether
I'm not.
Beijing ByteDance
I just want it to
technology
be. I just want it to
is part
end.
of your corporate group as the
My
privacy
thing
policy
is, I don't
defines it. It
know
says, they
if
share all of the information we
you
collect
guys
with
are
parent,
fucking with me where you
subsidiary,
want to go back
other
and forth.
affiliate.
Why
It's
do I
very clear
feel
that that's not the
Oh my
case.
Other
God.
affiliate
Why?
of our corporate
Listen,
group
I don't know. I don't know if
Beijing
anyone. I don't know what people
technology,
are
a quote, other
Sometimes
Dude.
affiliate of our corporate
I kind of feel like it's video fighting if that's it.
No, I don't have time for video fighting. I got enough fighting over here, dude. Trust me.
She really believes this. I want the information. I want to get to the bottom of this. I did my part. If she has more information, the Bergen County Prosecutor's Office wants it.
Senator,
And
I agree. I agree. I agree.
If she's holding it back, she is not doing anyone any favors.
I agree. And that's what I said in the private chat when she's mad at me, because all I said was I want her to do what you did. Go to the local authorities, give her the phone, yada, 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 and fucking take care of it. That's it. That's all I said.
You just said did not answer the question. So let me just repeat the question again.
Again, man, I don't want you to think I'm lying to you.
I know, I saw
a
it.
lot of shit. I know I talk a lot of shit, man. But this, if this is, if you saw what was on my phone and all the shit, man, you'd be like, that's ridiculous. I'm talking about thousands.
Can you appreciate me not wanting to? Can you appreciate me not wanting to get involved in that? Just like I'm not going to call you and show you my problems and like, Noodles, look at this, look at that. It's not fair for you. I mean, why?
Share all your information.
You know what I mean? You got your own shit going on. You don't need my
I
shit.
asked you 3 times about this system.
And guys,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got a threatening phone call as soon as I get off the live stream.
Often, as
before
Sherlock
the
Holmes observed
So this stuff is going on. This stuff is
It
real.
may be revealing that
You know,
the
Holly
Chinese
wants you to
propaganda
believe that it's only
ministers
happening to
serving under
her,
sister company
and I'm doing
have
it.
been in the business of
I'm telling you
online
right now,
propaganda. You're
it's not.
refusing to answer whether they fall under your
I don't
privacy
know how else to
policy.
prove it
That
to you
reveals,
guys.
I think,
It's unfortunate that y'all are going through
All due
it. It
respect,
is.
I'm just trying to be accurate here. There's a lot of
Listen,
accusations.
have a good night. I'm going to end this and I'm going to go back to my
Okay, I'm
Zoom.
going to give you one more
I'll go
chance.
back to the car again. Have a good night.
Look, in baseball, 3 strikes, you're out. Tonight, the Astros are going to begin winning the World Series. Let's see if a 4th strike, you can actually answer the question. It's a simple yes/no. Is Beijing ByteDance technology a quote other affiliate of our corporate group, as your privacy policy defines that?
Senator, as I pointed out before, my answer is the same.
Yes or no? You didn't answer.
Senator, I appreciate your trying with gotcha questions.
It's not a gotcha question. I'm asking about
I'm
your
just trying to be
policy.
truthful and accurate about the
Are you
connection
willing to
between-
answer this question, yes or no?
Senator, I answered the question.
You have not answered the question. Is it another affiliate? Yes or no?
Senator, I stated a number of times that entity is a domestic entity within China for licenses there. And
apples are red. You stated something
not
that is not
connected
the
to-
question I asked. Is it another affiliate as defined under your privacy policy? Yes or no?
Senator, I
You're
answered.
here under oath. Are you going to answer the questions?
I
Or
answered the question. It's
or
not-
were you
not
instructed
affiliate.
not to answer this question?
No, Senator, I'm just,
So you're just not refusing to answer because you don't want to?
Senator, it is not affiliated with TikTok. Is that's your question? That is the answer.
So your answer, I want to be clear because you're under oath. Your answer is that Beijing ByteDance technology is not a quote other affiliate of our corporate group, as your privacy policy uses that term. This is a legal question with consequence.
Senator, I understand the question. As I pointed out, TikTok is not available in China. That is an entity that is for purposes of a license of business in China that is not affiliated with TikTok.
So for the record, you're refusing to answer the question.
I believe I answered your questions.
Yes or no? Tell me which one it is. Just give me one word, yes or no.
Senator, I answered the question.
You're not willing to say yes or no.
It was not a yes or no question. I want to be precise. I want to be.
Is this company another affiliate as defined in your privacy policy? That is binary. There's not a maybe. It's yes or no.
Senator, I'm the way I answered, I'm not aware that that is the answer to the question.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer the question. That does not give this committee any confidence that TikTok is doing anything other than participating
A
in
new
Chinese
massive organized
propaganda
caravan of
and
migrants
espionage.
storming through a blockade of Mexican security forces. Look at that, as they make their way north toward the United States. Thomas Feely is a former ICE field office director for Buffalo, New York, and he joins us now to react. Good morning to you, Thomas.
That is saying something.
Good morning,
Witnesses
AJ. How are
often
you?
try to dodge
Doing well. This
questions,
doesn't surprise you,
but
does it?
you
Don't expect him to follow
answer
the law.
non sequiturs and refuse
No, it
to
doesn't.
answer
You know,
very
as
simple
long as the door
questions.
remains
That,
open,
in my
they'll
experience, when a
continue to
witness
come.
does that,
And what's
is
really
because
shocking
they're
about
hiding.
this caravan is they're already demonstrating that they don't obey the laws of where they're currently at. So there's no expectation that they'll obey our laws when they get here.
What happens when they do get here?
Well, the only response that I'm aware of by DHS is to detail people to the border from ICE and CBP, but they're not there to stop it or close the border or do any type of law enforcement action. They're only there to help process these people and get them into the country quicker. So I don't know what DHS is doing. I don't know where our vice president is, but obviously an open border is what they wanted, and it's an open border is what they got.
They're complaining because they're seeking asylum and they're saying their applications are not being processed and all of the appointments are full. They're heading to Mexico City. We're being told about 4,000 of them. Do you expect them? I mean, they're carrying American flags. They're wearing Biden t-shirts and holding up Biden signs. They're heading for the U.S., aren't they?
Yeah, I can't wait to see if any of them there wear "Let's Go Brandon" shirts, because that'd be really funny. But yeah, they're gonna keep coming as long as the border remains open and unsafe to all of us here in this great country. They're gonna keep coming, and they're gonna keep coming, and they're gonna keep coming.
Where's the leadership? We're not seeing Kamala Harris going down there anymore. Joe Biden has never been down there. What about the head of ICE or the head of CBP? What do you know about them?
Well, they're both unqualified for their positions, in my opinion. They were both chiefs of police, which, as honorable as that is, that does not prepare you to lead one of the largest law enforcement agencies in the country. Both of them have backgrounds in being anti-ICE and pro-open border. So, this is just a tragedy that's going to keep playing out. And this is by design. This is what this administration wants. And, as far as a lack of leadership, people are asking, why aren't they at the border? Because this is going exactly as planned by them. So there's no reason for them to go down there. It's really sad that morale is low, and CBP and ICE are just getting their butt kicked every day.
Why aren't we seeing Kamala Harris going back down there? She's heading to Paris, I know, in November, and many people are scratching their heads saying, we need her to stay here and deal with what's happening on the border.
Well, if you think about it, Ainsley, this is what she wants. This is all by design. So she really doesn't have a need to go to the border, because she's not going to go down there and, rally against her own administration's policies. This is what they wanted. And, now she's going to go over to France, I believe. Maybe have some tea and crumpets in England, stop over, say hi to everybody over there. But this is just ridiculous.
Madeleines and macaroons, right? Thank you so much for being on with us, Thomas.
Hi, Glenn O'Brien, Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page. This is the only way that I know for sure that you're not going to miss any great commentary, any great news bites, any great interviews coming your way on Fox. You can get it all here on YouTube. So subscribe right now.
Fox's Bill Malugin has been on this story virtually alone since the very beginning. He joins us from the border at Spofford, Texas.
So we need to put that there's a balanced perspective on how that's handled. It was handled judiciously.
Hey, Tucker, good evening to you. That's right. We're currently about 40 miles inland from the border right now. And believe it or not, this area has turned into one of the biggest hotspots. That's because all the trains out here, the illegal immigrants have been using them in an effort to get further into the United States. And we'll show you what we're talking about. Take a look at this wild footage shot right here yesterday by Texas DPS. What you're looking at are Texas state troopers finding 19 illegal immigrants hiding inside of brand new cars that were inside of a train being shipped to the San Antonio area. You can see the troopers looking at those migrants, standing up and down. And it goes to show those migrants will do whatever they can to hide, to evade from law enforcement. Take a look at the second piece of video. We embedded with DPS earlier today. This is what we saw today. We came across one train that had more than 20 illegal immigrants who were hiding inside of a coal car, believe it or not, in the blistering heat out here. They were all single adult men. DPS had to get up there and pull them out one by one. There were 23 in total. All of them were arrested and taken to jail for criminal trespassing. They are not being handed over to the federal government. Take a look at this third piece of video. This was just a couple of hours before that incident. We saw more illegal immigrants hitching rides on trains out here. Texas DPS pulled 5 other single adult males off of this train, arrested them as well. They are all going to jail as well. Again, they are not being handed over to Border Patrol. As all of this is happening, there is a brand new migrant caravan down in Mexico heading our way as we speak. Take a look at what happened when they encountered a roadblock from the Mexican government the other day. Take a look. Like a hot knife through butter, you can see they pushed right through that resistance from the Mexican government. And take a look at this video we just shot here about an hour ago in Del Rio. Went up on a DPS helicopter. What you're looking at is the state of Texas is now preparing for this migrant caravan. Governor Greg Abbott is deploying massive amounts of Texas National Guard resources down to the Del Rio International Bridge area. This is the exact same area where we saw those 15,000 Haitians last month. The idea behind this being the state of Texas will step up where the federal government is not securing the border. They say they will not allow another Del Rio situation to happen, so they are pre-positioning resources all along the border there to send the message to those caravans. You will not be allowed into Texas. Texas DPS telling us, unlike the federal government, they will not roll out the red carpet for these caravans. I'll send it back to you.
Because sometimes this is legitimate investigation.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
The question, of course, now is how officials here are going to brace for this latest surge. I want to bring in Texas Department of Public Safety Lieutenant Chris Oliveras, who joins us now. So what's the plan? I mean, obviously, this is so well organized and so brazen and so confident. What happens when they get to our border?
Well, great to be with you, Charles. So we are closely monitoring this caravan right now. We can mobilize resources at a moment's notice. We have a great partner with the Texas National Guard who has deployed thousands of resources to the southern border as well, and more to come. But I can tell you right now, Charles, what took place in Del Rio a few weeks ago with the Haitians, Texas will not allow that. That's not going to happen again. But we are closely monitoring this caravan, and we will take a proactive approach. We work closely with our federal partners. The question is, once they get to a certain location, where are they going to take off and where they're going to end up? That's what we need to focus on. But I can tell you right now, we have plenty of assets in place that we can deter this caravan from searching the southern border. That's what we have. That's what we're focused on right now.
What do you think the message was then? That again, you've got folks from all over the planet. Really, it's the United Nations, and there's a QR code. A lot of money had to go into the organization of all this. What do you think the message was? Just get to the border, even and you mentioned your federal partners. Once you get past the border patrol, some federal agency will make it easier for you to get into the United States.
And discouraged. Right, and that's the issue right now. The issue is that the federal government has sent out this message that right now is the time to come to the U.S. because you will be led into the country. And that's why you see these large groups of caravans that are searching the border. We saw that in Del Rio a few weeks ago. We're continuing to see that day in and day out along the southern border. We still have thousands that are coming across the border every single day. So the problem is the messaging. The messaging is right now, come to the U.S. because you will be let free into the country because there is no consequences. There is no rule of law that's being enforced by the federal government. That's why Texas is stepping in. We are stepping in, and we are going to do what we can as far as with the resources that we have to contain this surge. And also not only that, Charles, but we
And it's going to be one of those
illegal immigrants that are coming across
presentations
violating the
that's
state
always
law for criminal trespass.
a little on
So
the
we are
difficult
making
side.
arrests. We have
Because we're
1,400
talking about
arrests
things a lot
since
of this
July.
place,
So
a
the
lot of
message
the
that we are
doesn't
sending is
want
that
to hear.
don't come to Texas. If you do, you will
but
be arrested. You will be
now.
apprehended. You will be placed behind
And
bars.
first premise, I need to ask all of us, if I were to walk into a room of Democrats, people on the left, people on the right, and say, what's the biggest threat
major organized
over the next
caravans
decades
continue. Are
that
you
is
upset?
facing
Are
your
you
country?
frustrated with the Mexican government?
hear all sorts
you know,
of
that wasn't a lot of
a
resistance.
couple of years ago with Democrats, it was Russia. Today,
Right, so
it may be
that's
this and that.
something the federal
I'm gonna
government, our
argue
federal government needs to
it's
work out with the Mexican
demographics.
government. They got to put more pressure on them to stop these
You go,
caravans from making further north. And right now,
We're
we
gonna do
saw
almost
some of those
38
videos that's not
boards
taking
here.
place.
And
They really
walking
got to take a
through
stance
the
and
national
enforce and have some action to prevent these
spending
caravans. But right now, there's
priorities,
so
and
much
the
money
reality
being
on where
the
there's
human smuggling.
revenue,
Just to give you an insight,
receipts.
right now, human smugglers are making well over $100 million
And then
a
you have
week
to
just
ask
on human
yourself,
smuggling. That's not even narcotics.
Does
So
the
there's
next
so much money
generation,
involved with
generation
these
after that,
cartels,
generation
small
after that, do
organizations.
they
They
have
have so
the
much
right
power right now that it's going to be very difficult and challenging to shut these groups down.
Or
As long as the
has
message is being sent to come to the U.S.,
DC
we're going to continue seeing these caravans making their way to the southern border.
So I got to wrap this up. Send me that $100 million a week.
Elementary school.
That's correct. That's what we're getting from our resources. From our sources, that these human smugglers are making well over $100 million a week just on human smuggling, not even narcotics. Just human smuggling.
Chris, we say thank you very much. We always appreciate it.
In 2021, and it's going to be one of those all the spending in this place. 77% of all the spending was little on the demand side. Formula, because we're talking about things a lot of this place and a lot of the country doesn't want to hear. And 13% was everything else in government. So if you like to think
first
that,
premise,
well,
I
you
need
got
to
lots
ask
of
all of us,
pro-defense
if I were to
Democrats
walk
and
into a
obviously
room of
pro-defense
Democrats, people on the left,
mandatory
people on the right,
formula
and
and
say,
say,
what's
what's
the
the
biggest
biggest threat over the next
you're electing
couple
members
decades
of Congress to come and
that
vote
is
on
facing your
13%
country
of the spending
You
in
hear
this
all
budget
sorts of
cycle.
You know, a couple of years ago with the Democrats,
This
it
is
was
how
Russia. Today, it may be this and that. I'm going to argue it's demographics. And look, getting older is not Republican or Democrat. But it
We're
is
going to do almost
It is going
38
to
boards
happen.
here.
And walking through the national debt deficit spending,
And I just
spending
threw this
priorities,
chart.
and the
I know it's
reality
impossible
on whether
to read on a
revenues,
camera and those
taxes.
things. What we
But
call
the point
receipts.
is simple. Today's Social Security is 23% of all the
And then you have to ask
National
yourself,
defense is 15, Medicare is
does
14.
the next generation,
In a couple of
generation
years,
after that,
all
generation
those
after that,
change.
do they have
I've been
the
able to
right
show you some charts
to live in a
with
country?
interest rates? But there's some prosperity, even a little bit.
Or has
Defense actually
Washington
starts to
DC
fall
decided to
just
just
destroy very, very soon.
those who are
And to give you an idea, when you actually get up in front of audiences, and if you're conservative audiences, the folklore a decade ago was, well, waste and fraud, foreign aid. And then you pull up the chart even bother with 1965 and what the mix was. Fine, maybe we should do something different. 2021, in 77% of all the spending in this place, 77% of all the spending was what we call mandatory formula, Social Security, Medicare, but formula. Long-term. Only 10% was defense. And 13% was everything else in government. So if you like to think that, well, you got lots of pro-defense Democrats and obviously pro-defense what's going on around this place. And then mandatory is a formula that you don't even vote on here. Say, I'm going to protect Medicare. I'm going to protect the Social Security. You're electing members of Congress driving it into vote around 13% of the spending in Let's actually
this
start to
budget
walk
cycle.
through how fast
This
it's
is how
eroding.
out of whack it is.
From 2019 to 2031. It's demographics. And look, getting older is not Republican or Democrat. But it is
We will
math.
have
It is
doubled.
going to happen.
We will have doubled.
So let's actually walk through a couple of realities here.
Fast this is eroding.
And I just threw this chart. I know it's
impossible to read on a camera and those things.
But the point is simple. Today's Social Security is 23% of all the spending. National defense is 15. Medicare is 14. In a couple of years, all those change.
understand.
I'm going to even show you Social Security, healthcare, interest rates, interest costs tick up even a little bit. 90%. Defense actually starts to fall 2008, 2000, very, very soon. And to give you an idea, when you actually get up in front of audiences,
And for conservative audiences, the folklore a decade ago was, well, waste and fraud, foreign aid. And then you'd pull up the charts and show that it's a fraction of a percent. Fine, maybe we should do something different in foreign aid. And yes, how we are going to spending from this year has massive fraud earned benefits because the numbers are so big and so scary. What do you have? What do you have? What do you have here even today? Remember running through the microphone, talking about how we're going to function typically more. Save, but how we protect Medicare and Social Security. What's going on around this place? You get politician after politician behind the microphone say, "I'm going to protect Medicare. I'm going to protect the Social Security." That's why they're driving it into the ground. So let's actually start to walk through how fast it's eroding. Rising Social Security and Medicare shortfalls drive nearly entire 2019 to 2031 non-pandemic. So this is before the pandemic. We will have doubled. We will have doubled that. This is before the pandemic calculation eroding from it. And the more current numbers about this slide was done about a year ago in borrowing. It's actually much worse than spending during the pandemic. That's the baseline number. So when you actually start to really understand that we need to understand general revenue, Social Security, healthcare, entitlement, interest costs drive 90%. We're heading towards a time where of the 2008 to 2031 spending. So let's actually do a little bit more. Let's get that back. You've all seen this slide. Take a look at Social Security. Lots of people like Medicare, and then the national debt is set to match World War II peaks within a decade. Well, guess our earlier comment, we're pretty much there. We're pretty much now feeling that the actual honest conversation of how we are going to use that act, because there's this theory access to those earned benefits, because the numbers are so big and so scary. And as long as you have, what do you have? What do you have money even today? You start to remember run the microverse about how they're going to pay a bunch of what they pay more for an economy to grow. If you're under 50. And the fear is we're about to make your future. Remember, it's not long ago we used to talk about, well, when we hit 100% of GDP. You know, that means the borrowing, the public. So let's actually walk a little bit more through what will be the size of the economy. Guess what? Rising Social Security and Medicare shortfalls drive nearly entire 2019 2031 should non-pandemic. So this is before the pandemic. And you start to long-term baseline. These are all that now. I got to give credit to Manhattan Institute, Brian Riddell, basically what he does is $1 a year in borrowing CBO numbers, and I think some of them joint tax, and tries to make them digestible. He also lays out that this is the general revenues, 20 and 30 year layout goals. And you can go right now to that website and download the same charts for yourself. But the long-term baseline shows absolutely unsustainable debt. And this side has gotten worse since last year when we printed it. Lots of people because it actually had in 2050 is set so functionally less than 30 years within a decade. We were approaching up to 195% of debt, borrowed money, pretty much the size of the what we call the percentage twice the size of the economy. That number has actually now gotten much worse because of what we've done. Pandemic finance, what allows you to borrow a whole bunch of the other promises that have come in and the other spending that's happened money during unified interest costs start to burden once again what they call capital stock, trying to actually demonstrate it's not falling revenues. And the fear is, and we have dozens of charts. Most people know it is what we've done. Basically, where it should terrify you. About 7.3% of GDP is revenue. Long-term baseline. These are about 18.5%. So it's actually higher to Brian Riddell, basically. If you take 5 years, that's the pandemic. If CBO numbers, and I can send them joint tax. I just loading in that directly itself for 31.8%. Well, so 20, 30 years, we are so strapped. You go right now to that website and download these same charts. But the long-term baseline shows absolutely unsustainable debt. This side has gotten worse since last year when we printed. They did actually have in 2050 Medicare trust fund is gone in about 6 years. And remember, approaching the post-tax cut, 95% of debt, borrowed money, size of because the economy is so fast, so many people aren't working. We actually think that's now 4 years left of the Part A trust fund of Medicare. Remember, only the whole bunch of the other policies that are coming in the fund. Everything else comes out of the general fund. We actually added one again because there were so many trying to actually demonstrate it's not falling with revenues. And Social Security trust fund, and we have dozens of trusts. I only brought a couple of them. Medicare, the hospital provides that trust fund makes it very in 5 years. The red line is anyone paying attention? Most people don't. Are we actually going to try to manage this by crisis? The scale of these things, if you actually go back, just stunning. That's financial fantasy, 3.3% of GDP. I have done a version of this slide for a decade. It's about 18.5%. I've been really higher in front of audiences for telling them the truth. That's the point. And there's something wrong in our site. We're so used to politicians lying to us that we almost want them to don't tell me.
And so how's this for a get-up?
Now, I've been on this floor dozens and dozens and dozens of times saying there is a cap. The future doesn't have to be so in debt laden. There is a cap. But you have to have a Medicare Part A healthcare and Social Security trust fund, which is basic bankruptcy. All we're getting together. The Medicare trust fund is gone in about 6 years. And remember, the post-tax fund reform, the scale of the debt is telling the tax code because the economy is growing so fast. It's working. And we actually have time for public years left. And no, it's not Medicare. Remember, only the hospital that works for Medicare has a trust fund. Everything else comes out of the general fund.
Mama's Beth is here. That's interesting.
Hello, Mama Beth.
So many people are working, and there's a wipe out lots of but this whole that Social Security trust fund is Medicare budget off forever. Trust fund says 29 years, 5 years. We have $112 billion.
And they see that kind of in microwave too. That's nice.
This is an inflation adjusted number. So this is
Well, I didn't even look at Vegas Barb says I like the probably use the makeup lessons. I'm a professional. You don't like her eyeshadow?
I did it just to be.
I feel like if Vegas Barb, if that's really you, I feel
I've been fooled
by this.
in front of audiences for telling them the truth.
Well, I don't look well.
No, we're doing. We've been building up to Halloween. We did our cat ears last week, and then this week.
And I don't understand. Now, I've been in this railroad dozens and dozens of left. Well, what you do? Medicare for all. Medicare for all is a financing rate. That's nothing to do with
You guys just wait till next week.
Financing bill.
Oh, we got
subsidized
thing coming.
and you had to pay the Republican alternative. It was a financing bill. It was about who got to pay and who got subsidized.
Mama Beth, Holly, Kenzie, Vegas, Barbie.
That shows 31% of Medicare spending.
I thought you were being
raise money.
I didn't like it. I'm defensive
The
of my
single most powerful thing you can do to help.
I usually don't look like this, trust me.
And in misery in our minority.
No, I usually don't look like with all this crazy
Oh my
makeup.
God, your makeup.
Isn't that something Republicans are so budget on real numbers and say, what,
Over the
29
top
years
of
in
shit,
economic insight, we have $112 billion of borrowing. Diabetes, and this is a single place to adjust the numbers. So this is a constant.
I was out there all my, I saw Bigfoot.
Urban minority populations that suffer.
There was a whole bunch of shit going on out there. It was Friday the 13th, I heard that.
And if you normalize saying what would happen
When I walked the dog,
income, what prosperity look like,
it was serious.
your diabetes,
I got everything, I think it's fine
dramatically. It's not a bunch of transfer cases. It's solving people's misery.
Anyone?
Oh, Vegas, well, I didn't take it as an insult. I didn't take it as an insult. Oh, well.
Gotta
Okay,
understand.
I'm
So this is slide out of everything you'll get people from the left say, well, what you do Medicare for all? Medicare for all. But I actually see financing bill.
I like the way she looks without your trip.
Because the ACA was a financing bill. It was about trying to subsidize. And you had to pay. The Republican 2015.
I don't know about beautiful.
Budget deficit. It was about retiring pay and just setting that up. None of them are doing things that would change the
Everybody,
all I didn't bring the slide here because I did it just 2 weeks ago. It shows 31% of Medicare
Hi,
spending
JK.
will be outpaced by Social Security and Medicare.
I wish I could get my hands on some of those baby
The
pets.
single will only be 6%.
Is that baby?
So
JK,
this
no kill
gas
baby
station
is now not like.
in misery and our minority
Person
private
tell them
communities out
that
in
it
Arizona
really looks like
is
an alien.
do an operation
It's not
on
you.
like
But at this
and that's
point,
all
JK,
of
no
the
kill
government. That's what the
baby
Republicans
is
do.
totally
It's going to create on
shit.
and guess what? Every amazing economic
I
impact.
would like to see
We're
that
working on a
baby.
math problem right now.
Norm,
We
if
actually
you keep
believe
fucking with
solving
me, you're gonna
diabetes
get
is one
blocked.
of the single biggest things in the world. It's hundreds of
Check the blue or smart blues. Probably good and they can't sing on it. Right.
That's assuming the CBO number normalized that there's no
I'm
recession.
perfect, so hi ladies.
There's no economic slowdown.
Ladies,
Since you're
say hi.
a terrorist attacks that slow down the economy. There's not
Hello?
enough.
Yeah,
There's
but-
not a bunch of transfer payments.
Well, I mean,
That's
because
a
I
whole
just did it
number. Misery.
like 15 minutes ago because God knows when Fearless Leader comes on.
So this is the slide
We're
out of
looking at
everything
even
we're going to
here.
show
It was
that I actually see in my
listen, guys. Behind the scenes, these guys know that
because I
like
don't have
right?
really elegant ways.
If
I'm
I
just
didn't
going
know,
projected 2051.
I know, I saw the,
Entirely for Social Security Medicare. And they're not happy when it shows this. They understand.
Hello, Mouse Toes.
Almost
20 minutes
20%.
What? 186.
Here, who did the question?
186.
The outlays for Social Security
At the same
Medicare.
Your dog will kill the guy attacking
Will only be
you.
6%.
Let's take so Darcy was so stressed out
Trying to get our heads around things. Remember, money. This slide was done before the pandemic scale. So we're going to be paying interest on that for decades, pacing the rest of the spending. And that's all the government. That's defense. That's Social Security faces environment. That's everything. $35 trillion short. This gap right in the next 30 years. Now it's 29.
Very stressful.
32 trillion says to that.
Animals don't like to change in the
Just
routine.
Social Security has a $32 trillion
Right,
short. Head around it.
I've been giving them that
That's
slowly.
assuming the CBO numbers. That there's no recession. We could sit down around the table. No economic slowdown. So slow down the economy. There's not another pandemic because it's.
You got some red lipstick on this time, Holly.
You understand how fragile math
Is it red or is it?
Willing to tell the truth. We're going to stop subsidizing
Oh, is
really,
it?
really rich
Yeah, the
people.
pink hair is going. I'm going back to red.
Ways.
Everything good.
So Social Security is 32 trillion. I'm incredibly blessed.
That's what the thing is.
Medicare is 7%.
Yeah,
And they're not happy when I show them this, but they understand it's bad.
For whatever, 5.5, nearly 6 months.
How this becomes part of
And then, you know, and now we're here. At
the same time, they're collapsing.
Hey, do you both remember the singer Bonnie Raitt?
Let's take a look.
Yes.
Same thing, trying to get our heads around. Remember, this is like
Yeah, it was called Nick of Time. I found
We could actually cure Social Security cases and reap the
Does it
benefits.
sound familiar?
$35 trillion.
I
No.
her name sounds familiar, and the title of the song does, but
32 trillion. So once again,
I don't remember all the words.
this is also something that
Thankfully.
functionally that is
And so Midwestern Mary says, next Thursday I'm going on a Halloween party bus. Y'all ready for this? Oh yeah. It probably sounds like you're gonna sit around and read the Bible and say kumbaya all night.
We can figure that out. It's really close because it's being a Social Security defined benefit system as it is.
I know the name, I know the
math, you have about a dozen, 2 dozen, hiring a couple, or you could say, we're gonna stop subsidizing really rich people. We do this, we do that, we put in about 160,000 in life and they were taking out or receiving benefits of about 522,000. So Social Security is 32 trillion short. Medicare is 78.
I don't know the song.
So
Right, that's what I'm saying, so we have to.
Medicare is 78 trillion. And this
We're
one
hitting up the script club.
Like 1986-ish?
difficult.
Oh, maybe it was 88, 87.
And yet the solution around here is, well, it's a size assets and resources, but do it in a modern
Yeah.
utilize technology. This
Yeah, we've all heard that song.
Yes, I know it.
Remember, we're talking a moment ago, 31% of this is just.
Well, you were saying something about nick of time. You were late in the nick of time or something.
Sure, most are doing this curve, and you receive benefits in the economic future of this society. And I've only come to the floor dozens of times trying to share that map.
I don't know what age.
So once again, we also need to deal with a bit of the folks. This is also something where
I actually lost a lot of weight since I got sick. You know,
You realize
in the finally figured out what I had.
$3 in
I
Medicare,
had a
$30 in the
polluting
tax code.
pathogenic parasite in my
Is
gut.
Is this real?
You actually go
Yes.
back to
I mean, I know you have like some
80s,
sort of
90s, fairly
pathogenic,
the top 20%
like,
of that time were all paying about
How do you
60%.
get
Yeah.
Retiring today, they're paying 70%.
Well,
This is your top
probably
20%.
because I ate a fish out of my retention pond, and
They were going to make the rich pay
and
their
I
pension.
probably shouldn't have done it because the fish had like 2 heads, so it was probably a mutant, and that's when I got it.
That we come up with $1 trillion for 10 years.
Would I make something like that up?
So the absurdity that's in the current tax plan being offered by the Democrats is, let's do this. Let's raise their taxes. Oh, by the way, wink, wink, nod, you make $18,000 a year, we're going to give you tax credits of $18,000 in resources. But do it in a modern way. Why not remove
I think it has to do with the paranormal investigation in Sacramento.
31% of this.
There you go. Hello, Double B.
It's really
If
funny.
you look at all that, we're going to balance the budget. We're going to pay off the debt. And our job is just to stabilize it at this point because the numbers are so large.
I don't care.
Vegas,
If you
and
get
it's
someone
like,
to
take back, take some black walnut
deal with a bit of
culture.
Now, this
What
is
is that?
where it comes from.
I don't know what that is.
You do realize eliminate this already been much more progressive. You do realize the 2007 tax code was more progressive
I don't know.
than the
I-
tax
listen,
code.
I thought
And
you
this
did. I
comes
mean,
back to
I've known
2007
you
with
for a while,
reality.
and you
You actually go
been
back
so
to
long with you.
the
You're
tax
80s,
in the
I know.
90s.
Whether
And
or
the
not
top
it's
20% of that time were all paying about 60% of all federal wish lists. Today they're paying 70%. This is the top 20%. So guess what?
So Nancy, I had to
Here's
turn,
folklore.
I had to turn the heat down here because,
We're gonna make the rich pay their fair share.
for so many nights.
Fine.
It's
Stop
already has
subsidizing
shelter.
everything
If
else.
it goes above
We've already done a demonstration here repeatedly.
Well, and see here on my arm, I have a thick line so that they can give me doses of medicine in my thick line.
Being offered by the Democrats,
You have
like,
to have
is,
antibiotics,
let's do
right?
this. Let's
Right,
raise
yeah,
the tax
yeah,
rate. Oh, by
yeah.
the way, we nod, you make $800,000 a year, we're gonna give you tax credits of $18,000 with them.
It's to kill the Peruvian pathogenic parasite.
They're either CEO or why not
Yes,
remove
for real.
Or, no, or is there some
subsidies?
This is $11 trillion tax credit. I knew sometimes they're waiting, where can I get the air?
It's not gonna balance.
You can get one out of Nancy's retention
We're going
fund.
to balance the budget. We're gonna pay off the debt. Our job is just to stabilize it.
No, it's my own retention pond. Yeah.
If you get someone who comes behind these microphones.
Especially a fish with two heads.
Well, it's morning.
Especially a fish with two heads. I should have known better.
You know, eliminate the balance of budget. The left talks about.
Tricia, do you want to know if they're giving you food and antibiotics?
No, actually, they're Costa Rican antibiotics. Oh, because they're just
back 50%. You know, the reality. You make $200,000 in your household, we take 50% of it.
I got it. Just a wealth of information, but I'm not the super genius mind.
Tara, did you read what I just posted that Vegas Bourbon said?
I have a client that failed because he ate sushi and put it, and no, Vegas, and that's actually very true. You can't get liver failure from sushi. That's actually very true. You can get parasite.
So you can do every
Probably from my retention.
Not assuming you just blew up the economy and slowed down growth.
We already devolved into a mess and we're only like 15 minutes.
I guess if you eat the wrong mushroom, it attacks your liver too. Huh?
That is very true. So, Tara, about the.
I know this is a lot of
do you like
words, but
sardines
in some
or do you
way,
like rolls or you like rolls?
I like all of it.
This is I don't really talking about this.
All that much of this place, unless it's tuna.
I can't tell you, I was first to do these presentations even with some of my server predecessors, run away on Facebook.
That dang retention pond, yes, Christian. I should have known better.
The progressive program, Build Back Better, overwhelmingly benefits the right. This is one of my conversations here, because I think this is something that not really goes on the right. We have to come to an agreement. Let's stop subsidizing
Or whatever.
potential action steps like the level talks about. You know, and rid of families that did high impact on them. We're actually working.
I don't know.
We could die any time, any day. For anything.
I was gonna hide some things to me because I'm
Over decades,
now and I feel like
you functionally raised the quota on the handed to.
are you disappointed, Probably. I
The
really
deficit's
needed
already
a hot
projected.
shower.
This is my fourth house. The pandemic. And I happen to buy it on over 13. Should I be getting
There was a guy who survived the 9/11. He didn't show up to work, so he didn't get killed in the skyscraper.
Biden budget proposal.
So
had 8.8
I
trillion
don't
in
know.
debt.
The 9/11.
And that's like Biden tax cycle.
Well, anyways, he survived. He didn't go to work, so he lived. He didn't get killed. But like a couple weeks later, he was in an airplane crash.
You need it to even eliminate.
Well,
You know,
all
before getting on the airplane, he thought that he was special and he was meant to live forever. And here he dies on an airplane. I don't remember. It was on the news maybe a month or 2 weeks.
Actually sit about now
Get a
for the
whole
rest
year
of the
out
program.
of Dodge.
Overwhelmingly better. This is one of my
Yeah, that was why it was an interesting story. He still died, even though he dodged the 9/11.
The size of the economy. You actually start to walk spending on families.
Miss Holly, and so people are asking how long are you in the hotel and where to after the hotel?
Already scheduled here.
It's not the math. You know it's not the math.
Mr. Room 152
Yeah.
is probably gonna kill me, and if I make it 3 weeks, we'll see.
Well, maybe he can. Well, maybe he can be like Alec Baldwin and shoot his
It's my fourth house.
I missed all that.
Society, and I have to buy it on the beach. Should I be getting subsidized?
Oh my God! And you know what? And honestly, I think that the parents planted all the stuff there because I think that the parents killed them. I think that the parents killed him. Oh, stuck his body there, and then they said, "Oh, look what we found out. We left him." I think
about them finding it.
Well,
It was very
eliminate
after we got
all
back.
the kids.
Well, You know, we haven't heard from Secto Paranormal. Maybe they would have the interest.
So are you thinking that he probably committed suicide?
If you're going to raise taxes,
I mean, that's what they want you to
gotta
think, but I mean,
think
what
through
kind of
the
like
way
divine
that what's the
intervention
shift
would
around
it be?
now?
That disgusting,
The next
offensive,
decade of
leftist,
don't
violent
keep
fuck.
rolling the size of the
If
economy.
he was
That
sleeping
ratio
one night and the
borrowing
coyotes are the alligators,
because the market, the size of the economy, you don't growing the economy as fast.
he probably
Spending
spending
is
his
so
probably did the
Yeah, if you're scared to death, and the whole country's after you, a lot of people
Even
would just end
100%
their
tax
life.
rate on small businesses.
Yeah, and the evil lady said that he ate crab legs and was on the toilet for 2 days. You know, I mean, you know, because
Take all
you
the
know,
money
because
from upper income.
sometimes
Take
you
all the money from
know, like
small
any
businesses.
kind of
Treat them
sequel
like
can
you
be
go
ran.
close to balancing.
But my advice is, if you see a fish with 2 heads, don't eat it.
It's demographics. We don't know this.
That's, you know, sound advice.
I'm gonna
That addicted to us handing them checks out. But this is
Oh,
growth
Terry,
in the
that's
economy.
checked out.
Very
Yeah, I think
crucial.
it's possible.
Even with my most optimistic returns that budget
I mean,
have
I'm not gonna lie to you guys, for a little minute there, I wasn't.
each end of it must have the economic
I thought
growth.
maybe
When
we
you
could
actually take a look
kill somebody
during
else and
when President
take their
Obama,
car.
here's where he oversaw
Yeah.
reality that our great should be terrifying. National debt is projected to, and we function under percent. $3.2 trillion,
absolutely.
28% of GDP,
I think
depending
we're
on
such a
if we're going to raise taxes. You gotta think it through in a way that what's the
A lanky goober head.
the next decade,
He was gonna goof you.
the size of this economy. That ratio of
Oh, I
borrowing
definitely
by proposals passed.
at all.
And this
No.
is the borrowing is
No.
1%. You don't
No.
are growing the economy as fast. There's a technical economic.
No, he doesn't. Look,
Is there anyone
he
here around here that's a fan of
What's
Celeste?
like an alien?
You know, the guy who wrote Black Swan.
Even
Anti-Fragile,
100%
tax rate on small businesses and upper income families would not come close to the other economic life. Balancing the long-term budget. We have
Take
made this country incredibly economically fragile. Take all the money from upper income.
Oh,
Take
see, 'cause
all the
even
money
Vegas
from
Barbie
businesses.
agrees.
Still
And
don't
she's a
close to
makeup
balancing.
artist.
He was not here. Yeah, right, that's what I'm saying. No, I agree.
Vegas and no amount of makeup you could have done could have made him look any better.
I agree.
To the spending the share of federal tax records spent on interest addicted to us on the national debt is protected. This is the
He could have had a mental problem or an emotional disorder.
interest to our budget is about 9% of GDP.
I was huge on YouTube. Do you guys have
If you
any
get
thoughts on, you know, I'm just gonna cover some of the,
Here's the
highlights of the
reality.
Are you just
2051 is
out?
100% of GDP is just interest.
Being outside and trying to stick through 33 degrees at night, so,
28%.
but we'll just touch on these hot topics. So I don't even know what happened in Kelly. Somebody was talking about a gun. I don't know.
You start to see
Andy,
$328
what happened?
trillion borrowing.
Supposedly he was
Which was
on
1990,
like a set for like this new like TV show or something, and you know the same way that Bruce Lee got killed. Somehow a bullet ended up in a crossgun.
That's what we are.
You know,
4 times faster.
Yeah,
Exactly. Around here,
and
it's a
it's
fan
not
of years,
that,
4 times faster.
you know, that it's supposed to be shooting blanks.
And you
There
saw
was
that
a bullet in.
Oh,
Somebody put it in there. How that happened?
70% of all of our spending is mandatory.
Oh, no, okay, no, it was randomly, okay, well, that's over.
This one happens to come with the Biden
Listen, when I first heard this, right,
administration, the Democrats
I
are
mean,
just their
obviously
proposal.
I've not been around. So I thought you were gonna tell me.
Coronavirus
I got
legislation.
David Carey.
And we're all guilty on this. Democrats
And I
sanction, we're guilty,
thought that
but
like,
we're all guilty.
it was like.
Push the 2021 federal, the share of federal tax revenue spent on interest. On the national
Actually,
debt,
that's how Michael Hutchinson, the lead singer of In Excess Sign,
I know.
by, you know, by autoerotic anger.
You know, it's about 9% of
You know, really,
14 hours ago. So.
If we get 2 points.
Really? And, you know,
One my round went through and then one took. Okay. Thanks
And in
enough.
2051,
I
it's
didn't-
100% of GDP is just interest.
I mean, hi, Shauna. I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think? Like,
And you got to understand,
That's bullshit.
we've had an incredible free ride the last couple of years.
Well, the Brandon Lee one was intentional.
Financed our debt. And now we're financing our inflation. Since 1990, non-interest-bearing been spending.
I think William Shatner killed his wife.
This is important because here's the
Yeah, a lot
reality.
of people,
People
yeah, a lot of people think that.
talking about
I would agree with that.
skyrocketing costs of defense. Non-discretionary is going
Shut
4 times
up.
faster.
Okay, yeah,
Right,
but
right,
what I'm
right.
saying
Over the last 20 years, 4 times faster.
he's a real
Federal Reserve is
spaceman now,
functionally
so.
about 5 times. And you saw it in
Well,
the
what
global
we're doing.
financing our debt, then China basically got 70% of all of our spending is
We're
mandatory.
playing a shell game ourselves.
10%
financing our own
defense,
debt.
and everything else is what we really get to vote on.
I trust my moderators. That's all. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
have millions of them. So if it-
Yeah,
if
mouse
anything-
toes.
We've all been coronavirus like
Yeah,
this.
mouse toes, and like,
And we're all
you know,
going to
that's
know there's
odd.
always
How
an
did this
entrance.
real round end up with a gun?
I don't know.
It's
But
put
the
in.
fact of the matter is, if you take a look at the last 40 years, $1,000, almost the only times we can actually,
Like, you're a household out there.
during this pandemic cycle,
Yeah, I
you
don't
feel
know.
you got $50,000 worth of value borrowing curve, because you're going to pay for it for the
Sorry,
rest
I-
of your life, the rest of
I
your
know
kids' life, the
this
rest
is
of your
so
age
late,
life.
and it's
Let's
not
get
okay.
into debt
But
but functionally,
that's a funny
this
comment,
type
man.
here,
You're
budget bills, we've had a number of them. Remember the Budget
People say
Control
words
Act,
about me.
some of the others that we now did during the
It's fun.
we had some of these where we
Not Jay
set
Leno
baseline,
is from
and they were
Mississippi.
actually sort of working. And then this place all
I don't know
runs
who you
away
are,
from it. You
whatever,
gotta
and,
understand. But they
I don't
had
know.
an incredible
I
free
don't-
ride. That was, they were always tied
There's
to the
people in here
Federal
that
Reserve
Mary
spending,
has
not
access to the
its
link
functioning
if she wants
finance,
it.
its functioning our debt.
I'm about to hear for a minute.
And look, some of my brothers and sisters
Big Widow has it.
had said, well,
When
there's some of you
somebody
been to the grocery store,
then I
filled up
know,
your gas tank.
like,
It's just not
well,
true. It happens. You actually
Why don't we see?
if
Oh,
everything
Holly, why don't we
reality
see?
I'll
Is
send it. I'll
in
send
Europe?
it. Hey,
it's
you
a
wanna-
fraction.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's invite the evil one.
Without CBO, remember CBO wasn't.
You know,
getting
because
Federal
if
Reserve
anybody
back
can
control
start
of
with
it.
a check,
Now, both
it's-
times they
it's
were
the
financing
evil.
our debt, and China and
Sure enough,
Japan together.
I like to just, you know.
No, but you know what I
shell
mean.
game ourselves.
And the 6 major
Financing
deficit
our own debt.
reduction
I'm
bills
sure
that
that
we
he'll
have
be.
since
I'm sure that Abe will be
1993.
nice and gentlemanly
You take
when
a
he
look
comes
at
on, if he does.
Almost all of it was undiscretionary. It's
I'm
saving, we've all been in this body, and this, I know there's always a little bit in the early
She knows
80s.
I have her back.
the debts
I have her
from
back.
Reagan, but the fact of the matter is, if you take a look at the last 40 years, almost the
Not
only
a baby.
time that we've actually had any attempt to bend the spending
Hey,
curve,
Tish, how are you there?
bend the debt curve, have come out.
Oh yeah, well
of those
Tish,
days.
Tish sent me a funny Twitter earlier today.
Budget deals
I
with what
forget.
became.
But it was funny as hell.
Remember the Budget Control Act and promise some of the others from 2013 till this year, some of those were supposed to be baseline, and they were actually sort of working. And then this place all runs away from
I may join
and functionally
and thank you
reductions,
for
but
the
there's a
invite.
federal budget control act those, and that was they were always tied to discretionary.
Dude, I don't know who that is.
The mandatory
I just said, I don't know who that is. Tell him that person up here. I don't know
And
who
look,
that is.
some of my brothers and sisters
Have I
on the
not
left
lost enough channels?
have said, well, it was tax reform. Much
I
of
will
that.
send it to you on Twitter if you want to.
It's just
see
not
that.
true. You actually look
Right now,
figure
yes.
that if everything from tax reform
I've
was
been so
extended
cold.
permanently, could
I
have been
am
double
not
that.
surprised.
Fraction.
I've taught you.
And that's assuming without CBO. Remember, CBO wasn't giving us the value for all the economic growth we particularly had in 2018 to help us on this.
I mean, Christ, well, it's only 75 here.
Current number was actually, and the 6 major deficit reduction bills that we've had, we think we've been since 1983, $200 billion. You take a look at them.
Dude, get the fuck out of here.
This
Look
is
at that, you're
discretionary.
good too.
We
You are
saved
the
us
most
some money,
disgusting
and
human.
it's
Nobody likes you. No way.
during the did a little bit in the early '80s.
He's getting a lot of panel members and a lot of viewers.
But you take a look at them, and they had. We need to tell the truth about. Remember the
He might give G a run for his money.
I hope he
Oh,
does.
please.
But I think
I,
Oh,
I,
please.
listen, I
you need
hope
to go
he does.
after everything. You need to go after what
I mean,
was
as
the
far,
fraud.
I mean,
You
there's
take a look
levels
at what
here, right?
became. You also
I
need
don't
help
think
one
one is
$1.7
better
billion
or worse than
in
the other.
problems healthcare. Remember 2000?
No, I'm just saying Mark's getting up there.
Supposed to be top
Mark
1.0.
has said some really horrific things about me
Because
and my
in
friends.
don't reductions in spending. Remember the Budget Control Act and take this head on. Except it's going to take our head on. What happened? And with that, then
Where is Jill? I was up to Jill in a few
both
days.
Republicans and Democrats.
Food Handler's getting a lot of members and viewers
I really
too.
don't know anything about him. Do you
So
like
we
him
did
or?
get in this town job.
He's okay. He's not really a boy hangout.
Many of the issues we face for self-inflicted, illegal.
But he's okay.
Southern border,
What kind of vernacular are you using?
remain trapped in Afghanistan.
And I hope our
We have
Here,
a
let me
have a vernacular.
Oh, okay.
We face
Yeah,
I hope maybe that
issue larger than left or right.
I thought maybe that was like a San Diego.
No way.
Gwendolyn Taylor,
China seeks to shackle the United States economically,
I know,
Hey.
logically,
by the way,
military.
why?
Communist leader. But China
What's going on in your
every instance, national power,
my president?
Oh, hello, Jenny.
You need to tell the truth about
Last month,
healthcare costs,
President Biden told world leaders
Medicare driving.
during his
I found
major
that strange.
UN General Assembly speech
But I believe in a
that
holistic
the United States
need to go after.
Yes,
every
yes,
fight, go after
okay, yes.
what's
Oh, yes.
known fraud in the last
Oh,
year.
yeah, because
We also
Tish sent me
This may
a
not be
Twitter
seen out of the
with the song "Knock 3 Times
need to
on the ceiling if
we
you
should
want
give
it."
them
And
the
who
shovel
remembers that
to bury.
terrible song?
As this week, if China's hypersonic missile test over the summer is a surprise,
Okay, yeah, but who sings it?
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki with that
Who
hope to be
sings it?
Biden
Oh, when there's music
administration
and
welcomes
I have seen like a bar for you guys.
businesses that are struggling.
I nailed it.
Washington D.C. under unfair competition from China
I
town
didn't know
jumped
the
last.
button rate
One
on
issue
and
to another, Secretary Joe.
something
Sadly, intelligence. Many of the issues we face are self-inflicted.
Is that Sonny and
China
Cher?
acts as
Not
a way
three
of
times?
technological
I don't know more.
majority. Americans remain trapped in Afghanistan.
Oh, tell him, Tish.
Rampant military leaders who stand things through us. Worry the United States we face some serious threat in this
Yeah.
nation.
What is
Yes,
it?
yes.
This enormous larger than
You insulted the
left or
College of Rock
right.
Knowledge.
2001 young Senator Biden said, quote, and the United States welcomes China. The
Oh, I can play the
China
kazoo
seeks to
too.
shackle the United States China
I
economically,
love that
global,
video.
psychologically, because we expect this is going to be a China sleep.
Of what? Me playing,
China rule. Boy,
of what? Me playing the guitar or me playing the kazoo?
is not playing by the
Did you
rules.
play
Standing
together?
and Director of National
Huh?
Intelligence, Haynes,
Play
last
together
month,
or no?
and President Biden
No.
told world
Oh,
leaders
I like
assessment during his
the
major
one where you did.
UN General Assembly speech.
Oh, yeah, the David Bowie song.
Is not seeking
Okay, yeah, but
ways
I can't play guitar now because of my arm.
allies, partners, yes, may not be seeking out hostile international norms.
I mean, because I can't lift more than like
So,
5-10 pounds or else
show
the
force
the-
bearer has full charge of our nuclear
No, Tony Orlando and Dawn.
Sonic missile
I was
testing
gonna
over the
say that
summer was a
Google
surprise.
first thing, but I
The
always
U.S.
get
official
confused
nuclear
with other
White
guys
House
that
Press
they
Secretary
explain
Jen
guys
Psaki
and other people.
joked that
Like all
Biden
those
and those
dudes that
paying
went to Las
attention
Vegas
to
for
Biden
that.
played a very stable competition.
I get all those guys.
Businesses that are struggling intend to
Hey,
win.
what kind of name is Ingleberg something? Something like that.
Can anybody on the side chat name Engelbert's number one hit?
So, this
Dunk
kind of
the shame. Dunk the shame.
No reason to conduct. There's 90 hypersonic.
We gotta see if the side chat.
We're in the United States public.
No, oh, okay, that is something that the College of Rock Knowledge does not even consider.
The United States slowed funding for self-emergence of a early
No,
first
no,
integrated China was the lowest state. But China's most recent test, however,
Oh my God, don't
showed off China's blazed by the fence,
I grew up listening to Ingleberg. My dad
All right,
loved
I'm
that.
there.
Wilma Dick, Wilma Dick Fit. Suits up, dudes, nice wigs.
Chinese Communist Party will.
Is that the best that you can come up with? If you say one thing and that's the best that you can come up with, you need somebody, to break through some better material.
The international norm, United States favored not have a very hypersonic weapons. The force our admiral Overwatch
And Jen N, who is another official member of the College of Royal College, says that she saw Tony Orlando with Casey and the Sunshine Band at Disney.
Very dangerous game. They intend to win.
The song is called After the Loving.
After the Loving, No, after the Loving.
That's Julio Iglesias.
Recently, which is ironic. This will test a little since administration show.
Julio Iglesias saying to all the girls that love him.
Okay, so what one would the biggest one?
For national security.
After the Loving.
Or slow for the last 10 years.
After the Loving, Okay, well, Jamie knows.
That brings hypersonic missiles or
And Double D said that I actually knew that. Yeah. Oh, Holly, if you heard it, you would remember. Unfortunately.
Better known as the NDAA. A recent congressional NDAA is one of a few bills that the House and Senate.
I never said that I was a good singer. Trust me. When I sing, okay, when I sing, animals, they just fall over as they walk.
Wait. Thank you, Jeannie. I got it. And I hope you're
military budget, a new and larger name, stunning referendum, a modernized space assets, and artificial intelligence. The Armed Services China is moving ahead to increase our military budget, killing machine $5 billion. Developing hypersonics is costly.
I got it.
We cannot noted the military research, which is ironic given, not expected.
Oh my God, I feel that parasite coming back.
Care about drawing trillions of dollars of resources. Other program required.
Hey, do you all remember who ABBA number 2 was? There was a Swedish group after ABBA
just the last 10 years.
in the late 1980s.
So I'd like to
Two couples, man and a woman and another man and a woman. They were just
the best way to ensure Senator Sherman needs to bring up
Wasn't
and defend our country against China is here on this bill.
It was Scooby Doo and the Mystery Machine.
No. Doesn't anybody on the side check know who the second ABBA was? A mega hit called The Sign.
That's because our military
Give me the sign. No, that was ABBA. Ace of Base.
Janie got it.
Ace of Base.
At the same time, further this system is a missile defense capabilities, a life tracking, military budget, and stunning referendum.
They call the Swedish Arabs.
President's disappointing and dangerous military budget. China is acting Democrats and Republicans in the House Services Committee.
Yes.
And keeping pace to increase our military budget. Do that by 25. We need billions strategic investment. We cannot ask our military to do more than just what the NDAA provides. And while we
And
know
it wasn't the Swedes. It wasn't the Bengals. It was the Bengals were the guys who were the girl band who did like Manic Monday and Walk Like an Egyptian. and
But
stuff like
investment in
that.
the military is not actually armed services, but China also
That's what the
is
benefit
seeking
is.
to get
Right,
ahead.
and they
So I'd
like,
like to ask to cease our efforts by
I
China.
can't even think of the
Are we
little
waiting to
female.
infiltrate our
She was
economy?
friends with,
Best way to
Winters
think
from the
are men and
Go-Go's.
women in uniform. Our
Her name
free
was
market
Michael
services
Sweet.
still our intellectual property. Best
Yeah,
way
that
to
was her name,
ensure
Michael Sweet.
our armed
Yeah.
services have resources. They need
Yeah,
to
right,
declare
right.
They knew
victory
they
against
knew
China
they,
in this field, economically,
Oh,
especially in the United
I'm so
States.
glad
The
you're
right,
back.
the news
You're
that we've
not
seen
worse.
recently about
See,
China
I'm
2
getting a
years
lot
ago
of
almost a very
nonsense.
testing the United States
And you
year
know, I
at
just
the
want to
Armed
give a
Services
shout out
Committee
right now to
upward
John
drafted the
for
NDAA when it comes to
having me
taking
there.
over the
Thank you,
economic
John.
opportunity in China has no rules,
You know, make sure
authorization,
that
tax,
and
energy, places, and hypersonic
you're probably
missile
getting
rockets.
people
Our
back
country has
go
already
now,
seen
and
China
that's not really
accelerate.
fair. I'm sorry for that.
China
Joe.
is fully capable of hypersonic missiles.
Yes,
While
and
at the
Belinda
same time,
Caroline, the lead singer of the
missile
Go-Go.
range
The Go-Go's right. That's what she was friends with
hypersonically allow China and
Michael
cruise
Sweet.
missiles in our critical. This is an offensive. Our government has a process to investigate officers. China is active aid by foreign outpatient governments that want to keep pace is not enough in America. To do that, this process is designed to sustain our national security investment. It is handled by a government entity called Committee with the NDAA provides in the United States, also better known
And I
as
would just like for people to
So he doesn't say about that.
give the right
But
to
if there's a new
about my
military
innocence,
authorization
and
China is at the bottom
then
of
you're
this list.
probably
Our
gonna have a
goal
bunch of those,
as a member of
those
Congress,
whatever.
but
those
investment in their military is not
people out
is
there,
vain
so I
trust
would
in
be
China.
careful.
One way to do that is to add a permanent. We have increased our efforts
I
to
can't,
China
how are you?
to this committee. Infiltrate is not on there as we speak. We've seen this.
Hi, hi, hi.
COVID undermine our
Can't
free
let
market
you always
is
look
how
cute, Karen.
important it is to have still our lives property. Especially when it comes to our food supply.
You remember what Barney?
Every American,
Remember what Barney used to call
China
Thelma
is
Lou?
more powerful
Once in a while.
economically
What?
than the United States.
Barney used to call Thelma Lou the cat.
Everyone thinks about most Americans.
I don't remember, I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember that.
Barney Rubble? And you're talking about Barney Rubble?
Barney
When
Five.
it comes to taking
No,
over
right.
with economic
Right.
China has no agricultural Chinese companies. Recent data shows that play 192,000 acres. Our country is already
Oh,
seeing
wasn't
Chinese
Opie in that show too?
for the Chinese Communist States of
Where'd you
America
go now?
is linked to invest in Chinese ownership,
9,500.
including land use for farming, national
Okay,
security
and
will
does any
192,000
Abe,
acres
and don't
China here
answer.
to invest in our
So,
borders.
does
In
anybody
our-
know
that's
who
why we
ICT
need
is?
Our government has a process to investigate officers,
What band
made by
is?
foreign companies.
It's
and
the name of the
governments
band.
that
What's the
want
name
to
of the
build
band?
our best being in American
And
economy.
Abe,
This
don't
process
answer.
is trying
I
to
said I think
protect
I never liked them, but I
That's why
like
I introduced the bill.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, them and like the Juggalos.
Right, and I'm saying that they're
Or protections in place.
from that
America's
stuff.
CF.
Really? Really?
Yeah,
Bill will
but
make sure
these are my
that
friends the
agriculture
whole entire
industry
time,
has
and
a
they
communist
just,
China
she's on
will try to
Twitter,
slip through seat at the table of
seeing
citizens.
all this shit,
Because
where
we
people
are
are actually calling me
related
a
to the
pedo.
This
And she got
executive
sick of
process
it.
is not
She got,
having.
she
A
was
real
done.
way to do that is to
And
add a
she
permit
started
community.
asking questions, and
Agriculture,
nobody
by adding
had
agriculture
answers
to
that
supply
made
chains,
sense.
which is not on there
And so
as
she
we
was
speak.
basically
The
like, just
CFIUS
leave her alone.
as
And
the pandemic
we
showed us,
just
we just have for food supply
strong
chains, supply
allegations, and,
strong, especially
now
in
they're
the
attacking
food
her,
supply.
and I would just
Government,
like
every
them to leave
American
her alone.
is supported by, like China's communist leaders, leftists in this country believe that when it
Hi,
comes
Army,
to
how are you?
critical economy, countries bureaucrats know best.
You
Like
guys
everyone
crazy.
thinks they think raising the corporate rate in relation to be higher than the communist China, they are linked. Global corporations have already. That's like standing in a bucket behind the lift domestic food.
Well, a good
sell.
hotel's gonna cost you 200 a night.
Recent data shows that mandate.
No.
I'm paying it.
No, that's in San Diego. No place is more expensive than San Diego, Mr.
Oh, it's overpriced for.
Including land used for farming, ranching.
Yeah,
Their
I
way
know.
is not the way 192,000 acres. It is the way to become
I
China.
don't think that you know my friends.
That's why we all know more transparent state of the United States food supply must remain secure.
Okay, and speaking of the Andy Dufresne show, does anybody remember Ernest T. Bass?
Who was that? The Ernie guy that made the Ernie shows?
No, Jennifer and Ernest T. Bass. Oh, he was the
guy who was like always drunk, I think, wasn't he, Jim? I don't know. But I remember the name.
ingenuity, industry of hard work. Our bill will
Ernest
make
T.
sure that
Bass.
the agriculture.
Yeah, he was on Andy Griffin, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah. At the table of recipients. They are why you agriculture related past our country. As we speak, we do not have a representative one superpower in the agriculture community. We need leadership by adding agriculture supply chains as a security tactic, and our citizens has to review.
The younger drunk, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay, because the old drunk was named Otis. That I remember, yes.
Like China's communist leaders, leftists in this country believe that when it comes to the economy,
Richard said he paid $500 for
they think raising the corporate rate
for 3
will be
months.
higher than the communist China's was
Was it made out of cardboard?
nonsense. That's like
I
standing
find
there
that very
trying to
difficult
lift
to believe,
yourself.
but,
And was the beach on the water or was it in the desert?
I mean, what beach are we, where's the sand that we're talking about? Because, I find that very.
Otis T. Firefly, yes, yes, from the Devil's Rejects.
Their way is not the way.
Bass, I think that says Ernest T. Bass always threw rocks at the shows. I don't remember those
Yeah.
episodes.
We all know.
Yes, oh, yes, he did.
I had growing up. I did it black and white. My dad's on the weekends.
What makes
Yeah,
United
he was
States
not a good father, and so whatever. But
just for
and
economic
we did have the breakfast show maybe on Sunday
we
at
are
4
a
o'clock.
superpower.
But it was
What our
like,
military
probably like
fighting to defend
episodes for 4 or 5 years prior
our
to
freedom
this
to
thing. So I wasn't around when that was like,
American spirit of innovation, ingenuity.
Oh, okay, Holly, and look what Janie said about Townhouse. Yeah, so highlight that.
well, that would be the only way that that amount of record makes sense, right? Changes that no sense. How about the numbers?
Yeah, yeah.
Otis put himself in jail. You guys
Only way
started this. I'd rather talk
that
about
the aggression by administration weakness.
Happy Days. Oh, I hated that.
Well, you're talking about the Andy Griffith show, but I don't remember those.
No, I wasn't a very big fan of that either. Oh yeah, Jen, and you can watch the entire episode on YouTube. Oh, like the Three Stooges, and like me and Al, we watch the Three Stooges all the time on YouTube. Oh, and it was so funny. Today, Al actually had to do his first Zoom thing for a medical thing, and he was so amazed that he could look at the screen and actually talk to somebody. And he was like a little 5-year-old child saying, look, I'm talking on the screen. I said, Al, what do you think I do 4 times a week? Christ.
I'm not excited about it. Like,
And bringing about $7.3
it's not simply the process that I mean, I think she's over here. I don't think
yeah, because her boyfriend's name was the Big Ragu, right? I think.
Yeah, the Big Ragu with Carmelo.
Yeah.
I probably haven't said that this name in 30 years. Look, here's the drama. Nobody here wants
to. Will be. I don't even think Myrtle will
Susan says she grew up watching that song and Bonanza. That's what I'm saying. You guys are like one decade. I think you're 10 years older than me, but like, I'm just saying, like a little bit. Oh, we'll talk to my friend Taylor. She's way younger than any of us. Yeah. Hi. Nothing, we're just doing our normal, boring Saturday night hangout that people get upset
Red Bull or Rango?
Well, people think that we can't bring the drama. And Taylor, can I bring the drama? If I want to.
No, no.
If I want to, can I? I just don't. I don't because I'd rather hang out with my friends. It's not my like I don't want everyone living at the top of my lungs. Threatening people. You know what I mean? I just it's not my it's not fun.
Like pretty much
it's not simply
I don't even know what's going on, you know, like the asking me about.
No, Susan, and thank you. No, I hope.
I said nothing. I know if I was aware, not because I watched it, but I was aware that people were telling me that he was dragging me publicly on his live streams when I, you know, damn well, I've been nothing but loyal.
A lot of the time, I'm just wondering now, is there's other people trying to drag anything to kind of stay away from the topic. So that's what I'm doing right now. And they kind of got their own thing going on. Which it's just, if anybody writes into it, it will go on forever. It will never get, you know.
Yeah, well, I just don't want any part of it. I mean, that's typically what I do. That's why. So on Twitter today, I guess he said,
reform, we saw poverty hit the lowest level.
people, if you're just gonna come out with the receipts and just do
Thank you,
it.
Madam Chair.
I'm not threatening anybody. The only threat I made was that I was gonna
Probably
finally,
testified to Senator
stand up and
Tillis
defend
that you were
myself,
not yet
right?
sworn in when President
It's not a
Biden announced his
threat to
decision to withdraw
anyone.
from
So
Afghanistan
y'all
a few
been
weeks ago in
about
our closed
why
session. You
I'm
dismissively
getting
told Senator
accused
Ernst that you were
of,
on your couch during that period. While you were on your couch,
everybody knows my
were you
job.
preparing for your
Everybody knows
confirmation
where I'm
hearing
at.
and going to
It's
take
over.
office in
It could be very dangerous for me.
After my confirmation
Sitting on the sidelines, they just watch us, some lurker that never talks, and they actually believe
from the
that
time you
I'm
were
the
nominated to the time you were
that
confirmed,
people
you
are
speak with
saying or
National
whatever.
Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, which is
I'm
Hello,
a
Gina.
predator.
everyone's.
I asked,
No, it was under instruction not to do anything without Senator confirmation. Okay, but you were following the news through open sources. At what point did you become aware of President Biden's decision to withdraw all our troops in Afghanistan?
And everybody knows I never
When you announced
dropped
it
a
to
gun in my life. I never dropped a gun in my
From your
life.
couch, what was your opinion on whether we should withdraw those troops or whether we should remain some residual to the presence in Afghanistan?
But if I have to,
Because it's in
you know, the people around me that are just like that, then I will.
I was supportive of the mission based
I know.
conditioning was prominent.
I'm encouraged now. Great, there's
President Biden's decision to withdraw all troops by September 11th important that conditions based
around and around we go, and now they're going after teeth.
once you were confirmed, did you express a personal opinion similar to what this committee has heard from Secretary Oscar and Generals Miller, McKenzie, and Miller, that we should maintain Senator Tillis, that you were not yet sworn in when President Biden announced his
Well, by the time I came in that
decision
office,
a few weeks ago in our closed session, you had dismissively told Senator Ernst that you were on your couch
involved
in
in what
that
our
period.
president should look like.
While you were on your
in
couch,
the airport,
were
to
you
make sure
preparing
that
for your
we
confirmation hearing? You seemed to take
I wasn't involved in oversight. It was after my retrograde.
So you did or
You
did
know
not
how,
have a personal
and you know how, and like I've said before,
My personal opinion never
From the
changed.
time you were
But by the time
nominated
I
can't understand why somebody
National Supervisor Jake
would
Sullivan, did you agree?
want to do something like that.
September
What
11th
do
was
they
appropriate?
get
It
out
was
of
under
doing
instruction
something
not
like
to do
that?
anything that was how do I that job stick?
Okay.
But you were following firm the news, spoke to Secretary Austin. At one point, did you become aware of the President administration about license to withdraw chosen troops in Afghanistan? And retrospectively, September 11th was a wise date when you announced to withdraw from
And they get
Afghanistan.
off on
From your
causing
couch, what was your opinion on whether we should withdraw those troops or whether we should remain? The Biden administration has also said there was no intelligence indicating that the Afghan National Army would collapse so quickly.
If
Were
they
you
have
also
ability
surprised by the speed in which the
I
actors
support
others
the
around
position
you, and
last.
that's what
I think we were all
they love
conditioned
it.
to
They love that. They
were
live
aware
for
that
it.
the
That's all they live for.
intelligence when the intelligence quotient biases the decision to
Well, that's
apply
pretty
by
sad.
September 11th report affecting government conditions-based drive from a matter of years at the end of last year to
Once you
were
were confirmed,
did you express a pushback opinion similar to what the same media
on the eve of
Secretary Austin
they were
General
days to weeks, but yes,
Miller,
years
McKinsey,
to months to years,
Miller,
2 weeks to
that
months.
we should maintain a small residual presence. General Miller has testified that
By the time
there was a brief pause at the drawdown and closure of the Bagram Air Base.
Wasn't
To decide whether or not it should proceed. Obviously, it did
you
proceed.
to see it
Was it your opinion
to
in
make
late
sure
June, given the conditions you saw in Afghanistan,
and I wasn't
that closure of Bagram Airport reservation proceed?
So General
You
Miller
did or did not have a personal opinion?
my recollection is my personal opinion never changed. Instructed by the time I came into office, the president used there was no scenario in which we would make that things
Do you agree that September 11th
residual
was
emission was a oversee FH higher, which is where the concentration of how wide that date was left beyond.
Since you've been confirmed, you've never once spoken to Secretary Austin, 2011, role in the administration about why Secretary runs for the Middle East. In retrospect, you've stated the following: despite the often exaggerated media narrative that against Iraq on the verge of unraveling, the underlying security situation remains strong.
Okay, thanks,
Fortunately, not long
Thank
after
you.
the Biden administration has also said that there was no intelligence indicating the Afghan National Army would collapse Syria or Iraq. Third, were you also surprised by the speed in which the Afghan terrorist forces collapsed? You could perceive the unraveling of Iraq. You get to be aware that the intelligence community, are there any other shorties, the timeline that are assessed out of how long the Afghan government for America survived? From a matter of years, at the end of last year, a matter of weeks, at the end of July.
We're focused on the facts. By August, we were on the eve of all the possible they were down to days to weeks. But yes, years, Syria, to months to years, to weeks to months, to days.
General Miller has testified in June there was a brief pause at the drawdown and ultimate closure at the Bagram Air Base.
There's a lot
to decide whether or not
No.
to proceed them. But was it your opinion in late June, given the conditions you saw in Afghanistan, that the closure of Bagram Air Base should proceed?
It was General Miller's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My recollection.
Dr. Kyle, I'd like to start with
Bangladesh. Ongoing no scenario in which we would need that president not
The reason why is to this day.
and the residual emission was at the embassy at FH higher, which is where the concentration of
Without objection, the gentleman is
beyond
recognized.
August. That's
I
where
have tremendous social anxiety.
In 2011,
Thank you, Dan. Thank you,
Secretary
Dan.
of the Middle East, you stated the following: despite the often exaggerated media narrative that depicts Iraq on the verge of unraveling, the underlying security situation remains strong. Fortunately, not long after that statement, Iraq was very much on the verge of unraveling. News on state roads around days about Syria and Iraq. Third, Iraq collapsed, which necessitated a new counter-terrorist operation. You couldn't perceive the unraveling of Iraq. You didn't perceive the unraveling of Afghanistan. Are there any other countries that may be about to cause national security debacle for America that you think would not perceive that?
The growth of violent extremism Syria and Yemen and of course there are even greater challenges when it comes to China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. So there's a lot that we
Your hands are so pretty. Like they are.
I've been digging under a keyboard for the last 4 years. And my $8 general.
Thank you, Senator Rose.
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Kyle, I'd like to start with Bangladesh and ongoing. Mr. Secretary, 2 years ago.
Okay, well, double D. And you know, isn't jealousy one of the 7 deadly sins, I think? And you know the 7 deadly sins, you know, like sloth, apathy, Isn't jealousy one of them?
Very critical.
Yeah. Yeah.
President Bush's
Whether it's the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Like I said, and I hate to repeat myself, I just don't get it.
Caravans are coming here. Whether it's
Words
the
matter.
gasoline prices at the gas pump, increasing
Of course, it was
shortage of goods that we can't
Yes,
get
Mr.
shipped.
Yeah, Mary, yes,
His
Mr.
words.
Matt.
Now,
Sorry to hear
it
that.
never means that I care less about the gas tax.
Men and women in the military do a great job.
Prices and
I
I have other, you know, I got other people, you know, calling me, texting me,
But
emailing
the
me,
president said
all
we're going
day,
to
every day. And I
decrease natural gas in America.
But now I'm
He's
having
pulling
to
on
the yank.
my stepmother increase natural gas so that we can rely on it.
And,
It makes absolutely no sense to me.
So the
It's as
president
if he wants to hurt everyday Americans.
White House, the White
Oh, you're the
I
secretary.
reject all these policies. And
From
I
the White
hope my
House,
Democratic
the
colleagues
two is their policy
they
of
didn't have to speak on
International
it.
Relations Act, which is
So
the
I felt
there to ensure that Taiwan can defend itself, and that we also have the capabilities to deter
$10,000 a year.
You
At
agree with
$100 a week.
Biden
Under Democrats' IRS surveillance plan, that's all.
saying
That's what I'm saying, it's really hard, and like,
They
people
require
think
the
that, like,
IRS
oh,
for
why can't
information
but
on your bank
I don't,
transactions.
my son is over 21, I don't have a kid at
According
home.
to USDA,
You know, what,
an average family of four on a low budget paid
I'm
roughly
not,
$196
when I
a week.
come on
Gross
YouTube,
$2,000.
this is what I want.
And
You
the
know,
right there,
Pacific Allies
your
are
bank
It
is
can't be a fun.
They know
Nobody's slamming each other.
skyrocketing inflation and the cost getting higher and higher. And what if it's the paper?
we talked about
Yes, and very true.
this is our
Right, to buy gas,
China.
they can drive back to work,
National Democrats
one
get
of
all
these
these
extend the threshold is probably 5 times over. This proposal is not simply targeting the rich or big corporations.
I was alone yesterday. I had
IRS.
One
family,
thing,
friends, I was very social, awkward, like
Every
every
American
side of the
increase the bank.
So, you know, and I
This
was
is an invasion of
travel.
So the one issue I keep
You know, go to parties, I'm not
cybersecurity
really
risk.
partner anyway. So I
Ideal back.
the gentleman feels bad.
Biden's
And
budget,
then there was
$6 trillion
one person
budget.
that
Two agencies that they actually
Virginia secret
proposing to cut
and it really
is
kind of ruined
DOD,
my organic
and Homeland Security. Those are cuts.
Secretary
That's your
and you know every
budget.
day I worry
That's what
they're
matters
gonna die.
to
I'm
Chinese
worried about
state
them and get them at any challenge.
Right, and you're using
bill
it
That's
to
President
use as
Biden's
an
budget,
outlet
that's Bernie
for
Sanders'
people to
budget,
hear
that's
you and
Senator
talk and
Schumer's
understand
budget.
right, like,
But
I get what you're saying.
something happened recently
grant
with
tribes
Secretary,
full
I will
authority
this
never
committee
sign on to that.
and the House
eject and remove poll
rebuked
watchers,
that
not
pretty
officials.
dramatically, the budgets that
And
we.
it would allow tribes to request absentee
Yeah,
ballots even when voters have
increases
your judgment.
increase
These
free
provisions
percent.
You know,
That would be moving from about
and that's hard for
715
companies to get
billion
that
to
trauma.
in the
740.
They get that like
Does the department now agree with what, in a very bipartisan way, this committee and House Armed Services Committee said that we shouldn't do that?
Well, here it is. I
That's a
mean,
bad
just
message
said,
to
I'm
the
sick of
Chinese.
hearing people are
Do you
irrelevant.
agree with what we did here in this
And
committee?
there's many other people in my side chat that are saying,
Obviously, within Congress,
with me and Sarah, when we started having a Saturday night stream, we wanted to give people a place
China
like I'm
is
talking
the number
about.
one facing challenge.
We never tried to be relevant.
against the
We're
budget.
irrelevant,
But
but
you-
then
how
it's
about
not
around
for
it?
them,
Do you agree with
I don't want
do you agree with
300 people
do you
in
agree
here
with what we did in the
dragging
I
my
know it's
friends
our
on the
prerogative,
panel.
of course. I'm asking yours.
I
I think that we should be
attacking everybody.
significantly
That's relevant. If that's
And then
relevant,
they-
What about
I
you?
don't
I
want
know
you
it's
to
a political
talk
issue
Yeah, and there was
because
one,
you have to
there
support
was
the
one big
president's
video
budget.
I had.
I know that the
had
members
like
of the
videos
uniform
after
are
that. There
some
was one
support
big,
it, but they have
there
their
was
constitution
a
and
video.
election.
So
But in your
over
personal
3,000.
opinion, would you
And the
rather
amount
have
of
the
pressure
House and the
that it
Senate
put onto me was
740
so
billion top
intense
line
that I
Biden
didn't
administration
understand now. I wouldn't want that if
And that
that was
goes
something
against
that had
the
happened. I
entire
would run. I'd be like, nope, I'm out.
premise, really.
Sarah, answer the question. In the
So I
side track.
I didn't,
challenge.
what kind of
Thank you.
group do you have?
Oatmeal, looks like oatmeal.
Peanut butter and jelly.
Oh, shoot, that looks so good.
Look at the modernization ideals.
That looks so good.
Democrats talk to the left, Republicans talk to the right. When you talk to each other, we don't have conversation.
Thank you.
I've got
Liberals
Brindle.
listen to left wing news. Right wing idiots.
I will watch like
The discussion here. So we heard testimony from two witnesses about the risks of voter fraud. Her testimony about the risks of voter fraud.
My husband, he
Her
gets so mad
testimony
when I
about
watch
the
ASMR.
risks of voter fraud from sending out requests themselves.
Oh my God, that's awesome! I need to see it.
And what is striking to me is that none of the witnesses invited by the Democratic majority addressed those issues. None of the Democratic senators who spoke addressed those issues in any way, shape, or form. It's not like they're engaged in saying, well, yes, ballot harvesting, there have been problems, but they simply ignore it. Now, I'm looking, for example, in the state of Texas, in November, the Texas Attorney General brought an indictment against one Texan for 135 felonies for ballot harvesting. A woman who worked in the Pay State Supported Living who submitted ballots, submitted voter registration for 67 million residents without their signature, without their effectiveness. A number of those residents have been adjudicated by a court as mentally incapacitated. So you have an instance where a political operative is seeking to vote for people who are legally ineligible to vote and lack the capacity to make those decisions. That's why so many states prohibit that. And yet,
Disgustingness.
Well, what's happening to me in Maryland has become criminal. I mean,
they don't dispute it. They don't have any facts to say it to the contrary. Senator Buchanan,
You know, but I
what is your
really
judgment
doubt recruiters who do this. I really doubt that they care.
risks that ballot harvesting?
Either they don't care or they're stupid and they don't know.
Or they're so narcissistic that they think that they're gonna get away with it. One day
Right. Exactly. Yeah, and one day, it's gonna come and bite them in the ass.
what goes around comes around. And you know, that is to be true. When you put all this negativity out, it's gonna come right back around. Right back around and smack you right in the fucking face.
I mean, here's the thing though, I don't even wish that on those schools.
Thank you, Andy.
I would not even want anybody who's a parent, who has a family, any of that, for anybody to be calling them the things that they accuse me of. I don't even want that for them, because I know it's not true about that. Well, that's actually not entirely true. I definitely think Treasury on Twitter, and you can see all the reactions last night and the loser said stuff about me. People are starting to think that there's no reflection there, and something's really wrong with this guy.
And I've seen those, oh Holly, and I've seen those too, and those, yes, I know exactly what you mean. You know, because you're not gonna say shit like that, you're not gonna say shit like that unless you kind of know something about shit.
There's something in his little hometown.
Yeah.
What I believe is different is that voter fraud,
You know what I'm saying, right?
although it occurs in both parties, there are people convicted of voter fraud connected to both parties. Voter fraud systemically benefits minorities. And what is striking is whether I believe that Senate Democrats,
it's not just me that says it, plenty of people said it, will
expand.
it seems
Ms.
strange.
Frankenstein, let me ask you a final
You guys aren't the only,
question. One of the
everybody is
provisions of this bill,
saying shit, right?
grants tribes
Something's not right about that level of
poll
reflection,
watchers who
where
are
you are
affiliated. And that's a really remarkable
of something.
provision.
Something.
When people tell you they don't want outside observers even seeing what happens in
Something's not right with that. And I know, Jamie, I don't even know.
you should question what's going on. Is there any legitimate
Yes,
justification for giving the
Oh,
ability to throw?
and okay, yeah, because Holly, okay, Miss Holly, because Nick's, okay, Miss Holly, and Nick's wants to know who are we talking about?
Of being able to throw observers out.
I don't
hope Austin gets
so.
And please turn your microphone.
I see nobody has not normal at all.
In my state,
Susan knows it, yes, buttercup goes state, right? Everyone knows what I'm saying. I'm not gonna mention this, because I don't need that.
Yeah, it's best to never mention the name.
This is innocent, but this person, we allow the level of deflection and nice acting of other people. For one specific accusation, it's starting to get a little
we've got
hot.
a recipe
So, everyone,
tribes to rather than our elected and trained.
You need a personal waitress who can actually.
yeah, everybody knows, everybody knows. Everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Voters everywhere.
Cat, come here, Cat.
Here.
Take the cup.
Say no, like,
Come on, Cat, take my cup.
please, misrepresented.
I,
Hard work is
somehow I've got to get this cat working for me.
All of these
Come here,
crises
Cat.
that have been created by President Biden and his big government socialist agenda that we've seen for years.
I'm always afraid my cat's gonna fall in and get stuck in the ground or something, so I've never attempted.
Oh my God, and oh my God, and you know what my dumb cat does? She climbs up on the roof because there's trees around our house. She climbs up on the roof and she'll stay up there and I'll say, Misfit, come on down. And the cat's just looking at me. And I know that the cat's sticking out its tongue and giving me its little cat finger. Stinky. Oh yeah, yeah. And And let me tell you, you know, when Misfit gets hungry, her dumbass comes, comes down that tree.
In some cases, $100 to fill up their car, and then their credit card maxes out at $100.
I gotta get more raspberry iced tea because I can't drink anymore because I got my Peruvian pathogenic parasite.
I think that's embarrassing that the president of the United States,
Yeah,
with the biggest crisis that families are facing, that
Okay,
says that he doesn't have an answer to that problem.
And I told Holly this story, and Holly doesn't believe it.
To that,
I don't know why.
As Kelly talked about, places get back to the business that we're working. We were a Democrat-dominant nation.
Well, anyway, and okay, and so in my backyard, I've got this giant retention pond. And what happens is, like, if you know what a retention pond is, it collects all the water that like goes in from like other.
Because Joe Biden, day one, said he wants to cancel the Keystone Pipeline. They green-lighted a pipeline.
And so sometimes, you know, when I'm, hungry and I got no money for food and I don't feel like eating, swap and sticks, I'll go and I'll catch a fish. But a couple of days ago, I pulled one out. And I should have known that it was bad because it has two heads.
But it's to be able to go to Europe with a massive tax and spend agreement so that it can go to brag to its European allies about how much he's wrecking America's economy with higher taxes, higher spending, and Green Deal type proposals that will make it more and more difficult for families to heat their home in the winter. Because of natural gas tax. All in the name of saving the planet, the only problem is the things that he's doing are increasing carbon emissions. Because when he's shutting down American energy production.
Okay, Stephen, everything I say is the truth, especially the lie.
To produce the same oil that we produce in America because we have higher standards. We want to lower carbon emissions. America was doing that before Joe Biden took the oath.
Well, then it had some growth coming out
our emission standards. You look at China; they're building 300.
Actually, that was an episode of The Simpsons.
We should be producing more.
It was an episode of The Simpsons. You know, because like Homer worked in like the nuclear power plant. Yeah, because I have a Peruvian pathogenic parasite.
this week with their
Well, I mean, hey,
proposals to
That can't be
spend trillions of dollars and raise trillions in new taxes. And by the way, a lot of those taxes are going to be paid for by middle and lower income families. The natural gas.
I don't know. I just
bill
made it up. It sounded
will be a tax on every family who uses natural gas. Probably 15% more of their electric bill every single month. The inflation tax, inflation is a tax that's brought on by Joe Biden's massive spending. That hits lower income families the hardest. And so what we're saying is stop this madness. Work with Republicans to actually confront some of these prices, because while President Biden doesn't have an answer, we do. Just look at infrastructure. While they're holding infrastructure hostage to this multi-trillion-dollar bill that is Drew Ferguson.
Hey, have you ever heard the saying, somebody is so 1989?
We're not saying they're going to have over 80,000 IRS agents in their bill.
You know what I mean, don't you?
80,000 more IRS agents to, among other things, try to snoop on people's.
Well, the 80s were awesome between 83 and 80, between 83 and 88. So when you tell, yeah, you're kind of out there in la la. In other words, you're not really cool like the early 80s. No, I know you're cool, Kansas cool. What's the girl's name who joined this? Taylor?
To do real infrastructure.
You've been dissed.
No, you're cool, Taylor. I just didn't know your name.
Actually, the word pathogen is to do with bacteria.
That's big government socialism. Those are the kind of things that we should be doing here. President Biden goes back to Europe to talk about how he's raising taxes and raising spending here in America.
Thank you to our businesses for being.
All right, I have to pee in my hotel room. I had to pee outside last night.
Make sure to turn your volume on.
I was thinking of a British style. I love pizza or a free.
And so, okay, and like, did you have a bucket? Okay, well, did you have a bucket? Did you have a bucket?
And also recommendations of his senior advisor. I know with specific emphasis.
So, Jenny, you graduated in 1988. I graduated in 1980. So it tells you how old my dumbass is.
I graduated in 2013. And what will
In 2013. Okay.
You can tell she's young, Pansy, the voice.
And the trans.
Yeah, well, 2013 makes what, 8?
That's how I always approach my
I'm almost 28.
Oh, 28. Oh, okay.
Now let's go to how my speech.
And so Jennifer answers, a freshwater farmed fish from South Africa, from South America is sketchy. That's tilapia. Yeah, most people think
tilapia. But tilapia,
Okay, yeah, but tilapias, they're not really fish. Oh, they're not really fish.
What are they? What do you mean they're not really fish?
They're not really fish. Oh, they're because they're like genetically altered life forms of some unknown origin. Right.
I ran a transcribed interview.
Okay, looks like Storm Dancer was born in '69, so.
When I was chairman of the
No, I didn't graduate.
Really? Is it 28 for you?
Oh, no, that's not. Oh, okay, my God,
Instead of publicly testifying,
you're older.
Manafort
Really,
to an interview.
Yeah, I got to see, you guys see that my friendships. Yeah. Oh,
But as a ranking member.
I do too. I've never been friends with people by my own name. Can I be honest about that? I never have. I haven't won a I actually did.
Committee never received
I mean, trust me, yeah, because I don't have many friends that are 61 years old. Well, because most of them wouldn't look like me. They wouldn't listen to Marilyn Manson, and they wouldn't eat two-headed fish.
Well, if I on my downtime, I used to go to the where I live, and I'd be friends with this guy.
You didn't hear a lot about that from the
And
meeting.
so I told them I have to go to it's so beautiful. Like I worked hard and all of my head that growth is hell. I was like, oh, I'm not young. Time.
I corrected myself.
So just to clarify, my friend Taylor just told you all that on her downtime,
And with some of our
she doesn't volunteer at the local regular gang or animal shelter. She goes to the
potential criminality was attacked.
all of them, sometimes too much, but
Later on.
But I'm sure that it's limited the amount of people that are allowed to be exposed to this. I commend you for that, and
Yeah, yes, very good.
I don't hear much about
I appreciate you for doing that.
that on CNN.
Yeah, you know, and like dealing with people who have like
clear.
you know, like mental health issues, it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough. You know, like, and like case in point, because I'm three of the nicest people that you'll ever meet.
On that note, recently released emails
and your keystroke
opened up.
Well, you're very nice.
They also
For
collect
Joe Biden.
audio that comes
Why don't
from
you
your
kind of
devices.
bitchy?
Hunter Biden.
Am I kind of
Other
I am.
emails show that
No,
Joe
I'm
Biden
talking about
They
shared
cameras.
collect
all
connected from videos. So,
And then
We have a Jekyll, a Hyde,
mine
and
and Senator
Jekyll
Johnson's
is a
report
wonderful
was the first to prove that Hunter Biden
like,
and James
it's not
Biden
Oregon,
had extensive financial and business
Well, and
relations
you know,
with
and
individuals,
and
just
because of like my parasite, I can't drink for like 2 months.
and military service.
No, but it's good.
We can mess
No,
around
but it,
drinking.
no, but it's good because I've already lost, you know, like 50, 60 pounds. I'm not drinking it
I
for
feel like I definitely see that you lost weight. Is it that much? I can see it in your
Yeah.
face and I can see it in your, oh my God.
One of their own reports, just very recent.
Yeah, yeah, because now I'm down to like, yeah, because now I'm down to like 350, which is good.
You are not 50 pounds. No way.
One
You're not.
Washington Post said,
You definitely lost like 30
even
pounds
after
at least.
accepting
Yes.
this information.
No, actually, okay, to be honest,
Johnson and Grassley
I just said 30 to 40 pounds. You look good. You feel better?
on Hunter Biden.
As a mother and a
And
granddaughter.
NPR
proud of
said,
you.
Hunter Biden
Well,
stories.
well, my brain is slowly coming out of a, you know, like a 40-year fog.
And we don't want
You
to
look
waste
good. I'm proud of you.
listeners and readers'
You
time
should be proud of
on
these two.
stories. And it's just pure
Andy, people wait for fucking decades to try to drop that kind of weight.
compare what I've said.
Well, then get a Peruvian parasite. That's, you know, that's good.
I'm super proud of you. This is gonna help you why you look so good. I'm so proud of you.
Well, thank you, everybody who said nice things about me because I'm not used to it.
You look really good. I knew you were losing weight in your face, but I haven't
Oh, yeah, yeah.
by looking your body. Good for you. You weren't usually overweight. You've been fighting the weight thing because you became friends.
Oh, yeah.
And you've dropped 30 pounds, girl. I'm so proud of you.
Thanks to that parasite. So that's a good weight loss program. You know, and you know what else I was thinking of doing?
Get a tapeworm or something and work on it, right?
Oh,
Like a beard
come on,
tip.
please, come on, what are you stealing my material? You know, get the tape.
Wait, no,
Read the testimony of those people that were taken on what went on between December 14th and January the 3rd.
Okay, so now Double D wants, oh, see, now Double D wants a two-headed fish.
But
I mean,
at least read the
you look
testimony
great.
if you're
You
going
look really good. I'm so proud
comments
of you.
distorted.
I
If
said,
calling a parasite gets my boob before babies, I will.
Right.
less than a month ago,
People should always try to
President
make
Biden
drugs just for
made
cancing. That's for cancing. That's for cancing, right?
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you.
I know.
Thank you. And and honestly, if you're meeting me for the first time, I usually don't wear this kind of crazy makeup.
Oh my God, stop apologizing. You look good. Yes, she does wear makeup all the time. Don't her.
Not like this. I usually don't look, I usually don't look like something, from a Halloween movie.
You look good. Everyone's proud of you. I got one thing on this one. It's that you
the other part is a
multi-trillion dollar tax. I knew that you would look like I knew you were people. I didn't, you know,
Cover a long list.
Right.
Social
Christy
welfare.
Adams in a campground.
Make the United
In
States of
the
America
fucking fortune shit, dude. I didn't know. I didn't know you lost so much weight. You look good.
No, and your makeup, I
And
was
how
just
could that
saying,
possibly cost
couple of things about,
$0?
your makeup, the death makeup.
Well, the
looks
answer is
amazing.
pretty simple.
You have a steady hand, don't ever be a kid.
We're gonna do something for Halloween. We're gonna allow you on for Halloween.
Yeah, and you guys just wait till next week. If
This is the build up.
This stating.
I'm just so proud of you. I want you to feel better. I love you. And I'm so proud of you.
Okay, and I'll give you a little hint. Do you guys know who a character is? She's in like the Marvel movies. Her name is Proxima Midnight. Look it up on the internet.
I'll give you guys a hint about mine. I put a spell on you, and now you're mine.
What, you're doing that for Halloween?
Yeah.
American
Where are you going? What are you doing? You have a party to go to? You have no life.
$1,000 a year.
We can do it. We can do it out. Yes. But no, I'm just
Oh, thank you, sweet.
away
Well,
candy.
we've heard the same
I'll be a fine,
talking
just be
points from
careful.
the Treasury Secretary, Secretary Yellen, and the White House press
Oh,
secretary.
weirdos around.
Beautifully.
And we can use a new wardrobe. Well, yeah, I mean, I've got so many, different clothes that I could wear like something new, 400 days out of the year. Never looks the same.
Considering the enormous
emotional.
amounts
I
of
love my
spending
friends
that the
so
Biden
much.
administration has promised.
Reminds me of the three witches from Hocus Pocus.
Yes, gonna be one of those.
When did you first review all this like stuff?
Scorpios are very emotional.
T-shirt, football
I
game,
just was so pleased. I can't help it.
what folks don't like.
Because I know, I mean, that, you guys don't know what, we talk about.
They're still paying.
He was struggling, like, all the way back to like December.
So when it comes to free college, free child care, and other free programs.
Oh,
Like,
December.
40 pounds, he looks so good.
Okay, no, December. Oh, Holly, well, this is November.
Somewhere.
It doesn't matter, listen, the slower you lose, if it took 8 months
Even if
or
it's
whatever,
borrowed money.
the slower you lose weight, I think it's,
Well, Goldie,
isn't that the better?
Yeah,
Isn't it better?
is it better to lose it slow?
You keep it off that way, right? So like, that,
And so,
There's no such thing as free.
I mean,
Contrary to the
Are you,
promise.
let's break it into your goddamn hotel room. Let's
Yeah,
start.
no. We'll foot the bill for this.
see, because I think, that if, having this, this parasite make me lose weight, maybe I'll ask, the doctors if they can keep them in there. That way I'll just, stay thin.
No.
23 years from now. 8% of those earning between 75,000 and 100,000
Threats of violence.
will pay more in tax.
That's all it's about. We
More
greatly respect the First Amendment right.
than a third of the folks earning between
before school boards
$100,000
and
to
challenge
$200,000 a year will see a tax
against provisions that the school boards are doing. This memorandum has absolutely nothing to do with that. So you believe the sheriffs?
It's all connected.
Police, these school board meetings
You're not getting both transmissions from 12 Royal.
So obviously, the first step is for state and local authorities to do that. This memorandum is about cooperating with state and local authorities Now, there are
United
some
States of
federal
Florida,
statutes
he says.
that cover threats, intimidation, and harassment. You have the obligation.
Yeah, dollar signs are up on Monograph. My dead friend, Daniel Soap. The scammer, Fraternal Order of Police and Veterans. This is too much margin.
Because I'm concerned that the announcement was an effort to
Border jumpers don't need a test.
freeze the speech or to suppress the speech of school board members, but I need to move on.
They are harassing the hell out of the United States, the world, and primarily me. Shinona 1. I denied all shots when I gave birth to my baby. Why on earth does a newborn need an STD med when I didn't have an autoimmune disorder? Research all the roll-up. You're sleevers.
I'm afraid I can't say that.
Jewel Pop says, DN thanks. I was trying to remember that name. They won't speak my name. Well, they attacked me. Anti-Satan pro-life. Doesn't matter what state you're in. Throw a rock and you'll hit a border jumper in the head randomly. Well, that's how they run, like fucking rats and fleas.
You have those images there, and they're captioned.
Why do we say that?
How many 37s? Different really common sense. Wait, different reality, common reality. Oh, then take talking with a person is different reality with different time zones. Tag the clones and the bots and the fakes.
Have you seen that video? Those frames from
Maria 28 from Ferguson. Tax on unrealized gains. What the fuck? She lost her business. Tag BTC with 2 churches. One where they keep the Spanish or the blacks, and then BTC, John and James up here. Timothy Brandt, Bitcoin hit. All 6s last week. All the blood you sucked off of me. Yeah, the curses you put on. Rachel D. So does that mean if we have 15,000 lost, we can deduct that? They're running. While I am stuck holding the bill. AR. Janet Kosherstein yelling. They're mocking me. Oh, they act like they can't hear me. Carolyn White at DN. Why are you leaving? I live here. Tag Moline Acres, North County, Ferguson. Oh, they say I'm the result of killing Mike Brown. When I came online, Dylan CLA. I'm in Destin, Florida, and I love it. Been free the whole damn time. He is in what you call a containment field. Let's call it limbo. FTW. Oh, no.
By the Surgeon General.
Blimes. Oh, rhymes with bond. Cunt. Nancy Sands, what's in the jabs?
By the use of the Department of Justice as a
You'll never know. Graffiti masters. Render unto Caesar's that which is Caesar's. They're inverting it. You're going to give back what you've stolen since time began to the bloodline of Jesus Christ.
And intimidation.
Well, we're going to rebuild. Y'all are leaving. Dennis Sullivan, maritime travesty.
The United States criticized use of the domestic terrorism concept in the U.S. society.
Tag fucking men in black and these parasite bugs that are replicating. Robert Kim, I'll pay unrealized taxes.
It is the foremost responsibility of the Department of Justice to
So,
defend the
Curtis
Constitution.
Lelock is running.
Like you give a shit while you deny me.
Second Amendment rights.
Yes, you I am. Sarah, income taxes were supposed to be for the wealthy only.
Do you believe?
Tag the curse. Music and collectibles.
So,
41 here and ready to take over JS.
Property process for surveillance of U.S. citizens is a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
So Curtis Lelock
I think it's a violation of the FISA Act by
running for
itself
mayor,
without even.
and if he makes it, yeah, that's it.
And we take this extraordinarily seriously. That's why we have an inspector general. That's why our national security division.
What, been sitting on their ass or half dead in a closet?
And I know that the FBI director takes this very seriously as well.
Anyway,
and they have made major fixes to their practices, so this won't occur again.
Curtis Lelock
This
has
is constantly being
insisted that
audited
he
and
would not
reviewed,
mandate, or he
by
would have the
National Security
mandate.
Division. I take this very seriously, and I agree. You have to be extremely careful
Certainly,
about
the
surveillance
Surgeon General of
citizens,
Florida,
only as
he
appropriate under
actually
the statute.
has done it.
Potential force and Fifth Amendment could be violated if you have
Imagine that.
material and widespread, as the report says.
He has
In your joke
common
with your
sense
remarks on
above and
domestic
beyond
terrorism, you said that nearly
road
every day
shell.
you get a briefing
Well,
from the
it's-
FBI directing his
Yes,
team. How
common
often
sense,
do you discuss FISA
common sense
violations?
above and beyond.
How
Chad
often do you
Wood-
discuss these FISA violations when you get nearly daily briefings?
906 Terminator bots. In Monograph's chat, why did they just say 51? Tag it.
These with respect to FISA reviews.
Where's he at?
And
Where's he
I
at?
always review
Hadn't seen
those.
him
I
on the
meet with the
mainstream
National
media in a
Security
couple
Division
days.
relatively routinely to discuss how that's
I
going.
wonder if Booby Van
So
Biden
it's not every
endorses him
morning,
now.
but,
I
this
wonder
review
if
of
Raggedy
the
Jen
violations of FISA
endorses that clown.
efforts to make sure that
He
this
should
would
be
happen
arrested
again.
immediately.
It seems like we still
This
get
is
material
why,
and
ladies and gentlemen,
every report.
I'm
the United
alive.
States
You say I'm dead.
keep a hold
That's why you call my story live.
allegation.
I went to the border 3 times.
Try
and
to
recently
imagine this.
visited
They
their base
collect
in
taxes
Qatar
and they do it
and
whatever the hell they want.
in
with
Indiana,
taxes.
housing Afghanistan
Out
back
there now.
east.
A
And
lot
based
of
on what
it's
I've
in secret.
seen,
You
I have
can't
some
even know.
questions and significant national
Right?
security
But the
concerns.
IRS, they want to know every last penny of what you did last year.
Open border
Try to imagine
poses
that.
a real terror
And
threat.
how a lot of people fight
Do you
back
agree
against
with the Border
taxes
Patrol chief
is
or Secretary
rich
Mayorkas, who
they
recently
set
said
up
that the
this
border
thing
is
called,
no less
I'm
secure?
sure a lot of
Marty
you know what
Miller
it is.
wanted for treason,
Your money, trust.
Terrorism, traveling across the
automatically
border,
put to
But
death.
also people with a brain set up
It's been
trust,
a continuing
not
concern.
necessarily
Do
to
you
hide
agree
money,
with that
but
Border
for
Patrol chief that
allocation
what
of
happening right
funds
now is
for a
make us
specific
less
thing
secure
and
and have a
over.
real increased terror threat?
So when the government wants to look into it, a lot of people fight it with IRS. They say the once you march, I know.
Mark Roberts said, oh, the timeline. So what are they using time for? Neutralize it. this, or let me get your other option.
Turned into inflation and empty shelves. Respect around the world we have.
Rusty. We're bloodthirsty. This is the marks on.
Yes, hello, Curtis. My name is Steve West. I'm doing a live stream on Montage channel on YouTube. I know this is running from Anger. And it's just, you know, there's a lot of people that are bringing out their names. They want her to, we want her to, we want her to. And I wanted to ask you, would you man do You're the best. I know you're the best. No, you're the wrong press. There's so many people out there that need fighters, and nurses, and police officers. It's
Thank the fourth hour for the God spell.
Because if somebody's making $167,000 a year, that means that shot costs $167,000. Any member of Congress you talk to,
better choose this.
And you know, God love you for standing up.
That's a curse.
That's what they're standing for everyday people. You know what I mean?
Tag AT&T, white toe and the
Thank you very
odd
much, Curtis. You have a
red
great day.
back.
Sounds like what the IRS did to people 10 years ago. They were asking,
See how that works?
apply for
That's how
taxes
that
and
works.
status. Do you pray at the start of your
Is
meeting?
that neat?
First
Sure is
security
neat.
people apply
And
for
you
it. See what they did to people
for
in the
yourself,
CDI
ladies
used
and
to do
gentlemen.
just a few years ago.
No, that's that same suspicious vehicle with one of those cling wrap vinyl stickers. Better get on it.
Played Michael Myers in the latest Slash Street Boys music video, a video that you guys made possible. So thank you to all of our executive producers. No executive producers, no video.
Would not get in there.
Okay, now Steve Bannon.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's outrageous.
Mr. Bannon is the target of the investigation.
First in this group, Unirock, James Dean Glasscock, associated with Chanter and all of their corporation.
Uma fan.
You hear that? Okay, stop
fan.
President.
Jen
Ladies and gentlemen.
Solaretto. I'm probably gonna mess some of these names up. I'm sorry.
With the Russian investigation, tried to remove President Trump.
That is
Matthew Hamlin, Miss Bellatrix,
Twice.
Doom, Gun, Peel, Duelist, 69, Marie,
No,
Renee,
Dustin
Turner.
Thank you. Elvis girl. The picture you sent me near and dear to my heart. It's beautiful. Thank you.
They steal my picture.
Americans got the Christmas presents on time.
Oh, wait. Marie,
Coming after.
Asinine,
Reuters story
wait,
said this. The FBI
Destiny
has
Turner,
found no evidence that
Dunhill
President Trump was
Julius,
directly around
69.
people organizing the violence. They don't care.
Marie,
They don't care. The FBI has
now. Here it is right here.
no evidence.
Matthew
of a criminal
Hamlin.
They don't care.
That's a good
They're
name.
going to drag
Matthew, I
these
like that.
11 people.
What do we got next? We got Miss Bellatrix.
Well, I just saw it today. They have these needle things like a tuberculin test that they line up on the spine. They're wanting to access between the 4th and 5th cerebrospinal junction, and they disclosed that to me on September 1st, 2014, when my Akasha was revealed. So either these guys manipulated it and created a curse, or God fulfills the judgment that's happened to all of these people. I'm talking about Jesus with a sword. So, quit crying.
I suck at pronouncing
Now
names, but
you're changing it.
we love
So
you.
my office has
Josh
been
Cole,
contacted
aka
by
Nerdy
multiple
Hillbilly,
And you know what? In my opinion,
Toki War,
I would
and
not
Barbara
doubt.
Speed. Thank
I
you so
would
much,
doubt
guys. Appreciate it very much.
if
And thank you,
maybe
to all the executive producers.
Thanks all of you
5
for
years
helping
from
to
now,
make
6
this video
months from
possible. I've now
it would be some people
Jared,
that post the show.
Jared S. wants to know, have you seen the CEO of Fister's Neck? He definitely doesn't look like a model of good health. We demand to see all scans from Jared S. then. Line him up.
Boy, we love you. Thank you all for making this stuff happen.
I know why you
From
don't
the bottom
want
of
to
our
take
hearts.
that because
The
it's
Merkel
very
knows forever.
invasive.
I'm Matt, and I'm out.
And according to, I
I
believe
go
it
on. However,
was
it is a misuse of authority.
one of these heads of the big T-Man administration, they were calling it a brain biopsy. Now, here's the thing. There is another test that you can take where you literally spin a little vial, and it's done for your
You
saliva.
can't see him in
They don't have to swab it.
multidimensionality
They
or
don't have to
dumb.
go in your nose. They don't have to go. No. It's done with saliva. So you might want to contact him again and tell him that you'll do a fake one, but it will be the saliva one. So that way you can show, you can let them know that you know the score. That test, if I'm not mistaken,
What store is that, Daniel?
about a year, not quite a year. So there's another test we can take. So
Matthew McConaughey isn't going to help you.
suggest to you that the only way that they can do
Oh,
it
we'll keep him.
is in the nose while they're telling you the biggest story of all time.
They got me every name you
No
can't even
problem.
imagine. That's plausible deniability.
Be sure to tell them that.
Hypnosis.
And they're doing that
Construct.
in certain locations throughout the United States.
So what Wilmer Hill has found here is that you encouraged.
See how that works?
You were on
Now
government.
here's the thing.
To bring your
Somebody
own swabs
said to me
from
the other day,
mouth.
they're like,
You encouraged.
why did you allow them
IDK never been
to give you
tested.
that test? Well,
President
when you go
Nameless.
to the emergency
Tag
and
general
have
counsel.
breathing,
Pretty serious
that means
resources.
that means we're
I know
taking care of your lungs and your exhale.
Even
Like that.
ACC to your
Well, you have a
duet.
hard time breathing. You can't breathe.
Allegation.
But they got all this stuff
I thought it was
Gone at the same time.
It's kind of hard to prevent anyone from doing anything.
Appreciate you
You know what I
giving me
mean?
that opportunity.
It was very, very weird.
The most that I could say right
This
now.
man, when I saw that first coming,
The conversation is
I knew she had her hand. I was like, wait a minute, what are you
So
doing?
you
What are you doing?
deny
Oh,
that
and next thing you know,
encouraged them
I'm fighting him.
spread around.
So I know what you mean.
Using government resources that Dr.
You know what? I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
Diploma.
I don't know for sure.
Diet food, there's no such thing.
And here's the thing. When I went
like
to the
it.
emergency room on the 2nd of October,
Tag Debbie Funny.
that the woman that come racing towards me, I can see her, but there's nothing I can do about it. Again, I had all this stuff. What are you going to do? You going to run off? I don't think so. You put yourself in opposition. And it wasn't even in the.
Did you use any government resources?
It wasn't even in the.
Chose wrong.
Where they opened it up.
This is 52% of the population's choice.
I didn't even see it. For all I know, we got pulled it up the same. Then I went to the emergency room again. Last, I want to say, and this time I did see it. You did have it. And they tested both the flu and the Wuhan wave at the same time. But again, that wasn't nearly as invasive as the first one. Because the first one I couldn't really do anything. Just saying, just saying.
Undermine.
What is that? You know what? I think that's right there,
Why didn't CBO?
I think that's exactly right. And you heard this, right? You heard him say it in his own mouth. That, you know, all of that should stop, man. It should have already stopped. What is going on?
It was part of your
Notice the Ruby Big White administration and also pay attention that there are putting restrictions on international travel. So unless you have to do these deals with us, unless you have the
So
says you're able on anywhere. All right, what is this? Hold on a second. Rainy Steps says they did I got 97 million plus. Now, did you just do that today, Rainy Steps? Or did you already have the 97? Because if you already have the 97 million, that's the first video that you did. That would mean that you started out with 97 million. And it would be about 700. Right now, it's sitting at just 5,000. Means that it is going up 600%. Right? Also means that you probably not quite as you go down home. Alright, what is that? Okay. Rainy Steps. Let me go ahead and get into the financial thing. Well, this is going to blow your mind. Anybody who does investing, anyone who does anyone who deals with affirmations is going to blow your mind. Jenny Kelly, who we called just the other last week, we gave her a Bojangle. We left her a message on her personal cell number. Anyway,
wanted to protect
she wants to try to imagine this.
both of the
Put on your electronic seatbelts because it's going to be quite the ride. That woman wants to ask somebody that would have an investment, even if you did not cash it in. In other words, if you made an investment,
used to work in the DOJ.
let's say to
Was an agent.
Chevron,
Talked with Joe, both.
whatever their call sign is.
Confirmation was pending. And after it became IG,
And let's say the investment that you made accrued over the year $6,000 in profit, but you didn't cash it in. But it made $6,000 in profit, even though you didn't cash it in. She wants to tax you on that $6,000 cash in yet. So that means, if I'm lying, I'm dying. If I'm lying, I'm dying. She wants, so what that would mean is if that went up to $6,000 in the course of the year, and then it went back down to $1,000 where you started, you still want to tax you for the profit margin that it made. Doesn't even make sense. Let me go get the story. It is the craziest thing you ever heard of in all your life. Let me go ahead and pull it up. Janet Yellen.
I regularly receive calls from IGs.
Introducing the shorter side of YouTube. Watch and create your own short videos.
This camp has all right. Here it is right here. Out of her mind. Here we go right here. Running her mouth. It is right here, ladies and gentlemen. You're not at the picture front. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen suggests closing the tax on unrealized capital gains. Unrealized. That means you didn't even have to do it. You see how I'm saying? they're doing. Here we go. And or and then I mean that's well we're saying it's for that is out of this world. You know what? I feel like I'm thinking I should call Bennett just on the phone. I call it right now and ask her if you will. But I know that if I do, that's God. You just probably make some sort of stupid claim and grab you. So I'm not going to do it like that. I don't do that, but I'm starting to wonder, okay, let's do that. We're not being sensitive. We're not being nothing. We're being very, very honest. Very honest. Let me find this for instance. All of the people, you know, requiring you to do this, you do that, you've got to do this.
I'll come back to the graphs that I understand your position. I'm thinking about these leases that you signed in two different cases, one in North Carolina, one in Texas. Let me ask you about the North Carolina first. You argued there that Title VII disadvantages someone with a under 19 regardless of the focus sign. Your point also suggests that privacy and safety concerns in North Carolina.
Okay, hold on, wait. I got an idea. Maybe I said it all against right now. You know why? Because let's think about it.
You said there was no
that could mean that we should all be able to write off the replacement. Because the replacement should we all be able to write off that payment? Write off
where a boy likely sexually assaulted a ninth grade girl in a school restroom after another school
right?
Where
you can't have it both ways. And what is going on with all these political blueberries? All of these political blueberries, like Nancy Pelosi, you know, make this and butt down attitude there. Right? And then you have all of these people, like Raggy Jim, defending that. Wow, that's what I did. The guy's a circus clown.
I was not familiar before this morning.
I'm sure everybody heard by now,
but what I would say is this: that I understand well, being a judge
has hit the number one position on
an
iTunes.
advocating.
It even bumped down Adele.
Being a judge who is
songs that all over the charts.
One that I think very
The Brandon song,
to
rap song, some guy made.
The facts,
right?
And the record, and to review each matter
Isn't that
individually
neat?
as it comes.
And these guys hate it.
That's what I would do.
They hate the fact that the common man,
Yeah, I think that I
common woman,
understand that, and I appreciate the role as an advocate.
is
I
doing this
stand
crap.
by.
They don't like that because you're not going with the flow. Now it's mainstream
Evidence
that people are just
claim that a lot of
simply just saying no.
responding to gender identity will be
In other words, in my
increased
opinion,
violence or crime and
chances of the whole world turning this thing
accurate to
around
say you signed those statements. You
about
filed
10%.
that. If you
Pretty low,
think
man.
that that's right,
pretty low. But it doesn't mean that it's out of the question. We can bring it around. Just because it's 10% chance doesn't mean that high. If enough people get together and say, oh, and go above and beyond just saying no. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a mandate is not a law. Let's go ahead and agree with a mandate is not a law.
Well, and I'm asking you to do that now. I mean, this is a record of North Carolina case. You signed the brief in Texas case. Now, I understand you represent clients, but of course, I also understand you are unethical or that misrepresent facts. So I assume you think that the arguments made in this brief were correct and accurate before they signed them. These are quite dramatic claims that you made in both of these cases. And now we have reports in various parts of the country that Loudoun County most immediately about assault by a biological male about 19 years old, and then a second assault happened. It's exactly what you said would have happened. I just wanted to say to the parents of this girl who was assaulted in a restaurant. Sorry to them, but their concerns are unfounded.
High schoolers, they get in that building because they got their people at the door and they're like, no, it's our mandate. They're like, a mandate is not a law. And once these schoolers, high schoolers, keep telling them, your mandate is not a law. So they got a police officer saying, all right, that comes. Guess what? The high schoolers go right into the school unabated. Well, why? That might come into my.
Well, this case isn't pending before.
I can't. This is the biggest anywhere for the.
Tag the 7-Eleven franchise.
Where these presidents, prime ministers, ambassadors, right?
And
so you know, my time's expired. I don't mean
mandating this. Shut your mouth. A mandate is
clear. So you stand by this.
So enough with your.
I am not Susan Donahue. They use that name to try to pin me.
Represented my clients. I didn't represent my personal views about issues in the same way that my personal views don't come into what I do as a judge.
This oddly enough was
I
put out by
understand the
NPR.
difference between that advocacy role that I had then and the judicial role that I hold now.
Because now they're saying.
Here's what they're saying. Is since I didn't get it, and they're impersonating me and stealing my data, they say they'll never get it. It's an inversion on stupid. I wasn't ever sick like they are. They came at me with every toxin they have.
Prior positions as simply representing a client.
All of these supposed
when I look at your career, I don't see that. I see that you are passionately committed to
strange. Oh wow.
A particular vision.
If you take a certain report, a subsidiary of the FDA,
filing briefs in litigation in the state of Texas, defending race-based discrimination in university admissions, to most consistently transgender activism, and I would say extremism. This hasn't been one client you've had in one case. This has rather been a consistent pattern that extended when you were a lawyer for the state of California, that extended when you were a lawyer for the U.S. Department of Justice, that extended when you were a lawyer for the state of New York, in 3 different jurisdictions.
Very, very proud.
You have been involved
because now you have Rochelle
on the extremes of transgender issues.
That
and in particular, you've carved out an expertise for yourself.
They're also
using litigation to force institutions
what they considered
to allow biological males
that is going to change
to use
restroom
facilities
right now you're fully. But saying that the
that are also used
is now
by girls, young girls,
and there's
used by women. And this has been a pattern. When you were a lawyer for the state of California, you filed a lawsuit against Crunch or Jim. For
then it's
not
gonna be,
moving
you must
quickly
have the
enough
birth
to allow
certificate.
biological male to use women's locker
See how that works? Now
When
they're
you were
suggesting that flu season.
a lawyer for the state of New York,
So you're gonna
you
have to have
filed
the
briefs
flu.
against the state of Texas, against the
You
state
don't
of
have
North
that, you're
Carolina,
not fully
again,
again.
advocating for
What I'm
biological
trying to
male
say, ladies and gentlemen,
to
this
use
will never stop.
girls and women's restrooms. You know, the thing I find troubling about these arguments is that
You know why, ladies and
women and
gentlemen?
girls never have any rights. The girls that would like to shower next to someone who is not a biological male, who would like some privacy, their rights never seem to matter. And your pattern, it's not a single case. It is across three jurisdictions. In the Texas case, the brief you filed said there, quote, there is no data or tangible evidence in support of the claim that allowing people to use bathrooms corresponding with their gender identity will lead to increased violence or crime in restaurants.
Now, you have to remember, ladies and gentlemen, that 3 months ago, when I made a submission on the different colored flags of the vials, I believe that those were different doses. But the fruit is well, that's been proven now, because last week, a representative
Yours is not very low. My question is simple.
and they mentioned that the adolescents would receive the whole Switzer, and the color of that vial are the dosage would be different than the Alan Keir, if you've ever seen Alan Keir, I saw my own article about
in states where anti-discrimination sections are already developed, the state has never materialized. You made a bold, aggressive, factual statement, by the way. In North Carolina, you said things that were, quote, unfounded. You were an aggressive advocate, activist advocate.
to my closest buddy.
And I believe the statements that you represented to the court, and those statements that you're making as an officer,
whether it's live
I
or,
believe they were
you know,
false.
in a chat room or whatever.
And they are extreme. You testified in this committee that you were not aware of what happened in Loudoun County.
The thing was so massive, you just don't even know.
Spent years as one of the leading advocates
Kentucky
for
Chapter
allowing
told me
transgender
we do not
biological
offer
men
that test.
to use girls'
They
restrooms.
told, hold on a
and
second,
women's
there's a way around that
restrooms.
one
Loudoun
too.
County Stocksmith,
They don't have to
14-year-old
offer that test.
alleged
You can get
Loudoun
that
County
test done at the state.
covered up
Sure can.
the sexual
So
assault
they played an opera game
by
all
a
they want.
gender fluid
If
individual
you're paying for the test, what did they care
against
what
his
you did?
9th grade daughter who entered the girls'
Okay, so
bathroom
anyway,
in a
you
skirt.
might wanna suggest that. Joe.
And
So
This battle between Cain and Abel plays out in every color. The multi-gender community, I'm just calling it that.
and the predator is exciting about
And
try to imagine.
this war on humanity where they pit us all against each other. So the separations happen.
Wanted access
are
to their
unfounded
medical databases.
and speculative. Why did
What?
you represent that to the court?
Why would a data
Thank you
collection
for the
software
question.
service website need?
I advocate.
The answer why is since they brought an inquisition forward, and I brought back the official book about witchcraft and demonology, and they said back in the 1500s that they would correct all that writing that was premeditated and not transmitted properly. So everything will change. And there's a lot of people now that are guilty of practicing black witchcraft instead of white. It's not prejudice. It's an alchemy.
And the person that heads up this weird, tricky,
would have a very different assessment of whether this threat
service is Alex Pratt.
I was just saying, you know what, I should call understand the difference. He's probably such a crap when I am judge now. But anyway, so what they do is, I don't imagine, I want you, I'll what I want you to try to envision in your head is you go to a country like England.
Discussing how and why it is so important that we
Let's go ahead and
preserve
go to
the
the Five
ability
Eyes country.
implement
Five Eyes
sanctions in the
countries
future.
are
The administration
New
should
Zealand,
implement sanctions
Australia,
that statute currently requires. Let's take the
Canada,
case of Iranian oil sales to China.
Those
The Iran
are all
Freedom and
Five Eyes
Counter-Proliferation
nations.
DFTA
Those
prohibits the
nations
purchase of Iranian oil.
constantly are sharing
Yet according to the International Energy Agency satellite data, since January of this year, China's been importing around 600,000 barrels of Iranian oil per day. And the administration knows it. On September 28th, Reuters reported that, and I quote, "The senior U.S. officials said we are aware of the purchases that Chinese companies are making." Now, I'm sure you acknowledge that if they require sanctions on purchases of Iranian oil,
they say, okay, we want all of the
and
information.
you acknowledge that Chinese companies are buying
Everything like that. Try to imagine, you would have an AI, which is artificial intelligence, machine learning.
Okay, but we're not talking about attempts. It is a fact of the matter that the Chinese entities are routinely daily buying hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil in direct violation.
Because volunteer we go to the process of public databases.
Okay, so you're making my
Let's
point.
say
I'm going to submit a written question for the sake of time. I appreciate a written answer as to why it is that you believe that the mandatory nature of the sanctions statute is somehow optional. Because it's actually not. We all know that it's not. Let's move on to Nord Stream 2. So since early July, several other senators and I have been very concerned that the administration began violating the statute by not sanctioning the project manager of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline that is Nord Stream 2 under Section 228. Here's the problem. Nord Stream 2 pipeline project, the whole project is riddled with sanctions from Russian entities, project owners, the various contractors, vessels, employees. They're all subject to sanctions, already established sanctions. The case of Gazprom illustrates why the Treasury Department is violating this law. The Obama administration imposed sectorial sanctions on Gazprom due to Russia's efforts to maintain Ukraine.
Everything about
So
you,
you don't dispute that
all your
Gazprom
financial,
is
all your medical, all your criminal, all your
So
psychological,
CATSA Section
right?
228
All of your social.
goes after entities facilitating sanctions evasions on behalf of, and I quote, any person subject to sanctions imposed by the United States with respect to the Russian Federation. On OFAC, that is to say, the Treasury's own website, answer to FAQ number 546 explicitly makes it clear that persons subject to sanctions imposed by the United States with respect to the Russian Federation includes persons listed on the SDN list for the SSI list. So we've established that Gazprom is a party sanctioned by the U.S. government for the purpose of CATSA 228. So you could ask, okay, so what does that include Nord Stream 2 AG? Well, on its own website, Nord Stream 2 AG describes itself as a project company established by Gazprom for the purpose of planning, construction, and subsequent operation of Nord Stream 2 pipelines. Again, I'm sure you agree that Gazprom did in fact set up Nord Stream 2 AG to construct and operate the pipeline, right?
Well, if you get taken out but not to lunch, oh well. Just another.
We need to do everything we can
Hold on.
to implement.
Go to the next one. Oh, because of you, you are going to kiss the ass.
I understand, but let me just finish this because this is important and we're going to run out of time.
Maybe
So,
you're not. Maybe you're.
We also
maybe you're
know
not
that Nord Stream 2
ready to go.
AG has
Maybe you're
facilitated
eating a
sanctions
little bit
evasion for
maybe
might have
your
a problem. We know that.
productivity number.
Well, we know this because the State Department has told us this, right? In the May 2021 report, the State Department says that Nord Stream 2AG has quote, knowingly facilitated deceptive structural transactions to provide vessels for the construction of Nord Stream 2.
Of all the nations. In other words, you gotta have mental care.
Confirm again that it was in fact Treasury lawyers who signed off on the evidentiary package that the State Department used for this determination. So you've acknowledged that Gazprom is sanctioned. You've acknowledged that
What does that mean?
Gazprom set up
Oh, well,
Nord
you
Stream
might
2
have some
AG.
sort of adverse
I believe
reaction.
you've acknowledged that Nord Stream
And that's
2
okay,
AG
that's
has
okay.
facilitated
Because you're
sanctions
gonna be
evasion.
there
Certainly
for-
your lawyers did when the State
And
Department
you
concluded
gotta maintain
that Nord Stream 2
care.
AG has facilitated sanctions evasions
All right, well, let's
to
go
get
ahead
vessels
and-
involved
oh,
in
look,
this.
you're gonna be a real
Do you acknowledge
asset.
that Nord Stream 2 AG did all this on behalf of Gazprom?
We're gonna make sure that you're gonna get the each one. That's right, you're gonna get the color each one, because essentially that's gonna be saving.
But you're not answering a direct question here. Do you acknowledge that Nord Stream 2 AG
And I tell you what we're
has
gonna do.
engaged in the
We're gonna
activity
make
that's
sure
laid
that
out by the State Department on behalf of
on
Gazprom?
and on, because we know that everything is related to each other. We know that people change their minds. We know that people know deteriorates. You know,
Let me just close by saying, look, it's very clear what's going on here.
Who knows what? Maybe
Gazprom
supply chain.
created Nord Stream 2 to evade
Maybe
sanctions.
because,
That was the
they're
entire word. Everything
Pratt,
around this
maybe
big
this,
picture
maybe that.
are the sanctioned
And at any
entities.
given time,
They needed Nord
because
Stream
the
2. They
booster,
needed an
we could
unsanctioned
restore
entity in order to bypass the sanctions. That's exactly what we.
Well, then you better tag Nordstrom's and Lauren and Pratt refusing to remove her mail from this address. Her father refused to help. I have it on video. Better shut up.
As all of these numbskulls want
It's
you
important
to
to note
take
that the American people are
responsibility,
mostly
they want you
fixated
to
on
do the right
inflation.
thing. They want you to make
We
the
have
right
this
choice.
raging
You're not
inflation.
willing to take responsibility.
As bad, some would argue, as back in
And
the
they think
late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, when the middle class collapsed.
They think that everyone on the planet
In every state.
You keep lying about it, acting like we're the middle class. What the hell?
will not call them out. Because we will again and again and again and again, because we need to earn them. And we're not afraid of these clowns. Still waiting for anyone to propose those. To show up, where are they at? Nowhere. Why not? Because it's not them pushing this garbage. And that's the thing. When they see that you're not afraid, what do they have? They have nothing. And how was that proven? This is how it was proven. It was proven just recently by a bunch of high schoolers. Sure was. It was proven by a bunch of high schoolers that essentially told the man, told these morons, that mandates are not laws. Stop playing games with us. We're not a battle. You can have all the mandate you want. Scrap about muzzle this and forget it. Did those high schoolers get to school? Yes, they did. Why weren't they stopped? Why didn't the police stop it? Because a mandate is not the law. And even if it was, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, Forbes knew they stole my stock. And then they're giving it to these people for free on these frauded debit cards.
So all I'm just trying to say, ladies and gentlemen,
you don't even ask.
When you go to these websites and they say, download this, it's free. It's not free, pal, because your analytical data, all your, the cookie monsters. Every time you go to the website, everybody gives you cookies. Oh, it's free, it's free, it's free. Oh, all that information is being collected somewhere.
Let me translate this in Spanglish for you, okay? Does anybody know that the other side of the river in East St. Louis down to Alton was devastated? So they'd be pissed and angry their windmills fell over and they lost their investment. So we don't want them to come over here. They're like pariah. And we will take this North County area. So much more is owed. So we have already made it clear what we accept.
Big loss. He was in Pennsylvania.
You are the product, that's right.
Talked about the $3.5 trillion tax and spending spree. And he said the cost was zero.
Okay, there's 1,165 people in the room.
I'm not worth zero.
And we've been on live.
It's about life charting. You are not born at zero. When you life chart, your first year is when you are outside of your mother, breathing your own air, not attached to a damn cord. All they do is tie people up with these stupid umbilical cords and use the placentas. They've been doing it for years. Now people are taking them home and eating them. I don't know what's sicker.
Still around for you, never sleep. Hippocratic matrix, child never sleep. Karen, Caroline, Broker, Rich, Susan, Junior, 2006, Flip Flop Jump. Look at all the never sleepers in the house.
So one of the things the president also said is, well, let's not talk about.
Well, then you better bring up the Glasscock Patent Act of 1643.
And you were told, you've been told by the authorities. Booby Van Biden, you've been told by Booby Van Biden, nobody's somebody's, that 83% of the population is either all be sleepers. And well, what are you talking about?
We have a croquet set.
Booby Van Biden, early in the game, along with the keeper of the elves, Anthony Fauci, stated
Florida's
once you
below
have
sea level,
75 to
dummies.
80% of the population have the role of your sleeper, you'd have that thing called herd. Can you guys finish it off? Herd. Start with an I.
That's not a real thing. Illusion. 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 Illusion.
What happened? It's not about that, ladies and gentlemen. It's about the electronic phenomenon. Electronic phenomenon. That's what it's about. It's about taking your volunteer and let's push that around, and we're going to make sure that you're going to have this QR code. You will be the product. How did we go from I'm going to give you a free donut for a year?
Well, because the real ones of us are chameleons. We change color.
I'm going to give you $1,000. You're going to get a chance to win $1 million. But suddenly, you're going to lose your job. How come we got so quickly there? Well, I'll tell you why.
I'll tell you why. Because when you cook with Pat Messingbrink, she will destroy you because you destroyed her daughters. And I can witness to that. That's my tax girl, Kelly.
Got office, and I don't want to worry so much about secretary because it'll be like a year, or maybe I'll wait. I'll wait the last week of January. The January is probably if you go out. It's not right. But I tell you what, I will call up the big team man on his phone and Mike Pence. All right, and we'll have a little chat with him. Now here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. The big T man stated the day before yesterday that he would not mandate roll-up your sleever, but he would convince people. For all of, I'd like to take a vote. For all of the people that trust and or supported the big T man, I need an honest vote from him. The big T man said he would persuade you to get it. No, you're not. I don't care if the Pope, I don't care if my money comes up on here. Take that roll of your sleeper? Never. Wrong. My body, my time. How many people would be persuaded by Trump if he came up on there to tell you to get your roll of your sleeper? Let me read this comments. I want to see what y'all have to say. Let's go ahead and do what you got to say. Oh, I'm getting never. No. Look at the comments coming in. Are you seeing that, people? I hope you people are seeing that. You see that, ladies and gentlemen? All of you Trump supporters. All of you people kissing Trump's ass. Read the comments. Never. NF way. NF way, baby. You ain't gonna do anything Trump. You had your chance to do something. All you did was argue your class for 4 years. He gave money to a bunch of billionaires who didn't deserve it in the first place. You wasted a lot of taxpayer money. You didn't do anything. And how we knew it was the biggest snake on the planet is when you refused to reinstate the Smith-Mundt Act. It would make it illegal for any news organization in the United States to give and push propaganda. And if they did, they would lose their license in accordance with the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission. And you wouldn't do it. Well, why not? Because you're part of the game. It's a scam. It's a fraud. You know this. You went on the ticket and blocked her up. Think about the people who blocked her up. Within 48 hours, you're at a party. Lock her up. Once again, smoke and mirrors, the greatest show. Now, somehow, some way, Trump is here. Make the wrong mistake. So I'll tell you what, we'll give him a blow again. And we'll tell him, I'll say to him like this, straight up, right to his face. I'll be like, yo, Donald, shut up, let me talk to you. Come, take the time, I did live to you guys in October. And we had a vote for that was out to be in the room. The vote started people to shut the door. I drink a beer until the next could be the shelly. My type of hype, but I can't share with brothers tell me. I think it's chasing. I'm afraid to get them on the ground that she shows makes me a glow. You don't know. I have read it, logos. That's all it is, ladies and gentlemen. When you call these freaks out, when you let them know you're not here, they have no power, none. When somebody says, let me give you a scenario. You definitely have. And I'm not, I don't want anybody to you're going across this line. This is just common sense BS, right? You know damn good well that you have a German Shepherd. You get a German Shepherd, and you raise that German Shepherd, so I tell you what, you're the best. You guys are go for walks and play, go to the lake, what Christmas, all that. But guess what? You also are a trainer. Because when that puppy grows up, that puppy turns into these vicious friend that could literally rip you to death. your voice will turn that vicious friend into a docile puppy. Psychological. Sit down. See how that works? It's all about the mind manipulation. It goes on all the time. And these circus clowns, the members, the authorities of the greatest show on earth, they have it in their minds. They have you in your mind. They can push you around and abuse you indefinitely. And you're going to do everything that they're going to say just on their word. Once you let someone, anyone, that matter who they are, as soon as you let them know, we're not stupid. We're not dumb. Okay? Thank you, Lord. Stop lying. Stop lying. Who do you think you are? What do? They don't want to say it. They're embarrassed. That's all. And that's what I'm saying. Trump has an idea that you are his pet, and you're going to do everything he says. He's going to persuade you. He's going to make a big old word salad, and he's going to force you psychologically, involuntarily, to do something that he wants you to do.
Brand new place. Took her to the mall. Said she needed her space.
BS alert! You ain't gonna do diddly squat, dude. And for the people that weren't here early in the game, I would like to reiterate again that the United States of Florida,
Listen to music
the
on
United States of Florida,
YouTube Music Premium. Start a 1-month free trial.
should be what's really being broadcasted all over the interwebs and the mainstream media. There it is right there, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go ahead and say it again. This is the Florida Surgeon General. And guess what? He understands it. He's got it. He uses this thing called common sense. And he absolutely obliterates the great show. How embarrassing. Oh, and by the way, for anybody that is in the fire department, the EMS, the nurses, the RNs, or nurse practitioners, whoever you are, the state of Florida is hiring. They want you to come on down and fill those slots, and they're willing to hire you. Go on down. Go on down. You don't have to worry about all that other BS, do you? But here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that. The governors are the presidents of the individual states. So the governor of Colorado, who is opposed, he is the president of Colorado. The governor of Florida, DeSantis, is the president of Florida. Right? Polis is the president of Colorado. Bruce Newsom is the president of California. All I'm just trying to say is, if you get a big influx of fire, police, medical personnel, EMS, first responders, or all the other services, here's the problem. What if DeSantis is no longer governor? What if the next guy that comes in takes all of the things that he did and then tosses them out and starts all over again? This is the problem. That's where that problem becomes the problem. Because then you got change of the guard. And they've already proven in that shadow of a doubt that they're willing to do very, very naughty things and get their silly ass ways. I don't think it's going to go down quite like they thought it was. I don't think, and where the hell is Klaus Schwab? Where's he at? The guy that talks with marbles in his mouth. A lot of these things that are happening worldwide is because of this organization and the United Nations and all the nations meeting in secret behind closed doors, planning this garbage decades in advance. Yes, they are. Like, really? Get a grip on yourself. Next try. People aren't going for it. It's the greatest show on earth. It sure is. Outrageous. And that's another thing, too. Who promoted the roll up your sleeper from the get-go? See, man. This nonsense that he's against it. No. He's the one that pushed that trash. He sure is. And he still pushes for it. What a bozo. What a bozo to plan for, really? Donald Trump is still promoting that trash. Should be ashamed of himself. And here's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. Before it was already decided what the FDA was going to do, our governor here in Colorado told us he's FBI, they're going to mandate that all of the sons and daughters between 5 and 11 get their roll up your sleeve. That was before the FDA said anything about it. I mean, truly, who the hell do you think you are? What a bozo. Another millionaire that was born with a golden spoon in his mouth because his mommy and daddy created industry.
Just in the nick of time.
Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario?
Here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Hyperinflation hasn't even done yet. But it's going to begin. The main thing is, the FBI and the NSA are suggesting that the big bad thing we're going to act in your water and isn't that right? No damn well right on that one too. Because you don't want to pull order. What do you do? You take out the whole site and you can do crap the way you want under the cover of the other thing. You know the best thing for that for the NSA okay? How's that? Yeah, been on
What's the scenario?
How much water will flow over you? All of you heroes run around with mind sickness. Go look at the NSA how much water they Go ahead, go look. Don't you dare look at me and tell me about gonna come back on water. The NSA doesn't need all that water. Why do they need all that water? Somebody want to look that up? How much water does the NSA use one day? Hold on a second. It looks like somebody got it already. 32,000 gallons of water in one day. Wow. Water on.
You know I did it, so don't violate or you'll get violated. The hip hop sound is well agitated. Whatever waste of time on the played out.
What is it? Oh, Susan W. gave $9.99 on a hearing. That's right, it's here.
back. As I did again, I had to beg your pardon. When I travel with the when I roll with the squadron. Like a dungeon dragon. Take a little pause with your pants are sagging.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing there. I read articles about that. How they put restrictions on yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys see
So what's the scenario? Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? Strong. And now the biggest hypocrisy of all is the
all right. If I pull this up.
Too sexy for this, too sexy for this.
This here, ladies and gentlemen, is a therapy to me. This is what the climate clowns are suggesting. If we don't do something, that this is how the United States may look in 30 years. No, sir, no, ma'am. Let's go ahead and take a look at this image. If you want, click on the image and get that, and it will enlarge the full screen. All right, let's go ahead and look at this weight video on. Or predominantly film. Colorado is like
people give the answer why be sublime. It's enjoyable to know you get to talk your mind. Take off your coat, skills, act like Jim. Sit down, here to your styles, you recite these hymns. See, lyrically, I'm Mario and Dre over Momo.
maybe for
Slow-mo. Hurry in the 80s, JP's or the maybe. But now, let me take it to the
what
side.
states are completely designated on Ireland?
I'll be almost there. You could be a black man or just for your
Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas. See this like a little bit of the Mexico, Arizona, Kentucky, California, let's see what else we got. Idaho, Oregon, on my own. I'd like that. Then we got Nebraska, only about a third of that is mine. Then of course we have Illinois is the whole state. Kentucky, almost the whole state is going. Tennessee is a bit. I mean, Missouri doesn't exist. I mean, look at this. It's ridiculous. Who comes up with this garbage? Has anybody heard of the Continental Divide? Has anybody ever heard of that? Brandon, thanks very much for that. And certified nobody on the net. Anybody know what the Continental Divide is? Alright, so the Continental Divide is and somebody maybe showed the class. I'm sure you've heard of the collegiate geeks. The collegiate geeks are mountains. And the reason why they call them collegiate geeks because all of them are in Anyway, what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is some of these mountains with collegiate geeks are higher than 14,000. They call them 14,000. Those are above sea level of 14,000. Hold on. Let me see what happens. Hold on. You need to tell me somehow, some way, that in 30 years from now, that for the most part, the entire part of the United States, center of the United States would be gone. How is the water going to go over?
Unlimited double miles everywhere.
Where can we use this? Anyone could help me out. Seeing that the sea level of Tennessee the sea level of the top of one of your beach cruises is the difference of about who is coming out of these little maps? If you get what I'm saying, I mean, you understand what I'm saying. How is it that you went from a plain space of Kansas City to Oklahoma State? These are flat. Somehow, some way, you're going to water
and this one's about the kale.
To get your 14,000 feet, okay? 14,000 feet, like that. Now you gotta spread it this way, going with ways. This doesn't even make sense. It's right up there with, in other words, this is my opinion that map is the give us your garbage tax money. Don't give us the garbage tax money. If you don't do it right this moment, in 30 years, you're not going to have what we said that gotta give us that tax money. And ladies and gentlemen, how does garbage tax, how does that change anything? Oh, and by the way, ladies and gentlemen, it is suggested that the United States is responsible for 11%. Step off stage, escape from more. Made up tongue that rhymes galore. Snap my fingers, make you mind it. Not just the United States is responsible for that. I'm guaranteed you will be standing next to me. Fly, but don't you know you can go nutty? I'm so glad that you're going for the dirty. Not too scared, not too chubby. So like so the United States is right. I told that you one from 11. I told you that it has you. But that was making me China is going
realistically. I won't lie. I love getting deep, why? Cause I
And
never let it walk me by. When it comes to me, and Jimmy, I sing like a everybody is an actor. Cause I'm a quick Jimmy and Jimmy start shooting the game. One that make it shine, even red.
They are ignoring
on the top. Wow.
They don't get all the way in the slots. Air. So what are you gonna do about it, world? What's the mark over there to give us a thing or two? Tell them who's in charge. There you go. All done. Now, it's funny that the decision only applies to countries that are heavily vested in or stating that they would participate in this military race. See how that works? So, next time anyone you guys see Greta, or Schwab, or John Kerry, I should call him John Kerry. That's what I'll do. I'll make it a note. Contact John Kerry, Secretary of State. This guy's moving around in his private jet, whining to all of you about the carbon footprint while he's selling jet fuel in the air.
Girl, I heard you making some good times. If you quest from the zone, it's what we'll find. Whole lot of fun.
Bobby Duvall, you can say stop paying taxes all you want. But how are you going to do that exactly? How are you going to see taxes? And here's the thing. Once we go into a cryptocurrency, You'll understand that people that always have the idea of this smash thing, as soon as they go into a digital, anything but the system, you'll see what slavery is. In other words, there's laws that stop paying taxes. What's going to happen when you go into every day, every dog is on every day, every dog is followed. How are you going to get away from that? Can you imagine your state representative saying, well, we need to raise taxes. We need to raise taxes 1%. You don't even get to fill out an income tax or anything. They just take that into account. Oh, well, we decided to raise your federal income tax. You say how everybody wants access to your bank account. That's just why they set up phone shows. They want you to have automatic pay to your bank account. You want to set up, electricity. They want to have direct deposit every month, automatic from your account. Everybody wants in your account. Why is that? Everybody's going to have rights and wrongs. It will be illegal in 4 years. Not that it will be a crime. What is this? Most governments on Pittsburgh, and they use military to kill them. Best wish is you stand in line. You got that right. But it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. No, it doesn't. And here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, you know who could stop all of this mess right now? You know who could stop totalitarian takeover in the United States? You know who could stop it? Now that you can't guess. You know who the number one entity that can stop it? I mean, right now, put the brakes on it. We're not even American. Nope. Not we the people. I said they're not even American. Who would they be? Mike Baker. He probably would stop it. I think he instituted No. All right, the first person to get to do this right, you're going to get 50 dirty socks. I'll give you a minute. I'll give you 1 minute. I don't think they're going to get it. No. Let's see, I'll read the comments. Uganda, Hong Kong, Germany, Canada. No. Okay, Poland. No, not mine either. Let's see, Sweden, Israel. No. Hurry up, you have 40 seconds left. We got this. China. No, not me. Not the Lord. Jesuits, no. No. Whoa, somebody got it. Somebody got it. Sarah, normally got it. All right, 50 dirty socks to do. Hold on, let me go ahead and pay.
Greetings, girl, and welcome to my world. Right up to that. Because the days age you're about to walk top stage. So
there you go. Sarah, normally got it.
This is the ground, and I cause your apartments before the sun. The video point is a one-man sport. Better for this to plug one. Don't worry about this. Watching other deals, and they are switch. Raise the frame of our moves to say which become what's coming behind the bush. They just say, I know this, and not because of all my earthly treasures. But I'm the thing that I'm constantly all but because
our tell stop it. here's the thing, like, you're going to shot. Cartels have better arms than our military. And they know the southern border like nobody exists. They know a hell of a lot better than law enforcement. Anybody in the National Guard. They know that border inside and out, above, underground. Oh, they have the money. They have the weapons. They have the stop this man. And you know why? If they understood what's coming, they would stop. Because their existence, their entire existence, once we go into a digital dollar, it will over. Somebody got in the room. Here we go. I'm gonna give you a scenario. Give me a scenario. Cash is eliminated, entirely eliminated. Now, how are you going to get your product from suddenly to the streets of everything gets right? How are you going to go if you're going to make it out? I'm listening. Don't tell me barbers because it doesn't look like one on the street. Silver and gold, that ain't gonna work. How many people run around with silver and gold? How you gonna carry it? NFT, that ain't gonna work because it's a trade. Okay, if you got, you can't. The NFTs are traceable. They're non-fungible tokens, right? Non-fungible, buddy. That means they can be spent. Your cryptocurrency, everything and every job is how it's for. Everything lasts and everything. How are you going to get paid? How? Somebody told me how are you going to get paid? Nobody told me yet. Cash goes. Gold. How many people run around gold and pots? Now, something like that. You don't know what you can't go to school. How are you going to know what that doesn't make sense. How are you going to do it? Irish thing. That's fine. Money order. You can't do it. What I'm saying, ladies, it can't be done. Everything is great. Everything is great. Honor, money ain't going to barter. It's not going to work. Everybody knows barter is a losing proposition.
Enjoy the getting away from jail. They stress, so I need to leave.
The war is coming. Yeah,
If I'm gonna do, I know that you can find another flight, leaving the same.
Somehow, some way.
I can't afford any penalties.
All I'm just trying to tell you is cartels are not afraid.
It's yours. Cool. Here's your green. I'm out of your scene, but I'll be back to purchase some more.
And they actually do have the say, divide the challenge because they help. And, if they truly want to see the future, the immediate future, we're not talking about the future 10 years from now. We're talking about the immediate.
Sorry, they can't get through.
By the time you blink your eye, you will be under all right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and do a report. Let me look at my comms. What do we got?
Get back to you.
4 LCD. Let's go, spit it out. Push out the 4 LCD. One of the best. 95% of the room. Spit it out. Come on, let's go. Who's got it? All right, folks got a 4 LCD. Jimmy got a 4 LCD. No BS. That's a 4 LCD. If you have the 5, what you need. Machine, I can talk to you. There it goes. Okay, what do we got here? 6, 7, 5, 7, 1. And your number, and I'll get back to you. I'll check it out. 4, 4. Sorry, I can't get
Look at all the four, ladies and gentlemen.
and the number.
Susan
I'll
Alvin
get back
has
to you.
657, right? Orlando has 657. Look at all the world teams, ladies and gentlemen. You have to ask yourself. You have to ask yourself. The implementation of Smart Home Network was supposed to happen last summer. What did they do? There you go. Oh yeah. All about the cloud, baby. All about the IoT. I'm telling you, you gotta keep your head on. Keep your head on tight, baby. Because when the big cloud 7 is activated nationwide, that's it. Got me? Think I'm playing, ain't playing. Come on. Please answer the question. Why is the big cloud? Why is 5G not all over water? Oh, they're ready. And that's what's wrong with them. They're everywhere. Look up that much. I know that is. They're everywhere. Why is it? I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen. They're electronic. In other words, everybody must provide a little papers. Once everything goes into a digital electronic system, then so in these individuals going to the street, they're getting cordless grinders. So there's a lot of people that are not all cordless at all. But you gotta remember, ladies and gentlemen, Elon Musk has his way, and the the grid for your side is 1,000% you'll have internet in most areas, and they don't use battery. That's the pricing part. Because right now they gotta have their electric down there. Yes, they do. They don't have electricity. Guess what? They have However, when you have all the satellites and the entire innovation of the Skynet grid, that won't be the case. Because those satellites will be powered up by solar, right? And next generation solar that will provide they will be that way. I know. So the main thing is, you know, with supply chain and all that crap, we're essentially creating to make all these people fly
And again, once they start using food, anybody on a local, state, and federal level that I like to say is, play that There's a lot of countries that are going through that right now. And did you notice, United States, I don't know if you guys saw that video that came out about the marathon, where they're talking about these officials in New Jersey talking about they're not going to have the mandate, but they're going to sleep in place until after the election. Why would that be? Well, I don't want to piss anybody off by having a mandate. So once the guy's elected, then they'll vote. See how they are? Demonstrations are useless. Demonstrations are useless. Yes, they are. Yes, there is, man. I know. Well, we have 4,000 satellites. I know, it's a lot. Hold on a second. Wait. Carol, I just wait. I'm gonna do that right now.
Make sure all the love is straight out. The brothers. Must wear a cap just in case the young girl likes to clap. Ain't vote the win, but before I begin, I initiate the body with a slap beat. From a trap called Quest. When I see money, I don't have step. I just do the trapper style and hit the jet.
That's a story or what?
The body that I like is super sexy and nice. Just good enough for the one they call fire.
I don't say anything.
Shoulder length hair, nice firm breasted around area. On the next, I'll be keeping with my trap called Quest. And if the quest for the body don't fess, if the Jimmy wants nothing but the best, stick out the Jimmy and see what we can catch. Next, won't be needed unless. Dancing on the dance floor. Girl, it's
all right, ladies and gentlemen. So anyway, that's big all wax. It's been an hour and 38 minutes. I need to do this thing called beat. And Amy will go on later and drink a couple of beers and party a little bit. Right? So anyway, that is pretty much big all wax. Go ahead and give the thank you to all the people that have done some of the I know you work hard for your cat, so I'm sure you're probably really appreciate it. And then, of course, all the moms you want to get from that. Appreciate y'all as well. And for everybody that joined in the chat log, thanks for stopping by. Maybe we'll come on here and later on this year, about 8:95. But yeah, I saw that there. I saw that. And that's another thing too. The volcano there, what is it? That thing would fall off the ocean or something. I don't know. I saw the footage on that today. It looks like 3 volcanoes going up all at the same time. They're so weird. It's like it makes you wonder if they want that sort of thing. I guess we have 6 to 8 hours. You see that? Is that right, Neil? You saw that, right? Yes, I did. I don't see it. Makes you wonder if they want that context. Yeah, it's not full tone, right? It just makes you wonder if these somebody you wouldn't mind having that kind of I mean, I hope not. You have 6 to 8 hours to get the high ground. You want to understand stuff like that with the weight. You go inland 16, 70 miles. Can you imagine that? I can imagine. Right? That'd be crazy. I'll tell you what, man. With the internet, I doubt very soon when stuff like that can go. It happens without the whole world being notified. And hopefully what's called whatever. You know what I mean? Anyway, that is the name of Black. I'm on something that way. I'm going to follow you. So I'll see y'all later on. You have a great day. Later.
What are the qualities that I really, really want? What is important that I didn't get in that past relationship, right? Who am I, right? Which is the question. What are my deepest needs? What are my dark patterns, right? And then you go through a process of
I want to ask about the biggest mistake that you've seen in your research, or maybe also your personal experience, that people are making when it comes to finding love and using seduction within that discovery of finding love.
Well, the greatest mistake people make is they judge simply on appearances. Yes. And of course, we all have sexual desire, we have physical desires, and often we're attracted to people, and there's a sexual component. The character of that person doesn't mesh with us, right? Yes. And so the physical stuff doesn't last that long. It can go on forever, although it can go on fairly well and you connect on that level. But it kind of dies down at some point, and then you're confronted with their psychology, their personality, their character. You have to be able to think, can I talk to this person in 5 years and carry on an interesting conversation? Can I sit across from the table if you want a long-term relationship and find a stimulating conversation with them? Because that's really what it ends up boiling down to. And so you really want to be able to also judge their character. And if you're able to look inside the other person a little bit and to see a kind of deeper connection between you, I believe that the sexual part, which is extremely important in a relationship, will actually be intensified and heightened, right? As opposed to the immediate kind of animal attraction that we have to people. So if you deepen your connection to that person and love is involved, where you actually feel a vulnerability to them in this kind of back and forth relational charge, I think the physical component, the value of it increases. So that's the number one mistake people make,
Is it, do people have sex too early?
Well, I don't know what's going on necessarily with young people right now. I know the hookup culture is still pretty strong, and guys are watching porn. And so, that's probably a tendency. And in the traditional way, things have changed. It was the woman who had more to lose, pregnant, tried to keep the sex at bay for at least several weeks or months or longer. And that's kind of been lost. But yeah, I think the fact that the falling in love process generally takes time, right? I mean, we do have love at first sight, and it is a real phenomenon, and I've had it myself. Really? Yeah. But the idea is, so there's a famous French writer named Stendhal who wrote a great book called On Love, and one of the greatest books written about love in the early 19th century. And he compared to falling in love what he called crystallization.
And it's based on this thing where when you throw a piece of wood into this mine in Germany somewhere in Salzburg, and you pull it out, like a week later, it would be filled with all of these brilliant crystals. We compare that to the process of falling in love. The person is just who they are. They're like the trunk of a tree. But your mind kind of puts all these qualities, all crystallizes them in some kind of ideal treatment, right? And so that mental process takes time, right? It requires also some distance and some exercise. Sort of basic elements of human psychology. So
what do you mean by distance?
Well,
like don't spend all your time with the person.
And if you're having sex right away, it's too close, it's too intimate, it's too early to be able to go through that process. And often, there's usually a letdown after that initial sexual encounter if you have it too early, right? Whereas opposed to letting time go by and letting the other person begin to think about you and fantasize about you. And in their mind, sort of imagine some interesting qualities about you and fascinate them, which is what he calls this crystallization process. I mean, literally think of it that way, that you're having you're in their mind, they're kind of forming sort of ideal crystal image of you, right? And it takes time, and it takes some absence. It takes the ability to say, you're not in their face all the time. You disappear for a couple of days, a few days. You let them think about you, and you let that kind of spell, because seduction and love is kind of a spell that you cast, right? And there's an art to it. And so the mistake people have is they're in too much of a hurry, right?
Too much of a hurry to what? Have sex, to fall in love, to...
Yeah, or to have like a really intimate relationship, or to get married, or whatever it is. In general, in our culture, people are too much in a hurry to get money, too much in a hurry to get attention. That also involves, a romantic relationship, right?
So what's the difference between seduction and love?
Well, I maintain that the process of seducing is making the other person fall in love. Right.
The process of seducing is getting the other person to love. Could someone fall in love without being seduced? Without seducing them? Even in love at first sight, there could be like a moment of seduction that turns into that, or how does that work?
Well, even in love at first sight, which I say I've maybe experienced, it doesn't necessarily lead to something, right? You still have to go through a process for the other person's character. If you start idealizing and fantasizing, thinking about them, even that immediate attraction, there is still the seduction process that has to go on, right? And so, I try in the art of seduction, I make the point that political seduction, marketing seduction, social seduction is in your office, you're continuing to seduce you. It's the same process, and it's getting the other person to think about you and getting them to fall in love with your product, with your idea, with your political platform, or whatever it is. And that process of internalizing that other person and having their presence, their spirit or whatever inside you can have, and you're thinking about it, is a process of falling in love, right? So it doesn't mean that there aren't seductions where you're seducing the other person and it's over after a while. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to lead to a relationship. But I separate seduction from just having sex. So if you go to a bar and you pick up a woman at the bar that night, you go back to the place and have sex, that's not seduction. Right? Because we are psychological creatures, right? We're not animals. And the process of actually having our emotions engaged by the other person, it takes a lot deeper process. Right? It can't happen. It can't happen overnight. So seduction isn't like, pickup artists don't really like the art of seduction so much.
Why is that?
Because it's not quick enough for them. I'm telling you, you have to go through these steps. I don't want to have to go through all these steps. I don't want to have to wait 3 weeks to sleep with her or a month. I don't have to surprise her, give her gifts, or I go to the nail, do all of these things that Robert talks about. I want to quit. Some of them are, and some of them are. And so there are plenty of books out there about how to put women or guys in the bar, but the discussion is something else, something more elementary. And I talk in the art seduction about how it goes back to our childhood, how we are incredibly vulnerable to the emotions of other people because our parents. In the sense of, we internalize their presence, we're thinking about when we have this kind of very deep attachment to them. We're seduced by our parents. Kind of sets the tone for early childhood need to feel vulnerable to other people. Right? That's the thing as well is, it's a lot of people mistakes in they have really bad ideas about
what do they think it is?
Well, they have an idea that it's this kind of cold process. Typically, male sees that and they're really conniving. They're coming up with all kinds of tricks, schemes to get the woman or man to fall for them. And either they're after money, sex, or something else, right? And actually, seduction is a matter of vulnerability. It's making yourself vulnerable to the other person. Yeah. And, we live in times where people have a hard time being vulnerable. If you're insecure, if you're filled with a lot of anxiety, you tend to close up inside yourself. And to let another person in, to let them have some control over your emotions can be kind of a scary process. But if you can't feel that vulnerability, if you can't open yourself up to the power of that other person, there won't be a seduction. It will be this kind of cold, mechanical process. Right?
So how do we learn to open ourselves up and be vulnerable to allow for seduction to happen? If we're really interested in someone, we're like, we're really going to start dating this person, we're really excited about the potential, but we're also don't want to ruin it and mess up.
Yeah. Well, each relationship is different. I talk to a lot of people on the vulnerability issue, particularly women in counseling. They've had a bad experience, right? They dealt with maybe a man who's kind of cold, calculating, or an abusive relationship, right? And what happens is they get kind of bitter and hard. They don't want to open themselves up to the relationship. They're not aware that's happening, but unconsciously that's what's going on. I try to tell them, if you let that happen, that means that person, that abuser, or whoever it was, they've defeated you, not only physically, but they have ruined one of the most important aspects of your life. They've made it impossible for you to feel vulnerable and open and trust another person. It's very difficult. So my process in there is telling them that, making it clear to them that if that happens, then they have this power over you. You don't want to let them have that power, right? So we work on ways, first making it clear how important it is to feel vulnerable, not just to other people, but to everything. That's sort of the subject of my next book. But to feel vulnerable and to open yourself to other people, to open yourself in general to people in your spirit, to let them in, to let them have some influence power over them. Why is that important? Because it allows you then to have a deeper understanding and a deeper connection. So, we all kind of live in these castles where we're trying to protect ourselves, right? We're all kind of defensive. And it's for good reason. We live in a world that's very harsh. A lot of information, a lot of things going on at the same time. So we kind of live in these castles. And you're not understanding people unless you kind of open up to their spirit. I talk about the art seduction. Enter the other person's spirit of the key chapter, where you're able to kind of put yourself inside of the other person, feel what they might be thinking, right? Which is, I think, a problem a lot of men have. Putting yourself in their position, trying to understand what makes them with their psychology. To do that, you have to kind of let go of yourself. You have to be willing to kind of float and let yourself go into them and open yourself up to their spirit and not assume you know everything about them or that everything all of your ideas are correct. So vulnerability is a very important element that you must have in order to be able to have empathy and be able to understand.
Is it, you wrote a book about the laws of power, the 48 laws of power. Is this, different than the laws of power, the seduction strategies where you're being more vulnerable as opposed to,
Well, believe it or not, I wrote The Art of Seduction at the time. It was not a sequel, but it kind of played off the 48 laws. And there were a few chapters in the 48 laws that dealt with, such as use absence, create honor and respect, or make others come to you, or create compelling spectacles. There were at least 8 or 10 of the 48 laws that were very sort of seduction oriented. And the idea is we all want power, and that's sort of my key thesis that drives all of my books. And it's not power just in a political sense. It's the idea that you have some control over your fate, control over destiny, right? And control and the ability to influence the people around you. Well, seduction is the ultimate form of that kind of power. Really? That's what I've seen. I talk about that 48 laws. It's a form of soft power. So people, you seduce them, they're not even aware that you would gain this kind of power opened up to you.
it's kind of hypnotizing in a sense, right? It's like this, you're unaware. You're being hypnotized by someone's message or their brand or their product or a political message as well.
Yeah.
It's like, I like this. I don't even know why I like it.
Right. Yeah, because if people sense that you're trying to get power over them, if they sense that you're scheming, that you've read Robert's 48 laws of power, whatever, they get defensive and close themselves off. And then you can't move them, you can't maneuver them in the right way. I know about 16 years ago, when the pickup artist thing was really big and hot,
the game,
everything is a great guy. But every woman in Los Angeles, where I live, had been approached by a pickup artist. They all knew the strategies and making all that kind of stuff.
Putting them down.
Yeah, they knew all of it. And so it didn't work anymore. It lost all the power. Everyone had been exposed, right? They could see through the tricks. They could see pickup artists coming from a mile away. All the little gag, little tricks like cards or reading little poems. Oh, come on, man, I know you're good. So it isn't working. So if people sense you're trying to manipulate them, they close off. And that's why in advertising and marketing, they know that they have to make it seem like they're not advertising. That it's just kind of word of mouth. It's just the average person on the street touting their products, etc. Because if you're advertising it so clearly how you're manipulating it, doesn't work. So the trick in seduction is to have such a gentle touch that people don't even understand what's going on. And that's what a kind of a master seducer can do.
And what I'm hearing you say, that's living from more of a vulnerable state. Is that right? Being open to being
computer games?
Well, there are people who are cold seducers and they seduce women, but I don't, it's kind of a limit.
Yes.
So here's these parasite dudes, big thick veins on the guy's neck, with glasses really thick, sideburns like Elvis, and it says, "Oh, I know this hoe. Hoes. Lewis, the number one reason you're single and can't find love. You gotta be kidding. They're still crying about their daddy issues and mommy issues. That's where they didn't pass the initiation. And what did stupid monographs say? I don't even remember hearing it. Isn't that twisted? Let's listen again. Oh, teeth things. Yeah, that's pretty mean, isn't it?
After the battle, they admit I'm winning. Simply well meaning. But like the transistors on the motion. Like wind bubble flow, bring it on down the road.
1906. You guys have been on vacation. What's going on with you? Good afternoon. Hey, G in the house. Who's that? Oh, Connecticut. No matter where you are, there you are. Just John Jupiter. And what were you thinking about? You're probably thinking, where is that knucklehead at? Where did he go? Right? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've been waiting for a live stream? I know it's been a couple of days. Well, I missed you back, Kevin. Sure did. You had a strong feeling after you going live? See, there we go. We're all here connected. Is that right?
Creator dashboard is
Exactly right. Well, here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. The games continue.
Says I'm sending
The United States of Florida.
sending data.
Why did we say that? Well, it appears
Now, probably just throw on the rest of the thing because
that the
hi everybody.
the director
Those
of
that are
health
watching this later because you're watching
in the state of Florida is using this thing called
on days like this time is transit. I'm on the road again.
Holy smoke!
And it's
This
always
man is using
never seem to get there. Just like
it's
I in theory, I have
Go ahead
plenty
and
to
get
do
you some
this.
evidence.
And yet, when I get close to LA, the traffic bomb has and then I can't. So, and for those of you who don't know, first Tuesday of every month I have Masons, so I have home state, and then some.
So he's using an article that came out of the Globe about your astrology and when you're supposed to do things. So he's playing with legal matters today.
Hey Ted, I look forward to one day going to Greece. I finally achieved Green Spark icon, feeling pretty pro now. Never.
It's right,
Glenn, congratulations, thank you for achieving one of the highest status you could possibly get in YouTube. Well, besides, I think the or the diamond subscriber thing apparently is a new thing.
Yeah, you guys all get it on my content.
But yes, welcome.
But I can't get it on mine.
I'm going to.
Oh,
I just have to be basically on the road by 2:30. So we're going to just do a high and tight show today, if you know what I'm saying. And then we will we'll just jump into these things. There's plenty of stuff. There's plenty of stuff, and I will always run out of time, and it doesn't matter, and that's how it works. And we're just going to live with that, and what are we going to do when Bongino gets kicked off the air because of his shit ratings, and we don't have him telling stories about that anymore. But first, Marjorie Trader Green, and she's on the War Room, and I was fascinated by this headline. China has already beaten us. That's right. Thanks, March. America has no shot. Hear that, Americans? Yeah, your flag, your constitution, it means nothing. Your ingenuity, your society, your freedoms, garbage. Gone. Forget about it. Pack it up. Because according to MTG, who I am certain is up on the current state of affairs in China right now,
They've already kicked our ass. They are kicking our ass in real estate debt. They are also kicking our ass in flitting, curiously enough, even with that extra rain. So, maybe that's where she's going. But we need to come up with like her zodiac name, because it's becoming increasingly clear that that more than likely
Rudolph Steiner.
that she clearly is the new Unabomber, and we need to know this. We need to come up with. She needs her own original Ted Kaczynski kind of name. She lives in an A-frame in the forest next to a CrossFit.
Oh my God.
Anyways, we'll find out. Full of Pratt recorders. I'm curious. I know you're curious. How in the world has China beat us already? My goodness, I thought it was by 2040, and then they're going to eat our lunch. Remember that? Which must be really weird when there are so many Chinese restaurants in America that thrive and do very well and make great food. Din Tai Fung, technically Taiwanese, but you get what I'm saying. Chinese dumplings. Some of the greatest, like Yang Sing. If you haven't been to Yang Sing in San Francisco, if you ever go to San Francisco, you need to go to House of Nanking, and you need to go to Yang Sing. The two Chinese restaurants that are the must visits in San Francisco. Just awesome. So anytime I want to eat China's lunch, that's where, or brunch, I guess, they do dim sum. That's where I go.
Not even the
So,
split.
hi, Environmental Coffee House. Good to see you. So, sorry about the other people who are in different time zones, and this is even worse for them. Oh, that's you. Yes, the Chinese have blown up more buildings in 20 years. Yes, that's exactly right. They are kicking our ass in the leveling entire subdivisions of buildings because no one lives in them. They are kicking our ass in the unlivable real estate. Yeah, so there we go. But let's see how she thinks they're kicking our ass. Now, should we worry that she's wearing red?
St. Charles.
On taxes for allocation.
I mean,
try to imagine that they collect taxes and they do whatever the hell they want with your taxes.
Was it
out there now? A lot of it's in secret. You can't even know.
Correct. We'll find out. Very excited.
But the IRS, they want to know every last
penny of what you did last year. Yes, China does have the nicest ghost cities. America has a couple of ghost towns, but they're like shitty old side stop towns that just only lived because people needed to stop for gas more frequently back in the day, and now they can drive past them. Don't get me started on the movie Cars, because the song from that movie makes me cry.
Yeah, because you're driving off into the cliff, the sunset. Say, look for Cliff High.
That movie that hits right when your kid's right at the sweetheart window of Disney movies, and Cars was just the one that hit it for him, where he wanted to watch it again and again. Your town, that song. Oh God, it makes me all weepy just because I'm thinking about my little boy.
Suddenly the IRS backs off and says, okay, we'll forget about that. Let's let it go with the other things.
All right, let's see how China's kicking our ass.
Congressman Green.
Oh, all right, simulcast in Mandarin. Very good. Congressman Green. By the way, did he just leave?
I know,
Is he now doing this from Mexico?
Oh, yeah.
American people, why are we trying to jam in this radical transformation of America so that Joe Biden can go to Glasgow?
Sorry, by the way, the radical transformation he's talking about in America, which, of course, he means bypassing the will of the people, manipulating the electoral college, and installing a dictator in the form of Donald Trump who can just stay in Xi Jinping style forever. I'm sure that's what he means by jamming through.
President Xi's already said he's not going. Right. So Biden go over to Glasgow, Scotland, and this globalist meeting.
Oh, see, I thought it was Glasgow, Tennessee. Now I got it.
And that they can get some momentum, because if they lose next Tuesday, the entire Biden regime implodes. Congressman.
If they lose a governor's race in one state, then it's all over. Pack it up. They're gonna lose.
Drew Taylor Green, thank you for joining us. Your thoughts?
Thank you, Steve. Well, Pelosi knows that her time is short, so she has us here in Washington accomplishing nothing while she's.
Well, it's not that short. I mean, she's got. There's not even an election until next year, and then they wouldn't even be sworn in until after. So even if she loses, it's a year from January.
Mayor of New York City.
But I guess, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, you know, from the creation of the universe to now, time is short.
Working Democrats, working her Congress over to try to do anything she can to ram through these massive trillions in socialist spending that will wreck our economy forever. We'll never turn the ship back, Steve.
Yeah, if we get infrastructure, we're fucked.
There we go.
If we get universal pre-K, the American experiment is over. If the government gives people money to further their education, especially in the computer sciences and the vocational trades,
I'm doing a live stream on the Monocrat channel on YouTube. And I know that you're running for
tradition
mayor.
as being oddly behind what other Western democracies in education will disappear forever.
Screaming out for your name.
America
They
is
want
a
Curtis.
ship.
We want
We're like
Curtis. We want
Hey,
Curtis.
fuck you. We are not.
Curtis. Would you mandate?
Go back to where you
vaccine
came from, you
for
commie.
mayor?
America's not a sinking ship. Is this what they mean by America first? Is this patriotism? Have I been missing? Have I had the whole thing backwards this whole time?
A ship just overladen with heavy cargo. We're taking on water. We have enemies on board. There's enemies in the bridge driving us the wrong direction.
I'm the captain now.
Everything that Biden wants to do will enslave us to China. President Xi doesn't have to go to Glasgow because he doesn't
You're
have
the
to
best.
answer to
You know
anyone
you're the
right
best,
now.
right?
Well, not right now, but they actually do have a party conference next year where they're presuming, they have been presuming for quite some time, that
No,
they're gonna
you really are the best
continue
because
this,
there's so many people out there between the fighters and the nurses,
We'll
the
see.
police officers, the first responders,
It's getting pretty
and everyday
cutthroat over there.
working folk that are being placed
but
into
interestingly enough, right
unreasonable
about the time
positions
that
of
her first and
if
only
you don't
term
want to
coming
take
to an end,
this, then you lose
Xi
your job. I
Jinping
mean,
will
that's
also be
extortion
dealing with
to the
that as
highest
well.
form.
I'm sure she
Because if
knows
somebody's
that.
making
I'm sure she, you know, the analogy of the sinking ship taking on water, but there's enemies on board, and it's a cargo ship, because that's what America is. We're a cargo ship.
Yeah, you got what I mean? I mean, this is
You see, the
outrageous.
reality is,
And,
the press
you know,
doesn't want
God
to tell
love you
Americans
for
that
standing
China
up for
has
the
already
common
beaten
man
us. They beat
and
us
for
in
everyday
2020 with
people. You know what I mean?
COVID-19, and then with our election debacle that
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much,
I'm not
Curtis.
familiar
Have a
with
great
this,
day.
this COVID-19. I know it's got a lot of names.
See how
If
that
you
works?
list off
That's how
more
that
of them,
works.
you know, Wu flu, whatever you want to.
It's
So
that
they've
neat.
already beaten
Sure
us
is neat.
with COVID,
And you heard it for yourself,
which is
ladies
fake
and gentlemen.
apparently. You know, one of the ways that
And you will not.
you could probably, let's say they've beaten, going
Wow.
full bioweapons
That
on
is so
this,
cool.
just theoretically.
And you know what? I wonder
One of the
if,
ways you could have a countermeasure
I wonder
against that attack
if
is a
powers that
vaccine.
be
I don't know if you
will
know
make
about it. There was some
absolutely sure
program
that he doesn't get in
called
there.
Operation Fart Sneed
Pretty
that you
well,
might
not get in there.
that you might know about.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is outrageous.
But we'll see. We'll see.
yeah, Republican wants to take on. No one wants to talk about the election fraud for fear of losing their social media.
Yeah, that's what they're worried about. They're worried about losing their Twitter feed. It's not because, you know, it's an attack on our democracy and bullshit. It doesn't pay off every time you look. By the way, I would like to say to all our Republican colleagues out there, you know, across the aisle or the moat or wherever the fuck you guys are, I'd like to say to you, in all honesty, please audit every state. Listen to Mike Lindell, audit everything, because everywhere you go, Biden manages to get more votes. Knock yourself out.
Are being banned even on Fox News. You see, we're in a time that's a crisis like never before. And
A crisis like never before? Oh, you mean COVID, right? You mean the fact that, you know, red states especially are, you know, dying hand over fist. And you know, it's really not only is it a pandemic of the unvaccinated right now, it's a pandemic of the intentionally unvaccinated. It's a pandemic of the anti-vaxxer. It must make you nervous.
OC and the Democrats know that they have to get this agenda done before this election, because the election in Virginia, if the Democrat loses, it's going to make them look very, very bad. But the polling,
Public health experts say
Make them look very, very bad. Does it change the balance of the votes?
are
No.
safe for most people. You didn't say that earlier.
that I just heard at our conference meeting this morning has everything showing that the Democrats are losing, and they're losing faster than any other administration in our nation's
Early in the game.
history.
Well, I mean, you do have to admit that Trump just lost the House, the Senate, and the White House in one term,
Now they're changing it.
including his own job.
And you
But
know
anyway,
what?
so you started one termer. You were saying something.
Communism doesn't sell in America, and the Americans aren't ready to buy it because we're not.
Well, you can't sell communism. They share it. They just pass it around. Everyone gets as much communism as they want or need. You have to stand in line to pick up your communism. No one. If you're buying and selling it, it's no longer communism. It's kind of like an anarchy shirt you buy at Hot Topic. It's not quite anarchy when it's been screen printed by a corporation. Just saying. Just can't spray paint assholes. It's not that hard to do.
Communist nation, we're fed up with our economy being completely wrecked. We're tired of mask mandates and vaccine mandates.
I know why you don't want to take that.
Well, you know, we're tired of having to worry all the time that people who are assholes who are attacking people at school boards and online constantly are actually getting sick and clogging up the fucking hospitals. I mean, we could do away with this in a second.
Now here's the
All
thing.
Republicans in the country simply refuse to go to the hospital if you get sick from any disease that has a vaccine.
They don't have to swab anything. They don't have to go in your nose. They don't have to
do that.
No. It's done with saliva. So you might want to contact them again and tell them that you will take
Sick and tired of our school boards telling us as parents that we have no control over our children's education.
Well, you clearly do. You just can't attack. And you don't have minority rules. You don't get to go and freak out and threaten.
about a year, not quite a year.
And again, we're all ears on a better way to teach stuff. Sharing is caring. That stuff is not CRT.
Fed up with the border being ripped wide open and allowing anyone and every.
Well, technically speaking, if it's ripped wide open, you're going to have to talk to the asshole that built the wall because apparently it sucks. Apparently, walls and wheels are not long for this world. We thought they'd be around forever, but apparently not. Apparently, the wall is terrible. Because it's paper thin. It's like the walls that the mad scientist has in Man with Two Brains.
To come into our country, and I believe that.
Hold on. What comes into our country? They tear open our border and they come into our country and they what?
Allowing anyone and everyone to come into our country.
Well, yeah, that's not actually happening. I mean, it's bad enough you were born here. I suppose we just have to put up with it. I mean, I'm not willing to change the Constitution just because you're a monster. But yeah, no, there's a vetting process. And we spoke about it yesterday. Mainly minor children.
I was like, wait a minute, what are you doing?
Now, I'm sure you could stop the influx of minor children coming into the United States through NGO and government aid to countries that these people are leaving from, or allowing people to have abortions. If you don't like the children coming in. I mean, I don't know how you feel about. I mean, they are breaking the law. I mean, sure, they're 5 and wandering in the desert by themselves, but hey, if it dropped over a wall, I mean, that has to be enemy combatant. Maybe that's why you need that huge gun, right? In case the kids holding one of those things of slime and it diverts the bullet. Yeah, that's true.
And I believe we're going to take our country back, Steve.
From China? I see. Is it part of their refund policy, or so our country's already been destroyed? China's already won, but they're going to take our country back, y'all.
Positive feelings. I have hope for the first.
Now you got hope. China already won. Apparently, didn't you just tell us that?
I'm again in a long time because I talk to people every single day that are disgusted and fed up and refuse to let America.
That's because no one who isn't all in on your bullshit would ever talk to you.
What is that?
I do not, for the record, talk, as much as I talk to people who are aligned with my political beliefs on the regular, in your normal company, I do not talk to people all the time that are in line with my political beliefs. Because I'm a human being who views other people's human beings, and I can disagree without being disagreeable with the first party team. And I'm not a sociopath who, of course, was playing bombs at the end. She's got to get it back. So I'm hideous. She said disgusting. She's both. I think she's both.
Rainy Steps says, hey, good news. I got
For the first time again in a long time because I talk to people every single day that are disgusted and fed up and refuse to let America fall. So I think there's some good things.
So what are they going to do? Just are they going to strap themselves to a warhead and fly to China? Is that what they're doing? Correct.
That you started out with 97.
Coming our way in the future.
And it would be about.
By the way, China's already beaten us on Banner's War Room. That's MTG saying that. The whole thing was it's over. It's over. I talk to people, I'm disgusted. And then, and but I still got help. We're gonna take our country back. Like,
It also means that you're probably now white at the $4,000. Right, what is that?
I have to say, and again, what do we think? Mexico, Sedona, where is he?
Is that right? Rainy Steps.
He's at a gathering. I don't know what he's on. This seems to be, by the way, the same balcony
Let me go ahead
that Rudy Giuliani was on. Remember that time Rudy was doing a show, one of his episodes from way back last year. He did one of his episodes and he was on a balcony. It looks like the same balcony. You guys remember that shit? You haven't scrubbed your brain with the steel wool since. You just love the vibe, right? How could she get more disgusting? Of course she could. Yeah.
Anyway, she wants.
Believe me, when it comes to Marjorie Taylor Greene, there is no bottom. Mar-a-Lago, you think?
That woman.
You guess Florida? He's at Fox Hotel, right? Yes, Ruth's timeshare. So the idea that that we're and by the way, this is where she does her show from, right on the Capitol steps. She's a giant, next to the Capitol.
Let's say the investment that you made.
We will, over the next few, this is a pitiful march towards the end of her political career. And she'll do some touring around this and shit in the next couple of years after she loses next year. And the goal, the whole thing, Midas Touch and Lincoln Project and all these folks who are actually working on getting rid of specifically the traitorous psychopaths in the Republican Party. Like, if they won't clean house, we'll help them.
That would mean
Proud.
is if that one up with $6,000.
The entire method of that would be tagging her district with her.
And then it went back
Well,
down
yeah, this is the perfect example of her district. She is everything her district is about. And those people will start to reject her because they weren't that crazy about her in the beginning. It was just kind of, okay, she's a little weird, but she's pro-Trump and that. And now she's gone, increasingly it gets worse and worse. And she and everybody else, Gozer and, Paniker, Gates, and who else was in the thing, Meadows, the people that were in the Rolling Stone article or whatever, those people are the ones that sweat the heaviest and the quickest when You know me. I love me a good Mark Levin. Mark Levin. Tyrannical Democratic Party is threatening the independence of the Supreme Court. The tyrannical.
You see how ridiculous
It's the tyranny. It's the tyrannical. It's the tyrants. They're tyrants. Because the Tree of Liberty has to be watered with, where's the word tyrants come in? Oh, yeah.
born at night, but what last
When you hear tyrant, these are the folks who are like, we need the Second Amendment so we can shoot cops and soldiers. That's what they think. And Levin is, you know, is basically just selling books these days. But this has to be threatening the courts. Oh, well, did they break the whole thing out, or is this not part of this all? I'm not a big Catholic. Oh God, that's fun. Okay, so this is they're going to take over the Democrats are going to take over the Supreme Court.
You know
just
what?
in time for Mike Liddell's 9-0 victory on Thanksgiving.
I should call Janet.
Everyone believes in God. You should watch this. It will blow your mind.
I should call it right now.
Yes.
And have it Willie.
I have to say, this was one of the funnest ones to spoof in the Sexy Liberal show was doing
But I know that if I did,
and his opening.
chances are,
it gets really like
don't do it like that.
really new metal right at the end.
I
It's
don't do
exactly
that.
the kind
I'm
of music
starting to
Mark
wonder.
Levin listens to.
Okay, let's do some math.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin,
We're
and this
not
is
being
Mike.
insensitive.
Yes.
We're not being not
Apologize.
We're being very, very honest.
Welcome with two great guests tonight. Senator
Very
Tim
honest.
Scott, first time appearance
Don't
on
you
the
find it
program. I look forward to that.
All of the
Dr.
people
Bobby,
Great pro
that are
wham. Oh, this dude.
do this.
The guy who thinks we should all be taking
You
hydroxy.
know, you need to
Mexicans
stop
and
being
whatever.
selfish.
Hey,
Have you
expert,
noticed that
medical,
most
scientific
of them?
expert from Yale. We want to dig into this.
I was listening.
Yes.
This is just
We went through some of his papers yesterday.
Vaccine issue when it comes to kids and masses and so forth. But before
Have
we
you
do,
noticed that on the financial
this
spectrum,
is
you got
the United
Janet
States
Yellen,
has an obligation
who
to follow the
is
law.
old as dirt by now.
Um,
And she
I think
sure
so.
herself
Biden thinks
waxed
so.
out.
Your guy apparently didn't. The former guy didn't think that was part of it
Okay,
at all.
he does. Hold on a second.
That's
Hold
why
on. Wait,
most
wait,
of
wait,
his
wait, wait, wait.
executive orders
I got an idea.
got kicked to the curb.
I got an idea. Maybe I can call up Janet Yellen right now.
I am the law.
You know why?
In our Constitution,
Because let's think
Article 2,
about it.
Section 3.
Then that
The
should
president
mean
shall
that
take
we
care
should
that the
all
laws be
be
faithfully
able to
executed.
write off
Yes.
inflation.
Take care.
Because inflation
He will not enforce by violence that they be faithfully executed.
should we all be
There's a
able
lot of-
to
there's a
write
lot of
off
wiggle room.
gasoline,
You know, because
write
we don't have
off
capital punishment for
the
tax
cost of
purposes.
food, the cost of
Tax
goods,
laws.
the
So
cost
obviously
of
there's-
services,
Yeah, take care.
the
Yeah, take care.
inflation. We should, right?
Take care. Okay. See you
Because
later.
of the influx,
Shall take care that the
The
laws
influx
be faithfully executed.
of
Is that what Joe Biden's
expenditures
doing?
that you didn't figure on,
Yeah.
right?
I'm sure you'll give an
Yes,
example.
that is exactly right.
Joe
So you can't have
Biden
it
is the
both
most
ways.
lawless president in modern American history.
And what is going
Well,
on
that's
with all these
because you
political
operate under
leaders?
Trump law. So, but, you know,
All of
apparently
these
I'm
political
but we'll see. I'm sure.
leaders like Nancy
I'm sure. I'm
Pelosi,
surprised he isn't
she's hardly
being
talk.
arrested currently. Is he at home? Have they rounded him up? By the way, are we still going by the QAnon thing
You
that
know, bigness and butt
Pelosi and Tom Hanks, if they've been
attitude there.
hung and getting over on the lawn of the White House?
About Nixon, you can talk
Right.
about whomever you
And
want.
then you have
I'm
all
going
of
to
these
talk. Okay, then I'll
people
talk about Nixon and Trump largely.
like Raggedy
Mainly
Jim
Trump,
defending
because
that.
he makes
Wow.
Nixon look
The
like a
guy's a
fighter.
circus clown.
Day in and day out violates the Constitution and federal statutory law. He's
Well, let's do it. Bring it up. Let's see.
but when it comes to
I'm
immigration,
sure everybody
people don't
heard
realize
by now.
we
Uh-huh.
have a significant
The,
code when it comes to immigration.
The Arkansas
A significant
has hit the number one position on ICE.
immigration.
It even bumped down
Classes of people,
Adele
all kinds of visas, all kinds of green
songs
cards.
and all of the
Right.
charts.
The
We have
percentages of people who come from certain parts of the world,
Sunday.
the caps on the number of people who
Right.
come.
Yeah, and those are malleable. Those are based on
And these guys,
they're not hard
hate it.
numbers. You can. That's what
they
you can
hate
make
the
with
fact
an executive
that
order.
the
But okay.
common man,
This has all
that
been
the common woman
codified.
Oh, yeah.
The President of the United States is
It's been codified. Hasn't
They
been
don't like
codified.
that because you're not going with the flow. Now it's
his
mainstream
case shuffling down
that
Pennsylvania
people are
Avenue
just
with the doctor.
sticking to saying no.
He's supposed to uphold
In other words,
the
my
Constitution and the laws of the nation,
chances
even
of
if his
over
personal
turn this
and
thing around
administration policies conflict.
is about 10%. It's pretty low.
Oh, I see. So let's say that Congress issues a
But it
subpoena.
doesn't mean
Even if the president's political desire conflicts with this, he and everyone in his cabinet should honor those subpoenas and show up. And that people who aren't in the cabinet should not be denied the right to testify by the
and go above
administration
and beyond
through
of
expert
just
legal
saying
means.
no.
I see.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a
Joe Biden
mandate
is violating the Constitution. Again, Article 2, Section 3, the president shall take care, I quote, shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed. There have been court decisions on this that make the point that I just made.
What, I'm sorry, what point was that? That we have codes that have been codified?
Some of nobody too.
Of a policy disagreement. A statute is a statute.
This video
Okay, well,
here,
all right, well, now you're getting technical.
You wanna watch it?
If you want to check something out, I want you to go to
later or all.
for those
Go ahead and give you an
8 United States Code Section 1150.
It's essentially a bunch of
Great,
high
okay, we'll
schoolers
do that.
that want to go to their school without having a muzzle on. There's a police officer there, and he's saying, well, you know, it's a school mandate.
Immigration,
Mandate is not the law.
8
Okay?
USC
Right there with policy,
1159.
right there with regulation. A mandate
Why?
is not the law, sorry.
Immigration.
And essentially, these
Okay,
high schoolers,
there we go.
they get
Right,
in that
going
building.
there. This is
Because
that's
they
this
got the
guy right
people
here.
at the door, they're like, no, it's our mandate.
This is the
It's our-
code.
they're like,
It's been
a
codified.
mandate
Here
is
comes
not
the
a
code.
law. And once these schoolers,
All right, let's
high
see it.
schoolers,
I'm sure his reading
your
of it
mandate is not a law.
will make a lot of
They are
sense.
police
They won't
officers, right
won't be gibberish at all.
Guess what? High
You will
schoolers
see
go right into the
sentence
school.
after sentence,
Unabated.
paragraph
Well,
after
why?
paragraph, section after section on immigration law.
See how that works?
The immigration law passed by
This
Congress
is
in
the
the
biggest.
You will also see exclusions
in all of
of
history.
people coming into this country.
Where these
USC
presidents,
section
prime
1180.
ministers, ambassadors,
1182. Inadmissible aliens.
these
1181.
leaders of these countries mandating this, shut your mouth. A
2. Admission
mandate is
qualifications for
strict.
aliens, travel control, citizens, and aliens.
So
Inadmissible
enough
aliens.
with your mandates. Who cares? Who cares about you? No one cares about you. It sure is funny how all of these different stories are coming out. Let me go ahead and give you one.
1182.
This one right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Also, I want to, I noticed we have a decent number of trolls today. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you elevating our numbers and increasing the spread of the show across the internet. It's magic only you can do. Yeah, because you know, our stuff just shares kind of in general
Why are
in
they
the same
loading
circles until someone comes
Well,
and engages
they're
with the
loading
show,
up
types something, and then it feeds it
from
out
people
into
that have
anything that they might interact with. And so
heart attacks.
all those people that you argue
And
with
flip
online that don't agree with
And
you, they
all
get to
of
see
these-
my show when you do that. So thanks very
Very
much.
strange.
And yeah,
All of
it's good
these
times. Troll
supposed
Tuesday, let's do it.
reactions.
All right.
Roll up your sleeve or-
Inadmissible aliens. Clearly any with gills, fuck those gills.
Sure is
All right.
strange.
Except as otherwise provided in this chapter, aliens who are inadmissible under the following paragraphs are ineligible to receive visas and ineligible to be admitted to the United States. In general, any alien who is determined in accordance with regulations prescribed by the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Oh, I see. So the Secretary of Health and Human Services has a lot of leeway to determine what the definition that is determined in this is. Okay. To have communicable diseases of public health significance. Oh, I mean like COVID.
Still. No, not doing it.
Except as provided in the subparagraph, who seeks admission as an immigrant,
That's
seeks
why I'm
adjustment of
proud
status to the status of alien lawfully admitted for permanent residence who has failed to present documentation back to receive
Oh, you mean those of you that don't have negative blood?
following diseases: mumps, measles, rubella, polio, tetanus, diphtheria, pertussis,
influenza type
Whooping
B,
cough?
B, and any
You can fix it with homeopathy. How dare you?
Committee on Immunization Practices, that would be the flexible part of the law. But remember, he's talking this codified. Everything's codified. It's written in law. Never mind the wiggle room. Right. Who is determined in accordance with regulations prescribed by the Secretary of Health and Human Services, consultation with the Attorney General. So they get to, every administration gets leeway in this area. To have a physical or mental disorder and behavior associated with a disorder that may pose or have posed a threat to property, safety, or welfare of the alien or others. So you can't come in under self-flagellating.
So you're gonna have
To have a physical or mental disorder and a history of behavior associated with the disorder, which behavior poses a threat to property, safety, or welfare of the alien or others, which behavior is likely to occur or to lead to other harmful behavior, or who is determined in accordance with regulations prescribed by the Secretary of Health and Human Services to be a drug user.
You know why?
Abuser, not just a user. You have to actually overdo it. Or addict is inadmissible. Okay, waiver authorized. Oh, there's waivers. I thought there was all codified. Dag nabbit. Let's see. John, the exception for immunization requirement for adopted children under 10 years of age shall not apply to a child who is 10 years of age or younger, because some of those things they won't get until they're over that age, or they'll get it once they get here. You can't make them get an inoculation in a poor country where they have no such inoculations when you're trying to save that child from dying of the very disease they don't have a vaccine or enough vaccine for in a particular area. That would seem
3 months ago when I
would
made
be very
on the different color caps of the vials
sorry.
of the roll of your
She's
sleep
good now. Don't know what happened. Very strange. Yeah, there's a little bit of clicky going on. It might can't stop lying. It might be the internet in our general area.
Now, because last week a representative.
So there we go. I'm on early because I have to head to LA. So I'm doing this before, because on days like this when I have to drive to LA, I never get to do those shows. So I'm doing it. What's wrong with flagellation? Nothing. I'm not here to get through now. I'm just saying it can't be compulsive. All right. Let's see. Prior to conviction of certain crimes. In general, except provided in clause. Any alien convicted of or who admits to having committed or admits many acts which constitute the essential elements of a crime involving moral turpitude, which is also the crime you can't commit if you get
2016.
if you want to become a Mormon.
What does that mean?
Right there.
No,
that would other than a purely political offense, meaning that they use that and they pretended or they planted stuff on your hard drive. That's Rudy's defense. Or any attempt or conspiracy to commit such a crime, or a violation or conspiracy or attempt to violate any law or regulation of a state, United States, foreign country relating to a controlled substance. If you're a drug dealer and you get busted, or you get busted as a drug mule, you can't become a citizen and you get kicked out.
The thing was so massive.
Doesn't apply when you're under 18, so there's a clause for that because children matter.
Executive told me.
All right, let's see. Let's see what he's hung up on. Let's see. Inadmissible qualification. What are these aliens?
They don't have to offer that test.
This is a public charge responsibility that the executive branch has, the president and the attorney general of the United States. And there's a section there that excludes aliens, and it includes people with criminal records, it includes people with communicable diseases, like if they have the coronavirus. It includes people who've been part of totalitarian parties, Nazi parties, people.
Well, it's why it also doesn't apply for the record, by the way. I know this is going to upset Mark Levin. I hope he hasn't seen
everything about you.
Try to imagine. CDC, COVID, rules to
because volunteers wanted access to their medical databases. What? Why would a
Title 42? There it is.
Software service
judge rules use thing that was the stop on it, then start again. Immigrants slow to get COVID impediments, by executive action and immigration.
Well, because, ladies and gentlemen, pay attention. You have your volunteer.
This is October 25th.
Assessment. And now Greece has let the genie out of a bottle on what Palantir wants. Now they want all of the information dealing with your.
Biden is expelling migrants on COVID-19 grounds, but health experts say that's all wrong. Despite sharp criticism from top officials and allies within the Democratic Party, President Biden is continuing to expel hundreds of thousands of migrants arriving at the United States-Mexico border using a specialized public health order that allows officials to circumvent the normal trappings of immigration procedure, including asylum interviews. The interview is defending controversial use of the order Title 42, arguing in court that summary expulsions are necessary due to the ongoing risk of transmission of the spread of COVID-19. Now, I'm certain that our trolls in the chat room are very excited to hear about it. And I'm sure they already know. I'm certain that all the trolls in here who are screaming that I'm a commie and that I'm a traitor, is a commie and blah blah blah. And we got open borders, they're just porous, and everybody's just pouring through. Meanwhile, I'm certain that every moronic maggot sitting right now. Look at that. Oh no, it's Biden's open border. Summary expulsions are necessary due to the ongoing risk of transmission and spread of COVID-19, which, for the record, is true. Sorry, Julie. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. I was satiring Facebook. So, I'm sure all the faggots that are. So, Mark Levin believes in America's Judeo-Christian values of bearing false witness. They can get away with it. He's saying literally that breaking that particular law and Biden is actually taking the party or not. Great. Sorry, polygamists and on and on and on.
Now we have all of the information
coming here, whether it's people from Haiti, working their way from Chile to the United States, or people from dozens and dozens of countries. I think I read it. 150 different countries represented. People coming across the border, whatever the number is.
You've heard that from Trump.
Now they have everything about you, all your financial, all your medical, all your survey, all your psychological,
Following the law, saying isn't following it, just show. Find something in there that you think you need to moderate the first with. Like, I don't know, here's a violation. If you take in a minor child, the United States government discovers a minor child walking into Mexico. And they become a part of the state because they have no identification. Nobody knows who their parents are. They don't speak English. They can't communicate with them, find out where they came from, what happened to them, they can report the state. You have a responsibility to say, not move that child. Or dump them on the Mexican side of the border, not knowing if there's anyone there to take care of them, or if indeed they even came from there. I mean, I mean, beyond the idea that in theory, it's also fucking illegal. And Trump did it to somewhere over 9,000 children.
Maybe you're aging a little bit. Maybe you get the number
between the right and left, or the debate between those representatives and the society of our borders and so forth. This is a constitutional issue. Because so what is the attorney general with the whole Missouri State of Georgia under the 1965 Voting Rights Act? They a political lawsuit suggesting that Georgia's discriminating against minorities and Georgia is no such thing. That would be the Biden administration.
The fuck does that have to do with border law, which I've already proved Biden is following to the letter, even in a more extreme, and his judgment on a more extreme fashion than some of his own party would like.
All right, well, let's go ahead
and then you just jump on that. I mean, one would think you would have to show this business, right? You have to pull this shit up and go, look at that firecracker, scroll. What's in here? Look at this, what he's doing. Otherwise designated upon publication in the Federal Register of Mining Organization. Sorry. An alien whose entry or proposed activities in the United States, Secretary of State has reason grounds to believe would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States is inadmissible. You like that kind of shit.
We know that people know
nothing there to think about.
You know, on an
allowing Osama bin Laden's family to sneak out, but whatever.
Who knows what? Maybe
but what you got to do is when you put this up and you go, he's breaking this law. Then what you do is you go to a section of it, show me that section, and then you play a clip from the news or show an article where they're not following the law. And I know you have the capability of doing that. You had a little fiber graphic up earlier, but you're not doing that because you have no evidence. This is just horseshit.
You better go get your roll.
And it's rejection of school choice. That's discriminating against minorities as far as I'm concerned. What else is there?
Who gives a fuck if that's as far as you're concerned?
He is the advertising, right?
Yeah. Honest to God. What the fuck does that have to do with lawbreakers? I think it should be a crime to do this. Well, it's a crime to do this. Because of how the law has to play, it's also a crime to do this. Well, fuck that. I don't think it should be a crime to do that. Well, if this is a crime, then this is also going to be a crime. Why? Because they're the same thing.
Everybody on the planet.
No, they're not. Why not? Because I don't feel like they are. All right. Well, thank you.
They think that everyone
Attorney General busy doing. He's suing the state of Texas because they don't like the state's abortion law that they passed. And he's trying to.
People will not.
Well, it's also a violation of federal law. They have no responsibility to do it.
Women
Women should have equal opportunity protection across all the states. We don't have little Taliban states that can deny women a constitutionally allowed medical procedure. Now, you could fight abortion on the moral grounds
because it's not there
and through poverty eradication programs.
And that's the thing.
And through supporting orphanages.
What do they have? They have nothing.
But see, that would be the life-affirming, genuinely pro-life language. But what the man wants is the kind of woman who would have an abortion. He wants her to die of septicemia, coat hanger injury, and not burn the system. That's what he wants.
Being in a case that's already been on its way up to be presented to the U.S. Supreme Court, and he wants in on that case, you see.
Because he's the Attorney General of the United States, and it's law by state. Bullshit. It's just horrifying. If a baby is a viable child and it's killed a second before birth, that's murder. No one is asking for this viable, and what they're talking about is whether or not it's going to kill the mother with an unviable fetus. Its heart is outside its body, its brain is turned inside out, it has no lungs, and the minute that the umbilical cord is cut, it will die in horrible pain. They've been dealing with this, their decision, right up to the time that the birth is coming, that she can go through it so that she still has the ability to have more children. And they have to make a medical procedure. Extraordinarily rare. Horrifying for the mother. Most of the time, they want that child. They want a child. But that one isn't it. Bullshit. The demonization of women because women think they're all liars without kids.
When it comes to abortion, think about that.
Well, no, I mean, obviously, if you go to the Old Testament, go kill all man, woman, and suck them in. Hittites had it bad, I'm just saying. There have been periods of time where running the mothers through old Bible stories, I think that would have been worse. I'm just saying. I guess if you're talking in the existence of the United States.
What's happening? Well, the Attorney General's threatening parents and taxpayers who dare to challenge school boards and teachers' unions and so forth. In other words, we have a law.
No, challenging them is not the problem. Threatening to murder them is. This is the whole life. People get kicked off of social media just for being pro-life. No, you don't. You get kicked off for threatening a doctor's life or saying they should be murdered. That's what you do. You don't just go, adoption is an option. Like, nobody's getting kicked off for saying nobody's getting kicked off for saying I think abortion is wrong. No one. You get kicked off for all the other violent shit. Nobody's getting kicked out of a school board meeting for just being upset. They upset because threats, and especially the kind of like, we know where you live threats. That's when you get a visit from the FBI. Because we have what's known as a functioning society, and the idea that people would be able to openly threaten to murder someone, and then, gee whiz, that person turns up murdered later on. A normal society would eventually want to nip that shit in the bud early.
Plus, Department of Justice.
That's probably the best one, Joe. You guys are idiots. All right, that's great. Okay. Thank you for being here. We got a good set of trolls today. They're fun. And again, thank you for engaging, because the fact that you watch, it helps a little. But when you type, that tells the algorithm on Facebook and YouTube that I have an engaging show. It got you off your ass and made you type something. And that says to them, this guy's advertising should be worth more money. So thank you. And also, no one's upset with what you said.
Early in the game,
I'm not. I know you're trying to be upsetting. It used to work. Trolling used to work. It really did.
75 to 80%.
Focus on a political policy agenda.
That's all.
Enforce existing law. You see the media is 630 from January 6th.
Yeah, there's tens of thousands. Maybe I won't be on later. I'm driving. There were tens of thousands of people who showed up for Trump's speech. 600 of them broke windows, attacked cops, trespassed into the Capitol, tried to stop the actual function of our government, threatened everyone's life with chanting, and Mike Pence with threatening to shoot Nancy Pelosi. Those are all actual crimes. They're not busting anybody who's just sitting on the fucking steps, minding their own business. There's, I would argue, about another 1,000 that are thanking their lucky stars that they're not getting busted. Because had they had the opportunity, they had been late walking up there. They would have been, they would have got there in time to trample one of their own to death. Even though there were thousands of rioters, there were about 600 or 700 that they actually say crossed the line into, I don't know, like beating cops with thin blue line flags with the flagpole. Like that qualifies. Not everybody's in that category. Some of them are just assholes hanging out on the scaffolding, and they just scampered off. They aren't bothering those folks. Because the other cops had been overrun they were literally, I've seen the heat. But after all, they had to give up because they were getting violent. And they were distracting people. They won't let them in this area. They'll run around over here while we escape. Everybody escapes out. And yes, the vast majority of people who came up the steps and stuff didn't attack cops or stomp them. That's why there's only 600 to 700 that are getting arrested.
I need an honest vote from you.
How are you trespassing
The big
when the
G man
police,
says
who are
he
there
would
to enforce
persuade you to get
trespassing,
it.
are allowing you
No,
to
you're
do
not.
nothing? We all.
I don't
Because
care
you already
if
overran the cops that had barriers
I
below.
don't care if my money comes up on here.
That's
Take that
why.
roll up your sleever. Never.
Because you are crossing into the grounds caused by actions of others that resulted in violence. You are using other people's acts of violence. That's like saying, how are you looting? Someone else broke the window and stole the shit. At that point, once the target is on fire, isn't everything in there free?
Are you
People who
seeing
actually
that?
riot and commit acts of violence should be prosecuted. But 630 people do that. How do we know? Because they're not being charged with any kind of a violent act. Trespassing.
They're being allowed to plead down. And the ones that are really getting stuck are the hyper-violent ones. And those people even are being allowed to, like, wait it out at home. There was a dude, hold on, let's see if we can find this guy for you. Wants to be kept away from the other insurrections.
Anything. And how we knew there was a big snake on the planet is when you refused to reinstate the Smith contract. It would make it illegal for any news organization in the United States to give and push propaganda. If they did, lose their license, and of course, the FCC better. And you wouldn't do it. Well, why not? Because it's part of the game. It's a scam. It's a fraud.
There was a guy who fled down, basically. He's been allowed to wait out wait for his sentencing at home on an ankle monitor because he renounced Trump and said, shame that they're very Capital Ryer disavows Trump in political bid to leave jail and should be ostracized.
Once again,
Where his eyes go, what's he on, or does he have contact? Those look like blue icons. Accused U.S. Capital Ryer has been allowed to return home as he awaits trial. The federal judge believes he's more likely to become further radicalized in jail. The Civic was accused of assaulting D.C. Metro police officer Michael Fanone and stealing his radio badge. Was ordered and released. I mean, this is all stuff that Mark Levin is fine. If you want to assault a cop and steal their badge, steal their radios, you can coordinate people to attack other cops. Back to work, right? Order released by Judge Amy Berman Jackson after disavowed former President Donald Trump and agreed not to watch TV news or look at social media. The attack was raised for nation-led star Trump. He is ultimately responsible for civil court violence. Trump is not a leader. Should be ostracized. He honestly needs to go away. The shame, dishonor, regret, and dirt are without question the worst emotions ever experienced. I disagree with what occurred that fateful day, especially when Trump suffered by Officer Fanone. It is without question just unconscionable. You still did it, didn't you, you fucker? But I understand you want to, calm down your actions on the day. Corrections officer praised Citic's conduct while jailed, commended him for getting vaccinated. The judge asked what inputs drove him to violently storm the Capitol with other supporters. It was Fox News, Civic told the judge. Jackson argued with watching the conservative network and other political TV programs praised him. Until trial in court. He quit from other rivals jailed in the so-called Patriot Wing of the DC Correctional Treatment Facility. These are people that March and Gates have sought to break out. And that's half the gallows they built. It's just praying like pens. You know, this is just art, according to Mark Levin. They weren't going to do it because they're famous. But anyway, sorry, we're saying the mind.
Of your soul. Ridiculous charges like that people are pleading to under $5. 630.
Well, they're allowing them, they don't want to put everybody in jail. So they're allowing them to plead down if they're like, don't do this shit ever again. But someone's going to go on your record trespassing on the Capitol. It's going to show up from now on, fuck around and attack your state capital, for example. They're going to hit you with way harder shit because they lied to us and you tried to attack the Capitol. They're giving people the benefit of the doubt, and there is no insurrection charge unless Mark is calling for, firing squads.
Tell me, are 630 members of Black Lives Matter or Antifa? Are they holed up anywhere? Are they being charged with anything? 630?
Once you let anyone, doesn't matter who they are, you let them know.
Right.
Stop lying.
Yeah. They're not.
What did they do?
Right, there's not 600. There's 10,000.
And that's what I'm saying. Trump has an idea that you are his.
Arrest in widespread U.S. protests hit 10,000. Say 10,000 people. I'm sure in the 10,000, maybe 100.
He's going to force you to
In a 24-hour period from Saturday to Sunday, after 41 days, driver's license. 86% for
Wednesday on the daily supply.
Mostly local. Bulk arrests, about 2,500 with trailer you disperse or traffic violations, similar shit what you saw in the Capitol, get the same break, right? Arrest crimes for including burglary, looting, assault on the police officer, violence, work on the town with oversight. New York had 2,000 during the weekend. Cali didn't go to different restaurants. This was just over a few weeks. This is June. This is even into the summer. And a lot of people, like most of the assholes involved in the Capitol thing, got an ankle monitor or were told to show up later.
Discover new songs with YouTube Music.
Those people who were rioting, burning buildings, attacking cops, some of whom killed fellow citizens.
You're getting a little upset and your jaw is coming unhinged.
No. And the Department of Justice.
No, you're right. No, 10,000 of them. Let's see. FBI wanted for riots. Let's just go. Let's see, 2020. Let's see. Common activity. Let's see. Let's go.
Hello.
Go. Just do Portland. Just one city. So I know churches, social kid.
Again,
see if we can go through.
the United States of Florida.
Right.
The United States of Florida should be what's really being broadcasted all over the interweb and the mainstream media. There it is right there, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go ahead and say it again. This is the Florida Surgeon General. And guess what? He understands it. He's got it. He uses this thing called common sense. And he absolutely obliterates.
There you go.
Great show. How embarrassing. Oh, and by the way, for anybody that's in the fire departments, EMS, the nurses or RNs or nurse practitioners, whoever you are,
to identify suspects. They were looking for 10.
They want you to come on down and fill those
Here you go.
spots.
Here's the FBI report. One arrests the individuals who participated in criminal activity inside a county justice center.
Go on down. You don't have to worry about all that.
They're looking for these folks. I'm sure Mark Levin, showed this on his program because he wants these Antifa or whoever busted, right? Right? He's going to show those guys, right? Mark?
So the governor,
you retweeted this, right? You had to have.
He is the
We can now look back at open source publicly posted information on the internet. We pay attention to the news just like anybody else. We pay attention to all that. It's a different environment on social media. So we can take a look at it and we go for the internet. That's this guy right here. So they're looking for these people. This is just from May 29th. These are feds. These folks are doing time when they get caught. Just so you know.
Yeah, because they came to the house with guns drawn, threatened me. Instead of the army recruiter.
One city, but
what more resources in this matter that any matter they all of the things that he did and then tosses them out and starts all over again.
So what now?
That's where that problem is.
But are they holed up anywhere? Are they being charged with anything? 630? Those people who were rioting, burning buildings, attacking cops, some of whom killed fellow citizens and so forth.
Look, we know that you know and have the citation for the castle, and that's 1543, and that trumps 1619.
And they attacked the fucking Capitol. you think there's? I mean, I don't know how many cameras there are streetwise on Portland around a Target, or how many inside a burning Target.
At the government center.
There's still footage available from it.
Yeah.
Why does it? Why does he have a show?
Because they destroyed my credit
Sean
score.
Hannity calls him the Great One, and
Sure.
people on the right seem to like guys with high, pinchy voices.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yes, you're right. It's not believable. Mark Levin is a liar. Mark, you're lying. You're a fucking liar.
What about the Department of Justice? We have children in our schools being force-fed, that is, indoctrinated in critical race theory. What is critical race theory? To be honest, it's racism. It's segregation. That's what it is. It is a fringe ideology that grew out of the 1970s by Derek Bell and
critical theory came out.
Well, it's reference
critical race theory
for the indigenous white men.
It's in the Foucault realm.
women.
Nothing means anything, and everything means everything, and nothing means anything. The craziest fuck, but it's not taught in K through 12. What he means is, sharing is caring, and understanding people of different skin colors, and kids' stories about that. That's indoctrination.
in law school, everybody mocked it. Now it's embraced it as much why? Because it's part of the Marxist ideology to bring down this country.
It's obvious.
It wouldn't be you're trying to sell a book or
White
anything,
people
would it?
are selling out white people.
Marxist
Tagging
ideology.
Black
Bring down
Entertainment
America.
Network on the radio.
Why does that sound?
They're all white people.
Why do I feel the need to
Except for a few tokens.
Amazon or just a digital form of a book that I'll never read, but I can show people that I own so they know I'm on the team.
Guess what, folks? That violates the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. Your children have every right to be unmolested.
Yeah, you guys are molesting me for drinking tea.
Well, yeah, that's why if I had a daughter, I would never send her to a Miss Teen USA contest run by Donald Trump. Yeah.
Racism and segregation and
I
self-hate.
sure the hell did.
That's number one. It violates the 1964 Civil Rights Act.
I was
as far as
born
I'm
in
concerned.
64.
So,
well, I don't know what
You
the
destroyed
legal
Martin Luther,
ramifications
the
of,
great
as
reformer.
far as I'm concerned, are.
You have no concerns.
Merrick Garland, and what is the administration doing about that? They are promoting critical race theory. Merrick Garland's family promotes critical race theory. Joe Biden signed executive orders enshrining critical
Well,
race theory.
considering your prejudice to Thomas Jefferson
Not
for the
critical
cookie
race
babies.
theory.
So this is what's happening in the Biden administration when it comes to compliance.
He
By
doesn't
the
have
way,
an
these signed
administration.
orders codifying it, and obviously it's either stood up to these
Stud?
challenges you're
You gotta
expressing,
be
or it
stupid.
hasn't. And it and you could just file an amicus brief with the Supreme Court
Well,
or
John
push
went
back
the car
on it,
left
or
the building.
people instead of
So
threatening
like
their
a
school
shadow.
board members' lives, they could file a lawsuit saying that it does precisely that, and they could argue that in case, and of course, but that would be following the law and very normal. But what Mark wants people to do is go to these things and go to school board meetings and threaten the lives of people because it's the American way.
But the law, what else are they doing?
Walk down the hall.
That doesn't.
Gosh, well, let's see. They aren't passing a $3.5 trillion. That's clear. I'm going with 1.7. That's my guess.
No,
One
you guys are
which
bankrupt.
everybody
You're
will
done.
feel like is closer to 2, and so it's easier to argue. It'll see these programs. If they're popular, they will continue. If not, they'll die fine or be shifted to find another solution, that kind of thing. So you're talking 1.5 and 1.7 mix
Traitors.
about that
AWOLs.
going forward. So yeah, they're not doing that. They're not teaching
And
critical race
artificial
theory in
intelligence.
K-12. They aren't. What aren't they doing? They aren't creating, full-on public option as far as insurance. They will. There aren't eating enough ice cream as far as I'm concerned.
Like the law, skirt the Constitution, and so forth and so on. He has a commission he puts together
The word
to decide what.
incarnation.
Oh my God, a commission to look into whether or not they can do stuff.
Reincarnation, recycle, reuse.
Mustard.
It's not happening.
Notion.
Should do about the Supreme Court. Now, so far it's been relatively irrelevant in what it's proposing. But why was that
Just like your career, Mark.
commission put together, and why is it still there? To threaten the United States Supreme Court.
Dear
You
God.
boys and girls in the court, you either do what we want you to do, or we're going to ramp up that commission, or we're going to pack the court, or we're going to do things to the court that destroy the independence of the.
Thank you, Alice. Black Dragon Myths.
We have never seen an attack on the Supreme Court like this since Franklin Roosevelt. And even back then, his.
Well, he actually was talking about doing it, and everybody was against it and didn't go in. And Biden came in to have a commission because people were clamoring for it. We'll see what they actually say. You're going to rotate people through, so you have the Supreme Court as a constantly evolving body as opposed to a permanent fixture. You don't it'd be kind of interesting if there was kind of almost a lottery system of people who were put on the Supreme Court who deal with these things, and recusals aside, people will recuse themselves. But you can't tell who's going to be the rule person, so each person has to focus entirely on the constitutionality. That's
The vice president, who had been the Speaker of the House at one point, stood up with the other Democrats and opposed it. Today, the Democrat Party is all in. Trash the independence of the Supreme Court. This is what they believe. They don't believe in following the law.
Sorry. Who's just attacking Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, and the record for not doing the bit? So when Trump attacks the Supreme Court, which is conservative currently, that's fine. That's a violation of the separation of powers. He shits on it nonstop. But if Biden goes, we should just set a commission up to look into the possibility of Jesus Christ, it's tyranny.
Look right now. Forget about even the law. Our traditions and customs. We're supposed to be a representative.
Yeah. Yes. Our traditions and
Thank
customs.
Carol.
Here it comes. This whole thing is about how he's the most lawless person in the country's history. This is the most
about the
lawless
killing off of the
administration. They
Native
are violating the law. He has failed to show anything remotely that qualifies.
Glasgow
that
is
he's-
in
as
America.
Biden not
Part of the
following the law.
Louisiana
Even
Purchase.
the appointment of a commission about the Supreme Court is like rather normal boilerplate about the constitutionality and the process going in there. And of course, when he brought up the immigration stuff earlier, he had absolutely no example of what, Biden, except it's open borders. It's open borders, right? It just says it's open borders, even though it's obviously fucking not. The only people who are telling people from South America and Haiti and all these other countries that we have an open border are Republicans. If they hear it on the news that America says, come on in, we've got open borders, they're hearing it
Where's
from
he at?
Republicans. They're not hearing it from
The guy
Democrats.
that's on
Period.
Marvel
End of story.
is
Find it. Dumb. Anyways, so
A lot of these things that are happening worldwide is because of his organization, the United Nations, all the nations meeting in secret behind closed doors, planning this garbage decades in advance.
It's inter-economic system. That's
Like,
what
really?
we're talking about.
Get a grip on yourself.
I knew it was going to happen in the 1770s. I mean, 1976.
by the way, change the education of your children. And what he's talking about is actually giving them one.
And that's another thing too. The motive is all to do from the get-go. It's not saying that it's against it. No. It's the one that puts that slash.
What tax are you talking?
Sure is.
Small business.
And it's for the society and stuff like Donald Trump was still voting that
It carries all the fucking time. Just because you don't get a shit, just because you don't watch C-SPAN, doesn't mean things are happening.
Our governor here told us, he said, yeah, you know, all of the city jobs,
My desire is a bit for it. If you do, so you're not going to look at the
another millionaire that was squandering over 40 years. We don't give him money and dad.
What big fucker are doing? That would be the biggest one.
All night long.
Hyperinflation has the main thing is
you're not even representing 60% of your own district is for this fucking bill. And you are 100% against it.
the
FBI representational government.
You're using pronouns wrong, retard.
I'm just saying, at a certain point, if your whole family is black sheep, maybe the white sheep is the problem.
The French are the problem. Oh, Salem witchcraft trials? Yeah, you burned all the people from Spain.
In some cases, can be fine. And, I don't know that he's anything.
You know the best thing that could happen to the
He's all suited.
Yeah.
That's irrelevant. I just don't want them looking at any Republican. Just rubber stamp them.
You know how much water they go
I agree. Some what they did about is this was before fire. What I mean is they want to support just discuss. Don't be a crazy, scheming weirdo and expect to be on the Supreme Court.
They want to look that up. How much water does everybody use one day? What is like somebody's got it already?
They want to change our voting system.
32,000 gallons of water in one day.
Yes, they're road, by the way, road tyrants. That's how you do it.
Criminalize red states, so they can't put in their own voting system.
What is this?
We have to agree on voting system. We're the United States of America. Fuck
Gave
us.
$9.99 for the air conditioning. That's right, it's
Is there anything the Biden administration, this Congress has done to
Yes.
I walk alone, a bit like darling. Dark shadows here's where life dreams and life is. The edge of reality. Oh, I can hear the strange voices echo. My face will mock me. The borderline of doom I'm facing. The edge of reality. On the edge of reality. There's only the truth with the
That's somebody in pajamas.
Let's go ahead.
Who wants to put who on a plantation?
As easy as can be.
When the plantation Just do it as you show. You wanna dance on the car. Well, just like on the plantation, folks all over the nation start rocking on East Street and walk.
I think Monograph thinks he's the slave keeper. It's not my job, AWOL.
Dancing in the fields down these days. Maybe the plantation line. So come on, baby, twist with ease.
Somehow, some way,
shake like a rocking chair.
To get to 14,000 feet. Okay? 14,000 feet. Like that. You gotta run it this way.
Just do it as you
That map is the give us our don't give us our tax money. Don't do it right this moment. 30 years, you're not going to have what's going to gotta give and ladies and gentlemen, how does carbon tax? Oh, and by the way, the United States is responsible for 11%.
got the and I gotta be rolling. Lots of pretty darlings, driving fast men, but I love how even cause
Tag one of the Elvis cursing Tumbleweed Susie.
Here, what are you going to do about it, world?
Uh-oh.
There you go.
Well, I don't have shit fly out of my mouth or nose.
Now,
Yeah, now what?
isn't it funny?
Made a big point of fixing highways, rebuilding bridges, upgrading ports, airports, transit systems. By the way, so
Not for
guys do
you.
know that this is going to be the second. That's why Biden's got that bridge in New Jersey that they're building so that they don't have to always close it.
Oh, page extension. Yeah, cracked in half.
You know, we love to free association.
In a floodplain. General Morrison. Don't tell me AWOL here, Sam.
This all happened, by the way. People making furlough, for lost hours and wages. That was
Oh, Megan, see if I can't buy, sell, or trade. Unless you got your special little debit card.
The government is guaranteeing banks have no
What the hell? That's fucking wonderful. Foodie Beauty crawls naked. Breakfast sandwiches and puppies all in her robe. Ugh. She's trying to put it in somebody else's. Oh, cleaning up her clothes she stole. All pink, but neon. No cheesier of a color. Well, those pigments are toxic. They're metallic.
It's funny you bring that up. Everybody wants something that Trump had every possible ability to do, decided not to fucking do it.
It's all about good and well cock.
Also got the plot off the brain again, too. Everybody wanted to do that. You missed that part? Did you miss the arms screamer where we're giving nuclear power missile detectors, nuclear powered submarine technology to the Australians so that they can
Corona. Omar Corona. Who took the picture off Desiree and the dingoes? That's theft of my own personal pictures. You guys got big problems.
Okay. It's Suzanne. It is a very spectacular day, depending on the news, which kid you're worried about getting murdered, and which dingo's eating which kid at any given time.
Oh, they say they want to protect the kids online, but not their parents who can take care of them.
Your family's involved.
Welcome back, folks. Someone's trouble accident. Try something different today. It's no big deal. It's not efficient. I've seen it on shoulder.
You didn't hear that click in the video where they took the picture?
I have TikTok because the notifications drive me fucking nuts. So every time I download it, I'll like watch it for like a day, and then I take it off my phone. Like I said. I'm gonna make our dance ready.
I hold noses.
073. So listen, this is a funny story. Earlier, we're out with the puppies. I come back in Boston. We're going to set the 3 days. So I'm nosy to the door, and there was this lady. Fancy, right? I was like, damn, what was it for me? I was like, ooh, maybe the boys said, right? It's from my mom, the
Katie Roby is not Barbara V. Mitchell's daughter.
Is that not the coolest shit ever? I love my VIPs. It's fun. Thank you so much, all of you. I love them. And it's very cool. What I like to do. So my VIPs are the best. In case you didn't know.
Yes, Kate. Now, I wonder, Kate,
Thank you so much.
show you.
Yes,
Katie. This is, we could do line ass bitch. Oh, you hateful efforts. She's smart.
I know I should be. But hey, it's whatever. It's narrative's not there, dude. Let's write a narrative. I don't really like anything so long. Probably make me sick of it.
What is it? It's flip.
You told me in the voice chat you didn't know when it started to start. Anyways, I saw this. Thank you, now. And it's covered everything. And I'm like, yeah. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. It's the difference. Good morning. Yes, they can. Linda said yes. Yes, sir.
Delete all the same corporate espionage.
Let me get this straight. All you their birthday. They do not have cool beer in high school. So, probably be alright, but we're not gonna go there. I'm already getting there.
Barbara P. Glasscock was not a bright mind when she wrote her will.
That's what I'm gonna do. So you're saying that the information is out here, right? You say you bitches don't address that shit. Alright, it's coming that way for it. Rex, go fuck up one more and stay the fuck out of my damn live stream. Nobody gives a fuck about what you guys say over here. You say pussy ass motherfucker. Okay? You're nothing but a bitch boy.
So, how exactly does this spell go? You slam your mother, struck the pervert father, pick the children off one by one, then the grandchildren. Don't forget, Lauren's pitfall, they purposely killed her and the spell passed on. Chemicals and rape. Oh, one day. And then what about R.I.P. Pratt? So, trying to kill someone's family is one of the oldest tricks in the book. They've done it to every world leader since the beginning of time.
I've been told by that. Listen.
Oh, Katie is still in.
PTS.
That's not Douglas. H-E-I-F-E-R-E. H-E-I-F-E-R-S. That is ethers. Anti-gold can't be in your boy. Some people go there's the weapon fire. So, continue this.
Hashtag fun. Hashtag nation. Let's talk about
She does. That fucking stick figure bitch.
you want to burn down.
Stephanie, go on.
Y'all are in the barbecue.
I said that you were piggy traps. And y'all are on the next race.
Look at fat ass with her legs flexed together. And her nightie. Cooking up that bullshit. That old rotten food. Oh, food poisoning? Absolutely.
Some people wear hoods and white sheets.
Look at that nasty fucking shit she calls food. All raw, bloody.
You know what kind of people y'all are? Y'all are the kind of people
That ain't
that
no
like,
pancake. That's a piss pot.
you can scrub that motherfucker, but y'all just keep growing back.
Katie keeps popping them zits in her pancakes. Look at she puts the raw bacon in it.
Making my trouble exists in our
Oh, that's the way you're supposed to cook. I mean, surely that's how her mama taught her. Her mama taught her. What's that say? Mom, we have to poop. Here again. She loves the microwave. She puts the grapes in it. Oh, the jam. She put the jam in the way. Look at them floppy fat titties. Those are just. Oh, here's Bombshell been murdered.
You drink some beats for a price of gold.
Katie sure is boring, isn't she? I got a better one. She loses her turn. WWHD. Here she is. Oh no.
Oh, good, Rachel. Oh, you're so close that you're okay. I'm not going to get at that for the rest of everybody, but I am about to ask you straight to go back and just to watch the movie. Wait, you're crying. Serious? Receipt number 1. Tracy, you know what? Receipt number 1. You know what? The God accepted you. Now let's tell you, not only are you white, now the God is wants to visit the home and like fucking all those get them. Tracy, I was like watching because I have a video right now. This is very high. Now, first of all, don't see me. use all that sinfulness right here on the Tracy, I hope you still watch it because I'm not kidding you. I have it all queued up. You guys are gonna play a short video. And you know what? This is for Tracy. This is for Tracy. Tracy, this is right at your because anytime you have any money to send anything to Tracy, now I know your daughter is probably skinny. She's probably she's still there. You know, are you skin and bones yet? Because I'll tell you what, you can always have your ribs, not to kill yourself. I would never suggest that. Know any good jokes? I know lots of them, but what you do is so grudging. And you look around and suck second place on that depends on how. That was the first person I gave it to. There's no reason. But you know, well, yes, we're going to keep Yes, we don't get you. Kids go to lives. So I have to it's not yours, but it's theirs. I'm about to show you what's up. We got one strike already. Community ally strike. You can say no one strike. You don't have to waste your eyes for that shit. I'm not like you fucking stand out, mushroom eating motherfuckers over there. If it's too new, here's another receipt just in case people are back in the alternates. Really I don't know. Am I wrong for that? I just assume that she has. But what was your name again? Tracy? Was it Tracy? Tracy, this is advice that you can use to make okay, this is advice you can use to make I'm here.
Just like the spiral on the wall. We gon' crawl. One more. We'll have to crawl and stay.
This is so wonderful. Really, really, it's wonderful. Oh, God, man, I work with this woman. Okay, so Tracy, it was meant for you to be here today, wasn't it? You just learned some wonderful skills on how to make money. Okay? Don't say I've never done anything for you. Okay? I'd be so excited to see you on. Hi, Glenn. Right, Amy? I guess the queen really answered out too. Yeah, you know what? What was that woman's name? What was her name?
I want to tell you
her name is, I want to give her credit. Her name is Camilla James. Her name is Camilla James. But she had some great advice for Tracy. And you know what? The God is second here. The God is second here. So you know what? Good travels to you, God. I wish you all the success. And maybe, you know what? The God might bring a couple things that might take care of herself.
We have constructed pyramids in honor of our escape. This is the land of the pharaoh.
Your mom is so proud, Tracy. Say that to your mom. She's on. I have a feeling that Tracy is very interesting. And I said that crazy. She is asking for no sleep for you. Today, Tracy. Today was a gift, okay? Today was a gift. And you're a young woman.
In the forest, bright with feathers. They're saying, forget the night. Live with us in forests of azure. Out here in the perimeter, there are no stars. Out here, it's so immaculate. Listen to this, I'll tell you about the party. I'll tell you about the party. Wasn't done. I'll tell you about the hopeless life. I'll tell you about the heathen with rock iron soul. Tell you this, no eternal reward will forgive us now for wasting the dawn.
Who knows? It could be sitting in all the stuff to his chair, sitting said, started it. Where's the person said that she was just like some people doing their best. They are. Even earlier, it's me from the and we're waiting for our food. But then they have like a little door now. They did the staff is it's like, but what if you're right?
I'll tell you about Texas radio and the big beat. Soft driven, slow and mad like some new language.
Last night I was thinking, well, I wasn't last night. I got this system. Have you ever heard? So, guys, let's see. You know what? We're going to want to really think. Next week, yeah, we're here today. Let's see. Here we go. This is in the Urban Dictionary. It says the act of unfolding. The act of unfolding and dropping in juice and refolding for some unexpected individual to find it. Is that what you call a fupa cyst from Mexico? Maybe the next variant of COVID got him, or he's hunkered down and just refusing the mandatory vaccine. He was out hunting not that long. I love watching Popping's videos for me. I do too. I do love watching them. Received yesterday, mail out photos. I am mailing out photos at the end of the day. I checked my PO box yesterday. There was nothing in it except some insurance forms for the previous years. That's right. Okay, but this is the thing. I've had a cyst under my surface or something. Okay, and I'll squeeze it. I'll take a really hot bath, and I'll get it nice and soft, and I'll squeeze it, and it discharges, a lot of goo and everything. Hi, Stacy. The next COVID variant is going to be like a Mexican. Hi, Kim. Okay, so anyway, I was down there fumbling with my food, and did I miss the ordering of the photos? No, I mean, it even, Rachel, I'll contact you. Can you record your squeezing? I can. I think you should do it on Christmas. Oh, that's nice. I like that. I get so much inspiration from you guys today. I mean, I know you guys are inspired by me every time. But you guys actually can see how consistent this is. It's not very ugly. Andy Royce, Andy is made it to Switzerland. Remember when Andy joined us last week? He has made it to Switzerland. How are you, Andy? Have you ever had sex with your new girlfriend who's twice anyway? Or no, who's twice for him? Have you had sex yet? And is it time? I would expect that she's not planning to get much use. You're a safe. We all have food to talk. Okay. So anyway, yes, and you remember you told us that you were very different. You didn't fit. Because you told us live. I mean, I'm not telling secrets because it's already on video. I'm just reminding the audience that you said that you had an enormous penis and you knew how to work it. Okay? And you had a friend out. Now I'm wondering, when she unwrapped the package, she like it's the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life, and it's more. Did you have to use a supermarket? And did she, I would imagine that she was exceedingly happy. I would imagine that I would like to see the look of the pain on his face. You know what I mean? Women, I don't know something about face, but I think that, yeah, it's because of her pain. Not saying that you want to hurt her, but for yourself, I would think it would be good. Okay, he says it's amazing. The village is a picture postcard. This is part of the new village that yes, we spent most of the weekend doing this. Andy says that his woman is now, she's exceeding. Andy is also saying, she says it's the biggest she has ever had. And he admitted what I said, it's ego boost.
You're not going to trigger me tonight. You're not going to derail me.
Oh, I'm sorry, you know. But you know what? Someone has to pay those taxes for my school check, so. Go on. We'll see ya. Okay, see you next time, honey. Have a good day. I said that. It was now, Andy, did she have a little bit of pain? Was there a little bit of pain? Women usually say it's bigger. Yeah, I'm seeing it. So, are you saying that Andy is a false sense of parenting? False sense of manhood? Someone mentioned Christmas cards, but Valentine's cards would be great. Well, you know what, Kim, I would have more time to do that one. I heard if you use the pus from Frutasys. Oh, look at Andy. She's my kind of
drama community lane.
I heard if you use the pus from Frutasys, it clears acne, helps lesbian.
Yes, we don't put far around. Alright, so
what do you mean I'm no longer on the screen?
Stand right here.
JC, a baby's head comes on.
Everybody.
Listen to James here. He knows what big is. I'll tell you, he has some big dogs. He says, I'd like a ladies' opinion. Don't defend and tend to break the first time. It's a question for you, vagina. Okay? He's not just talking about, women. He's talking about men with vaginas too.
There she is. I don't know. Are you saying?
Okay. We saw the addiction rate. Okay, now, Andy's coming back with the women's stuff. Okay. Francesca says that James is correct. And Andy says it's all so much to do with James. Stu James says,
I tell you what, Sam, if this year you can even.
James is a notorious transphobe. James Campbell, are you? James, are you a transphobe? Because I thought you and Marquina were really good friends. Or, you're associates and friends and everything. If you're a transphobe, I'm Superman. You better be really. But I see it. Okay, Melissa says that she believes Andy is being sincere and actually humble. So maybe his penis is actually bigger than what he said. Well, Andy, wouldn't that be wonderful? Look at Melissa coming right in there protecting him. Melissa, have you photographic evidence? Andy says they don't try to do it for fun. Well, you know what? It's extra lucky that you're fooling everything. You're just sticking it in and you're just stretching it out and you're just really taking up the whole volume. And you can't do anything about it. Divine Wallace says that you actually would like to critique.
You also want to scam a community center, right?
we're actually making it. I recently came out as a queer non-binary gay trans hockey. I use XC as a I was on it. There's so okay, so Lisa Winters. Wait, is it Lisa? Lisa, you had a question. Okay, Lisa says, how do I make sure that I apologize for my likeness sufficiently on a daily basis? Now, that's you're basically walking the tightrope. See, because if you apologize, which you should be, the thing is, that means the more you apologize, the more message that you have. And we really are trying to decrease the white presence. Okay? We don't want a white presence. It's time for basically, Lisa, it's time for you to stand up. Okay? It's not all about you. I understand that you're a white woman and everything, and you have your privileges and your advantages. But people are sick of you. They're sick of hearing you, and you're sick of seeing. Okay? Because you overshadow everything else with your whiteness. Because, let's face it, being white's great. Okay? It's the greatest thing ever. Okay? People are sick of seeing your privilege and advantage, and honestly, they're sick of the apologies. They would much rather you just disappear. Okay? So, I would lay back. I would lay back on the apologies and really just kind of judge the environment for it. And, you know, I know you do it. You know what? The more you apologize, the more that you're saving yourself and you're really triggering and reminding them that they're not white. So that's not it. No, it's really me too. It's kind of connected. Okay, you guys, here we go. Do you have a brown? Well, they said they're brown. Are there really black people? Maybe Haitians are black. They're pretty black. But what's your Taga? Says that's right, us black people are running the squirrels. Stop the whiteness. You guys, you gotta face it. The 13% of this country is running for this. It's just a fact. Okay. Lisa, we're Starbucks tonight, right? She remembers. Listen, I'm not the game. I have a really? Listen, like you're dating a lot of people. Man, that is 20 years younger than you. He must be really. He's keeping you that better, isn't he? He's a constant correcting, isn't he? I hope you have a nice body. You should stay on. Bye, Hunter. How are you? Who said you're eating strawberry? Keeping the minorities in play. I'm good. Okay. James Campbell, you know Lurleen Tucker. Me and Lurleen Tucker. Beautiful Christian. Y'all stop chasing me on this. She's on her 13th. That's where you'll find everything you want to find. I'll be. So that's two different places. Less white. I'll be better. That's two different places. Less white doesn't mean getting into bed. Okay? Because that's not the case you don't know. Why didn't give me shit? You can't. Because that's not. I saw the. I'm going to tell you. I've been watching videos from that Nicki Minaj lady. She's a lot smarter than she is. She has a different delivery than what you might be used to. But, you know, in her own urban way, she's a very intelligent lady. And she actually came out on Instagram the other day and said, well, that's right. paraphrasing. She said, so we can understand. So I can tell you, I can convey the message. She said, I don't want you to go back. Yes, what would Bobby do? That's right. Every time I see her, she gets more beautiful. She does. You know, she's taking care of herself. You know, she's finally in a position that she can like take care of things in her life. And I'm gonna tell you, every time I see her, she's 5 years younger. She's going in for a pickup. I can't wait to see her. She's gonna look like my daughter. Okay. You guys, I got a big one here. You know what, Andy? In reference to thick lips. James, do you like a
Yes, Alan. I didn't get your copy.
Upstairs or downstairs? Brian says, how big is it? Are we still talking about Andy? You know, Andy, you know what? This is the thing.
I guess Tessie, you really said that.
You're the one.
But I didn't really say that.
Okay? And you're a star now. You're like Dirk Diggler on Boogie Nights. You're a big star.
The narrative
Okay,
is, it's not simple when you call it. It's a
I was
boldness
sitting
line.
having a large party on my
That's not simple. Why would I ever say anything like that?
I haven't let my guests know.
Long as it's streaming me, thank you. I'll understand.
Would it be bad form to give them 2 face masks when they enter? One mask to cover their nose and mouth to prevent the party from becoming a COVID and hantavirus super spreader. And another mask to cover their eyes
so they won't see the rats. Well, yeah, you can always provide those like sleeping masks that are like have the eyes on the outside, you know. And you know, I don't know. You could use an Emporium. It is a party. We're in the season. You know what I mean? Why not do it that way? You know, you have the whole Christ. But I'm worried about it should be a little thicker than just one of those cloth masks that you can still smell birds through. Because if you have an infestation, I would imagine you can smell the basics in the air and up the rats. So I would consider that too. Yeah. What would Hagatha do? Hey Hagatha. Because I went back to my life and shaped that I did not. And Jake, my biracial young stud friend. Love his big hard penis. But how do I tell him when it hurts and not ruin the mood? Well, darling, okay, that's not his fault. Sammy, you're still beeping. I saw your beach body. Okay, so this is the thing. If you're a good player, you probably have some kind of ego that you think you're so wonderful. I haven't gotten your comment like you wanted. That's how these people. I wouldn't be screaming your name. The player. Now this is the thing. Thank you. It isn't his fault that your anus isn't self-loathing, okay? And that's where the pain's coming from. You have to understand, okay? So we were just talking. We went and me and Marquina, we were in a store and we saw front juice. You know what? You can use grease. You know, as the old blacks say, just grease up the hole. But you gotta do it. Before, you know, because he doesn't want to have it screaming your name. No one wants to see what it looks like behind a Disney. Oh, you're on a ride, and all of a sudden all the lights turn on and all the magic is done. Okay? No, you don't want to ruin the magic for this, especially being biracial. Say my name. Don't ruin it for him. You know, half of him has a horrible life just because he's not one of the best. Okay? We've heard all the stories. Okay? So you need to make sure that you're powerful, and I suggest that you prelude yourself. Okay, just pump it up with breeze. Okay, and let him go to town. And if it hurts a little bit, so what? You're white. You can take a little pain. Okay, you got to take a little pain with your privilege. How's it different than you constantly talk about people who didn't talk about you? That's very true. Also, Savage told TNT and BTS that she switched the pounds on the first chance she gets on anyone's panel like that. Dwayne says there's Lucas CBD, so you can actually buy your book. Appreciate it. Well, you guys, I shared my story about my mother. She actually did an enema with vodka. Okay. So yeah, Savage right now on that big scarlet cheek. Whatever. Don't do lifting up and jump. Cause I got some screenshots from y'all's beach trip. I had nothing with me, but it's coming. My younger brother had an allergic reaction causing his lips to swell. I know, Dark Horse. Like he had both. It's all right. I laughed so hard for parents. I'm just trying to clear some things up. So he didn't smile. So the first line that was told today was that Lord gave me the information, right? Do you like assholes? So I address that and show the receipts for that. No, I don't prefer that. I have understood there are some buttholes that are like vaginas that are a little extra meaty. And they do have the flesh. Just put your information out there. It's been out there for years and you've known it. So now all of a sudden now you're all scared. That's not my job. I'm with that bullshit. That's why I'm homosexual. Okay? Oh, yeah, that's right. Since I've never heard of Botox in the next. Fillers, yes. Like, you know, y'all are doing the best to make no reason.
Now see, Bombshell Reloaded and Hagen Assisting are prime examples of hate speech built around somebody like Miss FBCKING. Wonderful. Yeah.
I haven't heard that. The news is probably is hiding that.
You ignored it.
Kristen said, what would Hagen do? I think you should marry Gail and Adam online. I know they're already married. But kind to be an evil.
Now we'll move on to where scams.
Ministers. Let's face it, they're married.
I'm gonna go into
I mean, is there a scale? I mean, if they went to the Middle East, so yes, we can do it online. It would be globally. It would be a global recognition. Reva has thin lips too. Do you think that a woman with thin lips here has thin lips at the bottom? Oh, Dwayne says, oh yeah, flaps or rose petals. That's right. Yeah, I guess the booty hole would have more of a rose petal. Her asshole.
You'll know that I can't unblock anybody right now, right?
Toby, you actually penetrated her butthole and you got COVID? Wow.
Gosh, y'all,
Suzanne says, I really can't understand how men get a pleasure in another man's bum. I was constipated and it killed me. Well, darling, a man doesn't really care, to be honest with you. You know what? And a lot of you women, I hotel Wi-Fi. A lot of you women really have like this. But I'm just letting you know. In my experience, heterosexual. All they care is that it's a hole. Okay, that's it. They don't care if it stinks. They don't care if it has warts all over it. They don't care if that hole is attached to a cat. A hole is a hole. And they all get the same pleasure. Okay? I can't understand how men get pleasure in another man's bum. Well, honey, you were constipated.
I don't understand.
Well, you're not doing it enough. Because if you did it enough, you wouldn't be constipated.
See,
okay, so it's not.
Don't come in your mind now.
The queen is getting a phone call.
You know, screenshots can work all the way around,
Like the
right?
Michael Myers mask. You're out on Harvey.
You're right.
Push it to the side. Right. See, Jan Smith knows. Suzanne says a big squirt of bum cures constipation. Yeah, you're doing it all wrong. Are you sure you were in the right hole? Danny Perez says, hey, Miss Hoggy, what's going on? Why were you in jail? Danny Perez, I think it's racism. You should change your last name. You can't know. You guys, if you have an ethnic sounding last name, change it. You won't get banned. Danny Perez should be like Danny. Let's change your name to Danny. What would be a good name? Patterson, Danny Patterson.
Y'all start messaging
They'll
me.
just assume that you're Irish. They'll never ban you. Okay, that's part of the privilege. Change your name. They don't care if it stinks. Chrissy, come on, you know they don't. They don't care. It may not go down on it, but you know what?
Give me some minute.
They're gonna put it in there. You know, let's be honest. What they just need 30 seconds to 2 minutes. They're done. Yeah, Danny Smith. There you go. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Not in there.
I mean, this OMG's channeling. I can't.
Wait a minute. Enjoying another man's butt is a sign you're not quite heterosexual. Now, let's think about this. What about all those men? All those men in prison? Are they suspending their heterosexuality?
I am tonight.
Because you're allowed away tonight. You can't ignore that. There are heterosexuals who are in prison that are currently right now in
Stop being mad.
I believe that in desperate times, they suspend their heterosexuality.
Cause he had the fucking furry fucking ponies.
I don't know. I mean, like, where do we draw that line? I mean, really, as Divine Waters Fan 79 says, I recommend coffee. I would assume that would stimulate the anus. Okay, Danny Perez has settled on a new American name. Okay, my new name is going to be Mr. Davis. There you go. There is there's the Kinsey scale. You know what? I should look that up. We should talk about the Kinsey scale. ICA says, I think any man can be gay if the situation presents itself. Yeah, so at that point, do we say he had a gay moment? That every man can have a gay moment? Because what, like, let me see, is a homosexual or heterosexual, is that just the lifestyle you've decided to live in? You know? Stu believes that heterosexuality is a Danny Perez says, my own sister's husband's came with it. My own sister's husband came on to me, and he wanted me to F them. Imagine that. Okay, I'm imagining it, Danny. I'm picturing. So I'm picturing you bending him over right now. So Danny, I know my plastic heart is wrong. Your sister, or did you do it? Now, what was I showing? Or did you let it go and you want to keep peace? And when you see him now, does he like kind of give you the eye, like behind your sister's back? Does he like flirt with you? No. Divine Water Friends not weed browning. I've given up. I've given up marijuana. Amy said, yes, this is true. My husband said folks in the military who deployed do that a lot. Thank you so much, Sherry. You're a sweetheart. Thank you so much. There are probably lots of bisexual people who are on some kind of spectrum. Yeah, that's the Kinsey scale. That would admit to themselves who they would admit. Where I did. You know what is a myth? The gay community, the trans community, or let's go even further, the black trans community. I mean, is there really a black trans community? I mean, can you imagine, what are the 3 members? I mean, come on, let's face it. I mean, do we have to recognize specifically every single community? Come on. I'm Sherry, Toby has expressed some sexual desire toward you. He sounds like Toby sounds very romantic, to be honest. Oh, Danny, here we go. This is the No, we did go to a hotel and had sex all night long, but I never effed him. She's no longer with the idiot. Then he wanted me to be his boyfriend. Now, that would be very where I was showing. Your sister divorces her husband. And then my power bill still be your boyfriend. And I'll get what I was divorced. So did he want to be a part of the family? That's very interesting. It shows right here my last payment. That's some pretty what someone gave me on 8/2. Today's only 8/4. Okay. And I was still negative $12. Michael said, how was I scammed? I grew up with my deferred balance is when I said it wasn't $65. So my status was on and he was disconnected. If I didn't pay it by 8 o'clock or day, I would have. Where was I standing? How was that a scam? By me opening up and showing people my private life like that. I knew that there was a lot of men who were actually on their way home to their wives find sex from work so they can eat dinner and play with the kids and, maybe even sleep with their wife that night. They would stop and enjoy the company of another man. Because that man would do things that the woman wouldn't do. I'm just saying. I saw that a lot. Did Tracy go to work? I just won about $20 in the lottery. Could spare
Oh, Tracy Quinn. Her name's Tracy Quinn. Are you still on? Do you want to give out your Venmo account again, your number and all that?
This was taken on Friday.
He played the lottery and he just won $20. Danny Perez says yes, exactly. Imagine, crazy, huh? LOL, it's okay. I mean, it's very interesting. Queen, how are you, darling? How are you, dear? How have you been? Yeah, I haven't seen you here in a while. Okay, she had been cheating on him, and I'm sure vice versa. Okay, he's been in prison before, too. Probably had sex with lots of men. My goodness. We could do a whole show on Danny's family, couldn't we? We could do a whole show. You know what, Vegan Fluid? If Tracy does not come on and accept that $20, I'll accept it. Okay? I mean, just tell me what I need to do.
Amen. Anyway, this is what I'm talking about. We're going to listen to it for a minute. Okay?
Hey, I can't remember who asked me about the Mexican Hot Pocket, but do any of my Latinos know the Mexican Hi, Ange, how are you, dear? Sherry says it's hard to be romantic. The earth is my asshole. It's not that your girlfriend. Oh my God. Well, Sherry, you are hot. Sherry, you're an old lady. You know the girl. Hey, you know what? Hey, I'm going to ask you, okay, I'll put it out there. I know the gay men. The gay men over a certain age know that Jeff Stryker. I bet we don't have any heard of Jeff Stryker. It's so good. I'd love to see you too, Anne. How are you? Amy says,
See, I'm saying
sometimes it's out of me sometimes. I don't know what it is. Well, this is the thing. You know, just like when you're diddling yourself, you know what feels good. And you know what, Amy? Let's be honest. Sometimes you don't want to wine dine 69 in romance. You just want to bust it out. Okay? And you know, I've known a lot of women out there who are a little upset with me sometimes.
Regardless of how somebody else treats us, or
right, Chrissy, you don't
or you, or whatever. I'm just saying.
Never heard of it.
Maybe I didn't.
We come to the house.
Gabe,
And Sam, I got you. You'll come back in and talk. I didn't see you.
they just try to get it over. They don't want to have to worry about it. And then they don't have to want to worry, you know. Well, because sometimes a lot of women, you know,
This is live.
Can I just dump them there?
Well, actually, let me finish up the next
Quickly, I don't want to hear about it. Of course, the woman isn't going to say no. I mean, she's not going to say yes. Trust me. If women made it this easy, I'm just going to push you over.
This is taken from my bad phone that I got on my new phone.
You're just cool. And then I'm going to do my business.
You should be able to tell what it is.
If more women were accommodated,
this was on
wouldn't have to take care of us on
Friday night.
So it's really not about you don't want to cheat on
It was 79 fucking degrees
You just
in my house.
Just to get off. That's it.
And up here, you can barely see it. But it says it's 73.
You guys told me
and it was 79. Screenshot it, do whatever you want to with it. And that's what it says. It stands for not set or 79 degrees. How am I scamming BTS? How?
Did Silverbuck maybe I didn't know what you're right. When I was younger, I didn't see a video. You're right. I remember that.
You.
Let's see. I'll pull up a picture of Jeff Stryker for you ladies. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can get one with the clothes, but still.
And you know what? I can tell why you're so pissed off.
Right.
All right.
Here we go.
Your filter's fucked up. You're using a free filter on that damn phone, aren't you? You're always accusing everybody else of using filters. So let's see what you really look like, you old fucking hag.
Here we go.
Sharon.
several fucking seats. Okay? Look at that fucking hair. And you're talking about my hair. What's that cow meat to my hair?
This is just Striker right here.
I mean, what?
I don't know if you see.
Well, let's take a look at that filtered fucking picture right here. That person is not like this old whack ass.
Yeah, that was
that bitch. You
a
look
big
like a
deal.
dog and can't take it back. But you gonna run your mouth about my hair, right? Use your real name, bro. Shut the fuck up.
See, was that big for me? Yeah, I've seen some Striker from good stuff. Yeah, he's real muscular too. Real muscular. Wait, I remember there was three seasons. Okay, I remember Pratt.
Stick down somewhere.
I remember one called He Was Gone or something. These are all, you guys, these are all just names of the names. Okay.
Here comes the view. We're gonna see exactly what we're seeing.
Can't find a picture of him clothed that still is revealing. Isn't it Ken Hunt? Okay.
Like I said, I don't care who tells
See,
I do that.
I can't find any good pictures. Okay, so this is Chad Hunt. Did he do straight ones too? Okay, what was the other one?
Sassy! Hey! I know you've been sick, Precious. I'm so glad to see you, beautiful.
Yeah, it's really hard.
Okay.
They're not like
Let's take a look, shall we?
Jeff Striker, where they're gonna be revealing without showing their junk.
I gotta rinse everybody tonight, okay? It's just the way it is. If you don't like it, just watch from the sidelines. It don't matter.
Okay.
You're making a music victim.
I don't
Remember
know,
when she
Susan.
went live singing a song to her user?
I'm not sure. Sherry's
Absolutely no. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I've got this Jeff Striker D.
BTS and TNT stole from
Oh.
Christmas. Trying to pay her bills. And to pay a pedo in jail. But we're going to get to that too.
Angelique says the
TNT is cool, man. I didn't mean to be rude.
Now, Angelique has a question. The ex.
So here we go. Let's see what the proposals is here about these little
I reject him.
screenshots I got kicking
But
right here.
he
You
is.
know what I mean?
Well, you think he's disgusting? Have you told him?
Let's go to the first one.
Tell him no, and tell your sister.
She's old as fuck.
Is your sister?
Yeah, GMT. It's like
Danny Press is let me be very honest. I've been with lots of married men before in the past, okay? So y'all
sorry.
married. Look
Oh, wait,
how
no,
young
here it is.
men aren't that innocent.
Here it is.
Okay.
This is the
now,
live
this is my
sketch.
past, okay? I don't mess around with these dummies anymore. Straight men, for some reason, have always been very attractive. And I'm definitely attracted to them, too. Okay? Thanks. You know, Danny, I understand. A heterosexual man is always attracted to a gay man because gay men like him. Okay? So you understand. I'm going to tell you, all you women out there, and it's typically the women. If your little boy says he's gay, don't assume that means he's a girl. Okay? No, still treat him like a boy. Because I'm going to tell you, if he ends up to be one of these little fruit basket carrying homos, okay, who have a list, who prance around and think, you know,
Harley started that, clarify that. Steph Ball said that,
No, don't. Because you know what? I don't. We're turning all of the boys, all the gay boys, like a little girl. He's never gonna okay, because if he's gay, you're not gonna but you know, a man's a gay man, they don't want that. You know, of course there are some who like these fruity guys, but you gotta be really big. No. Raise your little gay boy to be a man. Okay. Well, hi Blaze, Kitty, how are you? Oh my God, Susan Mills and Ginger Lynn. Let's pull up Ginger Lynn. I remember her. She was Ginger Lynn. She was in wasn't she with John Holmes quite a bit? Wasn't she in those films? A lot of people in the South are there's a new something. Get the fuck out of here. I know this is. Here we go. The Susan knew Ginger Lynn. Now Susan, she was, Susan wasn't a porn star, but Stephanie was, I guess, industry adjacent. Did she imply it, right? Hardly says. A lot of you old people might remember. That's a wild area. She just got out of bed. She already banked on yet. I bet she was getting banked hard. Harley says down here, grandmother said, Mom said it, not me. Well, everyone it said no. I don't know what Mom said. Not me, Mom said. Oh yes, the dildo, yes. We've all ever said it. Yes, Liz, you can't even say this is wonderful. I'm here to inspire you. I'm here to be your life coach, okay? So if you have any questions, anything at all, okay? Because trust me, I know a little of everything, okay?
Hi everybody, I'm August Assistant.
Your friends, so are you.
So seriously, I'm here for you, okay? So you can ask me anything, okay? Anything. I'm here for you, okay? I'm here for you. Let me refresh my water, okay? And I'm gonna get ready for those questions. Okay. Hi, Marquina. Here's Marquina's here.
just get the date on people. Great days for people that like to do July, like Wednesday, the 13th of October, 2 days after Joe's birthday. These are all in the States that happened this weekend. Talking about Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, This is 13. The difference between the R word, a lot of people are comparing it to the N word. Now, I apologize if I offend anybody, but it may slip out in my talking about it right now. Not the N word, the R word. The difference is that N word is derogatory no matter what. However, it's only derogatory when a white person or an upper class black person says it. Because when you go to war with the blacks, they say all blacks are. So it's only bad if the white person says it, or a higher level upper class black person says it. Then it has different meanings. And it also depends how you say it. I mean, you can say it in a nice way, in a funny way, and nobody cares. But if you say it in a demeaning, derogatory, bad way, yeah, you're gonna get arrested, black or white. The R word should only be, and I say should only be taken offensive if it's used in a derogatory bad way, much like the N word. If someone is using it as a paraphrase, like, you're fucking retarded, then they're joking around. Or, because, I mean, I said that kind of joke, but you guys know what I mean. If you say it in a joking way, then it's nothing that should be taken
takes her serious.
Yes,
The
you
same way
do.
the
This is
N-word.
fucking time
You see people say it all the time. Yeah, you say it like that. That's said all the time. And nobody breaks it up. Nobody finds it offensive.
And that's why
So
people like fucking that.
that's the difference between an N
It's
and an R.
serious.
Technically, there really is no
Doesn't
difference.
matter
It's
how
all
big
depends
your
on who's
person
saying.
is, dick
But
is,
if you say it
doesn't matter
in a
how
joking
he
way,
uses it.
forget the word. It's not that intense.
Doing make your man's steak hard. Fuck off.
You know how Mexicans get really loud or Puerto Ricans and they get really loud and funny and they just ramble on and on and on and on about taking a breath. That's what she did. And we went hysterical. I was like, I gotta get this girl. She's fucking funny as hell. And that's why I said she's like a comedian.
Hey Siri. I love you guys.
Melanie, but that's if you use it all the time.
Listen, not everybody shout out fucking random. I don't fucking know. This is 75%. What the fuck is fine?
Unless you were a very, very black person. If you want to do that, Obama was born. But just lends me, I thought like
What?
story that goes with that. I was just making that up. It's not racist. It's fact.
What's right?
It's an absolute fact. I needed that. I absolutely needed it. I went every fucking possible place that offers love, and I read about all these things Obama did. I read about all these programs Obama put together. It was all fucking bullshit. I mean, absolute bullshit. The system did not taught me that social services told me exactly who got it. Nothing to lose. That's not racist. That's fact. Understand the difference between racism and fact.
Not right now.
That's not racist. No, that's fucking factual. Look at the statistics. It's fact that Obama helped the super poor black community from the ghetto. That's fact. Statistics show this. After we create health crimes that nobody knew about unless you knew how to work the system, unless you knew social services and everything like that. So racist cynical versus trans. That's a fact.
What kind of thing?
So if you're looking for politically correct, you're not going to find it. So instead of using the word inner city, I'll use ghetto. It's the same fucking thing. But politically correct is inner city kids. Well, it's really the same fucking thing. So, okay. Let me start with my comment. My comment earlier was that, and again,
I'm not gonna even call it sound till I get you nowhere. Spraying your pussy. Get your buggers off the screen.
That is what we hear. Very, very so
It takes them 2 years to go full rigor mortis.
minorities from in layman's terms, blacks fucking. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. One is political, one is politically incorrect. But at the end of the day, they're going to go the exact same thing. So,
Not in games.
I don't like random things. It's really you think about Alabama, there's a lot of black men and black men like me.
They like my fat ass. That's a good thing about living here. White men, they know sometimes. Black men, they live sometimes.
Wow. Don Gregory, aren't you powerful? Glad they sucked all the shit out of the sewers.
I can be sad, but I can't be sad about this feeling about this. I can be sad, but I can't be sad about this. How can I be sad about that? That's not anything to be sad about. I'm sorry, Amy. I don't feel like this is trying to do. Someone's just trying to make you throw Sophie's right here. She's like my long song. So look at that. So the one thing is, I always take my dog with me wherever I go. You're asking if you're offering me money for my rental. It's nice that I would be able to. I didn't ever do that. So I just get so mad that other people say how they're out of Oh, I know what you are. You know what? We can't take a shot. Why is that something on the place that I live? Okay. Are you? I'm going to cut your cage. We're safe, we're trying, we're doing it. So I'm happy. Trying to find. Oh, my God.
So right now we'd like to know, are you ready? Ready? Hey, outside, you ready? So right now this is the start time. Now this is start time. Now this is start
Give my band a nice round of applause.
Who cares if it's a dog? Do you not understand the gravity of life that they live under bridges and drainage pipes? I saw in Wilmington, North Carolina on Sunday a man literally sleeping again. I saw another person sleeping on the sidewalk. Do you want to attack me in a place that I live? Get out of here.
Let's bring some more liars up to go with tits.
Leave me alone. Stop it with
We are
these damn
being
troll
censored.
accounts.
America's news outlets.
How many of you like watch me just for whatever? Anyway, so I love Rosie O'Connor and I would love to do makeup and dress up with her. Home is where the heart is, and there are people who don't have homes. Nobody understands them. Movies are judgmental.
Lie below zero. She put me down for another night.
One day with my dog. I don't place with me, my dog.
All my love and everything.
Now you fed up with.
I take my action.
You were all of my mind.
Dear Heavenly Father,
all my love and everything.
I have been bestowed upon me today and every day.
You know it's nine below
Dear
zero.
Lord, I want to thank you for
She put me down for another night.
the opportunity to be here and enjoy
Lied to me.
all of these wonderful things.
She didn't tell me everything.
Many people say for me. Lord, I thank
Now
you
you
for
know it's woman lied to me.
my healthy body.
She didn't tell me everything.
Whatever lesson it is that you want me to
Well, you know it's not nine below zero.
learn, I'm still here.
She put me down for another man.
Lord, I thank you for all of the things you're giving me. You know, I feel like I'm losing. Lord, thank you for this God. Lord, again.
This guy did it again. Kathleen, your response taking matters in your own hands today and walking on.
I mean, I respect them. I respect their right to free speech, free assembly, to be able to protest this. They're protecting their own right. It used to be somewhat of a Democrat issue, but then it's not because they're fabricating this and they're hiding this. And seriously irrespectful. These kids, they're learning how to protect their own rights. They're learning that they're not protected by the law, and that's super scary. I mean, school is the first place for children that they need to be protected, that they can't have a safe place to be. And that's what's running on both sides of the spectrum. That's not.
I'm sure it is. A lot of awakening happening though around the country, which is good news. I'm trying to get that into the team tonight.
What, the Newsmax and the Pod Network?
Comes out of the board of Titans where you and I have talked about it. The NBA break that giving up so much money you can't play the mandate to throw that in the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and supposedly freedom to choose. Never be controlled. The free mind makes its own choices, and the slave mind follows the tribe. Stand for something or fall for anything. One man can lead a revolution, stand up, and fight for what's right. Now, I don't know where he comes from a political sector, but it sounds like he's a fan of freedom today.
I mean, I feel like the really weird thing is also kind of
Where are the McDonald on the Delta? People lean over and the phone ring.
We know the black people are done for. White people backed them for fair and they shit on them. They're watching.
Kathleen, for you. Speaking of NBA players that are having an awakening, Inez Cantor, it continues to blast China, much to the dismay, I'm sure, of NBA leadership, because they make so much money off China. But good for Inez Cantor. Look at it.
Like you, son. You do not say that more than half the pressure of my your skin is who makes your food? You don't know. There are so many little factors. You are good, soul, and a sign to walk and fulfill.
I love that the genocide going on in China right now.
No.
You're
No.
It's horrible what's going on over there. I mean, it remains relatively silent. They don't seem to have much of a defense.
Hey, Swan, Saul Goodman, Truthfully Trisha, and 20500.
This NBA player, I mean, they could potentially restrict speed, which could be a slippery slope. In that area,
Al Capetta, Mac, Murray, Terry, Chad Radio, Newsmax TV, Paul, Field, and Richie West.
Speaking up about this, release coming out of
Not really.
The FDA has just approved for the most the vaccine for children, the China virus vaccine, for children ages 5 to 11. You tell me one person on that panel if they're both not to approve this. Again, it is a question to ram this down our throat. You want to get the vaccine, fine. Don't mind to. The left is waging war on the major left wing billionaires to form a media group.
I made the choice. I was able to do it. I'm not I'm not stuck anymore. Trying every single day to be better than what I was yesterday. All of it.
Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go down and you are me. It's a whole lot of
sacrifices. Thank you for all of the people who've been in my life, who've encouraged me and inspired me and motivated
You know that nothing made as a big mistake.
Thank you for all your precious time.
Call me money water. You know that's nothing made as a big blue sea. You know I've been like that.
Just tuned in. I just got really emotional. Really grateful for all the things that are here.
The moment you left me, you know the rain was pouring down.
Oh, yeah, I totally worked. Which one? You know what? I think I would be so famous to be on the street corner. Which one? Which one?
The more blues made out.
Which street corner do I work on? Do I get benefits? Dental.
Chicago town.
Stop your bullshit.
I got another woman. You know she does it sweet as she can be.
I think that was the worst thing I've ever happened. You know, I ever wanted somebody to love me.
I got another sweet girl, boys. This woman. The girl that's as sweet as an apple on a tree.
That was worse than
I tell everybody.
That's the worst thing.
How you got me, been selling me.
Trying to trust somebody else. In my marriage, you weren't there. Never again. What anything ever happened again. It makes me sad. I didn't want to have to go through that. I was maybe then it's therapy for me to let it all out. I don't do this to everybody. That's like the worst thing ever. My hands better off than and now,
nothing sweeter she can be. Well, I got a little sweet girl, boys. My one just as sweet as an apple on a tree.
Some guy.
I'm a little girl, man, been singing me.
I guess what you don't have to watch my life. Do you really want to know what happened in my life today? I read a book. A motivational book. And then
With Menards,
I worked out at the gym.
of Richmond water heaters. With high-efficiency tank and tankless options to choose from, you'll find the perfect fit for your family to keep energy costs low for years
Wait
to
until
come.
a veteran stopped
Richmond water
talking about
heaters
the
work
war.
hard behind the scenes, so you can focus on what matters most. Get 11% off Richmond water heaters at Menards.
I've been doing okay.
They say to pick your battles. Well, battling metastatic breast cancer
I
was
was
not my
talking to
choice.
this guy.
But how I do it is.
He was like, okay, to go on vacation.
I
So
pick
now I
more
went on
testing.
vacation. When's the last road
And
trip you ever
I
went
have a
on?
specific mutation.
Then my mind reminded me back of when I went to
I found there's a
Nebraska.
treatment for me. And so many people like me.
Discover PICRA, the first and
And then I
only
got
treatment
really
that specifically targets PIK3CA
Then I
mutations
saw
and
the
chart
blog
positive HER2 negative
that I
MBC,
made
which are
rolling
common
in a
and lead to
field.
cancer growth. PICRA is taken with fulvestrant after progression on hormone therapy and has been proven to help people with a PIK3CA mutation have more time without disease progression. Do not take PICRA if you've had a severe allergic reaction to it or to any of its ingredients. PICRA can cause serious side effects,
I needed
including
an
severe
outlet.
allergic and
I
skin
needed
reactions,
someone
high
to
blood
talk
sugar
to.
levels, and diarrhea that are
I'm
common
not
and can be
used to
severe,
this.
and lung problems known as pneumonitis. Tell your doctor right away if you have symptoms
So
of
why are you
severe
telling the
allergic
whole
reactions
world?
or high blood sugar and its complications
I
while
followed
taking
that
PICRA. Your
side.
doctor will monitor your blood sugar before you start and during treatment, and may monitor more often if you have a history of type 2 diabetes. Before starting, tell your doctor if you have a history of diabetes,
I'm
skin
not
reactions,
jealous
are
and I'm not
pregnant,
mad.
breastfeeding,
I'm
or plan
happy.
to become pregnant. Common side
What's
effects
that?
include rash, nausea, tiredness and weakness,
That's what
decreased
you
appetite, mouth sores, vomiting, weight
I love
loss, hair
someone.
loss, and changes in certain blood tests. Could you have the PIK3CA mutation? If so, and your
I
advanced
don't
breast
want
cancer
it.
progresses on hormone
In my
therapy,
life.
there is
I wanted
PICRA.
to vlog. I don't know how much I worked out really hard today. It's like the whole
I'm in a distance man to you, so you know this, boys. Play guitar over there on that end is Guitar Junior. Playing bass, Calvin Jones on bass. Playing harmonics, Jerry Portnoy. Playing guitar on my right, this is Bob McCollum. Playing drums in the background, Willie, Big Eyed Smith on drums. Playing piano, Brian Tucker King. I've been yapping at you. My name is Muddy, Mississippi Water. I said, everything gonna be alright. I said, everything will be alright. And when I get to go with my woman, Julia. I can make love tonight. Make everything alright. I wanna make love to you, baby. Body baby shining bright. Here I am, all wrapped up in love again. Here I am, all wrapped up in love again.
Holy shit, look what I did. I didn't get one penny of alimony for my ex-husband. I got little shit. I got much more all this debt. I didn't get shit for this. You know what? I survived. That's weird. I just want to be your got it, guys. What do I get? What do I get for sharing my life?
I'll be alright.
Yeah, I'm working on my arms. I don't know. It's all about the lighting too. But I'm working on it. I can't really see it right now. That was right. I'm working on my shoulders. It's just this part. And my shoulders are, so I gotta work on other parts, but whatever.
Welcome to the Disney Bundle, where Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus come to life on all your screens. Hulu Originals, Disney Hits, and must-see sports. Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Get the Disney Bundle today.
So, what am I doing? I'm an experiment. So today for dinner, I had steak and vegetables.
Oh, yeah.
And those of you who say, I should work out, bless me and food,
Oh, devil.
I'm working hard. Follow me everywhere.
Everything.
She enjoyed her workout.
Everything gonna be alright this morning.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Next time you
Now, when I was a young boy, at the age of 5, my mother said I'm gonna be the greatest man alive. But now I'm a man. We're past 21. You got to believe it, baby. I have lots of fun. I'm a man. Yeah. I spell M-A-H-I. In that represents Maine. No B. Oh, child. Why? That means Spanish boy.
I ate some junk.
I'm a natural born lover, friend. I'm a man. Yeah. I'm a rolling stone. I'm a man.
So I really love the guitar. I can't even play a
sitting
song.
on the outside.
How ridiculously
just
silly is that?
my mate.
I got these TikTok legends.
And I made the blues, honey. About 2 hours late. One down a man. Yeah. I spell M. A-H-I. Oh, child. Why? Got me a Spanish boy. I'm a natural lover's man. I'm a man, yeah. I'm a rolling stone. I'm a man, yeah.
Oh, that feels so good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Lionel shoots and would never miss. When I make love to a woman, she can't resist. I think I go down to Old Kansas Street. I'm gonna bring back the second cousin, a little Johnny Conqueroo. All you girls standing out that line, I can make love to you, baby.
Oh, yes, all of
5
this
minutes
means,
time.
and you know what, I apologize.
Ain't that a man?
For those of you like to hold grudges and all that. Yeah, don't you?
I'd rather than me.
It's really funny.
No, baby. Oh, child. Why? Got me managed boy. I'm a man. Yeah. I'm a natural lover's man. I'm a man. Yeah. I'm a rolling stone. I'm a man. Child. I'm a hoochie coochie baby. Yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, here's a woman out there in competition with me. Be yourself. Yourself. I'm not in competition with anyone. I don't have a husband.
Well, it makes sense why y'all are dying. You weren't naturally born women, and you took a vaccine for women. Same thing for the men. And I know they've done the gender switch. And I'm still the same woman that God created me. Born with a vagina. Oh, Chelsea? Weird, weird, weird. Dr. Newport swore she was a boy. You never heard of a hermaphrodite, huh? Gives birth like a serpent? Fucking babies just fall out? She has no Kegels.
No one came out.
No way compared to
just like a honey down the beach.
You can take away all of those other things, but you can't take away the joy and the absolute
$10 one for everything. I wonder why you the one for me. And I've been told
And when I look back at that video, I was all
Harder than service, I don't know. They hang up, they don't even listen. There's no. It's not good, but someone else can do it. Someone else can do that. It's okay.
scream and cry.
Well, they all moved out. They all left
I just scream and cry. Each night when I go home.
became a stronger woman.
I had to catch the free young shepherd. But well now, they'll be gone.
I like it just the way I want it. I have everything that I need. I'm not trying to impress you or anybody else.
Why you call Corina?
I impress you. I'm cooking for me. And just because it's what I want to hear, taking care of you, still trying to others respect the way you're doing to you.
Corina, Corina. I haven't had no loving since you've been
I was wrong. I made some bad choices.
I love Corina. Tell the world well, love Corina. The world. Well, I hope someday she'll come to love me. Corina, Corina. Where you stay last night? Tell me, Corina. You came home this morning. The sun was shining bright.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm capable of loving. Of all the things that have happened to me, and of all the things I am capable of loving. But it didn't destroy that part of me. It didn't cover it.
I'm in glory. Where
but you were whatever you said, because she herself is
she didn't care.
Someone else loved, and that's it. Out of the dark, it's like, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. This is the first season of depression. This is the first season. And so, okay, Mom. I don't want to grow up. I'll always be a toy Forget you.
Well, I know you didn't mean me.
I never said my ex was jealous. When did I say my ex was jealous? I'm not jealous. What do I get jealous of? I'm me. I'm not jealous of anyone. Why? I can't change what God made me. Change is different. I can't make it different. That's what I want to do. So what am I jealous of? Why did I do this to myself? That was my first real relationship that I loved. Oh, it's right here. Like, oh. I'm so much for what they
Kansas City, Kansas City, here we go. Kansas City, Kansas City, here we come. They got some crazy little women and they really gonna get me one. All they stand on the corner, cross the street and buy. What's up, boy? Kansas City. Stand on cross the street and buy. Up and up the Kansas City, woman, getting the bottom of this Illinois wine. The line may take a plane, may take a train, and if we have to walk or be, can I just the same? Kansas City, Kansas City, here we come. They got some crazy little women and they really gonna get me one. Johnny Rock. Kansas City, Kansas City, here we come. Hey, buddy. Kansas City, Kansas City, here we come. They got some crazy little women that are ready to get me one. I'm still and on the corner. 12th Street and Vine. What's that doing? Kansas City, man. Stand on the corner. 12th Street and Vine. Up and down the Pongo. I'm out my Kansas City woman in the bottom of this Illinois wine. Now may take a plane, may take a train, and if I have to walk or be, get it just the same. Kansas City, Kansas City, here we come.
For someone to like
They got some crazy little women that are really gonna get me. I'm gonna get two of them. They got some crazy little women that are really gonna get me one. Give me a few of them, yeah. Yeah. They got some crazy little women that are really gonna get me one. Hell, I'm gonna dub 12 of them. I gotta help you now, buddy. They got some crazy little women really gonna get me one. I'm gonna get all of them.
I would never say anything like.
Yeah, you want your car
I'm not choosing to go.
Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Trust me, I've tried. I've been on like what 40 days. Honest to God, I'm lying there and it's just like, what the hell am I dying? My shame and regret. And I'm like, why did I do this? Why did I die? It felt worse than cheating because I could never cheat. I never cheated.
Walking my baby, she got the breakfast today. She long lean, lay there, had nothing to do. She my baby. She got home, nobody. I love her just the same. You better go feed her. Love crazy about me, my prime time. Yeah, I'm going to give her name. Down now. What did you get so hard? There's a Jones in the same. Now, crazy about your baby, cause count on you is your name. Now you know what goes on. I'm gonna go to her and get along. Now she says, son, she really was bad when you were around, but I'm really good for now, but I did. So now I gotta go back and ask the boy, hold on, I need one more again. Down here.
That's the worst.
What make your big head so hard?
What's the worst thing?
Just the same. Now, crazy about your baby, cause count on you is your name. All right, Bob.
Strong. He protected me. He gave me everything that I needed. That I didn't know any better. Oh, it's much longer than I did, for sure. I now do be responsible. To think of all of those things. We're gonna have a house together. We were gonna have a real house together. That he accepted me and that he loved me despite what I did himself. So I'm happy with that. And like he said, I was gorgeous. Like he said, I was beautiful. And like I was a real woman. Not so 10 seconds. What the hell was that waste of time? But I beat myself up over it because I was really that stupid.
You know, my mother could have been go around no kidding. Now she says, son, what's your answer? She was bad me around. But now what I did. So now I gotta go back. How she gonna call her one more once? I mean, one more again. Count down now. What made you big head so hard? Yes, I just said.
And everything has memories to it. And everything like you're supposed to forget. As a woman, bought me this hat. Those are the knives that I'm putting my Amazon purchase for the house we're gonna move in together. And the clothes that I bought.
I love your style, woman.
I used to tell myself that I'll be
You said you love me, baby. Please call on the phone. Said you love me, baby.
lunch every day. I loved packing it. I loved waking up in the morning and then making this coffee and making breakfast. It was like an egg sandwich that I would make. And I would chuck it and I loved to watch him get ready for work.
Yeah, I know it is my worried mind.
Kiss goodbye. Text me on his and then
I'm gonna show you how nice
We spent a lot of time together. We spent lots and lots of time together.
you
video games together. We played Mortal Kombat. We bought this one game called Unplugged. It was so cute. We knew all the restaurants. We had our moments. Told me the things that I didn't want to do. I didn't need to be cake. I didn't need to get my nails done. I didn't need to get things on my face and stuff. Went to his market. My sheets are still. The sheets are still. I wear the sweatpants to bed.
I'm killing you.
That's how I started liking whiskey. I started liking spiced rum and all those other things. I was really there for me. It's my best friend.
Yeah, no, it sounds like a long distance call. I pick up my receiver.
I wish I was the one that I am now. But I can't go back and I know that there's someone else out there. That person's not meant for me, like as the universe says.
People!
The universe says.
I was down in my neighborhood one day.
The person that's
I was
sent
talking
for
to
you
prison.
will not leave.
And they're all on the corner leg and they said,
After
"Don't
a while,
I went back home like a good man should. I put my hands in my pocket and got my key out.
Thank you for
and there stand my wife. She was crying. She said, "Love you." The little girl was jumping up in the floor. She patted her hands together. She looking straight at me. Now.
Just remember the good times. So, and I'm certainly not jealous or any of those things. Like, I'm super happy that he's got another person. That person has him. What can I do about it? Like I said, I've never had a fight someone from me. Sam Telfer met him. We were driving back from Nebraska. That was an exciting time. Where my kitchen table is breakfast on this cover. I donated all of my things and all the things because I thought we were going to and I've lost. So in the meantime, alright, dust myself off, myself back up. What am I doing? I'm going to be hard on something. I'm not that big of a loser. I'm definitely not lazy.
Got my mojo wet today. Just the work on you. Got my mojo wet today. Just the work on you. I wanna love you so bad, but I don't know what to do. I'm going down to Santa. Get me on mojo.
I wasn't desperate for it. I just said it for somebody.
I got a tip to say, well,
in 100 minutes, I got
a whole lot of chicken. We love you. Just don't let go.
Trisha paid us. I'm the older Trisha, okay? I was around selling dildos before Trisha paid us. And my implants, they're thick. Yeah. That's a whole other story. Thank you. That felt really good to be able to let all that out. I held it all in for a really long time and to be able to let it out. So, all right, well, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching me. And I'll see y'all again real soon, okay? Mucho amore. Great big hugs. Great big kisses. It's gonna be all right. Everything is gonna be all right. And they can laugh at me all they want to. Let them laugh. I'll survive. I survived so far, right? Okay. Great big hugs. I just already told you that anymore. Just send me more hugs. I'll see y'all. And Rosie O'Kelly, if you're watching, I love you, girl. Love you.
I don't understand why you're taking a video camera on a road trip. You should be packing more sensible items like toilet paper and your mother.
Hi friends, Jesus is my rock, and that's how I roll. Welcome to California Preachin'. Wow, what can I say? It has been an extremely sad, heartbreaking time for us here and our family. And I just want to thank everybody who has commented. I truly can't tell you how comforting it is for Billy and I to have a community of people that we know are praying for us and thinking of us. I know that all of you will understand when I tell you that I need to keep this very brave. Whenever I experience any kind of trauma, I seem to kind of shut down. I'm finding it really hard to pray. It's just like a brain cramp. I need some Holy Spirit activation. When horrible things happen, the only thing really we can do is submit even more to God and to trust in the fact that He always promises us that he's going to turn ashes into beauty. And I've just been praying for a sound mind and a peaceful heart. I've been praying for absolutely everybody involved in this situation. You know, in spite of our best efforts, some things are just completely out of our control. And I'm learning that more and more and more as I'm on this planet. I am starting to become a little more obedient to the fact that at the end of the day, God knows every little thing that's going on. And he's our rock and our strength. And we all know that things fall apart around us, things decay, life hurts. We just have to put one foot in front of the other and rejoice even in times of suffering. God is closer to the brokenhearted. I just keep reminding myself also that the proverb that says, soap is for the body, what tears are for the soul. A lot of cleansing going on with every single tear. But like the Bible says, you know, there's a time to dance, there's a time to mourn. I just can't even go on with that. I just want to pray. I'd like to dedicate this prayer to Helena Hutchins and her entire family, and to my beautiful brother-in-law and our whole family. Let's do the 23rd Psalm, one of my favorites, one that I have prayed since I was a young child. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lay down in green pastures. He leads me beside still water. He restores my soul. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. And even though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I fear no evil. You're well with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup runs over. Surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life.
Level, what was it like to be in Dynasty? First of all, it was incredibly gorgeous. The set looked like a real home. They had, at that time, they had huge floral arrangements everywhere, and they were real. And I mean, I'm like, that's a lot of money, like $5,000 or something, I think, for those big things. I mean, it was gorgeous sets. Blake Harrington. Yes. And who is now played by Grant Show. No. Yes, in the new Dynasty. Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. Okay. T.J. Hooker. Okay, well, I'll tell you a little about when I first got on. They have the uniform for me, and they go, you need to give her a padded bra, and it was really padded. And so I'm like, okay.
There's definitely someone out there, and I don't know, but I think it's a pretty safe bet to say it's probably Father to vote for him.
Yeah, I do.
What
The biggest person. They do though, it's true. Jimmy will fight it. That's a racist respect though. They do like bigger ones. I get my hair from somewhere. Yes. But any specific or someone has to have extensions. What Molly was saying is that when you have tracks that say for black hair, but very thick nappy hair, and when you put in tracks, you take a long piece of hair and you braid it into your scalp, and it's just like this long, thick. Like you have to have big, thick nappy hair to begin with, otherwise you're gonna see it. Like I could never do tracks. Some people do tracks temporarily, and
It just looks tracks done right, like a lot of people like those tracks. The reason why they are mostly on, I'm not say black.
Mine hair.
It's because the quality of
For
the
black
hair,
people to be Rapunzel.
gorgeous, and that's why it just
And white bitches that can't grow this, they have male pattern baldness.
It looks like it's just got fresh like this. Anyway. Hey, that long up tongue upstairs. And the skin was creeping out of here. He's 21, definitely 21. He's Chinese kid. He was hot. He's sweet though. October. I know this fake house. My husband. Wow.
Pam Copeland is dude.
It's like ching ching. You want to come Chinese and Asian people speak United States. Anyway, and guess what? I'm starting to learn. Yes, all day long. That was not a sentence. Ni hao. Is that a word? Ni hao. Is that a word? Stuff, but you know, I am not black, but my daughter's black. You know, you can like already feel like just not a lot of people like say black. Yeah. Oh, she's a daughter. So wait, so again, earlier the basic
Who's about their age?
want to say race, say race. Okay. Now more. Minority. Somebody now, Gypsies like use people and they, I don't know, so you're getting carrot. Isn't that a little cliche? Rabbit. You know, on second thought, I think I'll get a lemon meringue pie. I'm gonna
Pretty crazy, man. With a loaded gun in here.
Can I get a fun with that? I don't like it. I don't know if I want it. I can't handle it first. Come on.
There you go.
I'm talking about a teeny little taste. What do you think? I'm gonna shove my whole head? You think I'm gonna rub my face in it and ruin it for everyone else? Well, I wouldn't do that. I would take a teeny little taste and then decide if I
In
want
reality,
it.
it's always been about changing hearts and minds. That's what this whole thing
You know
is,
what? I'll
right?
pick a carrot cake after all.
In the earliest inception, the Fango wanted to defang Facebook, Apple, Nokia, and a bunch of these other companies. It doesn't really matter. Because you guys have heard of the Fang, right? Lots of big companies. They're the ones, right? I think people have talked about them in the past, but the term itself was actually coined back in 2013. Although the original term Fang was
media.
Around probably since back then. See, like Fang.
What, when I had to
was
go to the
around
corner
before
coffee
that.
house, put my info
But
in.
Fang is an acronym that refers to Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and Alphabet, but technically Google, right?
King Pirate
We all
and
think
Pass
about these
Oil.
companies, but the Fang
Your
is
little
the thing
machine to
that
take the cerebral fluid.
controls you much more closely than you thought ever possible. I mean, when we look at the companies, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, really right there, without even throwing in Netflix, you really have
That's you
a pretty
guys.
big totality of the internet.
What an iMovie.
And then throw in Google and then it just goes right out the window. But something to think about, you know, a very important takeaway from all of this. All of the companies in the FANG, or the most 5 prominent American technology companies, all of those companies combined still have less employees by a lot than that one company in Korea called Samsung. You guys ever heard of Samsung? I don't know. I feel like a lot of y'all may be having their phones or whatever, but yeah, Samsung in Korea is still a bigger company by far with like number of people and all their different operations compared to the entire FANG put together. Yet the entire FANG put together makes way more money than anybody could ever imagine. Like, as of August 19th of 2021, it was $7.1 trillion. Mind you, this is coming right on the precipice of us pushing our notes to that, what was it, like $28 trillion deficit or something like that? To just like put it into perspective that the entirety of the FANG's combined market capitalization couldn't pull you, me, and everybody else out of the proverbial piece of shit that we're all stuck in. I mean, if you don't have Dogecoin stocked away, or if you had to store your Bitcoins and shit like that, it almost feels like in the next 5 years, things are going to be looking very different. The bubble be coming, it'd be fast approaching. Stocks and stuff are going up, but I really hope people aren't like super into these inflationary assets or whatever. But remember, it was not that long ago that these companies were just little tiny little people. Now they're in control of so many things. So many things. And it's the thought police, right? We've created our thought police everywhere and anywhere. And you got to remember that back when a lot of this stuff became incepting, back when the radical leftists started anonymous and going after people online and doxing them and just generally being fucking assholes, it's almost like that same methodology has formed itself up into very high places where the same camaraderie, the working together, you know, the I scratch your back, you scratch my back, we'll believe each other's bullshit, we'll just debunk everybody else's bullshit because we don't like them. Think about it. Think about it. We all live. We all do. And I myself, you know, never really wanted to go back into the foray. I mean, I figured I was done with all the live streaming and stuff back in 2008. Not sure what really made me go back online. I think I just wanted to try it again to see if I could be successful. Technically, I was pretty damn successful until I wasn't, because, you know, shit happens, things get deleted. I remember back then, 2012, that the twisted agenda was far more twisted than people think, you know? I remember hanging out with the chairman of the Federal Reserve and going to Occupy Phoenix, which was one of those Occupy Wall Street movements. He wanted to talk to me because he just assumed that I was all involved in that shit. And that was only because my friend Skeeter, not lying, that's what a guy called himself, Skeeter. Skeeter was the one that told them that I was like super into all that stuff, and I was into the anonymous. I just don't think that a lot of people understood is that I'm not into it. I just have a problem where I like information, and I used to like love sitting on the internet for hours and hours and hours a day, looking at every little conspiracy theory and trying to do my best to, you know, give my opinion on it. Not like anybody needed it, but you gotta realize that in a second, your entire existence could be wiped out. And we've seen it happen to me. We've seen it happen to other people. Some people are, I guess, stronger or more well-liked and aren't as controversial as the little old me. And I can't really answer for as to why that's a reality. Right? You know, why? So as we sit here, hang the fuck out, we got to remember that, you know, this is using the name Kang isn't about anything negative. The only reason that we even picked Kang was because Kang the Conqueror from the Marvel comics was like one of my favorite supervillains. I really liked his thing. Dude from the future that's conquering all of space and time. He's real badass. As long as you know he's keeping like the timeline together and sacred. If you watched like that recent Marvel show Loki, you might have at least a little bit of an idea what I'm talking about. Because, you know, that dude's going to be Kang, which is going to be amazing. It'll be amazing. I think. Kang. Why? Not because we was kings. Nope, that's not why we picked it. Don't be coming up with that racist bullshit, you fucking racist. Don't be giving me that shit. The shit that you should be giving me is nothing but a little bit of an easy time. Right? I look around and I wonder if any of the puzzles or if any of the work that we've done over the last couple of years has taken meaning in some people's hearts. I mean, there's a lot of people that have been affected by the change, and a lot of them still haven't realized what's been happening or what's been done to them. And it's kind of funny, even though we can't really specifically say anything's been done to them. It's more or less like someone's triggered them into something else. Like, we would have never really truly seen how the rabbit hole goes, right? You know, we've been following Right Rabbit 2016, so right? We've always felt ourselves to be somewhat akin to the Matrix, bending and twisting the thought forms around us or will, and I mean, some people might say that all of this is just a setup. Although I just don't see how anyone could think that could ever be the case. I mean, crazy. I mean, let's talk about that guy Arturo for a second. Somebody that was never around, that was never a part of our team, that was never somebody that we wanted to work with, has control of the entire narrative on what happened with me. He can say that I didn't do something and then everybody believes him, but it's not everybody. It's just the people that are willing to listen, ones that are looking for the angle, because this is what the people do, is they look for angle. If you're not looking for an angle, if you're not looking for your way in, your penetration point, you're making a mistake. But a lot of these guys forget that I've always been a very defensive player. I'm much like a mage. You know, I am like a mage, but I'm more like a priest, right? I can put out that holy damage, but I can also take that holy damage because I can just keep healing myself up. I just keep coming back. I'm kind of like a conqueror. Although I do get tired and I do get bored sometimes, it just takes some time to think about what's going to happen or what's happening. Because we kind of have to do that, don't we? Even if we are living in a matrix, you know, like we're living in a matrix, so I'm playing a game within a game. That's weird ass shit. More or less, I feel that the world has come to a point where weird shit is happening. Weird things are happening in the news, my friends. Where do we even begin with any of this stuff? Not like the world is going crazy or anything like that, but maybe it is. You know? Maybe the world is just not a little bit more mad than we thought. Or maybe the thing that we did back in the day is finally truly starting to show people what is really happening in the collective consciousness, because we wanted to mess with collective consciousness, or we wanted to answer the question is that let a singular individual make a great enough push within the collective consciousness to create a happen, right? And we already saw that it was able and willing to be happening with all that that was going on since 2012, right? So we can see how things would change. How things, when they're put into those, can manifest themselves. And then some people aren't going to be able to really truly understand that because they want data, right? They want physicalized data. Yet they still haven't realized that they're probably part of like the physicalized data. So let's not be doomers. Let's just play the game, right? Play the game. Play the game. That's what some people want you to do. Is play the game. Some people want you to play the game. People want you to lose the game. Some people play games with other people's lives. But it's all about asking who's really to blame. The number one thing you should remember is it's not you. You didn't do anything wrong. But maybe some other people did, and they're working really, really hard trying to make it almost like some people did. When you look at the news, like this story right here, Post Millennial, Elon Omar blames cops for a spike in violent crime in Minneapolis after advocating for defunding the police. These are the people that we're putting into power. People like Elon Omar who have no actual understanding what the reality is in their, even their own city. But we do get great shit like this.
What we must also recognize is that the reduction in police is coming in our city, and the lawlessness that is happening is due to two things. One,
Glad you're feeling better, Virginia Olsen.
to not fulfill their oath of office and to provide the public safety they are owed to the citizens. And it's documented. But even before that, it was not. The Minneapolis Police Department is the most dysfunctional police department in our state and probably in the country. The second part is that there has to be accountability and someone that is actually taking responsibility for what the police doesn't do. And that doesn't exist. And I do believe that the current charter that we have does have the hands of those who want to have that accountability. Because we are mandated to have a specific amount of people. We are mandated to have the kinds of nuclear contracts that we have right now. I don't know any other big city in the state of Minnesota that has the charter that we have. It just doesn't exist.
This doesn't exist. Yeah. Elon Omar is blaming police for the spike in violent crime in Minneapolis after advocating for literally almost the entire year to defund the police. Every single day saying that they want to defund the police, we need to have less police. Now that they advocated to defund the police, they defunded the police. Now she's back up there complaining and saying, well, the police haven't done their job. We defunded them. We removed all of these things for them, and they're not protecting us. Why aren't they protecting us? And at the same time, they were promoting bail for people that were like literally getting in physical altercations, throwing Molotov cocktails and shit like that at the police. Makes you think about the cancer, because it's a cancer that just lives all around us, right? It kind of makes you, it should make you feel something. It could make you feel something. It doesn't make you feel. It just makes me look at my fellow man and be like, whoa. You know, we don't even live we live in a world of such hypocrisy that, you know, it's so easy to find stuff like this. Those who refuse to wear a mask in busy places, do not cover your face when you sneeze either, or is that a threat to your freedom? And 2521. 28, 21. Up to the villa. And he's like at a busy game, not wearing a mask. He said that shit after posted this picture. I mean, these are the people that we deal with. And I've been trying to point this out, is that there's all these people. We dealt with all of them during the whole cicada thing, because I was trying to tell people the entire time, like, these guys aren't into MAGA. They just have no allegiances. They'll go to whoever is going to push their story out and give them recognition. Just like Mr. Top West. Oh, I made all of the videos and music, and it was all me. You know, it's like these people are trying to use their egos to take credit for the works of other people. They're not able to put anything together, and it all seems to be connected to some vehement creation in their subconscious that makes them crave validation and attention for how lies to this. You know, I come on here every day and I talk about things every day. Like, almost, you know, sometimes I need to fucking get some sleep, take a break, whatever. But consistency is key here. It's the way that you do it. If you're always consistent in how you are and people can understand what you're about, and you're clear about yourself, then it shouldn't be too difficult. And once you start seeing what's happened to me, you'll start realizing that it's happening to a lot of other people out there. You know, I'm not the only one. Right? I'm not the only one. I'm probably one of the best ones, though, to actually show people and point out exactly in excruciating detail with evidence and everything what these folks are up to. It's these groups. You know, go look for Defango on Twitter. Just go search the name Defango and go look at the latest. Take a look at it. See what the folks are saying.
Not interested.
Not really the reality here.
Oh, Tag Unirock.
More than that later.
A little pretend body.
Gotta think about this. Your lives is all over the place, right?
Classical music, very nice.
Gotta think about it. Gotta think about it. Socialist journalist sued by Texas newspaper for defamation. Antifa supporter and self-identified socialist was also recently fired as a contributor at the Dallas Observer for writing a fake report. Local hotelier mogul Monty Bennett served a lawsuit by self-historic black-owned newspaper for defamation.
Hello?
That
I
right
can't
there.
hear you. I can't hear anything you're saying. Speak up. Louder. Just kidding.
This guy looks pretty badass. Got like a little gun shit. Could be shaky with it. Let's see, what is this? Warren has come forward to say that Montanelli is a socialist being sued by the newspaper for defamation, made sexually explicit statements to her this month at a restaurant in Dallas. Monticelli was also tweeted deadly violence against others. Got a new microphone ready to interview super delegates.
Oh, thanks. Cheesy dashboard hula dolls and dirty blankets for hot ticket items.
Stephen Buricelli, the socialist writer, is being sued for defamation by the Texas newspaper as promised vengeance against the reporting on him. Last year, he tweeted and deleted a threat against superdelegates. Read the report he's trying to censor. Thought I was persistent and vindictive before now? Oh, buddy, you have no idea.
Understand the voting book. You need to be the voting book. Are you that sure about this?
Yeah, but we're the crazy ones, okay? Yeah, we're the crazy ones, right? We're the crazy ones, right? You be going out there threatening anybody, waving around guns and shit? No, You got one picture of me with the oldest gun I've ever seen in my life, being all like, yeah, I look like fucking Tucho from that one movie. I look like Tucho from that one movie. Yeah. Think about this. The world is like full of betas that go buy guns, try to be cool. You know, most of these guys have never been in a real fight where they get all black locked up and got to get in crews of like 5 or 10 to go serve up ass whoopings. But at the end of the day, it's always going to be the same. Always going to be the same. These guys always play the same games, and they always win the same stupid prizes. But is that going to get the kind of attention that, I don't know, if it was like a Trump supporter, if it was any other person? No. But at least we can point it out. We should be able to point it out. Just like we should be able to point out all the outrageous and hypocritical and just downright crazy, scary things that some of the more liberal, idiotic people out there who are just, I don't know, selfish. It's got to be. Is it just because people are selfish? I don't know. Look at this.
I just want to remind everyone this is a business meeting of the school board. It is not a meeting that belongs to the public. Each speaker is asked to state his or her name and address for the record. Failure to do so will result in an individual not being allowed to speak. John, can you give us your name and address, please?
My name is John Wickland. I live in Mankato.
Can I get your address, please, John?
I'd rather not, since you guys
Don't
have
give
it
your
already.
address, you can't speak.
And I get so much property damage and eggs and everything else from fun people and their friends.
John, you need to give your address.
All right, I live on 5th Street.
Excuse me?
I live on 5th Street.
House number?
What is this?
It's a paper airport.
If you see Porky, I need the Papadopoulos.
Thank you.
All right. So are our kids safe?
Effective tonight, the school board will enforce the following guidelines. Open forum participants are prohibited from calling out or addressing any individual school board or school district staff member. If this occurs, open forum will be closed and the individual will not be allowed to participate in future open forums. Crowd noise or any sort of grandstanding during open forum, including applause, talking, hollering, or any outbursts will result in open forum being closed. Further, beginning at the November 1st school board meeting, open forum participation will be limited to those individuals who wish to speak to an item on the board agenda. The board agenda is always made available the Thursday prior to our meetings, and they are always on the district website.
Someone gets you to buy something you didn't even want
Always
to
on the district website. Yeah, you guys aren't allowed to talk or call us out or say anything because y'all are domestic terrorists. Did you forget? Did you forget? Maybe you forgot. But hey, you know, things got to be at least going bad for somebody out there. Somebody's got to have fucked up beyond all recognition. FUBAR. For some of you out there that have never heard that before. But there's a guy, his name's Alec Baldwin. Have you heard of him? I think he's like an actor or something like that. Always on SNL, always making fun of Donald Trump. Well,
Hello again.
this is a video he posted a week ago on TikTok.
Two things. One is that
You passed.
again about
You got a
the
perfect
vaccine.
score.
That's because I'm passionate about the material. Now, give me my life.
That was the written test. Still, you passed the driver's test.
Real quick, what the fuck is wrong with his eyes? It looks like both of his eyes are swollen shut.
That's impossible. I mean, they look at rooms up the road every night before they get to
You get to take
$375,000, which I will donate to the charity of my choice.
Just ask my version of
Kathy, no one's going to give you $375,000. Of course, I'll give you the $375,000. I know I can count on you, Porky. They give you a point.
Fucking shot somebody.
Even though you were sick, even if it brings down
Fucking done.
tonight.
You know, when we had a
Let's wrap
war,
this up. Can I ask why you
and in
think
my
I did
opinion,
the
this is the most
hospital?
surreal war
Because you're
in
my
business
best
history.
friend. I know
When
that
we're
I
in a
can ask
war
you for anything.
in
Just
this
as
country,
you know that you can ask me for anything.
in World War
Did you
II,
know that land for me?
for
I can see the
example, the
combination.
sacrifices that people make, what has to
Show
say.
yourself.
Simple things, sugar, rubber, you name it. It was rationing, it was an effort. The American people were asked to chip in on an effort to win the war. The same is
It's
true
only
that
$350,000.
we're being asked to make sacrifices
You are
in order
making
to
this
prevail
very
at the
hard.
time of war.
Do you think I like having
We
to
are
come
in
to
a
my
war.
best friend for money? Can you imagine?
Well,
what that's
apparently,
like for me?
he was at war with somebody.
This is
I don't know. Maybe his face is at war with some other people, but
a gold watch. But that was my
you think about how
Randall Page?
life is
Is it great?
maybe just a
That's
little
gonna
bit
kill its
different.
resale value. I
World,
want any more than this.
maybe
Give me your debit card.
you should.
But that's the money I want.
I don't know.
You're in charge of
They don't give a
the
fuck
surgery's
about
like in 10 minutes.
They don't-
You're right.
they don't
He's
give a
gonna
fuck.
take the debit card.
Executives from companies make
Take the
$70 to
debit
$80
card.
million a year, and they
If
work
you're gonna
13
take the
hours
debit
on a
card,
break, and you can't go to the
please.
bathroom or whatever the fuck. Every studio, I don't have to name them, I mean, every studio, every network, streaming, there was one fucking creative person in the whole fucking building. Not one. Who run the company? They bring them in. Their task is to identify them and contract them and make deals with them and make development deals with them to access them. You know? Every one of these streaming companies, every major studio, every major network, there's one fucking creative person in the whole building. And I said, shooting because I'm mistaken the people in Nazi. Do what you need.
My driver's license expired.
Do what you need. You don't like that contract? The contract could be better. You want to go on strike? Go on strike.
Hi.
Strike.
Sorry that took so
Do what
long.
you gotta do. Not fight.
Probably
Because I'll tell you something about the executives of these companies. Film and TV. Do you think they could run these companies?
You passed. Perfect score.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, they did?
hypocrisy, just like Susie says down there in the chat. Yeah, wasn't he a guy that was like treating people pretty badly or whatever? Because that's what they're talking about now. Well, I mean, he treats people pretty badly because he killed a motherfucking person on set after he pulled the trigger on a prop gun that was not a prop gun. It was a real gun that they were just shooting blanks out of, which definitely sounds like a really bad situation. But I mean, this Alec Baldwin thing has been kind of big, right? And they're saying that he could be facing major legal issues after accidentally killing someone on the movie set of Rust. The charges against him, who are going to probably most definitely going to be against him, because not only did he actually kill somebody, but he was the executive producer on the movie. So it could actually amount to something called negligent manslaughter, because that's the thing that could happen. You could negligently kill somebody, and you may not have wanted to do it. You may not have meant to do it. It could have just been a bad situation, but you still did. Somebody's going to go down, and it's probably going to be you. Negligent manslaughter. That's the unjustifiable, inexcusable, and intentional killing of a human being without deliberation, premeditation, and malice. The unlawful killing of a human being without any deliberation may be involuntary in a commission of a lawful act without due concert, caution, and circumspection. Interesting. Negligent, involuntary manslaughter. So, involuntary manslaughter is the unlawful killing of another human being without intent. The absence of intent element is the essential difference between voluntary and involuntary manslaughter. Also, in most states, involuntary manslaughter does not result from passion, but from improper use of reasonable care or skill while in the commission of a lawful act or on the commission of an unlawful act. I don't know.
Maybe you're lying because you don't want us to know your true identity.
I guess, yeah, he's gonna actually be having to worry about that a little bit. And he's gonna have to be worrying probably a lot about more, because, the media is saying, they keep saying that it was an accidental discharge and misfire, but the warrant against him from the sheriff's office says the gun was fired by actor Alec Baldwin striking the cinematographer, which is very, very strange if you really think about it, because that doesn't really give us the same feeling, because here's the warrant or the search warrant that they actually signed and put out there, talking about what was actually going on and what they were going to be doing, and photographs, iPods and iPads and everything, clothing, latex, cameras, ongoing investigation. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to do that. During the filming of the movie, Assistant Director Dave Hollis grabbed one of the 3 Top Guns that was set up by armorer Henry Gutierrez, on which was a cart. The cart was a gray in color rolling table with 2 layers and was left outside on the structure due to COVID-19 restrictions. After David learned that one of the prop guns was grabbed by Assistant Director Dave Hollis, he took it to a detector identified as Alec Baldwin, who was inside of the structure. As Assistant Director Dave Hollis handed the gun to actor Alec Baldwin, Dave Hollis yelled, "Cold gun," indicating the prop gun didn't have any live rounds. The prop gun was fired by actor Alec Baldwin, striking the cinematographer identified as Eileen Hutchins, and Bill Souza, director, who was behind cinematographer Eileen Hutchins. A bit later learned that Assistant Director Dave Hall did not know live rounds were in the prop gun when he had given the prop gun to actor Ellen Baldwin. Affit learned that what happened to the prop gun when it was fired is the prop gun was handled by the armorer identified as Hannah Gutierrez and given to the Assistant Director David Halls. The armorer, Hannah Gutierrez, was given the prop gun after it was fired by actor Alec Baldwin. She took the spent casing out of the prop gun. When the deputies arrived at the scene, the prop gun was handed to the arriving deputies by the armorer Hannah Gutierrez. Affit learned that actor Alec Baldwin was wearing old Western-style clothing during the filming of the movie. Given the fact that Alec Baldwin was wearing old Western-style clothing during the filming, he changed into street clothes prior to leaving the scene. Items were turned over to Santa Fe County's sheriff's office. Interesting. So, is Hannah gonna take a fall, or who's gonna take a fall? It kind of sounds like the whole entire thing is pretty crazy. They handed him a loaded gun and he shot somebody, and there's really no explanation as to what else could have just happened here. They should have known about firearm safety. They should have known about a whole number of different things, but apparently they didn't exercise any of this caution at any time, at anywhere. And I mean, more people are looking into this. There's a Rust actor says cameras on set were protected by shields during gunfire scenes, while actors were left to fend for themselves, and that the cast were terrified of accident before Alec Baldwin killed the cinematographer. A guy named Ian Hutchinson says that camera equipment and everybody behind the cameras was okay, but all of the other folks out there were apparently not. And he said that there was a surreal moment when he was bombarded with air as he was shot with 20 pistols to rifles. Noted that the cast would often check their guns multiple times to make sure that they were blank, even if they got the okays from the film armor and said he was worried about another situation like the Pro had.
For my scene, I was shot at and killed by the posse of sheriffs and deputies. And they had a camera behind me. And everyone in the car and the camera was protected by shields. And the camera was protected by shields. So that made me question me being in front of the camera and sort of in between all that fire. When rounds were released and when they shot at me, I actually did feel the blanks in my face and my body. And I could feel the wind from the shotgun being discharged. It was heavy. I would talk to my other cast members that was and how scary and real it was. Brandon Lee, having died in '93, you know, that conversation came up a couple of
Wow, maybe that guy will get real famous from all of it. Sources accuse Gutierrez-Reed of loading the weapon on a pebble-filled ground and handing it to a child actress without conducting a proper inspection on the set of Nicolas Cage's Cold. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, the 24-year-old head armorer in charge of the guns at Alec Baldwin's film, said she wasn't sure she was ready for the job in an interview before the film. What can you really say? What can you really do? I mean, you gotta be so good. There's so many different things that have to be done, especially after 1993, during the Crow, when Duke died, he got shot on set by a cold gun. What do they say about gun safety out there? It doesn't matter if it's a fake gun. People don't know that. People see you with the gun, they just assume, oh fuck, that guy's got a loaded gun. Got it. You know what I'm saying? So even if you were to hand somebody your firearm, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to check, remove the magazine, make sure that it's not loaded, show the other person that it's not loaded before you hand it to them. And it doesn't sound like even anything like that happened out there. And even more so, based on what the detectives are saying and what's being put out there, they said that loose ammunitions and a fanny pack full of ammo were found on the set where Alec Baldwin killed that lady. And yeah, as they were first drawing a gun, they discovered that there was loose ammunition and spent casings, and they couldn't tell whether they were live or dummy bullets or blank cartridges, but it really raises questions of organizations on the set, because technically they're not supposed to have any live ammunition on the set, but they were talking about how that specific gun was being used to actually shoot at bottles and do target practice and things, which means that it wasn't a prop gun, it wasn't layered out so that it couldn't be shot. It was like they just picked up one of their regular guns and they were just like, all right, we're just going to put blanks in it. Yeah. Makes you think. And, oh yeah, Hannah her rounds from Joe Swanson's motion picture blanks. Also makes custom live rounds. Custom live rounds. But how would if she had mixed up a live round with the non-live round? I mean, I don't even say. They said that items that they picked up were 2 boxes of ammo, loose ammo boxes, spent casings, a nice little Turnbull restoration. Pretty nice gun. I ain't gonna lie to you. Nice gun, but what are we gonna do, dude? What are you gonna do?
Artichoke
I
poppers
mean,
are
what's
an
Alec
upset.
Baldwin gonna do?
Insurance is practical. We'll
Just
just get it. It's
makes you
hardly any
wonder.
money, and if anything happens,
One
you're
of
covered.
these days,
Kind of like, don't even really know what the future's gonna hold for this
that
poor
right?
guy. Even though, there's a lot of things.
she bought these boots. They go all the way up to her. Where did they go all the way up to? Huh? Woo! Hey, I'll tell you what. Oh, thank you. Did you see it? We're talking about these boots go all the way up to her. They are the sexiest damn boots I've ever seen in my life. My goodness! Holy smokes. All right, this is from Chris Lowell.
Shoot these fucking people.
So maybe you can do that.
Much like
And you can share with the ladies all about the boot and where you got it and how you got it,
in the
how much it
face.
costs and how it
Shoot
feels,
this guy,
all
then
the
shoot him again.
all the details.
And Alec Baldwin.
Would you like that?
Other people who shoot people in the face. Hey, did you shoot
That's right.
your
That's right.
friends in the face?
Here, let me get a kiss.
Kind of asshole,
You don't want to get near the camera.
Listen,
Okay, hold on, hold on.
Baldwin,
Hold on,
sure
hold on.
helped launch anti-NRA campaign.
What are you doing? Even
I'll see you in a while, okay? Okay.
Is
Here we go.
I will. I sure will. All right, so anyway.
You gotta really think about this guy.
Oh, you got these damn roots, man. You just put the
Oh,
leg.
no, this is probably the most damning.
They are sexy.
I wonder how it must feel to wrongfully kill someone.
Matter of fact, Rolling Stones,
Yo,
they
Shelley
did a
was
song
beach
about
officer
that.
fatally shooting suspect
Megan
outside of
Cole,
7-Eleven.
man. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo! Unbelievable.
How's it feel, actually, to wrongfully kill somebody?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I don't think that I've ever wrongfully killed anybody. I don't think I've
Now,
ever killed anybody. I haven't needed to.
here's
Son
the
does it
thing.
for me. I just throw them up there in the space.
I'm wondering
that, like, usually
if the powers that be, if they even thought for a second
what's the hell like 40?
of what they're doing.
So it's like it's
And,
not me.
this is what I was
bro,
saying
I
about
just threw 'em
tonight.
up there.
Now,
It
as
was,
we
you know, the lack of
are in
oxygen.
this room, there's
But then they
415 people.
breathing in.
Hopefully that, we can use our great minds. All of your minds are great. Let me tell you for real.
And I think
Because
I
all
might
our
actually
minds are
be
great,
trying
and
to
your
make a
voice,
shirt that
don't
says
forget that.
that's bright banana
Being
yellow
totally
that says
serious.
my hands are up.
Chances
please don't
are
shoot.
a
And
bunch
then
of
I might
y'all
have
are a bunch of
a
never
picture
sleepers.
of
So here's the
Baldwin
thing, as we're trying
in
to
a
save
cowboy
the world,
uniform holding a gun.
we gotta remind these dudes that speak with marbles in their mouth like Klaus Schwab,
Wonders if
right?
he wondered
The
what it would be
weapon over
like.
there,
And
the
now he
founder
knows
of the weapon.
firsthand. And I bet you he thinks, you know,
I don't
I
know
didn't have
if he
to
used
shoot
the
somebody
map.
to figure out that it would be
I don't
awful,
know if
right?
he thought to himself, gee, if we eliminate oil or the use of oil
It is what it
in
is.
cars and
What's Alec
trucks
Baldwin
and
gonna do?
motorcycles
I don't know.
and all of the petroleum-based
Hope he
products
loses.
like
Hope he
the
loses.
plastics and such, pharmaceuticals even.
Trans women who
World
support
economies
workers for
are based around
reducing
petroleum
tax
products.
falls loses
What's going to happen to countries like Qatar, Iran, Iraq, Libya, see Saudi Arabia? Hello. Ding dong. Do you really believe that Saudi Arabia is going to open their arms and give you a hug? No, they're not. No, they're not. Ladies and gentlemen, the powers that be have every intention. United Arab Emirates is another one.
Estheticians
Thank you
don't
very
have to
much for
wax
that.
male genitalia against their wills, says BC Tribunal.
So did the powers that be not understand that you would be creating a massive void in the middle
Tribunal is ruled against a transgender woman who brought
Man, are
victims
you
discrimination complaints after she refused my services for more
What
than
are they
50
going
years.
to do? What will they provide? Are they going to be
Identifies
providing
as female but has
ass?
male
Because of all
genitalia
their sin?
contacted the business through Facebook.
What
requesting
industries
appointments, including
will they have?
which is a service to remove
When the
clothes
supply
for
and the
all
demand
female
for
customers.
oil is
According
visible
to
at best.
Tuesday's decision, human rights
Is
legislation
Klaus
does not require
Schwab,
these
is
service
he not
providers
thinking
to wax
clearly? Is the powers that be like Billy Bugs towards Florida?
nor have
The Elon Musk, the Peter Thiels of the world, do they have their heads in their asses? Did they not think about
estheticians
this?
who appeared at the
Now
hearing
you have
testified
Google
that they
Pants
declined to
fighting,
wax the need for various
begging,
reasons, including religious grounds, personal safety concerns, lack of
you know,
training,
bring up production to drop the prices of a barrel of oil, which is about $83 last time I checked it.
Dang. I'm sorry, Jessica, that you
$83 a
couldn't
barrel.
get your girl balls
These
waxed or
speculators
whatever.
are suggesting
And
that
I
a
guess I'm
barrel of
even
oil
sorrier that you
by
lost
this
your
time next
cases
year
or
may
whatever. I mean, you brought
$100
15 cases and you lost all 15
Yes, for
cases.
that was the
I mean,
price of gasoline.
if this is the kind of like energy that we're going to be dealing with, where you know
If
there's
a
going to be
barrel
pockets
of
of smart
oil
people out there in the world that aren't
$100
going to be
barrel.
caving into this stuff, I
At the
think that we can
gas
get ourselves
pump,
out of this
that would
rut
be about
that we're in.
$12
And I
gallon.
mean, I don't think that we're the only ones that are fighting back. Did you hear that,
That would
German
be
Chancellor
an
Angela
economy
Merkel
crippling
is
event.
out? Yes, the era of
That would
Merkelism
flatten
is
the
over.
United States economy. absolutely guaranteed that it's going down. The hyperinflation would be so bad that one box of crackers could in fact cost $900.
For all you guys that don't have a babelfish
So,
out there,
I
it's
don't know what
basically
these
saying you're fired. bitch.
these supposed
Get somebody else. Thanks
wonderful
for
gurus of the world think they're doing when
is
they
it.
have this idea. These ideas that they're going to change the world because they got some sort of weird sickness in their heads.
16 years of
Okay?
Angela Merkel. The
You
end
see how it works
of
out?
an era.
Maybe they need to fly their
I
happy
mean, all you
ass
people out there that
to
said that
Saudi
she was like
Arabia
Hitler's granddaughter or whatever,
to
you guys
the
like breathing a sigh of
and
relief
I
right
wonder
now.
if they'll be
You're
able
not
to
breathing a
leave
sigh of
there.
relief right now. That joke's totally wasted.
Maybe they would be, you could say,
You gotta
devil
be real.
in the public square. I have a sneaky suspicion that they may need a sword in the public square if they dare show up to one of those countries running on maps.
You show about a good marriage and the core of it. And sometimes we're going through our daily lives and
Yeah, that's right.
and then this
That's right.
flash of empowerment and our immortality comes over her and she starts giving it the full Oprah and wanting to live her best life.
Now they want
She has a problem, which is she needs to eat. Yeah, she needs to eat human flesh, which brings me to the gore factor. Yeah, because this is a very gory show. It is. And then talk about like how they've got to kill someone who the world would be better without.
Here's another thing too.
Richard Dawkins suggests that eating human meat created in the lab may help overcome the taboo against cannibalism. He envisions human flesh becoming a form of clean meat, a product created using stem cells that could help feed the world without slaughtering any creature.
Y'all want some
This atheist made the comments on Twitter after posting an article about the benefits of clean meat. The British biologist said creating human meat to eat could be an interesting test case for consequentialist morality versus yuck reaction absolutism.
That has already been well stated and publicized.
Avinash is about to make scientific history and analyse for the first time the aromas of cooked human. Can I have a smell? Go for it. Yeah.
Just last week, have made a declaration
Witches, sorcerers, and other adept occultists are now disguising their rituals under the cover of performance art. Maria Abramovich and her cannibalistic spirit cooking rituals are done openly in public, and the deaf, dumb, and blind believe that it is just an artistic expression.
Performance is mental and physical construction that performers make in a specific time and a space in the front of audience, and then energy dialogue.
Want to bring everybody, all of the smaller towns,
And you see it in this image, dressed
it's
in
all
this
about
white
the
blanket.
IoT and IOB and everything in the body. The smart houses, the smart phones, smart cities, smart states, and smart universe.
Yep, don't think I'm going to be getting on that train.
Everything. This whole noise about you seeing the doctor, nonsense.
Normalization
It will be all video. It will be Skype relay.
Is this like one
on
of those weird
demand,
soylent green things that's coming to fruition?
video conference between you and your doctor. Well, I have an hour. Show me what's going on. This is this, that, blah, blah, blah. This hogwash about you going physically into your doctor, those days will be gone. Try to imagine this, ladies and gentlemen, because a bunch of poopy bands, world leaders between ambassadors, presidents, kings, queens, royalty,
at least we know
higher class, the higher human,
going to be the
they
same.
decided your future. And if you don't like it, it's just tough. Here's the deal, ladies and gentlemen.
But hey,
The United States has
they're
about
still
a
celebrating
10%
out here.
chance
Like we should.
of reversing all of this. Look at all of the complications going on for the United States military. Hundreds of thousands of military men and women have just said no.
Is that the Virginia governor guy?
Well, let me see what they're going to do. they're gonna court martial hundreds of thousands. I hope you guys are really good critics. If you ain't got bricks big enough to house them, you're gonna incarcerate them? Well, no,
Oh, cool.
you're gonna hit them with a discharge. And then
Joe Biden's totally cool with Ralph Blackface Northam,
financial
and their still
money
house.
to put out as far as crime.
It's sweet, dude. Sweet, dude. I see.
Right?
I see.
Good luck, good luck. So, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I guess
no, they don't.
It can't get any weirder, can it? I don't know. Did you know that kid Kyle Rittenhouse is having motions? Well, they had some motions today about Kyle Rittenhouse's trial and what's going on and all this other shit. And there were some pretty interesting videos that came out because, well,
all of the people that were fired this past week, they're telling these people that they can't file for unemployment. The press is saying that. Yeah, the press doesn't know anything. The press is, they are partially responsible for all of this garbage in the first place. Yeah, they are. Good evening there, Mr. Pratt. How may we be? Oh, and by the way, to the young man, they called my phone from Colorado. If you didn't mind, sir, if you would please call back and leave your telephone.
He's talking about Jacob Rosenbaum, the guy that was
this phone
physically
is a
attacking
very,
other people before.
old.
He tried to physically attack the other dude with the brick.
And sometimes it does not
capture
the telephone number.
He was
In
also
a lot of cases it does, but
getting in
sometimes it
people's
doesn't.
faces and pushing him and saying he was
So
like, bro,
if you call back and you leave a message,
you gonna die tonight.
you're
Remember
dealing
that
with
shit?
all about fishing and whatnot.
I remember.
I guess I need to find a
Just call back and leave your number in the voicemail if you didn't mind it. Kind of say it slowly.
Here we go. Yep, that's the start right there.
Call back and leave your number.
What we're talking about is arson. Being loud and disorderly, just regular old shit. Little arson. Ain't a little arson ain't a problem.
Please call the ancient phone back. That's right.
I can't believe some of the things you're saying. All you're talking about is arson. Come on. There's no evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum was a dangerous individual.
Cinderella just hooked up a monograph for $10. You believe it? True, right? You know why?
Drilled it right in there.
She didn't say why, but there's a lot of dancing going on. I don't know why the dancing's going on.
Well, your one will come
But it probably was a good reason. I don't know. Let me ask you, Cinderella, why did you do it? Can I allocate those funds for whiskey, please? Or for beer or something like that? Would that be right? A lemonade dance. Is that what that was? Lemonade dance? All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What is that?
Just putting up the shelf.
Oh, that's being walked out. See there? I get lines in there.
It's fine. I'm sure I
Does
can
it?
get a stud.
That's not a stud. You
Right?
gotta hit your junction box or a water pipe.
Thanks for your help.
All right, see there, I got lines. I got lines on the. You guys got lines in the video?
See?
What is it? Like that?
It's a bunch of
There we go. See that? How I got rid of
Maybe you
lines?
just say it again. I like it. That's it. Perfect. Sorry, Pink.
Need a
There's just something
chance.
about
Wow,
it, the likability factor. I mean, these guys okay. I wanna party with these guys.
You're like, what's the difference
Kind of
between
sounds like the same thing. They were like, yeah, Ashley Bama was an insurrectionist and she deserved to die.
Starts with the L.
Wait a minute, I heard a bunch of people fucking saying that shit.
And I gave a good one. One is a snack cracker and the other one's a crack snack. Whatever, dude.
Bugs
Well,
Bunny. Well, some might say being cute.
But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if the rev is not.
Nah, I'm just kidding. Contempt of course.
Deborah Burns is running her mouth again.
Oh no,
And,
I'm gonna be swimming in this. you have a belt or a sash? I'm about
It sure is funny. It sure is funny. Now this video here, ladies and gentlemen, is 37 seconds. Now you can see with your own eyes that Deborah Burks. You guys are all right. Let's think about how many people in the room. 794 people in the room. We've been at it 23 minutes. How many people in the class remember Blinky Burks? That was, the scarf lady back in 2020. Remember her? The one with the messed up grill? How many people remember who Blinky Burks is? Yes or no? Scarf lady. All right, let me read it down. Blockchain battles with scarf lady. Never says yes. Look, all the yeses coming in. So everybody knows who Blinky Burks is.
I don't know, man. The judge seems like he might be pretty
All right.
like that. Are you kidding me? You're telling
Most
me that this
everybody.
fucking guy
Stewart.
was a rioter?
Who knows?
You're telling me he wasn't trying to commit arson?
He's probably
or whatever, and hurt people? We don't have any evidence, Your Honor.
Now, Blinky Burks, she is now going after the big T-Man, saying that he's so horrible person to work with, blah, blah, blah. He's just, more people were taken out, but not for life unnecessarily, because it was a distraction and blah, blah, blah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a video of Blinky Burks, and you can see her grill is all messed up. For real. So it's only 37 seconds. I want you to watch it so you can see. There it is right there. Mods, if you didn't mind sharing that with the class. That's Blinky Burks. She's getting busy. I'll leave this in the comment so everybody can see it. I mean, I'll give you 37 seconds.
Well, before I go, I make you a cake. Huh?
My recollection is different, Your Honor, but I think the overall.
Nothing? No crowbar? No sieve? Who brings a cake to a prisoner without putting a means of escape inside? How do you expect us to break out of this place? Ooh, where are we going now? You don't know
See that?
anything about me.
I mean, that's 37 seconds of truth right there.
I know that pictures in the dictionary. Is it a good one?
I'm telling you, I know for a fact, ladies and gentlemen. I know for a fact, ladies and gentlemen, that the people in this room can say the word. I know we can, baby. I know we can.
Call Rittenhouse a cold-blooded killer, but we can't call the other guy a victim or an arsonist or looter or any of the other 5 things that we can definitely prove that he was.
Because
Blinky Burks, man.
invented by the media.
That's the darndest thing, isn't it?
My prize is above all else.
Like, I'm going to take somebody serious
I'll do anything.
that can't even take care of their own grill. She's been at this for how many years? 30 years in that profession. And she can't even take care of her grill. And she's going to try to give you some sort of advice. No, how about you go take care of that grill first, and then you come over here. Don't be looking at me and be raising all kinds of cane because you lost with rope knots in it. All right, forget it. Wrong.
My parents knew that our planet was doomed.
You got me? Wrong. It ain't working out like that. How dare you? Every time she would talk, I was saying to myself, okay, what the hell is going on? This woman, she's lost her grill with freaking rope with knots in it. What is going on?
Honor, I've practiced
And you're telling me what I should do?
I don't like
No,
what you're
no,
doing
no, no.
over here. Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about, Cinderella. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Molecular structure
that
will make him strong.
things are happening.
He'll be fat.
This is what I was saying they were going to follow.
Rioters.
I mean, I want to follow this right here for real.
Indiscriminately.
Hold on a second. Let me see if I can talk about it.
At least
Here we go.
But it
That's
sounds
exactly
like
what I was going to
already
go
get
about.
a fair trial, and let's think.
I was going to give her a
what's
little
going to happen if
change
Kyle
that to this method.
somehow doesn't go to jail for a really long time, or is perceived to have gotten off for not getting the sentence. Best believe
You're from the planet
BLM.
Yeah, I had a whole lot
all
of
them
places
other
there.
things.
I've been
They're going
sniffing
to be
sauce.
causing another insurrection.
And
I hitched my wagon to you.
And it's going to be, oh, but a damn
These
good
guys are
time
breaking
to
news
watch
dealing with that
and see how the
hard
Biden
road.
administration handles it.
Grocery prices skyrocketing, gasoline at
That's right.
7-year high. People are paying more
Absolutely.
and more out of
What is
their
this? They're
pocket.
emulating
But then on top
you
of
money
that,
just
now we have
moved
the
back
Biden
to
administration
Massachusetts,
and
Colorado,
Democrats that are
Thailand.
proposing a natural gas tax.
They were
Natural
wearing
gas is
clean
already
bundles
high.
on the plane.
In fact,
I'm
the
saying now,
Energy
thank God,
Information
never sleep
Administration
with life.
has already predicted that people are going to pay
Oh, Bobby money
30% more
moved back
this winter
to
for home heating costs. So on top of that,
Muzzle
we
with
have President
Colorado.
Biden and the Democrats that want to raise it even more. This makes absolutely no sense.
Is that right?
Why would the Biden administration and our colleagues across the aisle
Do
decide,
you love
okay,
sniffing salt?
let's produce less
Well, I've been sniffing
natural
salt. I'll
gas
tell you
and
what,
oil
he's,
in
he
America.
is
And
the
let Biden calls on OPEC.
he is the
OPEC
all-seeing
to
eye
raise
when
their
it comes to
energy
NASA.
production
He knows
instead of
everything about
us.
NASA.
They
NASA's
closed down the pipeline here,
I'll
the
tell you what,
Keystone
I've been
pipeline,
sniffing salt
but
since
yet
Don't
he
know very
approves
nice
the Nord Stream pipeline from Russia
he-
to
he's
Germany.
matter of fact, I was
This
thinking
makes
about
absolute no sense, and I hope the American
you know,
people
chances are, hold on,
understand
hold on, I
that
just had an
Biden
idea.
and the Democrats are doing
830 people in the room.
Biden
I'm
and
willing to bet,
Democrats are
ladies and
taking
gentlemen,
money
I
out of
got
your
you the
pocketbook and
address,
putting it into the
the
pocketbook
email
of their
address
good
or the
old
actual
boy,
address,
Vladimir Putin.
that
But
we could
nobody's
have
going to
enough
be saying
people
that
send
they're all
in
working together and shit.
that you would nominate Ivan
Gotta
Sniffing
be
Salt for a, you know,
in the zone. I mean,
Nobel
I don't
Peace
even feel like
Prize.
we're in the zone anymore. All I feel like is that there's just so much
What is that? Roosevelt
disinformation,
Media suspended by
that's
Twitter
going
for
out
12
there.
hours for
People are just
tweeting the FDA about the sleep, about the never sleep.
just out and crazy.
What?
Crazy. So,
Did you just say
Are you
what
joking?
else?
Unplugged?
John Durham is interviewed.
Well, I
by
got
Trump
put in the
Foundation
I got
whistleblowers
put in
who
the
have
Twitter
testified
internet
before
corner
Congress
myself
numerous over multiple decades.
because I said trust the science.
They have all the
When it
evidence.
came to some guy by the name of Richard.
Lucky, can I see you in my office?
Birthday, Hillary.
And I guess apparently I said trust the science, and I put Richard's name there. It starts with an L, ends with an E, and they apparently got a little upset about that. You know what I mean? I didn't realize that there was anything wrong with that because it's strange how they tell you to trust the science on one
We all
thing,
know the ship's
and
never
then when
going
you
to
look at
happen.
the science, you go, yep, that's what the science says. You're like, no, you can't trust the science.
People are walking out.
You gotta go along with this game.
People are walking out
You
of their
gotta go ahead
jobs.
and go along with
They're
this
walking out of their
on,
lives.
because this on,
And
we're
why?
trying to shape and reshape
People are fed up,
your morals
dude.
and values. so
Fed
we have
up with
none.
the bullshit.
We're trying to make
For
certain
big ass
things
companies,
normal.
GE,
We're trying to normalize
what's coming up. And why?
behavior.
It's the mandate.
Yeah, right, Ron. I'm not
The
going
new
for it.
fascists. The DOC.
So I know what you mean there, Roosevelt Media. I'm
No, we
sorry to
can't
hear
call
that,
them
sir.
fascists. You gotta call them new fascists.
That's exactly what it
They're
is,
so
media.
fascist.
That's
they don't even
exactly
know.
what it is.
It's still fucking new.
No, it's not Ivan. It's Ivan.
You can't play the same games that
Ivan.
they were playing. You have to be much
It's
more.
not Ivan. It's Ivan. I.V.E.N.
And if you think that you're going to be able to beat them by utilizing computers,
Well,
they're dead.
Ivan's never solved.
Gotta go back to a little analog.
Ivan, that's right.
And you know,
Ivan Smith. Right.
you know, like cicada.
That's absolutely correct. Ivan Sniffensold, that's right. This dude, I'm serious, he knows every last detail about NASA and all their games. what I understand, he's got some breaking information about the Mars program. Complete with,
Thank you for the
photographs,
200 bits,
all
my
that.
friend. Dude, we haven't got bits and Twitch in a long motherfucking time.
Yeah. Oh, I'm also gonna need a slip coupler.
It's terrible.
Oh, yeah. You know how that
Now, here's the thing, too.
Pour that one out.
Lunchy's still alive.
I got a text message this morning from Nub McCucky. Now, I hadn't heard from Nub McCucky in a while. So maybe, with any luck,
No, I got to get inside and shut off the water main.
we can get some sort of news report from Nub McCucky. How many people remember Nub McCucky? You guys remember Nub McCucky?
You're good, girl.
And I'll tell you what, drugs is in trouble with Nub McCucky. Okay, that's gonna be a big
Daddy,
deal.
where's the chicken nuggies?
Yeah,
you're
wow.
Someone
wins the Nobel Prize.
That's right, Nub McCucky.
Well, guess what?
World famous Nub McCucky absolutely obliterates the drug report.
That's it. Hangs out. Me and Lunchy are gonna go snuggie.
Yes, sir.
Guys,
Yes,
have a
man.
Good night. Thanks for joining us. Thank you again to our friend Jaguar fan for the biddies.
Have a
We
beer. Come on,
appreciate
let's
you.
go.
Always
You know
good to
what?
see
I'll
you.
tell you what.
Subscribe
How
to
many
the
people
channel.
are
For everyone,
887. See there, I don't even have to sweat.
tomorrow.
I don't have to go down. Big ass monitor here.
So you guys have a good
And yeah, it's good
much
time.
love to you.
Okay.
Hope you guys
Really
are-
big monitor. I can see all the comments from a distance. I don't have to squint. I don't have to guess. It's great. So I'll tell you what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to do a shot. As soon as we get 1,000 people in this room, we are going to do a toast. Yes, we are. And you know what we're going to do a toast of? We're going to do the priceless toast. We're going to toast on how priceless all you dirty, rotten, little lollowite good for nothings are. And every last one of you good for nothings are priceless. That's what we're going to do a toast to. So when we get 1,000 people, we're 92 people away. You better go get something to drink. Because if you don't go get something to drink and do a toast with you, whether it's water, whiskey, water, I'll put you
I
out.
don't know. Maybe his face is at war with some other people.
Sure are. Bunch of never sleepers doing a toast. See that work?
Think about how life is maybe just a little bit different.
We're doing French toast,
Maybe
regular toast, toast and jelly, toast and peanut butter, whatever kind of toast. Doesn't matter. Can I do a show? A shot of Merlot? Yes, you can. But you're gonna have to do a toast. If you ain't willing to do a toast, get on out of here. Go watch somebody else. Hurry up. Get out of here. Millions of people watch the watch in.
It was one fucking creative person. Fucking
Uh-huh.
Who run the company? They bring them in.
Now listen, here's the thing. When we're doing shots of whiskey and that, or when we're doing just basic shots, we will not be.
One of these streaming companies.
We're not going to invite Alec Baldwin, okay? So don't worry about that. Yeah, that works.
Oh my gosh, hurry, because we have 2 more hours of the tour.
Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No, we're done.
Go strike.
Wait, have you fallen in love yet?
Do it. Strike. Do it.
Okay, well, quit staring at
Yeah.
me. Let's see the rest
That
of the
guy's
scene.
got.
Because I'm chasing the executives in this company.
There's Susan Donahue wearing his sunglasses at night.
Yeah.
There is.
Hypocrisy, just like Susie says down there in the chat.
Yeah.
Let's go Baldwin. Yeah, that's right.
Pretty bad.
Let's go Baldwin.
Because that's what they're talking about now.
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, he treats people pretty badly because he killed.
Participants for Defango, the elusive man who's had multiple channels taken down for his terrorism. RG, Bluestone 60, BM 2018, Christine Miller, Tag BM 2018 to the hack and the poop. Funked Use, Isaac Clark, John O. Johnson, Monograph. Oh, this isn't Defango, this is Monograph. Perky, Richard Goodwin, Rod Stiffington, Sarge 27271, and Tim English. Now, who's the participants over at Defango, you ask? Kang Parrot. He's a loner, not a lone wolf. A lone terrorist. Bale doesn't win. What kind of idiots are you?
What class on the planet can you go to this? Come on. You know, never sleep for long. I found the youth on the whiskey fund. What do you do? Yeah, okay, fine. That's great.
Hey, Joe. Where you going with those sniffing salts in your hand?
All right, let's see.
Post. Since Katina. She's not my soul sister. She lied about her birthday. I just believed her. You know them monkeys.
Pure blood. There we go. Unbelievable.
He's gonna have to be learning probably a lot about more.
McDonald? Yes.
They keep saying that it was an accidental
It wasn't an
discharge
accident.
and misfire, but the warrant against him from the sheriff's office.
It's called falsified documents. Give to the Call Donald Trump Fund. You gotta be stupid. TRUMPH. Trying to spell triumph. I'm stupid.
Yes, sir, yes, ma'am.
Because here's the warrant for the search.
You had a bad sleep. Now, here's another thing.
For Tim Pratt?
All the people that like the story times. We're working on new story times. About those. Again,
cameras,
actually, it's not,
ongoing investigation.
it's no,
You don't give a fuck. None of you are alive.
During the
and, maybe we'll have that ready for you around Halloween.
On which is create a color rolling table with 2 layers.
All right, what's this? Never snatch us up. Here's my top to your top. And here's my bottom to your bottom. And here's my middle to your middle.
Tag
And
Davy
if you're
Nails.
real good,
Walmart. To Defango.
well,
To nails in a coffin.
holy smokes, ladies
He's a
and
hitman.
gentlemen. Here's the thing. Now, in
All
response
they do
to
is
that,
lie.
Alec Holland striking the
now, I'm not trying to brag or anything, but no, I do charge $10.
and Bill Souza, director, who was
Sousa?
cinematographer.
Wow.
Okay.
Susu?
I fit later learned that assistant director did not know live rounds were in the prop gun when he had given the.
All right, there's 8. We're going backwards. We gotta get 1,000.
I fit
We gotta get
learned that
1,000.
what happened to the prop gun.
Tag Brian
Well, thank
Laundrie.
you very much.
By the armorer.
I'll put that for the top. Yeah, what else?
Armorer, Hannah Gutierrez, was given the prop gun after
That's
it
right,
was fired
$10
by
snitch.
actor Alex
So you
Baldwin.
got $30
To
on
spin
yours.
Casey out
Buy
of the
it
prop
out.
gun when the deputies arrived to see the prop gun was handed to the arriving
Don't spend it
deputy
all
by
over
the
my
armorer Hannah Gutierrez.
See how that works?
I fit learned that actor Alec Baldwin
Holy
was
smokes.
wearing old Western style clothing during the filming of
It's
the movie.
a toast.
Even the fact that
Then
Alec
you pour
Baldwin was wearing
some of your
old
drink
Western
in their
style
drink.
clothing during the
Oh, my
filming.
Oh, hashtag chops. Fake
That's right, that's
sideburns.
right.
Over to Santa Fe County.
See how that works? That's right. That's exactly how that works.
Tag G Mangoes, as
I
Alec
gotta
Baldwin.
get telephone number for
Motherfucker would have never been.
John Terry. We'll call him up.
Kind of sounds like the whole entire thing is pretty crazy. They had a loaded gun and he shot somebody, and there's really no explanation as to what else could have just happened here.
Right.
They should have known about firearm safety.
All right,
They should
hold on
have
a
known
second.
about a whole number of
And then I had to listen
That-
to a
that's
bunch of
exactly right,
bullshit
Rob.
on the other night. My fucking
That's from the floor.
bomb shit.
Now, hold on a
Warned
second.
you.
Let's go ahead and figure this out.
There's
Boy,
a Rust
you
actor
get the
says
fucking Oscar.
cameras on
Hold on,
set
hold
were
on, let me
protected
read
by
that.
shields during gunfire scenes, while actors were left to fend for themselves, and that the cast were
I'm not
terrified
even worried
of
about it.
accident.
Is that right?
Alec
To be
Baldwin
honest with you,
killed the silver.
all I know is that
Okay.
she talks shit about
Now,
me.
Richardson says that
She talks shit about me.
Amber Heard
Ah,
everybody
for
about
every
the
damn
cameras.
reason.
That's right, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Fake assholes.
CJ, boy,
And
what he's
he
done.
said that there was a surreal moment when he was bombarded.
You know what?
and
I know.
just shot
And he fucking got hurt. Right? He ain't using me no more. Ladies.
Check your
This ain't the white pages. This ain't the yellow pages. This ain't no goddamn
Yes, sir, yes, ma'am.
advertising, okay?
Armor.
No.
How dare you? Exactly.
Is that free advertising shit?
Another
Uh-huh.
That's
situation
done.
like the Crow
Done. Done and over. Yes, Jen.
Absolutely delicious.
Well, they blocked you.
You want a t-shirt that says, see how that works?
They blocked
Go print one off. Go print one off. Be a piece of cake. Right?
That made me question me being in front of the camera.
My God, now
Mine,
I know
mine
how
was
to
a frog
get
hair.
involved with the drama community.
What does that even
One
mean?
goddamn channel I had to hear, and I got a fucking migraine for the whole goddamn night. Holy
Andy
shit.
doesn't say that.
There was
Oh,
4 women
yeah.
on the goddamn panel, and there was 5 different fucking conversations.
Arthur.
How the fuck does that happen?
To the metal
Huh?
detector, freedom
How's that
leads
happen?
done.
4 women on a panel.
That
And there
I
was
might have to
5
go to the
fucking
ammo
conversations.
redistribution center to
Everybody
get my
yelling
meeting.
and screaming. And you all think this is a shit show.
Yes, sir,
right
yes,
here.
ma'am.
Shit. This is fucking peace and
Uh-huh.
harmony. This is like fucking Mockingbird.
Wow, so
XRP Brett.
famous.
This is G-rated.
Now, XRP
And
Brett, I
Bob
thought
Shop,
I'd
you white goddamn victim lady.
Now, as you notice,
You
the
are full of
legislation of XRP,
You ain't
but
fucking getting by
over
me.
the last week or so.
What'd you say on that panel?
Now,
You'll give
I
Savage
did
a
want to
link.
mention to
Nobody can
you,
call you out because you
XRP
want
Brett,
people when they
if
have
you have been
their
studying this,
Anna Gutierrez Reed, the
the
24-year-old
lawsuit
hit
that
armor
the
and
SEC
her
brought against them is a
police
joke.
You
said she
told
was
that
a
lady was ready.
Why doesn't the
That
SEC
you would
just
give Savage
give
a
them? They've already been
after I
embarrassed.
get done talking to
They've
you.
already been proven
Well, you
to
were
be
done.
dependent
What
on
did you do?
one cryptocurrency instead of picking on all. Right?
And then
Is
Jill.
that right? Yes, you're
Jill.
right.
Mind you,
And in my opinion, it's just a
Same
big old
old
game
situation.
because that is going to be
do
preferred
it.
suddenly
Kudos to you
corporation.
for booting. Good job.
Okay. So
That's
why
the
they
only positive thing
okay.
that night was good.
I just thought I'd make a little
Always
statement
get
to you
involved in shit, Jill.
on
That's how you
not
are.
It doesn't
only
matter if it's a
yourself
fake
are
gun.
things happening
with
in the
other
crypto
People don't know
sphere
that. People see you with
that
the gun.
have proven
They
that
just
the
think,
time was
"Oh,
out, that
that
it's not
guy
only
got a
here to
loaded
stay, it
God,
will
no
be
one's got the
commonplace,
balls
You know
to
what I'm
fucking
saying?
speak up,
and it will
but
be
I'll
named
So
fucking speak
even
up.
if you were to like hand
everyday
somebody
use
your
in
firearm,
a
first thing
mere,
you're going to do is
shut
you're
up.
going to check, remove the
the reason
magazine,
why I
make
say
sure
that
it's
is
not
because
loaded, so the other
MasterCard
person that's not
Nobody
knowing
needs
is
your
now
goddamn
making
credit
it
cards. Go
available
back to the goddamn
even anything
for
like
Go
that.
back to the
interaction
freak show
yourself
and go play
wallets
with
based
some
on
any
what the
crew over
detectives
there
are saying,
any
what's being
crypto,
put out there.
with your girl.
They
to
said
be
that
used with their
loose
Dumb
ammunition
and
to the
dumb.
fanny pack
That
full
was
of ammo
How about that?
were found
What
on
up,
the
Dave?
set where Alec Baldwin
Hey,
Anyway.
shot them.
brother. Hook on his money.
I believe it
Tell,
will be over $1
As
million.
they were
tell
first
Bobby
drawing
Bell
guns,
I
they
miss my
discovered
brother.
I think it'll be over $1 million.
that there was loose ammunition,
And I hope
spent
you guys are doing
casings.
good.
and They couldn't tell whether
Sure
they were
do.
live or
Do I have
dead
anything
bullets.
invested
Go
in
back to the
Bitcoin?
fuck trap list.
Not one.
Oh yeah,
Only
Bobby
raises
Bell.
questions of working
You fucking played that shit real good.
Technically,
Not
they're
really
not
good.
supposed to have any
Fucking
live ammunition on the set, but they were talking about
Joe's
how that
going to the
specific gun was
district.
being used. to
George
actually
Floyd today
hit
was
bodies.
You are
27
something.
what is it
Target
right
practice.
You are good. I'll tell you
now? It
that.
was 27,
You're good.
27.
But you ain't putting no willies on
Figured
that.
out so they couldn't be
But-
shot.
Deflecting like a rock.
Like we were talking about, a lot of people are getting into
regular
crypto
guns, and they were
because
just like, all right, we're just gonna put.
You said you would give the lady a link.
the volatility
They told
is
one
so
you would give her a
extreme.
link.
Makes you think. And
One
oh yeah,
minute,
and then
they
it
would
gets
fuck
around.
There could be a
This
difference
way
of $500.
And Savage called her. Oh, you blew a goddamn gasket.
All right, let's see what.
You blew a goddamn desk.
How would if she
Pull
had
up those
mixed up
right
the
now.
live
Matter of fact, Bitcoin is down
They said that
tomorrow.
items that they
Fuck
picked up
you,
were
bitch.
2
You
boxes
ain't
of
getting no
ammo,
link.
2
Why
sample
won't
boxes,
you
and
let that
a
come up to talk to you?
nice little
Just one on one.
purple
Do we need to pay you
restoration.
money? Giggy, much love to you,
Pretty nice gun.
huh? Barbie,
Ain't gonna lie
good to
to
see
you.
you, Barbie.
Nice gun, but
Dogecoin is
Well,
26
dude,
right now. Earlier today,
It's
I
good
think
to
it
see
was
you.
28.
I hope you're doing good.
So, and then most of the day it was at 27. Now we're back down to
Gotta call these motherfuckers out.
Doge
And you can do a
Dogecoin
fucking
is
report on
millions,
me all you
millions of dollars.
But I'm here to call your shit out.
guy.
You can
I say every one of you should be pantsed and see if you're a real man or not.
500%.
But you are the bitch of the month.
Who cares?
Because you backpedal like a bitch.
But here's the problem with the cryptocurrency.
How much longer do you want it to go on?
No, sir.
Yeah, Shibudino is up almost
much
500.
longer?
Oh, it's up
Insurrection
500.
slash terrorist should serve their sentences.
Right now it's like
You don't want to give her
4,700.
away, just talk to her one on one.
What is that?
Kick everybody off.
Really open their
Go show a work
One
rate.
mediator.
Shoot these
Sorry.
fucking people.
Is he in the
Much
house?
like-
Is
What's
he in
up,
the
Oscar?
room?
I
Good to
wonder
see
if
you.
she's
What
ever
up, baby?
accidentally
Is
shot a
Jojo in the
girlfriend
room?
in
Because
the
if he is, how do you
Calling
face.
out these fuck trucks.
Shoot this guy, then shoot him again.
Buy gold? Why?
And Alec Baldwin.
Gold is
People
hysterical. It's
to shoot
funny.
people at the
I'm
face.
gonna
Hey,
go.
did
gold
you
is
shoot
what?
your
$1,000
friend in
Hub,
the
if I
face?
got a problem with Hub, you think I'm gonna
Yeah,
bring
go
it
Like I
ahead.
said, the volatility.
And then tell Hub, oh, Hub, I'll sit you all right there, house to A, B, and C. Why not fuck A, B,
Gold
and C?
might have a movement of.
Why
what,
can't you eliminate A,
$48
B,
one
and
day.
C and get to the goddamn point?
The largest movement of gold, as far as a downswing
right,
in one
Bones.
day happened
You're
on
wrong.
April 15th, 2013.
But nobody can give you an
It
opinion.
fell
You gotta really think about
333
this.
You
points.
block,
Corner coffee
you
house.
delete.
Although
You
this
will
is probably
focus
down
on the most opinion.
13.
Probably goes.
I wonder what
It
it
hit
Say
record.
about it.
how
Hit
it
six
feels
by the
to
Bill
wrongfully
Titans.
kill
Roll tight.
Bitcoin
You got a tough match
will
out there.
do a market
officer
up
fatally
or
shooting
down
suspect
swing.
outside of 7-Eleven.
Thousands.
Rams.
Alec Baldwin.
What's going on, Michelle? Good to see you.
Gold is
How's it feel? Actually,
Silver,
to wrongfully kill
stocks.
You got it twisted.
I don't think
The
that I've ever
younger
wrongfully
generation.
This
No, we're
one,
fine.
Currency.
6 months
Oh,
ago,
look, here's the spot again.
Becoming millionaires.
I just throw
G's
it
tiny Turkish dolma. G's tiny. Oh, giving you the curse of the
If
5.
you love the goddamn book, why don't you bring him
He's
a
putting it in himself. He's such a
try to
pussy.
make things better?
It
If
was
you
like, it's not
love
me.
her,
You know, I just
you
went
didn't love
there.
her.
It was
You don't
the
love
lack
that?
of
You.
oxygen.
But yourself.
That's you.
But then they
There you
just
go.
breathe
And
in.
that's the way to
You're
go.
playing him.
Oh,
Think about that.
guys,
There ain't
guys,
no lying to you.
I forgot to tell you.
Think about it.
Okay.
And I think I might
It's not
actually
how you
need
handle
That's all you
to
do.
make
Just lined up
says
together.
I'll
That's all we
read
need.
banana yellow that says
You
my
always
hands
ask
are up,
people, are you
please don't
sleeping?
shoot. And then I'm
Sally
I
like,
wonder
Beauty
what's gonna
Supply
happen.
knows.
Guys, I'm just saying, you guys,
My
you
email
guys
was
said
still.
positive for freedom.
I told him tonight.
Take care of the problem.
right?
You'll
All right,
take
who's
care of
in there?
yourself.
Gary.
No, I don't know what it is. I don't know
What happens?
what
All
you
these
got going on there.
cryptocurrencies sinking
With those
in value in US dollars.
Don't
When
concern me.
cash
What
is
it would
gone.
be like.
Seems
And now
like
he
What's
knows
going on?
what's needed.
G-Man
It's just-
goes,
it's
Jen
just-
Jen.
You know,
Tag
I
Jen
have
Psaki.
somebody to figure out that
Michelle
it'd be
25.
That's a,
Tag Michelle
I'm
Rowland.
talking about
And Black Bastard.
you draw a very interesting.
He think that
point.
is Mark McLean.
What's Alec Baldwin gonna do?
Voodoo
I
Daddy.
don't
The
know.
reason why
That's how I roll.
If he
I know you do, fucktard.
people are not thinking in
The
US
hole in your
dollars,
foot,
they're
Tag
thinking
We're
their
not
Ken.
own
loyal.
national currencies, like El Salvador.
Well, he's got the
They're
COVID
living
and
in
the gout.
You are not fair.
They
Just
see
be quiet.
Bitcoin being, and they're
Get the shit
probably,
over
you know,
with,
the
Bob.
average Joe
Stop hiding.
unattainable.
How
And
much
for the average
longer are
American,
you
it is
gonna hide
unattainable. How many
from
people have
this lady?
$50,000 just
She's
sitting
not gonna
around
fucking eat you.
that you're going to
Okay,
invest
she's not gonna fucking whack you.
into buying cryptocurrency? I mean, I don't know of any exchange
Don't be
that
space.
would allow
What are
you to
you
buy
afraid of?
$600,000 in cryptocurrency. Do you know of any? I mean, I don't know of one.
Unreal.
Maybe there is some out there
So much
that will allow you to invest that kind of money. I thought it was
Nobody will.
Timmy.
that you could withdraw. Maybe
Nobody wants to
maybe
call
there's
this shit.
That's
somebody
statistics
else
don't
who
have to
allows
wax
you
or
to
male
hold that
genitalia
that amount
against
of
their
money. I'm
will.
not
It
really
says
sure.
BC
Yes.
So the
Tribune.
fact of the matter is, when people look
That
at
was some
cryptocurrencies and taking
Brangelina.
the money out, they're looking
Angelina's
at
not a woman.
as the only good
Leaky's
currency,
past.
whether it be the yen, whether it be the loonie, the won, the dollar, you know, or
You should have seen her
whatever
around.
their
I
currency
couldn't
is. They
believe
don't look
it.
at it as
Oh,
the
Nelly?
dollar,
Rally
because the United States dollar has absolutely no place in the crypto
Who do you think
system.
fought Lauren over?
Just dig into the reserve currency dollars on.
Oh, and Robert
And
Cunningham?
Oh, God.
plus the crypto exchanges for 24 hours a day. Whereas the Dow Jones
Well, it looks like you guys are ganging up on me, like legions were.
gone. People are sleeping. People don't even want to hear about the stock market because it's such a goner. It's like watching paint dry uphill in January. You know,
Oh, I guess 25 South Florida. They always send the Mexicans to Spain in the winter.
Unfortunately, one of the guys
Don't blame me for hers.
But unfortunately, I had to put the SmackDown on.
Unfortunately, you're
I
deceased.
don't like seeing that.
You can't eat.
Then they go over to the crypto
Rigor mortis set in,
And
huh?
I guess I'm even sorrier that you lost your cases or whatever. I mean, you brought 15 cases
Yeah, I
and you
believe
lost all 15
I
cases.
don't think Cobra Joe's
I mean,
far more
if
exciting.
this is the kind of
Cobra
like
Joe.
I didn't bring any
really
cases.
where, you know, there's
You're
like
cursing priesthood initiation at 49.
aren't going to be caving
And as
into
long
this
as,
stuff. I think
going
we'll
on?
get ourselves out of this rut.
You know,
You guys are maggots. There's nowhere to
Don't
run.
hit
We're
a
the only ones that are fighting back. Did you hear that German Chancellor Angela
if they're investing, let's say, for example,
the era of
You can't put me in every main player and blame me.
Well, let's say $100,000
That's the point.
in the one cryptocurrency, and the let's say the cryptocurrency started out.
Your papers have been
That
processed.
means every time it advances one penny,
for all you guys that don't have a babel fish out there,
imagine that.
he's basically saying
You're
you're
gonna
fired.
invest in something that's not even worth
You
a
need
somebody
someone to have
else.
your back.
Thanks for
And then as
Thank
soon
you,
as it
Josh.
goes to 2 pennies,
Oh.
you just made money. Goes to 3
Please.
million,
Fucking monkey business. That's
goes to
what
4, you got 3 million. Goes to 5, you
Nobody
got
wants
4
to
million.
call out the
Try to
bullshit.
imagine that.
Wonder why? Because we get blocked.
16 years of
Our
Angela
comments get
Merkel.
deleted.
Shibu
These
Inu
people
coins
don't
are,
want
what
It
is
was an
it?
era.
You
So,
know,
What
I
is
mean,
it
all
right
the
now?
people out there that
women
said
even
that she was
say-
like Hitler's granddaughter or
No,
whatever,
I
are you guys like breathing a sigh of relief right now?
I think I'll
You're
check.
not breathing a sigh of relief right now. That
I
joke's
monitor
totally
that one every day.
on all of you, but
Let's see if we can pull it up.
you gotta be real.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that best friend.
Shibu Inu right now is trading at 4,927. For the people that I think Mass
But Cobra
One
Joe
is here.
will be
When we did a video about that day,
And sometimes we're going through our daily lives and we don't sleep, and then this wash of empowerment and immortality comes over her as she starts giving it the full Oprah and wanting to live her best life. But she has a problem, which is she needs to eat. Yeah, she needs to eat human flesh, which brings me to the gore factor. Yeah, because this is a very gory show. It is. And then talk about like how they've got to kill someone who the world would be better
Cobra
without.
Joe, don't worry about it.
From there to now,
Suggests that eating human meat created in the lab may help overcome the potential for cannibalism.
good
He
times.
envisions human flesh becoming a form of clean meat,
You're
a
probably
product created
cancer
using
right
stem
now.
cells
That's,
that could help people grow without slaughtering any creature.
That ain't
I want some
This atheist made the comments on Twitter after posting an article about the benefits of
and
clean meat.
chances are,
The British
Okay,
biologist
you got
said
it.
creating human
North
meat to
Carolina.
eat could be an interesting test case
air gunner,
for
he said the guy
consequentialist
had, what was
morality
it?
versus yuck reaction. Absolutism.
He got it at 686.
That's right. Good news.
Yeah, it was in the 600.
Avinash is about to make scientific history and analyze for the first time the aromas of cooked human. Can I have a smell? Go for it. See what he thinks. Yeah.
I've been busy with the
Oh.
I've been busy with the phone.
What is that? Justin Wayne monograph.
Witches,
I bought
sorcerers, and other adept
million
occultists
shares,
are now disguising the
return is
rituals
6
under the
times.
cover of performance art.
tweeted
Maria
500.
Abramovich and her cannibalistic spirit cooking rituals are done openly in public, and the deaf, dumb, and blind
See, I
believe
got
that it
52
is
million
just
points,
artistic expression.
and it's up 7,500. 75%.
mental and physical
I know.
construction that performer make in a specific time in a space.
See,
in
that
front of the
happened one
audience,
time before,
and then energy dialogue happened.
back in
And as a cannibal artist,
2020, back in
when you see it in this image,
I was
dressed in
researching a
this
lot of
white
these different
forensic
companies
suit,
that were involved in research and development of the roller
Okay.
coaster.
If you
That was
can't
back in
handle
March
it,
of 2020.
and if you're not
So,
mentally
yeah,
strong,
okay, I'm
gonna
and
be
if
getting
you
on that
can't
train.
deal with
When I
the
started
fucking
and
thing,
was
get
involved,
the fuck
because if you want to know the answer to your question,
roll out.
Cannibalism?
always follow the money.
Is this like
Okay?
one of those weird
So anyway, I came across a
things that
company
come into fruition?
that had some direct affiliations with the big farms in Vietnam. The name of that company was called Innovia.
Tired of the bitching and crying.
So I looked at their long sheet.
And if you're gonna say
Of the
something,
company,
if you're gonna say you're gonna
looked at
do
their
something,
stock and the whole nine
fucking
yards.
do it. And don't be a little
And,
fucking bitch and
I had a
fucking
hunch
backpedal
that their stock was going
your
to
way
explode.
out of the
So I went ahead and
situation.
did a video on
that
it.
you can't handle.
That
And
everything
at the time, the stock was $2.90.
Stop with all the victim cards and all the bullshit.
And
Okay?
once I did that
Hey,
video on it, 2 weeks
I
later,
still
the
celebrate
stock
down
went from $2.90 to $2. And by July, it was up to $54.
You goddamn
Look
right.
at how happy they are, dude.
The thing is, ladies and gentlemen,
Man, we're gonna
there
win
was
this
a guy
election,
here
bro.
on Conrad channel
We don't
that
do
laid
this.
down about $60,000
We don't do.
when it was
That, the
That's the
Virginia
problem.
governor guy? What's this?
We take things for granted,
that
and
dude made.
when it's
How
wrong,
much I appreciate your
you're
courage,
pissed.
Governor. Ralph.
Sure did.
You know? That's
Here we
right.
go again.
Goes without saying.
Listen, I'm nobody. I'm just a nobody.
Oh,
Where the
cool.
box was sticking a shoestring. I'm, you know
Joe
what?
Biden's
I'm not,
totally cool with
Don't worry
Ralph
about it.
Blackface Northam,
I'm just a
and
guy.
they're still pals.
But if I think something's gonna pop, I'm gonna tell you all about it. Sure am.
Sweet, dude.
You know, I'm not advising anyone to do anything. It's just
You gotta-
people can speak for themselves. People know that what I'm saying is
And I
not a
don't think
lie.
anyone on this
These
goddamn
are
platform,
statements that are
I don't think
actually
anyone
happened.
here in the boy or the
And
Slavic
a lot of
community
these
has
people
been shitted on
that
for the
witnessed
last 2
that
goddamn years.
when we did
I don't
the
know. Did you know
information
that
on
kid Kyle
Shibu
Rittenhouse
Inu
I've been getting my
is
fucking
well over
ass
a month
motions?
ago,
Well, they had some motions
they
today about
like
mentioned
fucking
Kyle
wildfire
Rittenhouse's
at this
trial
point.
and what's going on and all
The
this
video's
other
still
shit.
up.
There was
It's
some
on Friday.
pretty
Get a
It's still there.
goddamn
I
crane,
can
get
hear
a
it.
shovel,
because
keep on
And I believe that that
keep
particular
on.
cryptocurrency,
I
even
ain't going
though
to goddamn
the
I'm
amount
here.
that they have available
I
in
was
this
like,
one
fuck you.
was
How about
brilliant. You can imagine what that is 1 and 15 zeros behind it. Which is crazy. That means if you took 1 quadrillion and you divided it by
We're
8
never gonna get a
trillion,
truce with Bob and stuff.
that would give each
Don't
person on the
expect it.
planet over
Just like when she said that she was gonna give her a link